Fox Maiden. In an expansive, desolate land, devoid of human presence, the vast expanse of ochre soil is dotted only with wild grasses and shrubs, interspersed with irregularly shaped, grayish-white stones of varying sizes. The blazing sun hangs in the sky, scorching the earth, while the air is thick with swirling yellow dust. Amidst this murky atmosphere, a frail and diminutive figure gradually comes into focus, sprinting fervently ahead. It is a girl of approximately 6 or 7 years old, clad in a pale yellow robe embroidered with delicate pink plum blossoms. Her jet-black hair is styled into twin buns, and her lively, dark eyes sparkle with vivacity. A small, exquisite nose and rosy lips accentuate her finely featured face, lending her an air of delicate beauty. In her right hand, she clutches a palm-sized rattledrum. This rattledrum appears to be somewhat aged, its sides have yellowed, and it is adorned with images of azure serpents. The two small balls attached to the ears of the drum bounce up and down, occasionally striking the drumhead, producing a faint sound. Despite her tender age, the girl displays remarkable agility, and in a few leaps, she arrives at a patch of tall weeds. Perhaps in her haste, beads of sweat have gathered on her snowy forehead, with a rivulet of perspiration trickling down her left cheek, cascading into her fair neck. She wipes her brow with her left hand, her round face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, yet her footsteps do not falter. "Monster, where do you think you're running?" At that moment, a man's fierce shout echoes from a distance. Startled, the girl trembles, her face paling instantaneously. She raises her right hand, clutching the rattle drum, and spins it vigorously, her lips moving in silent incantation. Instantly, a faint azure glow emanates from the drum's surface, and as the balls strike the drumhead, a beam of azure light shoots forth, landing upon a cluster of weeds before her. The surface of the weeds shimmers momentarily with a fleeting azure luminescence, as if something had transpired. With relentless determination, the girl continues to spin the drum, unleashing waves of azure light that cascade down from the drum's balls, illuminating the surrounding foliage in a series of flickering glows. Having completed this, her complexion has grown paler, but she disregards her fatigue and swiftly disappears into the thicket ahead. Not long after the girl vanishes into the weeds, a figure emerges from the swirling dust, rushing towards the thicket. The newcomer is a burly man in his 40s, sporting a fierce beard and wielding a gleaming machete in one hand, radiating a menacing aura. His gaze falls upon the delicate footprints left before the thicket, and he moves forward, poised to charge. That moment, the thicket shimmers with azure light, and several azure serpents dart forth, their jaws wide open, aiming to strike at the burly man. Initially taken aback, the man swiftly retrieves a talisman from his left hand, slapping it against his body, conjuring a protective white barrier. With a swift motion of his right arm, he unleashes a resonating strike of his machete forward. With a sharp slicing sound, a beam of cold light erupts from the blade, cleaving through 3 of the azure serpents in a single stroke, while the remaining 2 are repelled by the protective barrier, also severed in half by the sweeping arc of the machete. In a fleeting moment, the azure serpents are vanquished, revealing themselves to be mere clusters of green weeds. The burly man snorts, preparing to plunge into the thicket when suddenly he halts, his expression shifting as he hears rustling sounds behind him. 2 figures approach in unison. One is a lean, elongated young Taoist dressed in a tattered gray robe, wielding a white horsehair whisk, while the other is a stout, rugged man with a horse-like face, sporting several bruises and disheveled hair. "Are you two all right?" the burly man inquires, turning to the newcomers. "Indeed, that cunning fox demon is as sly as they come. My companion and I were pursuing it too eagerly and inadvertently fell into a trap, but we are unscathed. However, why has our companion halted here, and where has the demon fled?" the stout man queries, puzzled. The burly man remains silent, gesturing towards the thicket where the delicate footprints are still clearly visible. "What are we waiting for? Let us seize the moment and capture it," the stout man declares, eager to plunge into the weeds. This demon has evaded capture for a day and night. It must be nearing its end. However, it excels in wood-based illusions, making it quite at home in this thicket. Rushing in blindly may not be wise, the Taoist remarks, narrowing his eyes. Are we to simply let it escape? This demon is already so cunning at such a young age. If it matures, it could wreak havoc upon the world. The stout man hesitates, but ultimately hesitates to advance. As righteous cultivators, it is our duty to subdue demons and dispel evil. Having found this fox demon, we shall not allow it to return to its lair, the burly man asserts resolutely. Are you suggesting you have a plan, my friend? The Taoist inquires, a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze. This thicket is extensive. If we blindly pursue it, we may eventually capture the demon, but it will undoubtedly take significant effort. I have heard that our fellow cultivator recently acquired a fire cloud talisman, and your wind invocation technique is second to none. Why combining our efforts, this thicket will be rendered barren, leaving the demon nowhere to hide. The burly man articulates thoughtfully. The fire cloud talisman, that is feasible. However, once we capture this fox demon, its skin and fur belong to me, and I shall ask for nothing else, the stout man muses, contemplating. That is unacceptable. This fox demon must be captured alive. The burly man firmly rejects. What do you mean, my friend? This fire cloud talisman is a mid-tier artifact that cost me a fortune. The stout man's expression darkens, his voice turning cold. Calm yourself, my friend. If I am not mistaken, you are a disciple of the Blood Knife Society's outer hall. Recently, a mission was issued capturing this fox demon. Alive would elevate you to inner hall disciple status, along with a blood pill and a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. The Taoist observes, casting a meaningful glance at the burly man. Who would have thought that you were so well informed about our Blood Knife Society's affairs? Let us not beat around the bush. If you assist me in capturing this fox demon, I shall divide the spirit stone rewards equally between you. The burly man proposes, his expression unwavering. Given your proposition, I have no objections, the Taoist replies nonchalantly, draping the whisk over his arm. Then let us not delay any further, let us act. The stout man urges, retrieving a talisman from his robe, casting a reluctant glance at it before tossing it forward, while chanting an incantation. The talisman instantly glows crimson, exploding into a conflagration reminiscent of a fiery cloud, descending upon the thicket below. As the flames engulf the towering weeds, the Taoist exclaims a reverent invocation and swiftly swings his whisk outward. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind manifests, fanning out in a sweeping arc towards the front. The wind fuels the flames, causing them to rage like a tempest through the thicket, sending billowing black smoke into the air, with ash and charred debris swirling about. The trio fix their gaze upon the inferno, their eyes unblinking. There, the Taoist suddenly exclaims, launching himself like an arrow toward the specific point ahead, his whisk shimmering with azure light. The burly man and the stout man, invigorated by the call, immediately follow in pursuit. Before me, at a distance of 2 to 3 dozen zhang, a petite figure suddenly emerged from the grasslands engulfed by flames, unmistakably the young girl who had previously taken refuge there. However, in this moment, her pale yellow robe was torn in several places, and her fair complexion was marred by soot, rendering her visage nearly unrecognizable. She had concealed herself amidst the extensive thickets, carefully altering her direction to avoid making any noise. Upon hearing no sounds behind her, she had thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, only to discover that her pursuers were forcing her out with fire. The girl's face tightened in fear, her expression filled with panic as she dashed forward, seemingly lost and coughing intermittently. Yet, she had barely fled a short distance when a chilling breeze wafted behind her, and a mass of dark hair surged forth, wrapping around her back. Simultaneously, from above, a hissing sound pierced the air as an enormous, pitch-black net descended upon her. Despair flooded the girl's eyes, but then she spotted a withered little tree a mere 10 zhang ahead, and her eyes sparkled with hope as she bit down on her tongue. Got her! The man with a horse-like face, the slowest among them, exclaimed with delight as he saw the girl's path blocked by the burly man and the Taoist priest. A vast expanse of dark hair stretched forward and ensnared the girl tightly, while the ominous net fell over her. Yet, just then, the immobile girl shimmered. with azure light and dissipated, transforming into the withered little tree. Would escape. The burly man and the Taoist priest landed, their expressions darkening at this unexpected turn of events. Over there, the man with the horse-like face pointed eagerly towards a spot not far away. There, the withered tree blurred and morphed back into the girl, now clutching a rattledrum. Casting a glance over her shoulder, she darted forward, seeking an escape. Chaser, perhaps due to the exertion of her would-escape technique. The girl's face was devoid of color, her steps becoming unsteady and erratic, causing her speed to diminish as the distance between her and her pursuers rapidly closed. Ouch! The girl cried out suddenly, tripping over a stone and tumbling forward, colliding with a towering gray-white rock and crashing heavily to the ground. Keep fleeing. The burly man and his companions slowed their pace, surrounding her like a tightening net. The man with the horse-like face licked his lips, his tone sinister. The trio pursued the girl for nearly a day and night, suffering numerous setbacks along the way, and their hearts brimmed with resentment, particularly the man with the horse-like face, who had even expended a fire cloud talisman in the pursuit. The girl, petite and delicate, now pressed against the giant rock, curled up in fear, her eyes radiating hatred. Observing her expression, the trio dismissed it, with the man with the horse-like face stepping forward, raising a hand as he ominously declared, "Though I cannot kill you, I shall teach this little demon a lesson today." At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. With a sharp crack, the surface of the rock beside her splintered, numerous fine fissures appearing as small stones cascaded down, showering the girl and causing her to shiver. "Eh!" The man with the horse-like face gasped, his hands suspended in midair, his companions also drawn away from the girl, their gazes fixated on the rock behind her. With a series of cracking sounds, the fissures spread like a spider's web, and fragments of stone began to peel away from the boulder, tumbling to the ground. The girl, taken by surprise at this strange phenomenon, shut her eyes tightly, clutching her head in fear, paralyzed with dread. With a resounding boom, the boulder shattered, debris flying in all directions, kicking up clouds of dust and dirt. The trio recoiled in shock, their eyes trained on the source of the commotion. What is this?" The man with the horse-like face stammered, astonished. As the dust settled, it became evident that the boulder had vanished, replaced by an extraordinarily tall figure. Clad in azure garments, he bore a layer of gray dust and lime upon his hair and face, suggesting he had been hidden within the rock. His features were ordinary, with a slightly dark complexion and vacant eyes fixed ahead, yet he towered over the burly man. This sudden revelation left both the girl and the trio speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Stone brother, stone brother." A delightful, crystalline voice echoed as the trio of burly men stood momentarily bewildered. The young girl had swiftly risen and embraced the towering youth who had materialized from the boulder. Her petite form barely reached his waist, and she clutched his leg with her delicate hands, seeking refuge behind him, her wide, glistening eyes fixed upon the towering figure. The men exchanged glances, their attention returning to the youth. Observing his impassive demeanor upon hearing the girl's cries, a look of suspicion dawned on their faces. The girl, her heart pounding, clung tighter to his leg, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Stone brother, I've finally found you. These wicked men want to capture me. Please, Stone brother, protect me." In response, the youth's head tilted ever so slightly, as if stirred by her words. The girl gazed up at him, but the emptiness in his eyes sent a shiver down her spine. This tableau, however, caused a stir among the men. Their earlier attempts to scan the youth had revealed no trace of magical power. This could mean one of two things. Either he was a mere mortal, or he possessed a secret art or artifact to conceal his abilities. Given his sudden appearance and the girl's repeated cries of "Stone brother," they suspected the latter, perhaps even identifying him as a fellow demon. The Taoist, his whisk resting on his arm, scrutinized the pair, his mind racing. The man with the equine face retreated, subtly gripping something hidden within his sleeve, his gaze fixed on the girl. "May I inquire as to your name?" the burly man ventured, after exchanging a look with his companions. "I am Yin Cheng of the Bloodsaber Society. We are in pursuit of this fox demon. If you are uninvolved, we ask that you depart." The girl's eyes widened in alarm, and she turned to the youth with a pleading look. The youth slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Yin Cheng, but he remained silent. Yin Cheng, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, repeated his words with a touch more force. The girl's lips parted slightly, but she remained silent, her grip on the youth's trousers tightening, her small hands growing damp with perspiration. The youth remained unresponsive. His behavior is suspicious, the man with the equine face whispered to his companions. It seems he is indeed involved. Rather than waste time here. Within 1,000 leagues, few would remain so composed upon hearing the name of the Bloodsaber Society, the Taoist murmured. He must either possess immense power or be utterly foolish. Regardless, he is harboring a demon, and we would be justified in slaying him. But the decision, of course, rests with you, Yin. Do you mean to defy us? Yin Cheng's voice grew cold, and he hefted his broadsword. Very well. The sound of his voice boomed across the desolate landscape. The girl cowered, releasing her grip on the youth's trousers and clutching her rattle. The youth, deaf to the world, remained unmoved. So, you choose to side with the demon. Then, let us proceed. Yin Cheng's eyes flashed with a predatory gleam, and his broadsword shimmered with an intense white light. With a swift motion, he hurled a dark object into the air. The object transformed into a massive black net that descended upon them. The girl cried out, retreating in vain. The net enveloped them, and a myriad of silver barbs emerged from its knots. With a desperate cry, the girl spat a mouthful of blood onto her rattle and spun it. Dong! A wave of azure light emanated from her, and her form dissolved into a withered log. Thump! The girl reappeared, sprawling on the ground, her limbs lacerated by the net's barbs. She struggled to rise, but collapsed, her face ashen. Yin Cheng, ignoring the helpless girl, focused on the youth, tightening the net. Simultaneously, the Taoist launched a volley of needles at the youth's vital points. Careful! The girl cried. Clang! 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 The needles ricocheted off the youth's body as if striking stone. Impossible! The Taoist exclaimed. A golden dart shot forth, striking the youth's throat. Ha! My golden bee sting will finish him, the man with the equine face sneered. But before he could finish, the dart exploded, its fragments scattering like golden rain. Impossible! The man stammered. Yin Cheng stared, incredulous. The net, capable of rending iron, had failed to pierce the youth's skin. Finally, the youth stirred. He glanced at the net, as if annoyed, and with a flick of his wrists, tore it asunder. The men gaped. The girl stared, oblivious to her pain. You dare destroy my artifact. Yin Cheng roared, his heart aching. This net was a precious treasure, borrowed from a friend at great cost. With gritted teeth, he summoned a purple talisman and hurled it skyward. The talisman disintegrated, forming a dark cloud overhead. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a dazzling flash pierced through the dark, leaden clouds as a silver arc of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from the heavens. With a resounding boom, the massive arc struck the tall youth directly, scattering countless smaller arcs that hit the ground, causing it to shatter and create ghastly black craters. The little girl, terrified by the thunderous noise, instinctively shut her eyes, and with an unknown surge of strength, managed to push herself back a few steps, narrowly avoiding several residual waves of lightning. When she finally dared to open her eyes, her mouth gaped in shock, almost biting her tongue in the process. The tall youth stood resolutely amidst the pockmarked ground, untouched by even a scratch. The burly man, though astonished, did not cease his movements. He quickly chanted incantations, manipulating his hands to cast spells. Suddenly, another silver arc descended from the sky, transforming into intertwining chains of lightning that swiftly ensnared the tall youth, binding him tightly. Friends, what are we waiting for? The burly man roared, brandishing his crude blade before him, which instantly glimmered with a layer of crimson light. He lunged forward, both man and weapon aimed fiercely at the tall youth's face. The horse-faced man, equally astonished that the lightning could not harm the youth, felt a surge of excitement. With a swift gesture, he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, to the side of the tall youth, the horse-faced man emerged from the gale, wielding a black iron ruler adorned with white runes, striking down upon the youth's shoulder with a forceful gust. The Taoist, named Qi, observing with keen eyes, did not immediately follow the two into battle, but retreated a couple of paces, flicking his hand to release a sphere of blood light from his sleeve. It zipped through the air with astonishing speed, silently arcing towards the tall youth's nape. Though the trio acted in succession, their coordination was seamless, indicating that this was not their first collaboration. The tall youth, seemingly oblivious to the imminent attacks, stood motionless, his gaze vacant. The burly man, witnessing this, felt a flicker of joy and unconsciously added more force to his descending strike. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a vice-like grip tighten around his wrist, immobilizing his blade mid-air and halting his forward momentum entirely. The tall youth had extended an arm, fingers bent like claws, capturing the burly man's wrist with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. The burly man exerted all his strength to pull back, but found himself utterly unable to budge the youth's arm, as if it were anchored to the ground. A chill ran through him, yet a cruel smile crept onto his lips. With a thunderous crash, the horse-faced man's iron ruler and the blood sphere unleashed by the Taoist struck the tall youth simultaneously, one erupting in blinding black light, and the other shattering like porcelain, enveloping the youth's head in a thick, crimson mist that exuded a nauseating stench. Ha! The horse-faced man laughed maniacally, but his mirth was short-lived. A sudden surge of immense power erupted from the tall youth, coursing through the iron ruler and into him. And no, the horse-faced man's expression turned to one of terror, but before he could utter another word, his body was propelled backward, crashing to the ground amidst a cacophony of cracking bones, blood spewing from his mouth mixed with fragments of his own entrails. His form resembled a ragged sack, utterly lifeless. Impossible. The burly man was struck with dread, but before he could devise a countermeasure, the grip on his wrist tightened, sending strange vibrations through his body, causing his bones to shatter instantly, the pain akin to being flayed alive, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. With a whoosh, the burly man was sent soaring through the air, crashing violently against a nearby boulder. Boom! The sound of his body splattering against the stone echoed, reducing him to a mass of flesh. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The Taoist, witnessing the chaos, turned pale as a ghost, abruptly spinning around to frantically slap several talismans to himself, fleeing with all his might. However, he had only taken a few steps when he felt the air around him constrict. Various protective auras flickered and extinguished, and in an instant, his body was crushed as if by an unseen giant, exploding into a rain of blood and flesh. With a soft whoosh, the thick blood mist that had enveloped the tall youth's head transformed into tendrils of crimson, seeping into his mouth and revealing his previously expressionless visage once more. Chapter 3. Departing, the young girl stared blankly at the unfolding scene before her, her small mouth slightly agape, as if still reeling from the recent shock. Her gaze remained fixed on the lifeless forms of the three burly men, and, overwhelmed, she collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Initially, her sobs were but whispers, seemingly triggered by some sorrowful memory, but soon they erupted into heart-wrenching wails, shattering the desolate silence like a mournful lament, expressing life's tribulations and injustices to the heavens. Time slipped away unnoticed until her cries abruptly ceased. The girl stood once more, her delicate fists clenched, her face, once marred by darkness and blood, now cleansed by her tears, revealing a visage both lovely and tender, though her large eyes seemed to harbor a deeper understanding than before. Suddenly, she dashed toward a nearby gray stone. Beneath it lay a mangled body, unmistakably that of the burly man, already lifeless. A few paces away, a small, mud-like corpse belonged to the man with the horse-like face. As for the Taoist priest, he had been obliterated by the earlier strike of a tall youth, leaving nothing but scattered remnants of flesh and blood. The girl leapt beneath the stone, and as she raised her hands, her fingers suddenly sprouted several inches of greenish claws, which she fiercely swung at the remains of the burly man. The sound of slicing air echoed as her claw-like strikes rained down upon the corpse, blood splattering as the already mutilated body was swiftly torn to shreds. Seemingly unsatisfied, she unleashed a jet of emerald flames, incinerating the fragments to ash, obliterating all traces. Next, she treated the small man's body with the same ruthless precision before finally ceasing her actions. Exhausted, she sank to her knees, panting heavily. The little magic she had just regained was once again depleted. Father, mother, elder brother, second sister, the wicked villains of the Blood Knife Society have finally perished. Though I did not slay them myself, a small part of your vengeance has been avenged. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath. One day, I will ascend Bloodlight Mountain and ensure the Blood Knife Society vanishes from this world. Taking a moment to steady her emotions, the girl shifted her position and knelt in a specific direction, murmuring softly. Upon finishing her words, her eyes reddened once more, brimming with unshed tears, which she valiantly stifled. Do not cry. Father always said that those who weep often do not grow up. I must grow quickly. After a considerable time, she managed to suppress her sobs and stood again, glancing at the storage bags left behind by the three burly men. A flicker of disgust crossed her face. Yet after a brief hesitation, she collected the items and stowed them away. As the sun dipped lower, the sky grew dim, the wind began to howl, and the temperature dropped slightly. Surveying the somewhat desolate surroundings, the girl felt a twinge of fear and instinctively huddled closer to the only other living person nearby, the tall youth. After delivering that powerful blow, he had returned to his previous dazed state, standing motionless and gazing down at his feet, seemingly oblivious to the girl's recent actions. Stone brother? The girl hesitantly called out, not daring to approach too closely. The tall youth remained unresponsive. Stone brother, my name is Luluer. Thank you for killing those 3 bandits. Although you are of the human race, my father has said that there are good people among us. At last, the youth shifted slightly, his head lifting to cast a glance at Luluer. In his pupils, her reflection shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of awareness sparked in his glazed eyes, only to fade back into a foggy haze, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. Startled, Luluer instinctively stepped back. But the tall youth continued to stare blankly, showing no inclination to move. Relieved, she concluded that his mind was perhaps somewhat impaired. And her courage began to swell as she cautiously approached him, her curiosity piqued. In her earlier panic, she had not observed him closely, but now that she approached, she noted his towering stature, long fingers, and the sinewy strength that emanated from his form, which, while not overly muscular, exuded an aura of immense power. His eyes, though vacant, were a deep, dark hue that seemed to draw one in, and his skin, smooth and slightly tanned, bore no marks from the recent battle. His plain green garments, although struck by lightning and slashed by blades, were miraculously unscathed. All these signs, combined with his earlier act of consuming the unusual blood mist, indicated that he was anything but ordinary, a being far removed from the realm of mere mortals. After all, how could a common person so easily dispatch 3 cultivators armed with magical artifacts? As Luluer gazed at the tall youth with a sense of wonder, he remained unresponsive, allowing her to relax further. Perhaps the innocence of childhood was rekindling in her heart after the calamity, prompting her to circle around him. His eyes remained locked onto her, as if captivated by something about her presence. Perhaps it was because he had rescued her from peril and assisted her in vanquishing her foes that she felt a growing fondness for him. Suddenly, Luluer gasped softly, noticing a small, translucent emerald ornament peeking from the youth's chest. Curious yet cautious, she contemplated lifting his clothing for a closer look. Just then, the wind intensified, dark clouds gathering ominously above, casting an even deeper shadow over the landscape. Thunder rumbled as a brilliant flash of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating half the heavens and unleashing a torrential downpour. Lulu exclaimed in alarm, instinctively seeking refuge beneath the tall youth, clutching his leg as her petite frame trembled. Being a fox spirit, she harbored an inexplicable fear of the thunderous elements. In that moment, a flicker of brightness sparked in the youth's eyes, quickly dimming once more. Whether intentional or not, he bent slightly, his towering figure shielding Luluer from the relentless storm outside. A warmth surged within her, and she found solace amidst the tempest. No longer afraid of the raging wind and rain, feeling instead a comforting sense of security, reminiscent of her father's embrace. The rain fell swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly, leaving behind the refreshing scent of the earth. Luluer shook off the droplets from her clothing, a smile breaking across her face as she playfully took the tall youth's hand, flicking away the water beads from his attire. The fabric of his green garments, made of an unknown material, repelled the water like lotus leaves, leaving not a single drop to seep through. The tall youth exhibited no reaction to her playful antics. Yet neither did he object, allowing her to fuss over him. By the way, Stone Brother, I still don't know your name. Luluer tugged at him, attempting to coax him into sitting down. To her surprise, he complied, slowly lowering himself while remaining silent as ever. Stone Brother, why are you here? That punch was incredible. Can you teach me? Luluo continued, her enthusiasm unwavering. Yet, despite her attempts to engage him in conversation, the youth remained unresponsive, leaving her feeling disheartened once more. Though I know not your identity, Stone Brother, you have slain members of the Blood Knife Society. Let us depart from this place together, the young girl resolved, grasping the broad hand of the tall youth with earnestness. Although the young man appeared somewhat dazed, after a considerable time of gestures and words from Luluer, he seemed to comprehend her intent. With a blink, he finally followed the girl as they departed slowly. As twilight descended, the dying sun painted the sky crimson. The vast expanse of desolation shimmered with a golden glow under the fading light. The figures of the young girl and the towering youth moved towards the setting sun, gradually receding, while the gentle breeze carried the joyful voice of Luluer. Stone Brother, I know you are formidable. Yet there are many wicked individuals within the Blood Knife Society. Night falls, and you must be hungry. Once we leave this place, I shall prepare some wild birds for you to feast upon. My culinary skills are rather commendable. Stone brother, from now on, I shall consider you as my own brother. Chapter 4. Interdependence in a vast expanse of dense wilderness. The biting cold wind howled incessantly as thick snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the world in white. Although the sun had yet to dip below the horizon, the forest cloaked in a snowy shroud appeared shrouded in twilight. A barely discernible mountain path wound through the trees. Nearly indistinguishable under the heavy layer of snow, yet a flicker of firelight glimmered at its farthest reach, offering a hint of warmth amidst the frigid landscape. This flickering light emanated from the only shrine to the mountain deity within a 1,000-mile radius of the forest, long abandoned and forgotten by the world. The shrine had fallen into disrepair, with its outer gate and walls crumbled to ruins, leaving only a solitary, dilapidated main hall standing forlornly. The entrance to the hall had vanished, and a tattered straw mat haphazardly covered the threshold, shielding the interior from the howling snow. Through a hole in the mat, one could glimpse the vast emptiness within the hall, scattered with debris of dried grass and stones, and a solitary figure seated cross-legged at its center. This figure was a tall young man clad in green, his posture remarkably upright even while seated, yet his face bore no expression. Resembling the lifeless clay statue of the deity that loomed behind him, rigid, vacant, devoid of vitality. Cradled in the crook of his arm was a petite girl, the little fox spirit Lulu. At that moment, a soft murmur escaped the young man's embrace. Lulu, nestled against his chest, stirred slightly, her delicate face emerging from the folds of his arm. Although she appeared as a picture of innocence, her complexion was flushed with an unhealthy hue. And even in her slumber, her brows were tightly knitted, her closed eyes rolling restlessly as though trapped in a harrowing dream. "No, don't," she whimpered, clutching the young man's arm more tightly, her small leg kicking out restlessly. Her body twisted uneasily, and her previously exposed face once more buried itself against the warmth of his chest. The young man, who had been staring blankly ahead, seemed to sense her distress. He lowered his gaze to the girl, and a flicker of uncertainty crossed his otherwise vacant expression, though confusion still dominated his demeanor. "Stone brother," came another indistinct murmur from Lulu, barely audible like the buzz of a fly. Perhaps it was the glow of the firelight. But the young man's features appeared to soften slightly, a glimmer of light emerging in his dark, hollow eyes. Remaining seated, he shifted his position, using his body to shield the girl from the biting wind, and gently drew her exposed leg back into his embrace, holding her a little closer. As the girl nestled against him, her movements gradually stilled, her breathing becoming steady. Outside, the darkness had deepened, and the raging storm had begun to subside, unbeknownst to them. At the halfway point of a towering emerald peak, a gaping cave entrance loomed, and a tall young man stood with his back to it. Lulu stood behind him, one hand clutching his garment while the other gripped his thigh, peering anxiously ahead with a pale face. Before them, a massive gray-furred bear loomed, its hind legs planted firmly on the ground while its forelegs were raised. A menacing, bone-like horn protruded from its forehead, and its gaping maw revealed sharp, glistening teeth, dripping with a foul, viscous saliva as it growled ominously. Before such a formidable creature, the once imposing young man appeared as diminutive as a child. Yet, he displayed no fear, his gaze fixed intently on the beast, his dark eyes devoid of any sheen. After a moment of tense standoff, the bear suddenly exhibited an unexpected sign of trepidation, letting out a deep roar before retreating 2 steps and scampering away on all fours. Lulu, witnessing this, initially relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief, but soon her brow furrowed in confusion. She circled around to face the young man, gazing up at his impassive visage. "Brother Stone, I know you're not an ordinary person, but it's a pity you can't speak. If only you could say something to me." Lulu sighed dramatically, taking his hand as she turned to lead him back into the cave. The young man remained silent, his downcast gaze resting on the girl's delicate hand in his grasp as he followed her into the cave. In an unknown, expansive grassland, during the vibrant spring season, the grass was lush and fragrant with the scent of fresh shoots. A girl of 8 or 9 years, holding a slender vine adorned with pale yellow flowers, rode atop the shoulders of a tall, upright young man, moving leisurely forward. Unlike 2 years prior, the young man had not changed in the slightest, still clad in his green attire, while Lulu had transformed remarkably. She had grown taller, the childishness fading from her features, replaced by a rare beauty that hinted at her potential to captivate hearts in the years to come. Her nimble fingers wove the vine into a delicate floral crown, and she hummed a lively tune, her voice clear and melodious, reminiscent of a lark's song. As the last notes of her song faded, Lulu completed her crown, cradling it in her hands as she spun around to admire her handiwork. Satisfied, She beamed as she placed the crown atop the young man's head, the flowers resting perfectly upon his brow. Sensing the weight upon him, the young man lifted a hand to touch the crown, then slowly withdrew it. Lulu, accustomed to his reticence, noticed the green cord around his neck and giggled mischievously, reaching out to tug at it. The young man instinctively clutched the cord, refusing to let go. Brother Stone, you're such a miser. You always react this way. I'm just curious to see it. Lulu pouted, though her tone betrayed no anger. For over the past 2 years, he had spoken not a word to her, responding only when it concerned the trinket at his neck. Thus, she often engaged in playful antics with him. Time flew swiftly, and several years passed in the blink of an eye. A charming girl of 13 or 14, clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading to her waist and her hands clasped behind her back, walked briskly along a sandy official road. Following her was a tall young man in green, his demeanor expressionless, his steps slower. Despite their differing paces, they maintained a modest distance between them, an unspoken bond tethering their souls together. Walking ahead, Lulu gazed into the distance, where a magnificent azure-hued city loomed at the end of the official road. At the city gate, she could see numerous passers-by, as small as sparrows. She furrowed her delicate brows and halted her steps. Ming, Yuan City. Lulu squinted as she peered for a while, slowly uttering the name. The tall youth beside her also paused, sharing her gaze towards the grand city. It appears to be a major city of the human race, Lulu whispered, her expression filled with uncertainty. Over the past 5 years, in pursuit of a cure for the tall youth's affliction, they had ventured into various human towns. Yet they had never approached a city of such scale. Brother Shurtu, if you were fully recovered, would you be able to help me seek vengeance? Lulu looked up at the youth, her voice barely above a whisper, though she was unsure whether she was inquiring of him or herself. Upon hearing her words, the youth seemed to react, his distant gaze gradually returning to her, yet he remained silent. What nonsense am I speaking? Lulu mused. Even if Brother Shurtu is formidable, how could he possibly confront the multitude of villains from the Blood Knife Society? Suddenly recalling something, her expression dimmed as she lowered her head, tears cascading down her cheeks and soaking into the yellow sand beneath her. At that moment, she felt a gentle weight upon her head, a warm sensation enveloping her. She lifted her gaze slightly to find her brother Shurtu tenderly stroking her hair, his eyes radiating a rare softness. For reasons unknown, Lulu felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance at that instant, an indescribable surge of courage welling up within her, as if no obstacle could evoke fear any longer. She wiped away her tears with one hand while grasping the sturdy palm of the tall youth with the other, her face resolute as she strode purposefully towards the distant city gate. Chapter 5, Beasts of Burden. Mingyuan City, the third largest city within the borders of Fenghua, sprawls across a vast plain, covering an expanse of nearly 100 miles. To the south, a great river meanders gracefully, facilitating both land and water transportation, which has contributed to the city's bustling prosperity. At this moment, a throng of people has formed a long line at the city gates, the air thick with noise. Lulu, clutching the arm of a tall young man, navigates through the crowd, her heart fluttering with unease as her gaze frequently darts toward the towering city gate above them. Suspended above the entrance is an octagonal bronze mirror, facing the gate. With the sun high in the sky, the intricate patterns of the mirror glimmer in the sunlight, radiating an aura of auspiciousness. To enter the city, one merely needs to pay a small fee to the guards, and the inspection appears to be rather lax. Soon, it is Lulu and the young man's turn. As they stand beneath the gate, facing the bronze mirror, an inexplicable force envelopes them. Lulu feels her body stiffen, lowering her head, while the tall young man gazes intently at the mirror, his expression blank. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a fleeting blue glimmer flickers within the depths of his pupils, leaving the mirror unchanged. Where do you hail from? What brings you to the city? Inquired a middle-aged guard, glancing at the pair with a languid demeanor. Esteemed sirs, we are from Lu Family Town, 300 miles to the northwest. I am Lulu, and this is my elder brother, Lu Shur. We have come to visit relatives in the city and seek treatment for my brother's ailment, she exclaimed, her small face bright with a smile as she spoke rapidly. Though they had relied on each other for years, Lulu had still interacted with outsiders, and for convenience's sake, she had given her brother the name Lu Shur. As she spoke, Lulu quickly produced a handful of copper coins, offering slightly more than the required fee. The middle-aged guard's face softened with satisfaction as he discreetly pocketed the extra coins. He glanced at the somewhat dazed Lu Shur and waved them through, saying, "You two do not appear to be ill-intentioned. Go on in." With a grateful nod, Lulu took Lu Shur's hand, hurrying into the city. Once they had distanced themselves from the gate, she slowed her pace and sighed in relief. Fortunately, I still have the chi talisman that father gave me back then. It conceals my demonic aura and prevents the mirror from detecting it, ensuring no one was watching. Lulua murmured a few words before retrieving a jade talisman from her bosom. The talisman, 2 inches long and 2 fingers wide, was adorned with intricate azure patterns forming a complex array, with gentle azure light flowing across its surface like a stream. A fleeting sadness crossed her eyes as she carefully concealed the talisman once more. After turning down 2 alleys, they arrived at the main street of Mingyuan City. The broad thoroughfare could easily accommodate 3 horse-drawn carriages side by side, flanked by tall, spacious shops that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, most of the buildings were constructed of wood, with only a few reaching heights of over 10 zhong, yet they were exquisitely crafted, presenting a refreshing novelty. As Lulua stepped into the bustling city for the first time, she felt a twinge of fear amidst the throngs of people, pressing closely against Lu Shi. Yet, despite the crowd, everyone seemed engrossed in their own affairs, allowing her to gradually relax and become captivated by the myriad of new sights and sounds. Eagerly dragging Lu Shi along the lively street. "Brother Shi, look over there. I've heard of those treats. They certainly appear delicious," Lulu exclaimed, her eyes fixed on a vendor selling candied hawthorn. In contrast, Lu Shi's dark eyes reflected the vibrant scene around him, his expression impassive, seemingly indifferent to the excitement. Just as Lulua was about to pull him toward the vendor, she noticed his demeanor and felt a pang of disappointment. Remembering the purpose of their journey, she squeezed his hand reassuringly, saying, "Brother Shi, do not worry. This city is vast. Surely, there are doctors who can cure you." At her words, Lu Shi's gaze flickered slightly. They stopped at a roadside stall to grab a bite, and after asking around, they quickly learned the locations of 2 nearby medical clinics. To the west of the city, there is the Li Family Clinic. It has been in operation for over a century, regarded as an esteemed establishment. Inside, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe sat upon a wooden chair, his fingers gently probing Lu Shi's wrist, attentively examining his pulse. Lulua stood anxiously beside him. This man, known as Li Chongqing, was the current heir of the Li Family Clinic and a renowned physician in the area, having practiced medicine for over 20 years. After a lengthy examination, Li Chongqing withdrew his hand. "Your brother's 6 pulses are steady and robust, his vitality abundant. His physique is evidently quite good. How could he be suffering from soul loss? When did this affliction begin? Was there any external cause?" Li Chongqing furrowed his brow, directing his inquiry at Lulua. "I have not seen my brother for many years and know nothing of the cause of his ailment," she replied, shaking her head. "Then it becomes problematic. Without knowledge of the cause, there is little I can do. I apologize, but my medical expertise is limited," Li Chongqing said, stroking his beard with an air of regret. "Is there truly no clue?" Lulua asked urgently. "I am truly at a loss," he replied, shaking his head, disheartened. Lulua bowed respectfully to Li Chongqing and exited the clinic with Lu Shi. "There are many more clinics in Mingyuan City. We shall visit them one by one. And I am certain we will find a cure for you." The young girl, though momentarily disheartened, soon rallied her spirits, encouraging Lu Shi. The two made their way through the streets, passing by numerous clinics, only to find that each physician was equally confounded by Lu Shi's condition. In the northern part of the city, they arrived at the Wild Chrysanthemum Clinic. As they stepped out, Lulua appeared crestfallen, fiddling with the hem of her garment. Though not the largest clinic in Mingyuan City, it was said that the doctors here had a keen insight into difficult ailments. Alas, they too could not discern the cause of Lu Shi's affliction. "Young lady, please wait," a voice called from behind. An elderly man in a gray robe hurried after them. "Dr. Lu?" Lulua exclaimed in surprise, halting her steps. This gray-robed elder was the very physician who had just examined Lu Shi at the Wild Chrysanthemum Clinic. "Have you perhaps thought of something regarding my brother's condition?" Hope flickered in Lulua's heart as she inquired eagerly. "Indeed, after examining your brother, I returned to the back room to review some medical texts and stumbled upon a case remarkably similar to his condition," the elder confirmed. "Please, doctor, share your findings," Lulua urged, her heart brimming with anticipation. "According to the records, your brother's symptoms differ significantly from typical soul loss. It appears he may be under a curse or bound by an external force that has harmed his spirit. Such injuries cannot be treated by ordinary physicians. Only those skilled in the mystical arts can offer a remedy. As for the inability to speak, it is a minor issue. Once his spirit is restored, he will naturally regain his voice," the elder explained. After listening to these words, Lulua fell into silence, and after a while, she managed to force a charming smile. Thank you, Dr. Liu, for your guidance. The old man in the blue robe shook his head and returned to his dwelling, absorbed in his own thoughts. Lulur, however, accompanied the young man out of the wild chrysanthemum studio, feeling increasingly despondent. Alas, Brother Shida's condition is indeed a result of someone harming his spirit. The girl murmured to herself. As a fox spirit, although still young, she possessed some understanding of the path of cultivation. Over the years, she had subtly deduced from Lushur's unusual condition that it was likely due to an injury to his soul. To remedy this, she would need to seek assistance from a cultivator well-versed in the matters of the spirit. Unfortunately, such cultivators were invariably powerful and with merely a spirit-drawing talisman. She had little confidence in her ability to conceal her intentions from them. The pair had ventured to Mingyuan City in search of assistance, harboring a faint hope that her suspicions were unfounded. However, it now seemed that fate was not in their favor. Lulua hesitated, her brow furrowed in worry. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted in the street ahead, causing the pedestrians to scatter in chaos. The beast is frightened. Get out of the way. A chorus of alarmed voices rang out, and the crowd surged desperately to either side. Not far off, a silver carriage was being dragged uncontrollably by a scaled, cerulean beast that was galloping wildly, heading straight towards Lulur and Lushur. The creature let out a prolonged, frantic scream, appearing utterly deranged, while the carriage swayed violently behind it. The driver, pale as a ghost, struggled to rein in the beast, but his efforts were in vain. Lulur, alarmed, grasped the young man's arm in an attempt to evade the impending danger, but it was already too late. In a rush of foul wind, the monstrous horse and the carriage hurtled towards them, drawing perilously close, allowing the girl to see the creature's menacing fangs and the frothy white foam that flew from its mouth. Chapter 6. The young man in white robes. Lulur initially intended to cast a spell to thwart the azure monster horse, but her resolve faltered, and her internal energy faltered as well, prompting an involuntary gasp. At the critical moment, she felt a shadow loom before her. It was Lushur, who suddenly stepped forward, his towering figure shielding her from harm. In a swift motion, he seized the beast's neck, as thick as a barrel, with one hand and collided with the creature. A thunderous crash echoed. The azure monster horse, with a piercing neigh, slammed into him as if it had struck an indomitable wall, its massive form coming to an abrupt halt. The sheer force of the impact sent shards of stone flying from the hard pavement of the nearby street, shattered under the force of its iron hooves. The silver carriage, propelled by inertia, crashed into the rear of the azure monster horse, veering off several yards before landing heavily on the ground. Although the carriage did not overturn, its structure was severely compromised, scattering an array of miscellaneous items across the ground. The driver, unable to maintain his balance, nearly toppled from the vehicle. Yet, the tall youth remained steadfast, immovable as a nail. Onlookers were left dumbfounded by the spectacle, and someone from a nearby tea house uttered a gasp of astonishment. Lulur patted her chest and glanced at the imposing figure shielding her, feeling a warmth spread within her. Over the past few years, whenever danger approached, her brother Shur had instinctively stepped forward to protect her. Their bond had long transcended that of mere kinship. With Lushur blocking its path, the azure monster horse became even more agitated. With a fierce neigh, it lowered its massive head and charged at Lushur's chest. "Brother Shur, be careful," Lulur exclaimed. Alarmed, Lushur's expression remained impassive as he tightened his grip on the horse's neck and pressed downward. With a resounding thud, the beast's legs buckled, and its colossal form collapsed to its knees, shattering the stones beneath it. It felt as though a mountain had descended upon it, its skeletal structure nearly fracturing, and the bloodlust in its eyes diminished, revealing a look of fear. Faced with Lushur's overwhelming strength, the monster horse finally submitted, lying motionless on the ground. What tremendous strength! The impact of this beast must be no less than 4,000 or 5,000 pounds, yet this man managed to halt it with ease. Remarkable! I wondered whose carriage dared to gallop recklessly through the bustling streets. Had it not been for this valiant figure, who knows how many would have suffered. The crowd finally began to regain their composure, engaging in animated discussions. Lushur slowly released his grip and stood still. Although the azure monster horse was no longer restrained, it lay panting heavily, too fearful to rise. "Brother Shur, are you all right?" Lulur rushed to inspect Lushur's condition, and upon seeing he was unharmed, she let out a relieved sigh. The driver, pale as a ghost, slumped weakly against the yoke, utterly drained. Just then, the carriage door swung open, and two pale-faced young men leaped down. The first was a dashing young man in his 20s, clad in a light blue scholar's robe. The second appeared to be merely 17 or 18, with a visage as exquisite as jade, eyes clear and bright, lips red and teeth white. Dressed in a long white robe, adorned with a jade belt and a crown embedded with a pearl the size of a dove's egg. Exuding an elegance that far surpassed his companion. "You worthless servant! How could you drive the carriage so recklessly, nearly injuring me?" The scholar's face was a mask of shock and fury as he snatched the whip from the driver's hand and began to lash out. The driver bore the blows, leaving trails of blood on his skin, too terrified to evade, kneeling and begging for mercy. The scholar, seeing this, only grew angrier, striking even more fiercely. "Be quiet. They are from the Yu family. This is none of our concern. Do not speak further." As the identity of the two young men became clear, the chatter around them ceased abruptly, and the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of deference, clearly recognizing the pair. "Second brother, enough. We cannot blame him. After all, the Qingfeng horse is a low-tier beast, notoriously wild and difficult to tame." A hand suddenly reached out, grasping the scholar's wrist, halting the whip's descent. It was the younger boy in white, whose voice flowed like a melodious spring, exceedingly pleasant to the ear. The scholar glanced at the boy, his lips twitching slightly before he scoffed and discarded the whip. "Thank you, young Master 7. The driver bowed repeatedly in gratitude to the boy in white. "Rise. Take this silver and compensate those injured by the carriage. Handle this matter well, and your guilt shall be mitigated." The boy in white produced a pouch and handed it to the driver. "Yes, yes." The driver nodded vigorously, accepting the silver and making his way toward the injured parties. "Thanks to this young man for subduing the Qingfeng horse. My brother and I are but lightly wounded. Had there been more casualties, it would have been inexcusable." The boy in white turned to Lu Shi, offering a smile and a polite bow. The scholar also cast a glance at Lu Shi, noting his ordinary features, dark complexion, and simple blue robe, which made him appear somewhat shabby. Disdain flickered in his expression, and he offered a half-hearted gesture of acknowledgement. Lu Shi remained expressionless, silent as ever. The scholar, unaccustomed to being so disregarded, bristled with indignation, but the boy in white intervened, raising a hand to stop him. The young man scrutinized Lu Shi closely, noticing an unusual glint in his eyes, stirring his curiosity. As the crowd continued to swell, Lu Lier felt a twinge of unease and tugged at Lu Shi's arm, whispering, "Brother Shi, let us go." The boy in white then noticed Lu Lier, and upon seeing her doll-like features, his eyes sparkled with interest, prompting him to hasten forward and block their path. "Please, may I have a word?" "What is it?" Lu Lier halted, her brow furrowed, her small face taking on a fierce expression. "My name is Yuqi. I sincerely apologize for the recent incident involving my family's runaway carriage that nearly harmed you both." The boy in white smiled warmly. "We're fine, please step aside." Lu Lier maintained her stern expression. "I must express my gratitude to this young man for his timely intervention. If I do not repay this kindness, I shall feel restless." The boy continued, "We are not far from the Yu residence. May I invite you both to my home for a brief visit, to extend my hospitality?" "No need. What happened earlier was merely a trivial matter. My brother and I have pressing matters to attend to." Lu Lier resolutely shook her head, attempting to maneuver around him. "Wait, the pressing matters you mentioned. Could it be that you seek a physician for your brother?" Yuqi stepped forward again, his expression suddenly serious as he regarded the towering youth. "You? How did you know?" Lu Lier gasped, her surprise evident. "My nose is quite keen. You carry the faint scent of herbs, indicating you just departed from the nearby wild chrysanthemum clinic. This young man, despite his formidable strength, appears to possess some cognitive impediment, hence my deduction seems accurate." Yuqi smiled as he glanced toward the wild chrysanthemum clinic, his demeanor shifting to one of undeniable charm, which even Lu Lier, despite her youth, found captivating. Yet, upon glancing at her brother, who remained inscrutable, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At this moment, Yuqi had retracted his dazzling smile, continuing, "Little sister, my family. The Yu clan holds some influence in Mingyuan City and is acquainted with numerous renowned physicians. If you seek medical assistance, we could be of help." "Indeed. We have come to Mingyuan City seeking a physician, but my brother's ailment is beyond the capability of ordinary doctors." Lu Lier shook her head gently. "It appears that your brother's condition is quite serious. However, there is no cause for concern, for our family has a celestial physician, an extraordinary healer whose skills far surpass those of ordinary practitioners. Perhaps we could invite him to examine your brother. What do you think?" Yuqi furrowed his brow momentarily, but after exchanging glances with Lu Shi and Luer, he smiled again, clapping his hands in delight. "Celestial physician." Lu Luer's eye sparkled, though she hesitated. "Please do not refuse. Let me offer my humble assistance." I do not mean to boast, but among the celestial physicians in Mingyuan City, none can rival the one from our Yu family in terms of medical expertise. After surveying the surroundings with a proud glance, Yuchi asserted confidently, "Very well. We shall accompany you. However, should this celestial physician fail to cure my brother, we will take our leave immediately." Daluo was finally swayed by the young man in white, reluctantly agreeing. "Of course, but may I ask for your names?" Yuchi inquired eagerly, pleased by Daluo's consent. After a moment of hesitation, she revealed her and Lu Shi's names. "So, you are Miss Luo and Brother Lu Shi," Yuchi acknowledged, nodding repeatedly. "Seventh brother, these two have unclear backgrounds. How can you so readily bring them home and seek the physician's aid?" The young man in scholar's robes, who had been neglected for some time, finally interjected, his expression sour. "No need for concern. I will handle this matter with discretion, second brother." Yuchi waved his hand dismissively. The scholar seemed somewhat intimidated by his younger sibling. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately he chose silence. At that moment, several guards, clad in bright attire and wielding swords, hastily approached from a distance. The onlookers nearby dispersed in a rush, displaying evident trepidation towards these individuals. The guards paid no heed to the crowd, swiftly bowing to Yuchi and his companion. "Young Master Qi, young Master Heir, we apologize for our tardiness. It is of no consequence. There is no need for such alarm. Please take the carriage back quietly. Do not draw attention to this matter." Yuchi replied nonchalantly. "Understood." The guards nodded obediently, quickly leading the strange blue horse away as they departed in haste. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." After addressing the situation, the young man in white turned to Daluo and Lu Shi with a smile, leading the way ahead. Daluo glanced at Lu Shi, tightening her grip on his hand as they followed behind Yuchi. The scholar, observing their retreating figures, wore an increasingly grim expression. After standing still for a moment, he snorted coldly and stepped forward to follow. "Ah, how intriguing. She must be the one rumored to possess exceptional cultivation talent. The very individual the Prime Minister of Foam Kingdom intended to send to the cold flame sect with great effort." From a nondescript corner along the street, two figures emerged. One clad in black, his elongated eyes menacingly fixed on Yuchi and the others as he spoke with an unsettling aura. "Be cautious, junior brother. It is said that the Yu family also has loose cultivators guarding them, and not just one, so do not underestimate them." The black-clad youth's companion, a gaunt man in gray, who carried several bulging animal skin bags at his waist, also observed the retreating figures of the Yu family, speaking slowly. "Brother Fan, I understand what must be done. However, this is my first trial task with the Yu family. You are merely here to assist me. Unless there is a special reason, your intervention is unnecessary. I will manage everything myself." The black-clad youth, upon hearing this, appeared unconcerned. The gray-clad man, seeing his companion's demeanor, could only offer a wry smile and chose not to press further. He was well aware of his junior brother's character, despite his low cultivation level. He had the backing of elder relatives in the sect and often looked down upon his peers. As they spoke, the two figures suddenly blurred and vanished from sight. Chapter 7. The Yu residence. The young man in white was quite talkative, sharing various anecdotes and interesting tales about the city with Daluo along the way. However, the young lady seemed somewhat distracted, responding with only perfunctory remarks. After traversing several streets, they soon arrived at the central area of Mingyuan City. Here, the atmosphere was noticeably tranquil, the roads were well kept, and there were no shops lining the sides, only grand residences standing in succession. Clearly the abodes of the city's noble families. As they continued forward, they came upon a grand vermilion mansion. Unlike the other buildings in the city, this estate was expansive, with a towering red gate standing approximately 2 zhang high, exuding an imposing grandeur. Flanking the entrance were 2 stone lions, each nearly a zhang tall, and the gate was adorned with gleaming copper studs that sparkled in the sunlight. On either side of the gate stood a guard in resplendent armor, similar to the earlier guards, but armed with long spears, standing solemnly at attention. Everything about this place spoke volumes of the power and status of its owner. Suspended above the gate was a massive gilded plaque inscribed with the 2 characters Yu Fu. Lu Shi glanced up at the Yu residence, but quickly averted his gaze. Daluo stared in astonishment at the mansion before her, feeling a twinge of unease. She had never encountered such a grand estate, and from the looks of the entrance, it was evident that the Yu family held a significant position in Mingyuan City, likely connected to the court of the Foam Kingdom. "What's the matter, Lu Mei?" The young man in white seemed to sense her discomfort and gently inquired. "The Yu residence is truly magnificent, and with so many guards, it cannot be an ordinary household, can it?" Lu Luer managed a forced smile in response. You are indeed astute, Lu Mei. My father is the Prime Minister of the Phone Kingdom, which is why there are guards in the residence. Otherwise, how could one afford to have a genuine immortal master reside here? Yuchi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Luer couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. The scholar in robes, witnessing her reaction, wore a smug expression. Young Master Qi, young Master Air. Upon seeing the approaching figures, the two guards at the entrance quickly stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Yuchi nodded slightly to them and led Lu Luer and Lu Shi through the grand entrance. Seventh brother, are you truly bringing two outsiders into the residence? Be cautious. If our father finds out, he will surely be furious. Don't say I didn't warn you. After entering the U residence, the scholar in robes snorted coldly and brushed past them. Pay no heed to him. Please, follow me. Yuchi smiled brightly, leading Lu Luer and Lu Shi in another direction within the residence. The interior of the U residence was vast, filled with pavilions, towers, gardens, and corridors. The ground was paved with fine jade stones such as white jade and green jade, polished to a mirror-like sheen, exuding the opulence befitting a noble family. Yuchi seemed to command considerable authority within the residence. Every servant they encountered bowed respectfully, with some even kneeling on one knee. Lu Luer observed this and glanced at Yuchi's retreating figure, her bright eyes darting around, seemingly lost in thought. As she and Lu Shi followed closely behind Yuchi, they naturally attracted considerable attention, particularly due to Lu Shi's unusual demeanor. However, those around them appeared to be intimidated by Yuchi's presence and dared not stare for long. Before long, the trio arrived at a long corridor, where a tall maid in a green dress approached them. Young master, you have returned. The maid's face lit up with joy upon seeing Yuchi, and she hurried towards him. Xiao Wu, we have esteemed guests here. Do not behave inappropriately, Yuchi admonished in a serious tone. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue playfully, unperturbed, contrasting sharply with the earlier servant's demeanor. Yuchi shook his head in exasperation at Xiao Wu, then continued. Xiao Wu, you arrived just in time. These two are my honored guests, Lu Luer and Lu Shi. Please prepare a guest room in the west wing for them to rest. Only then did Xiao Wu notice Lu Shi and Lu Luer behind Yuchi. While she was surprised by Lu Shi's peculiar demeanor, her eyes brightened when they fell upon Lu Luer. Oh, what a beautiful young lady, she exclaimed cheerfully. Miss Lu is my esteemed guest. You must not be rude, Yuchi reprimanded. Ladies, this is Xiao Wu, my personal maid. She can be rather forward at times, so please forgive her. He turned to Lu Luer and Lu Shi with an apologetic smile. Understood, Xiao Wu replied, but as soon as Yuchi turned away, she made a face at Luer, causing the latter to stifle a giggle with her hand over her mouth. Lu Luer felt her earlier tension ease slightly. By the way, I've been away for the past few days. What about the affairs in the residence? Yuchi leaned closer to Xiao Wu, whispering confidentially. The two stood in close proximity, appearing quite intimate, and Xiao Wu showed no signs of shyness. Upon witnessing this, Lu Luer pursed her lips, her previously budding fondness for the young man in white dwindling. After a brief exchange, Xiao Wu nodded and quickly departed. Please, this way, Yuchi instructed as they continued on their path. Moments later, they arrived at a small courtyard, where Xiao Wu was waiting to welcome them. Although it was termed a small courtyard, it was still quite spacious, with a pebble path leading through it, a green pine tree on the left, and a cluster of lush bamboo on the right. A gentle breeze rustled the pine needles and bamboo leaves, creating a serene ambience. The interior furnishings, though simple, were exquisitely crafted. The tables and chairs were spotless and appeared to have been recently tidied. You both seem a bit tired. Please rest here for a while. I will host a banquet for you later, the young man in white said with a smile directed at Lu Luer. No need for a banquet. I just want to know when we can invite that immortal master to treat my brother, Lu Luer stated, her gaze wandering. Since you both dislike socializing, I will have Xiao Wu bring your dinner later. As for the immortal master, I fear we must wait until tomorrow to summon him. Yuchi replied after a moment of contemplation. Very well, Lu Luer said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. If you need anything else, please do not hesitate to ask Xiao Wu. You both should rest well. I will take my leave now. Yuchi glanced at Lu Shi once more before departing. Young master, who are they? They dress like ordinary commoners. Why treat them with such courtesy? Xiao Wu inquired curiously outside the courtyard. What do you know, you little girl? Today, my brother and I were startled by our carriage, and it was Lu Shi who single-handedly subdued the Qi Feng horse to stop the carriage. Yuchi chuckled lightly, pinching Xiao Wu's delicate chin playfully. Qi Feng horse? Single-handedly? That Lu Shi, what immense strength! Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Now you understand. Someone with such extraordinary strength could be of great use to me if I can recruit him. Moreover, Daluo will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty in a few years. I would never allow her to suffer outside. Naturally, I must bring them both into the residence. Ensure they receive a warm welcome, and do not neglect them, the young man in white instructed with a smile as he walked away. Understood, Xiaowu replied, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly agreed. Inside the small courtyard, Daluo, having walked all day and recently experienced a tumultuous event, felt fatigued and led Lu Shi into the bedroom for a brief rest. Though they were of different genders, having shared the wilderness and lived together for years, Daluo did not find it inappropriate. As night fell, Xiaowu delivered a sumptuous dinner, gazing at the table laden with fragrant dishes. Daluo could not help but swallow hard. She had never tasted such lavish food before, although she was in the Prime Minister's residence. The unfamiliar environment left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, she indulged in the meal heartily. In contrast, Lu Shi showed little reaction to the feast. As night deepened, a full moon slowly ascended in the sky. Daluo lay in bed, tossing and turning for a long while, unable to fall asleep. Her mind filled with thoughts of the upcoming medical consultation. Brother Shi too, do you think that the Immortal Master can heal you? Daluo gently inquired. Shifting closer to the edge of the bed, Lu Shi remained seated at the bedside, his eyes closed and legs crossed. For many years, he had maintained this nightly vigil, never once lying down to sleep. His expression was devoid of emotion, and he did not open his eyes, as if the maiden's words had not reached him. Brother Shi too, do not worry. If the Immortal Master here cannot cure you, we shall seek help elsewhere. Surely there are those who can. Daluo, accustomed to this exchange, softly reassured him before allowing a faint smile to grace her lips, gradually closing her eyes and drifting into dreams. Lu Shi remained still, resembling a statue shrouded in darkness. Time passed unmeasured until, suddenly, the tall youth opened his eyes, glancing towards a certain direction in the Yu residence. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch a dark green ornament situated just below his neck. Simultaneously, in a hidden chamber beneath the Yu residence, the walls were engraved with dark red runes converging towards the center. At the heart of the chamber stood a black alchemical furnace, its base surrounded by a roaring fire. The furnace emitted an ominous black glow, its lid trembling as if poised to take flight. An elderly man, adorned with a lotus crown and draped in a grayish-white robe, stood anxiously beside the furnace. His deep-set eyes and gaunt cheeks, complemented by a long white goat beard, hinted at his advanced age. Yet he bore an air of ethereal wisdom. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from within the furnace, followed by the acrid scent of charred materials wafting through the air. The old man's expression shifted dramatically. He waved his hand to cast a spell that extinguished the flames, then summoned the lid of the furnace to fly open. Ignoring the intense heat, he thrust his hand inside, only to have his countenance darken as he withdrew a handful of charred powder. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs mingled with the acrid scent of burning emanated from the powder. Witnessing this, the old man's face turned ashen, and he erupted in a fit of furious exclamations. Chapter 8, Master by Shi. On the following morning, a series of footsteps echoed outside the western chamber of the Yu residence. 3 individuals were leisurely making their way along the vermilion corridor leading to the annex. The first 2 walked side by side. One was an elderly Taoist priest, adorned with a lotus crown and draped in a grayish-white robe, while the other was a spirited young woman clad in a light yellow imperial gown. Trailing behind them was a maid, holding a 3-tiered food box made of fragrant wood and vermilion lacquer. The old priest strode with his hands clasped behind his back, his white eyebrows slightly furrowed, exhibiting a hint of displeasure as he stared straight ahead, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. The young woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18, had not yet fully matured, but her figure was remarkably well-proportioned. Her hair was elegantly coiled, her features were exquisite, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars, making her appear otherworldly. A light touch of makeup adorned her already fair complexion, lending her cheeks a delicate flush that rendered her particularly enchanting. Master by Shi, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your alchemical practice, the young woman said, her gaze lowered as she walked. A glance is permissible, but I fail to comprehend why Miss Seven would wish for me to examine a foolish mortal, the old priest replied, returning to the present but maintaining a stoic expression. Master is unaware that this individual. Yesterday the young woman smiled gently, recounting the incident of Lu Shi rescuing someone from a rampaging horse in the street. The old priest listened intently, his fingers gently rubbing together. Upon hearing that Lu Shi had single-handedly halted the wild Qifeng horse, his eyebrows lifted slightly. If he has rendered a favor to Miss Seven, then he is indeed worthy of my attention, he concluded. The young woman smiled in response and offered a slight bow. The maid, somewhat anxious, clutched the food box tightly, trailing behind the two without uttering a word. Inside the western chamber, Lulu, fully dressed and groomed, was chattering away with Lu Shi, who was seated at the edge of the bed. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Lu, my lady has brought the Immortal Master to visit you, the maid called softly, rapping lightly on the door without waiting for an invitation. Lulu stood up, hesitating to open the door, and curiously asked, "Who is your lady?" "It's me." The voice from outside sounded somewhat familiar, prompting Lulu to blink in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, she approached and opened the door with a creak. As the door swung open, a faint medicinal aroma wafted in, and she was met by the three figures standing at the threshold. Her gaze first fell upon the old priest, confirming that the scent emanated from him. Then, she glanced at the maid beside him, recognizing her as the personal attendant, Xiaowu, whom she had encountered the previous day. When her eyes finally settled on the young woman in the yellow gown, adorned with a gentle smile, she was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. "You are Master 7, Lulu exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "It is I. You may call me Miss 7 or Sister 7, whichever you prefer." The young woman replied with a smile, observing Lulu's astonished expression. "No wonder I felt that Master 7 seemed somewhat." Lulu laughed lightly, trailing off. "Somewhat what?" Miss 7 inquired, her brows arching slightly. "Somewhat, not quite like a man," Lulu finally articulated after a moment's contemplation. "The guise of a male allows one to avoid many unnecessary troubles. In a few years, you will understand," Miss 7 said, gazing at Lulu's delicate face with a smile. Lulu nodded, appearing to grasp the meaning, and invited the three into her room. "This is the Immortal Master I mentioned to you, Master by Shi. And this is Lulu. Seated over there is her brother, Lu Shi," Miss 7 introduced, slightly inclining her body to make way for the old priest. "Greetings, esteemed Immortal Master." Lulu, having harbored suspicions, felt her heart race as she bowed deeply. Avoiding direct eye contact with the old priest, Lu Shi remained seated at the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the newcomers. Master by Shi cast a fleeting glance at Lulu before shifting his focus to Lu Shi. He approached, circling around to scrutinize him from head to toe, finally concentrating on the center of Lu Shi's brow. After a moment of examination, the old priest closed his eyes, raised his hand, and suddenly pointed towards Lu Shi's brow with two fingers. Lulu gasped in surprise, unable to contain her reaction. The old priest's fingers froze mid-air as he turned, casting an irritated glare at her. "Lur, the master is merely examining your brother." "There is no need for alarm," Miss 7 quickly interjected. "I'm sorry, esteemed Immortal Master. I did not mean to." Lulu apologized, realizing her mistake. Upon hearing her, the old priest relaxed his expression slightly, raising his hand once more to point at Lu Shi's brow. As his fingers advanced, a green light erupted from Lu Shi's brow, rippling outward like the concentric circles formed when a stone is cast into a lake. After a brief moment, the old priest let out a soft sound of acknowledgement, withdrawing his fingers and slowly opening his eyes. "How is it? Can Brother Shi be cured?" Lulu inquired eagerly. Master by Shi cast a sideways glance at her but said nothing. Miss 7 stepped forward, grasping Lulu's hand gently, signaling her to remain patient. Lulu fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Shi. Sensing her gaze, Lu Shi turned to her, swallowed his morsel, and managed a faint smile. After a moment of contemplation, Master by Shi flipped his palm, producing an ancient bronze mirror seemingly from thin air. "Go," he commanded. And the mirror shimmered with a green light before floating gracefully above Lu Shi's head, hovering in place. The old priest began to chant softly, his fingers tracing intricate symbols in the air as if inscribing secret runes. Moments later, he abruptly halted his gestures and pointed at the mirror. The floating mirror began to tremble violently, its previously uneven surface illuminating with a hazy blue light, transforming into a smooth, reflective surface. Lulu watched anxiously, feeling that within the blue light, something was changing, as if a blurred image was about to manifest. However, after waiting for a moment, the mirror remained indistinct, revealing nothing clearly. At this moment, Lu Shi seemed to find the mirror hovering above him bothersome and swatted at it, as if to chase away a fly. Although he missed the mirror, the blue light on its surface swayed, becoming increasingly chaotic. "It cannot be. This is Master by Shi's expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly flicked his sleeve, commanding the ancient mirror to return to him. It spun back into his hand and vanished from sight. Lulu's concern deepened at the sight, her face revealing her apprehension. Can the master discern any issues? Is there a remedy? Miss Seven inquired, unable to hold back her question. 50-50 odds. It may not be impossible, but Master Baishur's expression fluctuated between hope and uncertainty. Please, esteemed Immortal Master. You must heal my brother. Lulot implored eagerly. If you possess a remedy, I implore you to cure Lu Shi. I shall bear any cost incurred. Miss Seven added earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuer's gaze towards Yuqi was imbued with a touch of gratitude. Since Miss Qi had spoken, the old Taoist would certainly do his utmost. However, he prefaced his remarks with a note of caution, explaining that his spirit was inexplicably in a closed state, making it exceedingly difficult to reopen. Only by setting up a spiritual summoning array could there be a glimmer of healing possibility. And it would require the old Taoist to be alone with the afflicted in a tranquil chamber, exerting all his efforts. After contemplating the tall young man for a considerable time, Master Baishur finally resolved to reply slowly. Will Lur be able to stay by his side during the treatment? Lu Yuer hesitated a moment before softly inquiring. Why would you linger there? You would only be a hindrance. Do you, a mere child, doubt the old Taoist abilities? Master Baishur's tone unexpectedly rose with a hint of reproach. Lu Yuer's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly waved her hands. I would not dare. I simply wish to accompany my brother and observe, ensuring that I do not disturb the esteemed master. Do as you wish. The spiritual summoning array is no trifling matter and requires some preparations. I shall take my leave for now, the old Taoist replied casually. Then turned to Yuqi with a serious expression. Thank you for your efforts, master. Miss Qi bowed respectfully. Lu Yuer also promptly bowed to Master Baishur. But before she could straighten up, the old man had already exited the room and departed on his own. After Master Baishur's departure, the woman in palace attire did not linger for long, merely reassuring Lu Yuer not to fret excessively over Lu Shi's ailment, advising her to remain at ease in this place before departing with Xiao Wu. Chapter 9. The formation on the afternoon of the third day. The maid Shiwu arrived at the West Wing to inform Lu Lier that Master Baishur was ready to treat Lu Shi. Under Shiwu's guidance, Lu Lier led Lu Shi through a series of corridors and crossed 4 small courtyards, finally emerging through a circular archway into the backyard of the Yu residence. The twisting pathways of the courtyard had already left Lu Lier in awe. But it was only when she beheld the small lake adorned with verdant lotus leaves that she truly grasped the vastness of the Yu estate. Though referred to as a small lake, it was merely a comparison to the great rivers Lu Lier had previously encountered. In fact, this body of water spanned at least 300 to 400 yards in circumference, standing in stark contrast to the ponds typically found in wealthy households. Miss Lier. That is where Master Baishur cultivates his alchemical arts, Shiwu said, raising her hand to point at a small island in the center of the lake. Following Xiao's gesture, Lu Lier noticed a pristine jade bridge winding through the lotus leaves, leading directly to the island. The island, though modest in size, was densely wooded and shrouded in mist, obscuring a clear view. The thought that her brother might be healed upon reaching the island ignited a spark of excitement in her heart, causing her emotions to fluctuate. The realm of the master is not a place for us servants, Xiaowu remarked with a playful smile as she noticed Lu Lier's momentary distraction. Miss Lier, you may proceed on your own from here. Thank you, Sister Shiwu, Lu Lier replied, regaining her composure and expressing her gratitude. The affectionate term of sister pleased Shiwu immensely, prompting her to wave cheerfully as she turned to depart. As Lu Lier gazed at the mist-enshrouded island, resting her hand on the bridge's railing, an unforeseen thought surfaced in her mind. If her brother were to recover, would he leave her side? This notion stirred a sense of anxiety within her. But upon gazing at the familiar countenance of the tall young man beside her, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Brother Shi, let us proceed, she declared, stepping onto the bridge and leading Lu Shi toward the island. As they traversed the jade bridge amidst the vibrant foliage, Lu Lier felt an increasing sense of nervousness, while Lu Shi remained calm, occasionally distracted by the koi peeking through the lotus leaves. Upon reaching the island's edge, Lu Lier noticed that the mist was not as thick as it appeared from a distance, and the absence of birdsong rendered the atmosphere particularly serene. At the end of the bridge, they discovered a winding path paved with slate stones, leading deeper into the heart of the island. Following the path without deviation, they arrived at a quaint Taoist temple with white walls and black tiles. Master Baishur awaited them at the entrance, his expression impassive as he instructed them to enter. He then turned and walked toward the inner sanctum. The duo followed the old master through 3 grand halls until they reached the temple's rear courtyard, where a massive artificial mountain stood. Approaching a specific section of the rock face, Master Baishur pressed a hand against it, causing a heavy stone door to creak open. revealing an entrance large enough for a person. Once inside the cave, the door slowly closed behind them. The chamber, hewn by human hands, was not particularly spacious. Slightly larger than the west wing where they had been staying. Lamps flickered on the walls, burning an unknown oil that produced no smoke. In the center of the floor lay an intricate octagonal design resembling a bagua yet distinctly different. The carvings were deep, depicting peculiar birds and beasts intermingled with strange lines that Lu Lier felt she had seen before, reminiscent of ancient script. At each corner of the octagon stood a small dark red triangular flag, adorned with golden patterns. "What are you waiting for? Have him sit in the center of the formation," Master Baisher commanded, casting a glance at Lu Lier, who was inspecting the formation with curiosity. "Yes," Lu Lier promptly replied, guiding the tall young man to sit in the circular pattern at the formation's center. "Brother Shur, you will surely recover. Lu Lier will be right here with you," she said earnestly, gazing into Lu Shur's eyes before reluctantly stepping out of the formation, positioning herself against the stone wall, her expression tense as she watched the old master. "Remain still and silent. Do not disturb the master while he performs the ritual, and do not move a muscle. Do you understand?" Master Baisher instructed gravely. Lu Lier nodded vigorously in response. The old master approached, first performing a gesture of respect, then circled the formation while reciting an obscure incantation. As he chanted, the triangular flags surrounding the formation glowed with a brilliant golden light, which spread outward, enveloping Lu Shur. Initially distracted, Lu Shur jolted upright as the golden light enveloped him, his body stiffening as if struck by lightning. Lu Lier felt her heart race with both worry and anticipation. The golden light danced around Lu Shur, gradually coalescing into strange golden patterns, while his eyes seemed to gather a hint of golden glimmer, lending an uncanny air to his appearance. Suddenly, Master Baisher's chanting ceased, and his hand movement shifted as he suddenly shouted, "Seal." The golden light that had been swirling around Lu Shur condensed, wrapping him in a layer akin to golden parchment, allowing Lu Lier to glimpse his face, which contorted in discomfort. A sizzling sound echoed as the 8 flags flared with crimson light, and dark gray mist began to flow forth, converging toward the center of the formation. Lu Lier's complexion shifted slightly, instinctively. She felt uneasy at the appearance of the murky fog. Abruptly, Lu Shur let out a muffled groan, his facial muscles twitching. "Ah!" Lu Lier gasped involuntarily, but quickly covered her mouth with her pale hand, her face paling in fear. "Silence. Do you understand the consequences of interrupting the Master's ritual?" Master Baisher admonished sternly, his fingers still poised in a tight grip. Lu Lier trembled, refraining from uttering another word, though her eyes betrayed her lingering alarm. The mist, as if animated, twisted and coiled like tendrils, enveloping Lu Shur completely. The old master continued his incantation, the dark gray vapor thickening and intensifying. Lu Shur initially wore a bewildered expression, but soon his eyelids drooped, and he gradually succumbed to slumber, standing upright. Master Baisher's face flickered with satisfaction, and his hand gestures transformed as he opened his mouth, expelling a droplet of blood that shimmered into points of crimson light, which merged with the dark gray mist. Instantly, the air was thick with the scent of blood as crimson symbols began to surge forth wildly. "This is wrong," Lu Lier thought, her face shifting as her instinct screamed that something was amiss. Yet, the prior warning made her hesitate. Just then, with a low call from the master, the temperature of the dark gray mist plummeted, crystallizing into a massive block of ice that encased Lu Shur within. "Stop! What are you doing?" Lu Lier finally recognized Master Baisher's ill intentions, her face flushing crimson as she shouted. Without a second thought, she stepped toward the formation, a small hand drum appearing in her grasp, ready to shatter the ice and rescue him. Chapter 10. Crisis before the girl could wield her magical artifact. The old Taoist priest flicked his sleeve and uttered a swift incantation. In an instant, a golden shadow shot forth like lightning, transforming into a shimmering golden rope that tightly bound the girl. With a thud, Lu Lier lost her footing and fell to the ground. "What do you intend to do, old thief?" The girl glared fiercely at Yushur Jinren, twisting her body in vain. Yet, the golden ropes seemed to sense her resistance and suddenly tightened under their brilliant glow. A pained expression contorted her face as tears welled in her delicate eyes. But she gritted her teeth, suppressing any cries. At that moment, the ears on either side of her cheeks vanished, replaced by 2 pointed fox ears emerging from her dark hair. A formidable binding force emanated from the golden ropes, sealing away all her magical power. "Heh! What do you think you're doing, little fox spirit? Do you truly believe that a mere artifact can deceive my senses? Such foolish delusions. Bai Jinren glanced at the girl sprawled on the ground, his words laced with cold disdain. You've already seen through my identity. Lu Luer felt her heart sink, but her face remained stubbornly defiant. Is it necessary for you to be concerned with such matters now? You were brought into the estate by the seventh miss, and the Fox clan wields considerable influence among the demon races in the Linghuan realm. I initially intended to overlook your presence, but I never anticipated discovering this human treasure. After casually stating this, Bai Jinren turned his attention to Lu Shi encased in the black ice, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable fervor. What do you plan to do to Brother Shi? Lu Lua trembled as she asked, her voice quaking. Fear not, I wouldn't dream of killing your foolish brother. He is a rare soul spirit with innate divine consciousness, yet he has become dazed due to his injuries. If I employ my secret arts to refine him and erase his remnants of consciousness, I can create an immensely powerful soul puppet, Bai Jinren explained, a smug expression adorning his face. Upon hearing this, a trickle of blood escaped Lu Lua's lips, her eyes suddenly flashing with madness. A strange crimson hue spread across her face as her body convulsed, letting out a beastly roar. Her pupils ignited with a ghostly green light, and tufts of white fur sprouted all over her form. Each strand of fur gleamed with a crystalline radiance, appearing exceptionally resilient, transforming her into a white hedgehog. With her tail crackling with faint arcs of white electricity, the white fur bristled, pushing against the golden ropes, and with a fierce shake of her fluffy tail, she unleashed a brilliant burst of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless white hairs shot forth like 1,000 flying needles, producing a piercing sound as they sped towards the black ice. Seeking your own demise. Bai Jinren suddenly turned, his voice booming in anger as he conjured a black oval shield, sending it racing towards the black ice with incredible speed, narrowly intercepting the white hairs. The shield expanded several times its size, shielding the black ice behind it. A series of thunderous impacts followed as the white hairs collided against the black shield, causing it to tremble but ultimately deflecting all the hairs. Seeing this, Lu Lua's green eyes flickered intensely, ready to make another move. When the golden ropes around her suddenly glowed fiercely, their power nearly doubling as they rapidly constricted, overwhelming the white hairs. Simultaneously, sharp golden needles sprouted from the surface of the ropes, piercing deeply into her flesh. In an instant, blood gushed from the girl, staining her once pristine white fur. Yet, with gritted teeth, she summoned the last of her strength to whip her tail back once more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another wave of white hairs erupted forth, this time scattering like petals in the wind, attacking the black ice from all directions. Though the black shield boasted formidable defense, it struggled against the onslaught of hairs coming from every angle. Dare you, demon? Bai Jinren roared in fury, exhaling a stream of black light that coalesced into a serpent-shaped flying sword, which swiftly soared above the black ice. Buzz! The sword spiraled in midair, conjuring black sword chi that enveloped the black ice in a shadowy veil. The black shield flared with light, expanding yet again to protect the ice alongside the sword's shadow. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes echoed as the majority of the white hairs were thwarted by the flying sword and shield. Yet a few managed to penetrate the sword's veil, striking the black ice. The ice trembled violently, tiny pores appearing on its surface, and cracks rapidly spread across it. At that moment, Bai Jinren's figure flickered beside the ice, his hands waving as dark mist billowed from his sleeves, submerging with the black ice, while the rest coalesced into a protective barrier around it. The cracks on the ice ceased their spread, rapidly mending back together as the ice regained its former state within mere breaths. Bai Jinren sighed in relief, turning to glare at Lu Luer with immense ire. The girl lay on the ground, her eyes filled with resentment. The white fur had entirely vanished from her body, her breath faint, clearly exhausted from her earlier attacks. I truly underestimated you, Bai Jinren remarked coldly, realizing that had he been a moment slower, the black ice might have been shattered by Lu Luer. With a fierce gesture, he conjured a palm-sized black light, which struck Lu Luer. The petite girl was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the chamber, a spurt of blood escaping her lips as she fell to the ground. Covered in blood, her hair disheveled, and her complexion pale, she appeared gravely injured. Had Bai Jinren not entertained thoughts of selling her for spirit stones, she would have perished from that single blow. Brother Shi, Lu Luer managed to lift her head, gazing at Lu Shi encased in ice, whispering softly. But suddenly, her body convulsed, and she lost consciousness. Seeing this, Bai Jinren wasted no time, summoning several talismans that adhered to the ground around Lu Luer. A surge of black light erupted from the talismans, forming a luminous sphere that enveloped the girl. With that accomplished, the old Taoist turned once more to the black ice, unable to suppress a smile. Red-robed figure, Gui Yaozi. Once I refine this soul puppet, let us see how you dare to contend with me. As his smile faded, he raised his hands again, sending 8 talismans flying towards the ground near the black ice. Buzz! A wave of inky darkness surged from the talismans, forming a magical array that elevated the black ice, suspending it a foot above the ground. The old Taoist then produced a black gourd, inscribed with a circle of blue runes that emitted a chilling glow, accompanied by the sound of liquid sloshing within. He removed the gourd stopper and tilted it carefully, pouring out a viscous, pitch-black liquid that exuded a nauseating stench, with dark specks within it writhing as though alive. Chapter 11. Awakening. The expression of Master Bashir was grave as he regarded the black liquid with utmost caution. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of black light that enveloped the liquid, causing it to settle upon the obsidian ice. The moment the liquid made contact with the ice, it immediately began to seep in, rapidly transforming the originally pitch-black transparent ice into an inky abyss, rendering the silhouette of the young man within indistinct and hazy. A satisfied expression crossed the old Taoist's face as he stowed away his gourd and resumed his meditative posture. This liquid was a concoction of over 10 rare materials meticulously refined into black corpse corruption water, capable of penetrating the sea of consciousness of cultivators and inflicting harm upon their souls. Truly a venomous substance. Master Bashir formed hand seals, and the black light points within the ice were activated, with a small portion gradually seeping towards the young man's head. He intended to draw forth only a trickle of the corruption water at a time, aiming to gradually obliterate the consciousness of this towering youth, minimizing any instinctual resistance to ensure absolute success. However, the instant several light points touched the young man's head, they abruptly vanished into him. Furthermore, all the black light points within the ice stirred uncontrollably, frantically surging towards the young man's body and disappearing into him. Not good. The old Taoist's complexion changed dramatically as he hastily attempted to regain control over the black light points, but it was evidently too late. In the blink of an eye, all the black corpse corruption water vanished, yet the young man's body encased in ice appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. What is happening? Where has my black corpse corruption water gone? Master Bashir stood up abruptly, his face a mask of astonishment and fury, while he unleashed his consciousness to probe the youth repeatedly. Yet, no matter how he searched, he found no anomalies. The elder fixed his gaze upon the young man, inhaling deeply as the anger on his face quickly dissipated, replaced by a furrowed brow. This individual exhibits no fluctuations of magical energy. He is certainly not a cultivator. Could it be that he has consumed some celestial elixir or possesses some extraordinary treasure that fortuitously counters the black corpse corruption water? His mind raced with speculation as his eyes inadvertently swept over the young man's chest, where a slight bulge hinted at a flicker of dark green light. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the idea of breaking the ice seal to search the youth. For once the formation was activated, it could not be easily halted. After contemplating, he retrieved a verdant gourd, executing a hand gesture that summoned a flash of green light from its mouth. Dozens of deep green, slender insects emerged, half a foot long and as thin as hair, buzzing into the air. Upon their appearance, they transformed into streaks of green light, resembling ethereal entities, diving into the ice and aiming for the young man's crown, attempting to burrow inside. Strange, creaking sounds emanated from within the ice. Despite their relentless efforts, the green insects could not penetrate the young man's scalp in the slightest. An invisible force seemed to block their entry. Master Bashir's expression shifted, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Humph. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with a mere fool. He fell silent for a moment, a fierce expression overtaking his face. Summoning the green insects back into the gourd, he clenched his teeth and began to chant incantations. A gray light soared from his body, hovering above his head, revealing a small gray banner that swelled in the wind. The banner was inscribed with countless layers of forbidden runes that dazzled the eye, yet all were dim and lifeless. Master Bashir bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood into the banner, while his hands rapidly formed seals, sending streams of black light into the gray banner. Instantly, the banner erupted with brilliant radiance, the runes beginning to glow as a gray mist billowed forth. With a resonating hum, the gray banner expanded to nearly 10 feet in size, and as its light flickered, indistinct skull phantoms launched forth from it, 7 or 8 in total, each emitting a chilling wail as they rushed toward the young man encased in the black ice. The sound of 100 ghosts parading echoed throughout the cavernous chamber. Master Bashir's bloodshot eyes widened as he fixated on the spectral skulls. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the skull phantoms were about to plunge into the black ice, The young man's faint reflection on the ground shimmered with a ripple of mysterious energy. Suddenly, a dark mass erupted from it, twisting and contorting into a fearsome demon head with green skin and sharp fangs, crowned with 2 horns. The demonic head, the size of a basin, grinned wickedly, its eyes glowing with green flames as it swept a glance at the skull phantoms. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of silver mist. The skull phantoms, as if encountering their nemesis, were unable to evade the radiant silver light, and one by one they were enveloped and swallowed whole by the demon head. After this display, the demon head smacked its toothy lips, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, yet as the green flames flickered in its eyes, it abruptly turned and exhaled a massive plume of azure gas downward, before vanishing into thin air. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Master Bashir momentarily stunned and at a loss as to how to respond. Just then, a series of crisp cracks echoed. The surface of the black ice suddenly fissured with white cracks, and the young man within stirred, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze, once clouded, was now markedly clearer. After scanning the surroundings, he furrowed his brow slightly and gave a gentle shrug of his shoulders. With a thunderous roar, the entire block of black ice exploded outward. Shards of gray and black ice flying everywhere, raining down like hail. The towering young man looked up at the old Taoist, his eyes flashing as if he wished to speak, yet in the next moment, a look of confusion crossed his face, and he began to scream in distress. Clutching his head, the sounds of cracking bones echoed from within him as his limbs swelled, inflating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his body had doubled in size. Golden scales the size of coins erupting on his skin, appearing on his cheeks and neck as well. These scales gleamed as if forged from pure gold, radiating an ominous cold light, conveying an impression of being virtually indestructible. Master Bashir, witnessing this transformation, was rendered speechless, even if he had other plans. He now realized the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Once he regained his composure, a fierce expression twisted across his face. Clenching his teeth, he spat a mouthful of blood that swiftly vanished into the gray banner. The banner glowed once more, and the runes began to writhe as they transformed into a massive gray centipede measuring several dozen feet in length. The old man then patted his storage pouch at his waist, causing several black orbs the size of fists to emerge, swirling with dark mist and exuding an unbearable stench. Their true nature unknown. The gray centipede emitted a jubilant screech, opening its mouth wide to swallow the black orbs, its carapace immediately darkening and expanding, before it transformed into a jet-black entity gleaming with a metallic sheen. The centipede buzzed with excitement, its small eyes glowing red as its massive body slithered through the cave. Its side-like legs carving deep gouges into the rock walls, which crumbled like tofu, while the surrounding stone was stained black, releasing a pungent stench, indicating the presence of potent toxins. Go. Kill him. Master Bashir pointed at the enlarged figure of the young man, his voice ringing with authority. Chapter 12. I am Hanli. The black centipede let out a piercing shriek, twisting its body to become a shadowy blur as it lunged forward. Its maw agape to reveal a row of dagger-like, glistening white fangs that struck fear into the heart. It aimed for the shoulder of the tall youth, who remained oblivious, clutching his head and screaming in agony. With a crunch, the centipede's jaws clamped down squarely. The white-clad Daoist, witnessing this, revealed a cruel smile. He was acutely aware of the centipede's ferocity. Even ordinary magical artifacts could be shattered in its grip. And its most fearsome trait was the potent venom coursing through its body, capable of corroding spiritual essence and sealing one's fate with a single drop of blood. Yet, the next moment, the Daoist's smile froze in place. The black centipede emitted a horrifying wail, releasing its grip, blood gushing from its mouth as its sharp fangs shattered. Astonishingly, the golden scales on the youth's shoulder bore no trace of injury. Though severely wounded, the centipede's ferocity surged. After its cry, it coiled its body like a venomous serpent, its long, razor-sharp legs slashing downwards. Clang! Sparks flew as the scales on the youth's body remained unscathed. The Daoist's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in disbelief. It dawned on him. I remember now. I am Hanli, the foremost cultivator of the human race, the greatest of the spirit realm. The tall youth's screams suddenly ceased, his head lifting with newfound clarity, eyes shining brightly, devoid of confusion. He was none other than Hanli, who had endured countless tribulations to ascend from the spirit realm to the immortal realm. Without a glance at the black centipede ensnaring him, Hanli merely moved his arm, his hand piercing through the seemingly tough exoskeleton of the centipede as if it were made of paper. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly tore the creature from his body. The centipede screeched, thrashing its massive form in vain, unable to escape. With a resounding thud, Hanli's fingers trembled, unleashing an invisible force that reverberated through the centipede. It let out a mournful cry, its body collapsing in segments, bereft of any strength to resist. With a swift motion, Han Li plunged his other hand into the creature's body, and with both hands exerting force, he tore the monstrous insect in two amidst a torrential downpour of blood. Discarding the halves carelessly, the severed segments twisted violently, transforming back into tattered remnants of spiritual banners, their luminescence extinguished, signifying total destruction. This sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The white-clad Taoist stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to close it. Han Li then turned to regard the Taoist. Upon meeting the youth's cold gaze, the old man trembled as if his heart had plummeted into an abyss of ice. Engulfed in an overwhelming chill, "Bind him." After a series of color changes on his face, the Taoist suddenly shouted, his hands forming a seal. The mysterious black formation in the chamber surged with brilliant light and a humming sound, tendrils of dark mist swirling towards the tall youth. Simultaneously, the old man waved his sleeve, sending forth a pale white shuttle that spiraled upward, aiming for the exit, desperate to flee. Attempting to escape, Han Li scoffed, a golden radiance flaring from his arm as he struck the ground with a mighty punch. Boom! The stone floor shattered, revealing a massive pit as the black formation vanished without a trace, and all mist dissipated into nothingness. The white-clad Taoist, hearing the shattering of the formation behind him, shuddered. Yet at that moment, he had already reached the cave entrance, ready to break free. But just then, a figure flickered before the stone door, followed by a thunderous crack in the air. Whoosh! The old man was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing violently against a nearby wall with a resounding thud. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, the white-clad Taoist collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his face, while his flying shuttle vanished into the void. At the entrance, Han Li stood tall, slowly retracting his left fist, his figure flickering as he appeared before the Taoist, coldly observing him. "Spare me, esteemed senior. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please show mercy. I am willing to offer all my possessions." The Taoist trembled, struggling to rise. Removing the storage bag from his waist, presenting it at the youth's feet, while repeatedly bowing in supplication. Han Li remained expressionless, not even glancing at the storage bag. "Besides these, I have some treasures stored elsewhere, which I can present to you as well, as a guest of the Prime Minister's residence. I know the location of the treasury. If you nod, I will fetch everything right away." The Taoist, sensing the youth's silence, felt a pang of dread and continued to plead, disregarding everything else for the sake of his life. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly. As if tempted by the proposal, the golden light around him gradually dimming. The old man, sensing hope, began to speak again, but Han Li abruptly raised his hand, grasping at the air, and a mass of black mist erupted from his shadow, slamming into the Taoist's face. "Please spare me." The old man was seized by panic as he examined his internal condition, finding nothing amiss, which only deepened his fear. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you. For now, consider this a taste of your own medicine. With a mere thought, this black essence will explode within you, and I trust you understand the consequences. Moreover, I have recalled everything. My surname is not Liu, but Han." Han Li spoke indifferently, his previously enlarged form reverting to its normal size. The scales on his body rapidly receding. The Taoist's face drained of color, yet upon hearing that Han Li would not kill him immediately, he felt a slight relief, repeatedly affirming his understanding. Bang! Han Li seized the Taoist by the collar, lifting him effortlessly, while his right index finger pressed against the old man's brow. Black light emanating from the tip and sinking into the Taoist's forehead. "Esteemed senior." The white-clad Taoist was gripped by terror, fearing a betrayal. But before he could finish, his expression turned blank. Han Li pressed his lips together, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his complexion paling. Moments passed before he exhaled slowly, his finger twitching, causing the black light to dissipate. The Taoist's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Han Li cast him aside, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, though his brow furrowed, his expression fluctuating. Just moments ago, he had employed the soul-searching technique and gleaned the information he sought from the white-clad Taoist. Han Li's gaze shifted to the similarly unconscious Lulu, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. The golden rope binding her had lost its magic, but she remained ensnared within a black barrier. In a flash, he appeared beside Lulu, waving his hand to unleash a tremendous, invisible force that shattered the black barrier. Gazing at the girl's battered body, Han Li sighed, hesitating momentarily before forming a hand seal and expelling a thin stream of azure mist into her body. Lulua's pallid complexion quickly regained a hint of color, her wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "My dear girl, you have endured much these past years," Hanli murmured softly, before moving to the white-clad Taoist. Seizing his storage bag and tearing it apart, spilling a multitude of items onto the ground. Most of these items consist of materials, but there are also some elixirs. Hanli examined them meticulously and casually selected 2 vials, each containing a blue and a red elixir, which he carefully administered to Lulier. A virtual dynamic 3D representation of Han Li has been launched, and in the future, there will also be 3D representations of Nangong Wan, Ziling, the Crying Soul Beast, and the Gold-Devouring Insect, among others. Chapter 13. The Demon Light. Hanli observed the gentle rise and fall of Lulua's chest as her breath gradually steadied. Only then did he settle back into a meditative position. He reached into his clothing and, after a moment of searching, retrieved the ornament that had long hung around his neck, a slender, pale green vial. The surface of the small bottle was adorned with intricate, leaf-like patterns in a deep green hue, vividly lifelike and exquisitely crafted. Hanli caressed the bottle with his fingers, feeling a familiar, subtle texture that stirred his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, his expression suddenly darkened. He stowed the vial away and murmured the words "Demon Light." The cave fell into a profound stillness, with not a hint of movement, save for the echo of Han Li's voice reverberating within. Moments later, the shadow cast before him began to twist and elongate. With a sudden rustle, a dark figure emerged from the distorted shadow, gradually taking shape. Clad in a black robe, the figure's skin was as dark as ink, and its visage bore a striking resemblance to Han Li. Its unbound black hair cascaded freely, exuding an indistinct aura of decay. "Taoist Han, it has been a long time," the figure said, its gaze fixed on Han Li, flat and mechanical. "What has transpired, Demon Light? Why do you appear in this manner?" Han Li pressed, his brow furrowed in concern. "I do not know. I awakened not long after you, only to find my essence nearly extinguished, leaving behind but a remnant of my soul. Due to the celestial demon contract, I am bound to hide within your shadow. Unless you summon me or are threatened, I cannot manifest before others." The dark-skinned man replied monotonously. "Do you recall any events from before our slumber?" Han Li pondered for a moment before inquiring further. "I remember everything leading up to your ascension clearly. However, after your ascent, I only recall you departing the flying immortal platform alongside that celestial being named Gao Sheng. After that, my memories fade into oblivion," the figure answered slowly. "Indeed, it seems our recollections halt at the moment we left the flying immortal platform. To uncover the truth of our plight, we must locate Gao Sheng. Yet our current situation is not promising. According to the soul retrieval information, we now find ourselves in a lower realm called Linghuan within the North Ming celestial domain, and we have lost 300 years of memories," Han Li stated, his gaze flickering with concern. "This is indeed dire. What are your plans, friend?" the figure known as Demon Light asked, appearing somewhat dazed. "Though you are left with but a remnant of your soul, you were once a formidable entity from beyond, and surely some of your powers remain?" Han Li countered, raising an eyebrow. "My current powers have diminished to a mere fraction of their former glory. I have lost most of my abilities and can only perform some low-level secret arts," Demon Light lamented. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a slight relief. "This is far better than I had anticipated. In truth, my own situation is hardly better. I discovered that I have lost all my treasures and elixirs. My remaining power is scant, and my soul and body have suffered significant injuries, barely amounting to a tenth of my peak. Fortunately, I have awakened, and with suitable spiritual herbs for recuperation, I should recover swiftly. Moreover, while I can sense the presence of the Crab Taoist and the Golden Devourer King through our soul contract, I remain unaware of their specific whereabouts and can only seek to find them later. Thus, it seems you are in quite a predicament. To find Gao Sheng, we must first return to the North Ming celestial domain. If memory serves me right, ascending from a lower realm to the celestial realm is indeed easier from here. Yet it still requires the flying immortal platform for guidance, along with immense power to breach the realms," Demon Light mused thoughtfully. "Returning to the celestial realm can wait. We have time to deliberate. However, one thing is certain. Whoever is responsible for my current plight shall face my reckoning upon my return," Han Li replied calmly, his demeanor unwavering. Demon Light chose not to respond further. "Do you still wish to accompany me, Han? As you can see, my situation is dire. Should you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you. Why test my resolve? Though I am but a remnant of my former self, the celestial demon contract remains intact, binding me more tightly than ever. Given my current circumstances, departing from you would only heighten my peril," Demon Light replied mechanically. "Very well, since you've expressed such sentiments. I shall ensure you are well treated. Once I restore my former powers, I will endeavor to restore your soul and spirit, Han Li assured, finally revealing a smile. Let Han Daoist lead the way. I cannot remain in the open for long. I must retreat to recuperate. Demon Light stated calmly before his form blurred and dissipated into a cloud of black mist, merging with Han Li's shadow on the ground until he vanished completely. Han Li exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the still sleeping Lu Lur before gradually closing his eyes to meditate. After a short while, Lu Lur awoke from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Han Li seated beside her in quiet meditation, while the once threatening elder stood nearby, his expression one of trepidation. You're awake at that moment. Han Li opened his eyes and smiled warmly. Lu Lua froze, locking her gaze onto Han Li's eyes, her expression a mix of emotions. After a moment, she murmured, Brother Shurtu, ye are well again, Lur. My name is Han Li. You may call me Brother Han from now on. Han Li replied gently. Han, Brother Han. Lu Lua's countenance shifted several times before she reluctantly uttered the words, her heart heavy. The tall youth before her now felt somewhat unfamiliar. Han Li noticed her emotional turmoil and a gentle smile graced his lips. Fear not. Although I have awakened, I still vividly remember the events of these past few years. I remain your brother Shurtu, and that will never change. The girl's heart soared at his words, tears glistening in her eyes. She called out, Brother Shurtu, before throwing herself into Han Li's embrace, unable to contain her emotions. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time for explanations. When the opportunity arises, I will share everything with you, Han Li said affectionately, ruffling her hair tenderly. Lu Lua nodded appreciatively, refraining from further inquiries. However, she cast a glance at the nervous elder standing nearby, her expression tinged with suspicion. A virtual dynamic 3D image of Han Li has been released. Future releases will include 3D images of Nangong Wan, Ziling, the Crying Soul Beast, and the Golden Devourer. Chapter 14. The transformation by Shur had become one of their own, and even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare to make a move against you again. Han Li stood up and said with a smile, casting a glance at the real by Shur with an intent yet casual air. The old Taoist trembled slightly, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, his back drenched in cold sweat. Seeing this, Lu Lur finally relaxed her expression. Let us go outside, Han Li said, taking Lu Lur's delicate hand in his own as they approached the stone door of the hidden chamber within the rockery. He raised a hand to press against the stone door. Just as he was about to push it open, his movement suddenly paused and his brow furrowed. Lu Lur sensed the subtle change in Han Li and looked up at him, confusion flickering in her eyes. What a coincidence! Han Li chuckled before decisively pushing the stone door open and stepping out. The sky outside was dim, indicating that night had fallen. However, from the small island, the entire Yu residence was ablaze with fire, resembling broad daylight. Chilling cries of battle echoed from the front courtyard, interspersed with the thunderous sounds of massive explosions. Thick plumes of smoke rose throughout the Yu residence, twisting skyward like formidable black-gray dragons. Even on the island where Han Li and the others stood, distanced from the gathering of the Yu family, the air was saturated with an exceptionally heavy scent of blood. What is happening? Lu Lur gazed at the fiery chaos of the Yu residence, her face a mask of disbelief. By Shur, do you know what is going on? Han Li inquired nonchalantly. The younger generation is also unaware of the situation. Perhaps the enemies of the Yu family have come calling. By Shur replied hesitantly, casting a respectful glance at Han Li, as if to suggest he should take charge. Han Li glanced at Lu Lur beside him, noticing her gaze directed at him. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Regardless of the circumstances, having regained my senses, I owe this Mischie a debt of gratitude and cannot simply walk away. Let us take a look. With that, the three of them exited the Taoist temple, descended the mountain, and hurried towards the front courtyard of the Yu residence along the stone bridge. As they drew nearer, the battle cries grew clearer, and upon reaching the arched entrance, a horrific scene unfolded before their eyes. Inside the courtyard beyond the archway lay a gruesome heap of mangled corpses, many dressed in the attire of the Prime Minister's guards, with only a few clad in dark, stealthy garments. The courtyard was illuminated by flames, and in one corner near the front courtyard, a semicircular white light barrier had been erected, keeping a dozen black-clad figures at bay. At that moment, a massive spiral fire spear, the thickness of an adult's arm, soared high above the dark-clad individuals, then suddenly twisted downward, spiraling like a fiery dragon as it plummeted. With a resounding crash, the spiral fire spear struck the light barrier, causing the already tenuous glow to dissipate, and with a sharp crack, it shattered completely. Kill, a deep voice commanded. The black-clad figures immediately brandished their weapons, pressing forward towards the corner. Save them, Hanli uttered softly. Without hesitation, Baishur stepped into the courtyard, opened his mouth wide, and a stream of black light erupted from his lips. The serpentine flying sword flashed ominously in the air and swiftly descended upon the heads of the black-clad figures. A sharp clang resonated as the flying sword trembled violently, unleashing dozens of serpentine black sword chi that shot downwards. The courtyard erupted in a cacophony of splattering sounds as anguished cries filled the air. Among the dozen black-clad figures, only one short-bearded man managed to roll away in time, while the rest perished on the spot. "Who goes there?" the short-bearded man shouted. Baishur paid him no mind, simply gesturing with his hand. The flying sword hovering in midair dove straight for the chest of the short-bearded man. The man's expression shifted as he reflexively waved his sleeve, producing a small blue shield that expanded to block his front. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, causing the spiral fire spear to swell violently as it charged towards the black flying sword. With a thunderous bang, flames erupted in the air as the spiral fire spear exploded into fragments, showering the ground with fire. Meanwhile, the black flying sword pierced through the short-bearded man's chest, the blue shield crumpling like paper under its force, proving utterly ineffective. "Core formation cultivator," the short-bearded man gasped, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Baishur summoned the flying sword back, disdainfully remarking, "A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to challenge me." Before he could finish, he abruptly fell silent, casting a wary glance at Hanli behind him. Hanli remained unfazed, leading Lu Lier to the corner of the courtyard where two figures huddled. One was a young man in a blood-stained green robe, his hair disheveled. Though he possessed foundation establishment cultivation, he appeared weak and on the verge of collapse. Behind him, a young maid dressed in servant attire trembled, her body splattered with blood, too frightened to lift her head. "Sister Xiaowu?" Lu Lier froze upon recognizing the maid's face, but quickly called out tentatively. The maid stiffened, slowly peeking out from behind the young man. Upon seeing Lu Lier, she burst into tears. Lu Lier hurried forward to support her. The young man took a moment to gather himself before rising with great effort, turning to Baishur with a pained expression. "Master, please, quickly save Miss Qi." Baishur was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as he glanced at Hanli. "Where's Miss Qi?" Hanli inquired calmly. The young man, clearly unaware of Hanli's identity, hesitated before answering. "When Xiaowu and I came to Lake Heart Island for help, Miss Qi and the others were protected by several other guardians in the main residence. However, the enemy is ferocious, and they may not hold out for much longer. You stay here to recover. Xiaowu, you know the layout of the U residence best. Lead the way." Hanli instructed with a casual authority. Xiaowu, reassured by Lu Lier's comforting words, halted her sobs and looked at Hanli in confusion. She could hardly comprehend how the previously dazed young man had suddenly taken charge. The young man shared her astonishment, realizing that Hanli was now the leader among them, while Baishur, once esteemed in the U residence, now seemed to follow Hanli's lead. "All right, follow me," Xiaowu instinctively nodded, steadying her nerves before sprinting toward the front courtyard, with Hanli and the others trailing behind. The U residence had been under attack for some time, and the front courtyard was strewn with corpses, comprising both guards and servants. The black-clad assailants were evidently intent on exterminating the entire U family. Lu Lier was horrified as she witnessed the carnage. Though she had been exposed to the cruelty of humanity before, the scene before her once again reshaped her understanding of the human race. Along the way, they encountered several groups of black-clad figures, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by Baishur. Occasionally, they would face a leading cultivator, but most were merely at the foundation establishment level, posing no challenge to Baishur. Thus, the four of them traversed the halls and corridors, making their way toward the main residence. A virtual dynamic 3D representation of Hanli has been unveiled. Respond promptly to witness the astonishing scene of Hanli. In the future, there will also be 3D representations of characters such as Nangong Wan, Ziling, the Crying Soul Beast, and the Golden Devouring Insect. Chapter 15. The token the once vibrant estate of the Yu family lay in ruins, transformed into a desolate landscape of crumbling walls and shattered dreams. Everywhere one looked, lifeless bodies littered the ground, a gruesome testament to the violence that had transpired. Blood pooled abundantly, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of carnage, inducing waves of nausea in those who inhaled. The remaining survivors of the Yu family, numbering barely 20, had gathered here, a mix of the elderly and the young, including Miss Yu Qi and young Master Yuer among them. Expressions of fear marred their faces, while several noble women trembled uncontrollably. Only a few, including Miss Yu Qi, managed to maintain a semblance of composure amidst the chaos. The encroaching black-clad figures were numerous, nearly 30 in total, encircling the Yu family like a vice. These assailants formed small groups, each wielding various magical artifacts, revealing their identities as cultivators. Fortunately, several other protectors of the Yu family had finally arrived, providing much-needed defense for the beleaguered clan. The Yu family, after all, was associated with the Prime Minister's estate of Phone Kingdom, and their guardians possessed formidable strength. Among them was a middle-aged cultivator in a crimson robe, his pockmarked face and stocky stature belied by the overwhelming aura of power emanating from him. A crimson fire orb floated above his head, surrounded by swirling fireballs, exuding an impressive presence of a core formation cultivator. Two other guardians, a man and a woman, though less powerful than their leader, displayed considerable prowess. The woman, a striking figure with a scar across her delicate features, stood beside a tall, gaunt man with sunken eyes. The final protector, an elderly man with rough hands and darkened skin, resembled a peasant, positioned slightly behind the others. Despite the presence of a core formation cultivator, they were merely 4 against the surrounding black-clad adversaries, and their attention was divided in protecting the Yu family, resulting in a tense standoff. This cannot continue. You must protect Miss Qi and seize the opportunity to break through. The crimson-robed man commanded angrily after receiving no response from the black-clad foes. He then performed a series of hand seals, unleashing a surge of red light that surged into the fire orb above him. Instantly, the fire orb began to spin rapidly, becoming a blur. With a series of explosive sounds, numerous massive fireballs shot forth, coalescing into a formidable fire dragon, stretching over 10 feet in length. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon, its scales glowing fiercely, lunged towards the nearest group of black-clad assailants. The initial team was caught off guard, flung away by the dragon's attack, with 2 of them reduced to ashes. The dragon's tail lashed out violently, sending a wave of fire through the crowd, prompting many to retreat hastily. However, the black-clad cultivators quickly regained their composure and unleashed a torrent of magical artifacts and spells upon the fire dragon. Though the dragon swayed under the barrage, it remained undeterred, continuing its rampage, resulting in numerous casualties among the attackers. Move! The crimson-robed cultivator shouted to his companions. Just then, a swift and indistinct black light shot forth, akin to a bolt of lightning, striking the fire dragon's abdomen. A black arrow, inscribed with dark runes, penetrated the dragon's body. The moment the runes flared with ominous energy, an explosive force erupted, creating a massive cloud of red-black smoke that shook the ground beneath. A gaping hole was blasted into the dragon's midsection, causing its flames to flicker wildly. The crimson-robed cultivator and his remaining companions gasped in shock. From the entrance, a black-clad figure emerged, wielding a pitch-black longbow, surrounded by dark energy, revealing himself as a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Behind him, 4 more black-clad figures followed suit, all similarly armed and poised to strike. With a flurry of arrows, the black-clad archers released their projectiles into the night sky, tracing chilling arcs like a tempest. The crimson-robed cultivator hastily directed the fire dragon to evade, but its immense size hindered its movement. Although he managed to evade 1 arrow, the remaining 3 found their mark, resulting in another series of explosive detonations that left the dragon in tatters, unable to maintain its form as it disintegrated into a storm of crimson embers. The crimson-robed cultivator staggered, barely maintaining his footing. In that instant, a piercing wail echoed, and a blinding white light shot forth from the shadows, moving faster than the arrows. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Startled, the cultivator sent the fire orb hurtling toward the white light, while he himself retreated, launching a blue sword and a red spear in a desperate attempt to intercept. The white light revealed itself to be a 3-foot-long bone blade, shrouded in ominous winds. As it resonated ominously, tendrils of dark energy enveloped the fire orb, blue sword, and red spear, sapping their power and rendering them sluggish. With a swift motion, the bone blade sliced through the artifacts, appearing suddenly near the crimson-robed cultivator's head, striking with lightning speed. A chilling scream escaped the cultivator's lips before abruptly ceasing, his head rolling away as a geyser of blood erupted, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The crimson-robed man, the Yu family members gasped in horror. The 3 guardians were equally astonished, retreating in trepidation, unsure of how to respond. From the shadows emerged a young man exuding an aura of malevolence. The very figure who had lurked in the shadows of Mingyuan City, though his gray-clad companion was absent. The black-clad figures immediately ceased their actions, bowing in deference to the young man. With a mere gesture, he summoned the bone blade back to him, collecting the 3 artifacts that belonged to the fallen cultivator as well. Casting a dismissive glance over the artifacts, he turned his icy gaze upon the Yu family. Kill them all. Leave not a single survivor. Yes. The black-clad figures responded in unison, advancing menacingly. The women and children of the Yu estate erupted into cries of despair, some collapsing in shock, while others succumbed to sheer terror. Wait. A melodious voice rang out, and Miss Yuchi stepped forward, now dressed in male attire, though her delicate features remained evident. It is you, the malevolent young man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with depravity as they roamed over her form. Yuchi's face was pale, yet she summoned her courage, holding aloft a purple-gold token emblazoned with a vivid flame design. Who are you to dare commit such atrocities against the Yu household? Do you not fear the wrath of the Cold Flame sect? Chapter 16. Despair. The token was indeed the summoning token of the Cold Flame sect. It is said that the title of the most beautiful woman in Mingyuan City, held by the 7th Miss, had been a source of my admiration for a long time. Today, upon seeing her, she truly resembled a jade beauty. The sinister young man's gaze fell upon the purple gold token, and a smirk crept across his face as he turned his attention back to the 7th Miss, a flicker of curious astonishment crossing his features. I do not care who you are. Leave the Yu residence at once, or you shall be openly opposing the Cold Flame sect. The 7th Miss felt a surge of confidence upon realizing that the other party had recognized the token in her hand. 7th Miss, it seems you have caught the attention of the Cold Flame sect. The 3 black-clad women, who were originally planning to remain uninvolved, suddenly felt invigorated by this revelation. The members of the Yu family also ignited with a glimmer of hope. Haha, is the Cold Flame sect truly so formidable? The sinister young man suddenly burst into a wild laugh. How dare you belittle the Cold Flame sect? The 7th Miss's expression darkened as she exclaimed sharply. Belittle? Do not forget, you are not even an official disciple of the Cold Flame sect. You merely possess a summoning token. Even if you were, what of it? The sinister young man scoffed, producing a black token that was similar in size to the purple gold one in the 7th Miss's hand, its surface engraved with a silver skull. This is the inner disciple token of the Heavenly Ghost sect. You are from the Heavenly Ghost sect. The 7th Miss's complexion shifted alarmingly. The Heavenly Ghost sect. A rival of the Cold Flame sect. The 3 black-clad women gasped in shock, exchanging glances before falling silent. Even if you are a disciple of the Heavenly Ghost sect, Foam Country is under the dominion of the Cold Flame sect. Are you intending to provoke a war between the 2 sects by invading recklessly? The 7th Miss's face paled slightly as if she recalled something. Hiki, the 7th Miss is indeed articulate. However, you have made an error. Let me enlighten you. The Cold Flame sect was defeated in the last competition with our sect and relinquished control over Foam Country. Now, the entire Foam Country is under the influence of our Heavenly Ghost sect, the sinister young man declared with a cruel smile. Upon hearing this, the 7th Miss felt as though struck by lightning, rendering her completely dazed. The 3 black-clad women from the Yu family also displayed shock, instinctively retreating and distancing themselves from the Yu family members. The Yu family's expressions darkened as despair settled in their hearts. Though they were not well versed in the affairs of the cultivation world, they grasped the general situation from the exchange between the 7th Miss and the sinister young man. There is one more thing I forgot to mention, which I believe the 7th Miss would find quite intriguing. A strange glimmer appeared in the eyes of the sinister young man, his lips curving into a sinister smile. What is it? The 7th Miss felt her heart sink, vaguely sensing that what the sinister young man was about to reveal was no good news, yet she could not help but inquire. The royal family of Foam Country and some ministers dared to defy the orders of our Heavenly Ghost sect. After they were captured, they were sentenced for treason and executed publicly in Fongjing just yesterday. Among them, it seems, are your father, the Prime Minister, and his 2 sons, who are also officials. The sinister young man stated, locking his gaze onto the 7th Miss with deliberate clarity. Father, eldest brother, 3rd brother. The 7th Miss's vision darkened, her body swaying before collapsing to the ground, the token slipping from her grasp with a dull thud. The members of the Yu family, upon hearing this, were engulfed in despair. The noble women could no longer contain their grief, collapsing to the ground weeping. Just moments ago, they were esteemed figures of the Prime Minister's household, revered by society, only to find themselves in the throes of calamity, their family shattered, reduced to mere prey upon the butcher's block. Ha ha. The sinister young man, witnessing the 7th Miss's expression, flushed with a morbid excitement, cackling uncontrollably, reveling in her despair. For him, Pushing someone into the depths of hopelessness and then savoring their breakdown was a most delightful pastime. After a fit of laughter, the sinister young man's exhilaration waned. And with a wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Kill them all, but leave the seventh miss alive." The surrounding black-clad individuals responded in unison, grinning wickedly as they approached the Yu family. The three black-clad women had already bowed their heads, retreating to the side, seemingly seeking an opportunity to escape. The sinister young man, seeing this, smiled triumphantly and made no attempt to stop them. Indeed, Qishao has a discerning eye, though this girl has yet to cultivate. The fact that she was directly given a summoning token by the Cold Flame sect suggests her potential is remarkable. She would make an excellent vessel for you. A black-clad man sidled up to the sinister young man, ingratiatingly flattering him. Upon hearing this, the sinister young man broke into another bout of laughter. Yet, the seventh miss, feeling a tremor run through her body, regained clarity in her gaze. A flicker of resolve crossed her face as her left hand brushed her waist, producing a gleaming dagger that she thrust toward her heart. The sinister young man's smile faltered, clearly taken aback by her fierce spirit. He attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Swish! A sound cut through the air as a gust of sharp wind shot toward the dagger in the seventh miss's hand. With a clang, the dagger was knocked from her grasp and fell to the ground. Whoosh! More sharp winds followed, aimed at the black-clad assailants intent on slaughtering the Yu family. A series of anguished cries erupted as the fierce wind struck, sending several black-clad individuals reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. The remaining assailants were immediately taken aback, halting their advance. "Who goes there?" The sinister young man bellowed, swiftly turning to face a nearby intersection. The others followed his gaze. Footsteps echoed as several figures emerged from the shadows. It was Hanli and the Taoist master by Shi, among others. The sinister young man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomers. But his gaze lingered briefly on Hanli before swiftly shifting to the Taoist master by Shi. "Taoist by Shi, save us." The Yu family, once resigned to despair, now clung to a semblance of hope at the sight of the Golden Core cultivator's arrival. "Miss." Xiaowu disregarded the surrounding black-clad individuals as she rushed to support the 7th Mississippi Xiaowu. The 7th Miss cast a complex look toward the elder Taoist. Although Taoist by Shi was a Golden Core expert, the figure in the red robe who had just been slain was also a Golden Core cultivator, easily dispatched by the sinister young man. The 7th Miss feared that even by Shi would not be able to contend with the enemy before them. Her gaze flickered, finally resting on Hanli. His appearance had not changed, but his eyes were now devoid of confusion, radiating a calm demeanor. "You are by Shi, the Taoist?" "Humph. I advise you, if you value your life, do not meddle in this affair." The sinister young man fixed his gaze on Taoist by Shi, a dark aura swelling around him, a tremendous pressure suddenly engulfing the scene. The earlier fierce winds had been formidable, yet they seemed to materialize from thin air. Despite the sinister young man's extensive experience, he could not fathom the nature of that wind, and a hint of trepidation flickered within him as he released his spiritual pressure, aiming to intimidate by Shi into retreat. Taoist by Shi felt a tremor run through his body, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. The sinister young man's pressure was formidable, reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while he himself was merely at the early stage of the Golden Core. He was far from being this man's match, and he discreetly glanced at Hanli. He clearly understood that the earlier winds had merely been a casual flick of the fingers from the senior Han. Feeling a chill in his heart, Taoist by Shi made a resolute decision, proclaiming with righteous indignation, "Humph. As a protector of the Yu residents, how could I stand idly by while you commit such heinous acts? Your audacity is utterly intolerable." The sinister young man's face twisted with fury as he retorted, "Very well. If you seek death, then die together with them." As soon as the words fell, he raised his hand, and a white bone dagger shot forth, cleaving towards the White Stone Master. Simultaneously, the incantation in his hand shifted, and the bone dagger erupted with a brilliant expanse of white light, within which emerged ethereal, snow-white skulls, their mournful wails resounding incessantly, exuding tremendous power. A virtual dynamic 3D likeness of Hanli has been launched. In the future, there will also be 3D representations of Nangong Wan, Ziling, the Wailing Beast, the Golden Devouring Insect, and others. Chapter 17, The Annihilation of the Two Repairs Beware. Esteemed cultivator, that bone knife is exceedingly formidable. It was the very instrument of death for the man in the red robe. The 7th Miss raised her voice in warning. The White Stone Taoist, witnessing the overwhelming might of the bone knife, was greatly taken aback. Upon hearing the seventh Miss's words, his complexion changed dramatically. However, thinking of Han Li, he gritted his teeth and spat out a snake-shaped flying sword, hastily channeling his technique. With a sharp hiss, the sword emanated a brilliant black light, coiling around the bone knife like a massive black python. The malevolent youth smirked coldly, altering his hand gestures before pointing decisively. The blade of the bone knife surged with light, twisting ferociously. The black sword light shattered with a resounding bang, scattering the snake-shaped flying sword into several fragments. The white stone Taoist waved his hands urgently, launching a copper coin-shaped azure shield to intercept the attack. The bone knife's radiance dimmed slightly, yet its ferocity remained undiminished as it ruthlessly cleaved the azure shield in two. With a momentary pause, the knife's light surged once more, continuing its deadly advance toward the old Taoist. Startled, the old man took advantage of the distraction to evade and hide behind Han Li. Had it been before? Even if he were to find himself outmatched by the malevolent youth, he could have still managed to hold his ground for a while. However, now, his precious magical artifacts had been nearly destroyed during his earlier confrontation with Han Li, leaving him utterly powerless against the bone knife. In an instant, the blade's light flashed and appeared before Han Li, icy and menacing, intent on severing both him and the white stone Taoist in half. Predecessor. The white stone Taoist gasped. At that moment, Han Li's expression remained unfazed. However, in the next instant, he raised one hand, and a golden halo flickered, revealing a series of golden scales. His fingers shot out like lightning. With a crisp sound, the dazzling knife light and the wailing sounds abruptly vanished, transforming into a handful of grayish-white short blades that Han Li grasped firmly in his hand. They wriggled like small fish, desperately trying to escape, but to no avail. Impossible. The malevolent youth's eyes bulged in disbelief. This bone knife, seemingly ordinary, was actually a replica crafted by his ancestors from countless precious materials. Modeled after the sect's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Ghost Blade. Its power was immense, and even a late-stage core formation expert would hesitate to test its edge. Yet now, it was captured by mere flesh and blood. The onlookers were left stunned, their mouths agape. Lucifer. The seventh Miss's charming face reflected shock, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at Han Li. The white stone Taoist, equally dazed, had anticipated that Han Li might be capable of blocking the bone knife, but he had never imagined it would be such an effortless grasp. How formidable is this Han predecessor's strength? Amidst his astonishment, he felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, during their earlier confrontation, Han Li had refrained from using excessive force. Otherwise, he would not have survived this encounter. Lu Luer, while her small face radiated excitement, did not seem overly surprised. In her eyes, Brother Stone was inherently remarkable, and nothing he did could be deemed strange. It has been quite some time since I encountered such a low-tier, evil treasure, Han Li remarked as he glanced at the object in his hand. With a calm demeanor, he suddenly closed his fingers. With a resounding explosion, the miniature bone knife was obliterated, disintegrating into countless specks of gray light that scattered across the ground. No. The malevolent youth's face blanched instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This knife was his life-esque treasure. Its destruction felt akin to severing his own arm. You dare to destroy my prized possession? Then prepare to pay with your life. The youth's eyes burned with malice as he formed a hand seal, unleashing waves of black mist that coalesced into a dark cloud, within which countless indistinct ghostly figures flickered ominously. Not only that, the malevolent youth swiftly struck his chest 3 times, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood. With each expulsion, his complexion grew paler until, after the third, he resembled a sheet of paper, devoid of any color. The essence blood transformed into thick crimson mist upon contact with the air, merging into the dark cloud. Instantly, the cloud morphed into a blood-red mass, roiling violently and expanding several times, the indistinct ghostly figures within solidifying, emitting chilling roars. The malevolent youth shrank back, vanishing silently into the blood cloud. Although the events transpired swiftly, they unfolded in the blink of an eye. The entire estate plunged into an icy chill as the blood cloud appeared, the temperature dropping sharply. Even the white stone Taoist, with his cultivation, felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily activated a white glowing jade pendant, shielding himself, and the nearby Lu Luer within its protective embrace, retreating swiftly. The surrounding black-clad individuals, along with the remaining members of the Yu family and the 3 attendants, turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lu Luer felt a sudden chill envelop her, but almost immediately, warmth followed as a misty white light shielded her. It was the white stone Taoist, who had appeared beside her, activating a white glowing jade pendant to protect them both. Seeing the girl glance over, the old Taoist offered her a reassuring smile, before retreating several meters back while safeguarding her. Hanli, observing the blood cloud above, bore a peculiar expression before suddenly thrusting a fist into the air at a nearby empty space. With a resounding crash, a faint, ghostly figure was propelled from the rippling void, only to emit a mournful cry before disintegrating into gray mist. However, at that moment, Han Li's surroundings erupted with hissing sounds as several black chains shot forth like venomous serpents, binding him tightly. From another nearby spot, a gray-clad man emerged silently. The very same companion who had appeared with the malevolent youth in Mingyuan City. The aura radiating from this man surpassed that of the malevolent youth. Yet his entire form was shrouded by a black ghostly shadow, appearing as if he had merged with it. His body was semi-transparent, seemingly capable of vanishing into the void at any moment. Haha, Brother Fan has arrived just in time. Let us eliminate this fellow together. The malevolent youth's maniacal laughter echoed from within the blood cloud, followed by him chanting incantations. A foul wind surged as the blood cloud rolled forth like a tidal wave. Hanli remained expressionless, standing motionless as the blood cloud enveloped him entirely. The ghostly figures within the blood cloud glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, baring their fangs as they lunged at Hanli, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. The malevolent youth reveled in this sight. These blood souls had been refined through a special secret technique, existing between spiritual and physical forms, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. Once ensnared, they would cling to their prey like a parasite, leading only to a slow demise. Whoever you are, dare to oppose my heavenly ghost sect, and I will ensure your soul is obliterated. The gray-clad man, astonished that Hanli had anticipated his previous ghostly creature's ambush, now spoke with a cruel expression. He swiftly flickered into the blood cloud above Hanli, clapping his hands as two gigantic black ghostly claws materialized, their tips swirling with a ghostly green light, exuding a noxious stench as they descended menacingly. Brother Luluer, witnessing this scene, was about to rush forward recklessly. Do not go. Hanli, esteemed predecessor, possesses great power and will surely find a way to extricate himself. The white stone Taoist exclaimed, firmly grasping Luluer. Though he spoke with conviction, anxiety gnawed at him. Another formidable adversary had arrived, seemingly more troublesome than the first. He wondered if Hanli could truly handle this situation. In the distance, the seventh miss and the three attendants displayed expressions of alarm, their hearts racing. Yet Hanli merely chuckled softly, making no visible movement. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within him, causing his form to swell significantly as golden scales appeared on his surface. With a sudden crack, he merely shrugged his shoulders, and the black chains entwined around him instantly shattered into fragments. With a flicker of his arms, a multitude of golden fist shadows emerged, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught upon the surroundings. The resounding thuds echoed relentlessly. The dark claws, upon making contact with the golden fist shadows, crumbled with a sound as fragile as shattered porcelain. The man in gray was struck countless times by these fist shadows, his own dark spectral form disintegrating, sending him hurtling through the air like a tattered sack, his body a gruesome mess as he crashed to the ground, his flesh and spirit obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace of life behind. Simultaneously, the entire blood cloud, along with the spectral figures within, was swept away by the golden fist shadows, revealing the silhouette of the malevolent youth amidst a thunderous roar. He stood there, momentarily paralyzed, but upon meeting Hanli's icy gaze, he shuddered and, without a word, altered his incantation, summoning a vast expanse of black clouds that surged forth as he turned to flee into the distance. Observing this, Hanli narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and then exhaled forcefully. With a swift sound, a beam of white light shot from his mouth, vanishing into the black clouds in an instant. A piercing scream echoed, and suddenly the black clouds erupted violently, revealing the body of the malevolent youth, his forehead bearing a crimson hole, plummeting from the sky. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. One could hear a pin drop. Sword Cultivator. A faint voice broke the stillness, its source unknown. Chapter 18. Request in a mere span of 2 or 3 breaths. The sudden appearance of the gray-clad man and the assault by the malevolent youth on Hanli culminated in a swift counterattack, resulting in the demise of both assailants. The ease with which these two arrogant core formation cultivators fell left all present, including the members of the Yu family and the black-clad individuals, utterly astonished. Particularly striking was the last beam of white light that Hanli emitted, which effortlessly struck down the fleeing malevolent youth in an instant. A cry of Sword Cultivator. from an unknown source sent shivers through the Black-clad group, prompting them to hastily summon their magical artifacts and flee from the Yu residence as if possessed by fear. It is well known that in the Linghuan realm, sword cultivators can easily overpower their peers of the same rank, coupled with the swift lethality of flying swords that can kill without a trace. If they did not depart now, they would find it impossible to escape later. In that moment, the courtyard of the Yu residence erupted into a dazzling display of magical lights as dozens of flying swords ascended skyward, dispersing in all directions. Han Li paid no heed to these fleeing figures, merely casting a glance at the remains of the malevolent youth, his brow slightly furrowing as a contemplative expression crossed his face. This left the Yu family members exchanging glances, none daring to interrupt. While the three remaining black-clad attendants held their breath in trepidation, it was Whitestone Real Man who, after a furtive glance at Han Li and a moment of hesitation, abruptly gestured towards the retreating black-clad cultivators with a sudden flourish of his right hand. A golden rope shot forth like a viper from its lair, coiling midair before swiftly returning. With a resounding thud, a lanky black-clad cultivator was ensnared by the golden rope, crashing to the ground at Han Li's feet. Bound like a dumpling. Spare my life. The black-clad cultivator pleaded, scrambling to his feet and immediately begging for mercy upon seeing Han Li before him. Do you know the Tiangui sect? Han Li inquired, not even glancing at the black-clad man, but turning to Whitestone Real Man. The Tiangui sect, alongside the Lang Yin sect, are among the most formidable sects in the Linghuan realm, Whitestone Real Man replied cautiously, casting a glance at the 7th Mississippi. How many people from the Tiangui sect have been sent to Mingyuan City? Han Li nodded, lowering his gaze to the black-clad man. Reporting to you. Senior, as far as I know, these are the only ones who came to the Yu residence, the black-clad cultivator stammered, struggling to sit upright. However, before he could finish, an icy chill enveloped him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He found himself ensnared by Han Li's gaze, which had suddenly turned frigid. The dark depths of Han Li's eyes appeared vast and unfathomable, like two black whirlpools that threatened to swallow him whole should he dare utter a single lie. This sensation was fleeting, yet it left him covered in a cold sweat, his back drenched. Senior, please calm your anger. Every word I speak is the truth. We are merely outer disciples of the sect, here on orders. I truly do not know if there are others from our sect within the city, the black-clad cultivator implored, attempting to bow his head despite being bound. Ordered to act on his commands? Han Li mused, glancing at the corpse of the malevolent youth in the distance. And who was he? His name is Qi Mingho, an inner disciple of our sect, highly regarded for his talents. He is related to an elder in our sect, and we dare not defy his orders. Had I known there was a senior's protection at the Yu residence, I wouldn't have had the courage to step foot here even with 100 lives, the black-clad cultivator explained, nodding fervently as he continued to plead for mercy. At some point, the 7th Miss had approached, her eyes slightly reddened as she asked, "Is it true what Qi Mingho said? Have my father and the others?" As outer disciples, we were not privy to the affairs of Fengdu, but what I know aligns closely with what Qi Mingho stated, the black-clad cultivator replied, visibly anxious. Upon hearing this, the 7th Miss closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. A fresh wave of sorrow swept through the women and children of the Yu family. Since your Tiangui sect has taken control of Feng Kingdom and the former royal family, why must you annihilate my Yu clan? The 7th Miss asked, her expression pained as she opened her eyes. It is a sect custom to fully dominate Feng Kingdom. Those related to the former royal family and loyal to them will be entirely eradicated, and the Yu family falls into this category. Please, do not blame me for speaking out, but Elder Qi is known for his fierce protection of his kin. Now that his nephew has been slain, he will surely seek vengeance, and we outer disciples will inevitably suffer his wrath. The black-clad cultivator trembled, fear evident on his face. The Yu family was thrown into a state of panic upon hearing this, and the 3 remaining black-clad attendants also appeared markedly unsettled. 7th sister, why are we still discussing this? We must leave quickly. Don't you have a master in the Long Yin sect? Seek her out. She will surely shelter us. The 2nd young master of the Yu family, now bereft of his earlier noble demeanor, implored with tear-streaked cheeks, nearly begging. The 7th Miss ignored him, wiping her tears with her sleeve, and approached Han Li, Lu Yuer, and Whitestone Real Man, bowing respectfully as she expressed, I am profoundly grateful to the 3 of you for saving our lives. Han Li remained silent, accepting her gratitude with composure. Whitestone Real Man merely nodded, offering no further words. 7th Mississippi, Lu Yuer, who had also suffered the loss of her kin, found herself at a loss for words. Wishing to offer comfort, but unsure of what to say, The seventh miss nodded in acknowledgement, forcing a faint smile. Gradually, her expression darkened, her earlier sorrow giving way to a resolute demeanor, as if she had transformed from the seventh miss back into the seventh young master. A flash of white light in her hand revealed a gleaming dagger, the very one Hanli had previously knocked away. Without hesitation, she lunged towards the chest of the black-clad cultivator. "Spare my life," he cried out in anguish as the dagger plunged, burying itself to the hilt. The lifeless body of the black-clad cultivator fell into a pool of blood, convulsing briefly before lying still. The remaining members of the Yu family exchanged glances, stunned. Now that the Yu residence is in ruins, even with the Lung Yin sect as our support, restoration will not be swift. All my family shall accompany me to the Lung Yin sect. Those unwilling to follow may take their share of silver from the treasury and depart. The seventh miss proclaimed with unwavering resolve. The once panicked Yu family members slowly steadied themselves, their quiet sobs ceasing as they found solace in her words. Hanli regarded the seventh miss with newfound respect. "As for the esteemed attendants who risked their lives to protect my family, your deeds are a tremendous favor. If you wish to depart, you may select a few treasures from the estate. However, should you choose to continue escorting us to the Lang Yin sect, I promise further rewards in the future," the seventh miss added, her gaze shifting to the black-clad women. The black-clad women exchanged hesitant glances, their eyes darting between Han Li and Whitestone Real Man observing their uncertainty. The seventh miss turned to Han Li, a realization dawning upon her. With a swift step forward, she offered a deep bow and spoke. "Brother Lu, though I know not the depths of your background, I can see you are a true elder of great stature. Common treasures may not pique your interest. I am willing to offer a precious Jiao Yuan pearl, which has been passed down through generations in my clan, as a reward. I sincerely hope you can escort us to the Cold Flame sect," the seventh miss stated, her gaze fixed firmly on Hanli. "Jiao Yuan pearl." Upon hearing this, Master Baisher raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. However, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Hanli, that fleeting thought was instantly extinguished. "Seventh sister, have you lost your mind? How can you even mention the Jiao Yuan pearl?" The second young master of the Yu family exclaimed in astonishment. "Our family is on the brink of ruin. What is a mere Jiao Yuan pearl worth in comparison? If Brother Lu agrees, I shall retrieve the pearl from the treasury," the seventh miss replied, unfazed, her beautiful eyes unwaveringly fixed on Hanli as she calmly spoke. Chapter 19. The Transformation of a Divine Nephew. The Jiao Yuan pearl, which can assist core formation cultivators in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks, is indeed an extraordinary object. However, I find it unnecessary, so please do not trouble yourself, Miss Seven. Hanli replied, shaking his head. "If Brother Lu has any other requests, please feel free to mention them, as long as they are within reason. I shall certainly fulfill them," Miss Seven said, her expression changing slightly as she bit her lip, still unwilling to give up hope. "That being said, I indeed owe you a favor for my recovery. However, since I prevented you from self-harm and assisted you in eliminating 2 core formation cultivators from the Heavenly Ghost sect, I believe that this debt has been repaid. Under normal circumstances, that would suffice, but I have just awakened and am burdened with my own troubles. So I fear I cannot escort you to the Cold Flame sect," Hanli stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Miss Seven's face fell, but she still held on to the last glimmer of hope, casting a pleading glance at Lu Luer, who hesitated and tugged at Han Li's sleeve as if to speak. Hanli understood her thoughts and gently ruffled her hair before casually glancing towards a certain direction outside the courtyard. He then said calmly, "Do not worry. Even without my assistance, others will step in." Miss Seven was momentarily taken aback, clearly not comprehending the implication of Han Li's words. At that moment, a series of swift, slicing sounds pierced the air from a distance. Startled, everyone from the Yu family, including Miss Seven, turned to look. And even Bai Shi Dao Ran and the black-clad woman quickly readied their magical artifacts. To their astonishment, a succession of dark objects soared through the sky, landing heavily in front of them, rolling a few times on the ground. They were severed human heads, drenched in blood, unmistakably belonging to the black-clad individuals who had fled earlier, their faces twisted in terror. Everyone was taken aback, and Lu Lu had tightened her grip on Han Li's sleeve in fear. Yet, Han Li remained calm, his expression as serene as water, turning his gaze to a certain void. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a white-clad figure emerged, descending gracefully into the courtyard. She was a tall, elegant woman in white, appearing to be in her 30s, exuding a rare and fierce aura. In her hand was a long, black sword, sheath, radiating an unusual intensity. "Master," upon recognizing the newcomer, Miss Seven exclaimed with joy and leaped forward. Dream Han, as long as you are safe, I can rest easy, the white-clad woman said. Taking Miss Seven's hand and gently stroking her hair, her expression softening with a hint of affection. The Yu family members, hearing their exchange, understood she was not an enemy and collectively sighed in relief. Bai Shi Jinren and the others also relaxed their expressions, their gazes drawn to the embroidery on the woman's sleeve, which bore a distinctive flame pattern identical to that on the token Miss Seven had previously produced. Respect filled their faces instantly. Lu Luer appeared somewhat intimidated by the middle-aged woman, retreating slightly behind Han Li, gripping his sleeve tightly. You need not worry while I am here, Han Li said softly, sensing the girl's anxiety. Lu Luer felt reassured and nodded in response. Master, what brings you here? Yu Minghan asked, suppressing the tears welling in her eyes. I heard at the sect that the Heavenly Ghost sect might target the Yu family, so I rushed over immediately. However, I encountered some obstacles along the way and arrived a bit late, but thankfully not too late, the middle-aged woman replied affectionately. This is all thanks to the guardians of the house who fought valiantly to protect it, as well as this brother Lu here, who assisted greatly. Everyone. This is my master. Master, these four are the guardians of the house. This is Lu Shi, the one who eliminated the two core formation cultivators from the Heavenly Ghost sect and saved everyone in the house, Yu Minghan said with a smile. Leading the middle-aged woman towards Han Li and the others, particularly emphasizing Han Li's contribution. Bai Shi Run and the others did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly paid their respects. Miss Seven, my real name is Han Li. Lu Shi is merely a pseudonym, Han Li said, remaining in place and offering a slight smile to Yu Minghan. Oh, so it is Brother Han. Yu Minghan replied with surprise, followed by a smile. I am Gu Yunyu from the Cold Flame sect. Thank you, Dao friend Han, for saving my little disciple's family. May I inquire which sect you hail from? The middle-aged woman's demeanor was indifferent, her gaze sharp as a sword. Bai Shi and the others felt as if they had been pricked by needles, their awe deepening, not daring to breathe. The woman's gaze swept past Bai Shi and Lu Luer, lingering on Han Li, her earlier indifference gradually replaced by a serious expression. Han Li's aura was elusive, and even her divine sense could not penetrate it, which sent a chill down her spine. I belong to no sect. I am merely a wandering cultivator. My earlier actions were simply a reciprocation of the kindness Miss Seven showed me, Han Li replied, his expression calm. With his formidable divine sense, he had discerned that she was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Ah, so Dao friend Han is a wandering cultivator. The woman appeared somewhat surprised. Recognizing that someone capable of slaying two core formation cultivators must possess considerable strength. However, mid-stage nascent soul cultivators were rare among wandering cultivators. Minghan, the Phone Kingdom is now within the territory of the Heavenly Ghost sect. We must not linger here any longer. We must leave immediately, Gu Yunyu stated. Noting Han Li's reluctance to elaborate and nodding at him. Everyone from the Yu family had long wished to depart, and, upon hearing this, their faces lit up with joy. Master, wait. There is something I need to discuss with you, Yu Minghan suddenly said, pulling Gu Yunyu towards the corpse of the sinister young man. Qi Mingho. How did he end up here? The woman gasped, her complexion paling. Master, do you recognize this person? Is his uncle truly an elder of the Heavenly Ghost sect? Yu Minghan asked softly, sensing the shift in Gu Yunyu's expression. Indeed, his uncle, Qi Xian, is an elder of the Heavenly Ghost sect and has attained the transformation stage. He is exceptionally protective of his kin. If he discovers his nephew has been killed, he will surely not let it go easily, Gu Yunyu stated slowly. The transformation stage. Yu Minghan's expression changed dramatically as she gasped. Bai Shi and the others displayed expressions of sheer terror. A cultivator at the transformation stage far surpassed those at the nascent soul level. Even a single finger could crush them. Who killed Qi Mingho? Gu Yunyu inquired, her gaze now fixed on Han Li. At that moment, Han Li leisurely approached the corpse of the gray-clad man nearby, casually picking up a storage bag and examining its contents with apparent disinterest. It was indeed Brother Han who struck down this man, Yu Minghan confirmed with a nod upon witnessing this. The middle-aged woman's complexion shifted multiple times. Master, will Qi Xian be enraged by his nephew's death and take action personally? Yu Minghan asked anxiously. Given Qi Xian's high position in the Heavenly Ghost sect and his numerous descendants, he is unlikely to leave the sect for the sake of a single nephew, at most. He will send disciples to investigate the matter. Gu Yunyu mused for a moment before shaking her head. Yu Minghan's expression relaxed slightly at this. That being said, we cannot afford to be careless. Minghan, you must accompany me immediately. We must return to the Cold Flame sect before Qi Xin's men arrive, Gu Yunyu admonished gravely. Yu Menghan's expression altered slightly. It seemed that the woman intended to take her alone. Master, can my family come with us to the Cold Flame sect? The Yu family members looked at Gu Yunyu expectantly. Bai Shi and several guardians also hoped for the same, glancing at Gu Yunyu with longing. If they could seize this opportunity to join the Cold Flame sect, even as outer disciples, it would be far better than remaining as wandering cultivators, especially after having already offended the Heavenly Ghost sect. Chapter 20. Invitation. No, I cannot remain among mere mortals while being a member of the esteemed Cold Flame sect. The others from the Yu family shall be escorted by these few protectors to the Zik kingdom to temporarily hide away. Gu Yunyu resolutely declined, shaking her head. The Zik kingdom, located to the northeast of the Phone kingdom, still lies within the realm of the Cold Flame sect's influence. The expressions of the Yu family protectors immediately turned to disappointment, yet they dared not voice their dissent in front of Gu Yunyu. The rest of the Yu family members were equally astonished and cast pleading glances toward Yu Menghan. If the Tiangue sect comes after us, won't we be doomed? Seventh sister, now that you've entered the Immortal sect, you cannot abandon us. Young Master Yu, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed loudly. Silence. Yu Menghan's countenance darkened, and she admonished him sharply. Young Master Yu shuddered, swallowing his words. Master, is it truly safe to send them to the Zik kingdom? The Tiangue sect should be able to locate them easily. Yu Menghan expressed her concerns despite scolding young Master Yu. Rest assured, my disciple. According to the rules of the Linghuan realm, as long as you officially become an inner disciple of the Cold Flame sect, the Tiangue sect will not harm your mortal kin. Otherwise, they would violate a significant taboo of this realm. If they dare pursue your relatives, you will have justification to retaliate against the Tiangue sect's disciples in the future, once you have attained sufficient cultivation. Their earlier attack on the Yu family stemmed from their feigned ignorance regarding your possession of our sect's summons. Now that I have officially revealed myself, the situation is vastly different, she stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Yu Menghan's expression softened, and the tension in the hearts of the Yu family eased slightly as they fell silent. Esteemed Masters Wang, Sha, and Lin, I entrust the care of my family to you. Once I have achieved success in my cultivation, I shall not forget your kindness. Yu Menghan bowed respectfully to the three protectors. Seventh Miss, you flatter us. As protectors of the Yu family, it is our duty to escort your kin during this calamity. The black-clad woman and her companions readily affirmed, promising to safeguard the Yu family diligently. Although they could not reach the Cold Flame sect, Yu Menghan would become an inner disciple, which would undoubtedly benefit them in the future. However, a trace of hesitation crossed the face of Master Bai Shi as he instinctively glanced at Hanli. Friend Bai Shi, you have been with the Yu family for so long. It is only fitting that you accompany them. Hanli remarked with a knowing smile as he toyed with the storage pouch. Master Bai Shi finally managed to smile and agreed. Thank you, esteemed four, Yu Menghan said, as if oblivious to the exchange, bowing again to the group. With arrangements made, the Yu family began to gather their treasures and valuables. Hanli casually tucked the storage pouch into his robe and approached the body of the sinister young man, retrieving another storage pouch. He couldn't even be bothered to collect the belongings of the black-clad individuals. Seeing this, Master Bai Shi and the others joyfully began to gather the scattered items. What are your plans next, friend Han? Gu Yunyu inquired as she approached him slowly. My arrival in Mingyuan City was purely coincidental. Now that I have attracted the attention of the Tiangue sect, I must distance myself, Hanli replied nonchalantly. You have stirred up quite a mess. Having slain Qi Mingho, escaping now may not be as simple as you think. Given the Tiangue sect's influence, they will soon trace their inquiries back to you. Gu Yunyu remarked with a chuckle. What do you mean by that, immortal maiden? Hanli inquired, maintaining his composure. If you do not mind, why not join our Cold Flame sect? We have always welcomed strong cultivators among wandering immortals. With your ability to easily slay a core formation cultivator, it is entirely feasible for you to serve as an outer elder of our sect. I would be honored to recommend you. Gu Yunyu gazed intently at Hanli. Indeed, if Brother Han were to join the Cold Flame sect, it would greatly benefit Sister Lur, Yu Menghan added, her interest piqued. Hanli glanced at the girl beside him, pondering deeply. Lur blinked her large, expressive eyes, appearing somewhat bewildered. If I am not mistaken, friend Han's aura appears unstable, suggesting an injury. I happen to possess Awanshi Dan, a renowned healing elixir in the Linghuan realm, Gu Yunyu added meaningfully. For her, the Tiangue sect had lost 2 core formation cultivators in this incident, with ties to a nascent soul cultivator. making it likely that they would face formidable opposition on the way to the Cold Flame sect. The young man before her, though shrouded in mystery, could provide significant assistance if they traveled together. Lure, would you like to accompany me to the Cold Flame sect? Hanli suddenly asked, stroking his chin. Given Gu Yunyu's cultivation, Lure's identity as a fox demon would no longer be concealed. However, having previously interrogated Master Baishur, he learned that despite the deep-seated barriers between humans and demons, it was quite common for high-ranking cultivators to keep demon companions in larger sects, making it acceptable to bring Lu Lure along. I'll follow, brother, Lu Lure replied timidly, glancing at Gu Yunyu and then at Yu Minghan. Fear not. With me around, no one shall dare to bully you. Hanli smiled, gently patting the girl's head. I know my brother will protect me, she nodded vigorously, a bright smile illuminating her face. Then I shall rely on your esteemed self for the recommendation, Immortal Maiden. However, could you possibly provide me with the Wangshi Dan in advance? Hanli asked, looking toward Gu Yunyu without hesitation. Of course, that is no issue at all, Gu Yunyu replied joyfully, swiftly producing a white jade vial and handing it to him. Hanli accepted the vial, merely lifting the lid to take a gentle whiff before nodding in approval. Gu Yunyu's smile widened at this reaction. At this moment, the Yu family had finished packing, having gathered not only a wealth of treasures, but also several horse-drawn carriages. Master Baishur and the others approached. Senior Han, Master Baishur hesitated as he came to Han Li's side, unsure of how to express himself. Just focus on protecting the Yu family. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Additionally, I have another task for you. Han Li interrupted, gesturing for him to stop speaking, then whispered something to him. Master Baishur was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded repeatedly in understanding. At that moment, Yu Minghan approached Gu Yunyu and softly said, Master, the city gates are tightly shut. I must trouble you to escort them out of the city. Gu Yunyu nodded, waving her sleeve. Instantly, a thick white mist appeared, coalescing into a massive white cloud that lifted everyone into the air. Most of the Yu family had never experienced such a magical event. They quickly clung to the nearby carriages, with some timid individuals letting out startled cries. The white cloud swiftly soared beyond the city, landing steadily on the official road outside. Mother, Aunt. As the farewell approached, even though Yu Minghan was prepared, she felt a wave of sadness and embraced her family tightly. Yu Mother and the others also had tears in their eyes, gently advising Yu Minghan to take care of herself. After a long moment, they reluctantly parted ways. Master Baishur and his 3 companions escorted the Yu family eastward, quickly vanishing into the night. Yu Minghan stood dazed, watching her family depart for a long time before finally retracting her gaze with a soft sigh. We should hasten our departure as well, Gu Yunyu said after a brief pause, summoning a moon-white spiritual vessel. The vessel measured approximately 4 to 5 zheng in length. With a unique crescent shape, its hull inscribed with a ring of azure spiritual patterns, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy, clearly not an ordinary object. Han Li took Lu Yeo aboard the spiritual vessel, while Yu Minghan took a deep breath, composed herself, and also stepped onto the flying boat. With a graceful wave of Gu Yunyu's hand, a spell was cast, and the vessel immediately emanated a brilliant white aura, soaring into the sky and transforming into a beam of white light that sped off into the distance. Chapter 21, The Transformation of the Nascent Soul Inside the Spirit Vessel. Han Li leaned against one side of the boat, eyes closed and legs crossed in meditation. Beside him, the diligent Lure sat quietly, her curious gaze wandering over the interior of the vessel while occasionally peering out at the rapidly retreating scenery. Gu Yunyu skillfully maneuvered the vessel from the bow, occasionally whispering to her companion, Yu Minghan. After an indeterminate time, Han Li exhaled softly, slowly opening his eyes, his expression somewhat somber. Upon awakening, he realized he could no longer absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth, rendering the prospect of directly restoring his magical power through meditation impossible. He had just regained his consciousness, still grappling with the shock of inexplicably lost memories, leaving him no time to investigate this matter thoroughly. Now, as he attempted once more, he found the situation unchanged. After a brief contemplation, Han Li flipped his hand, producing a white jade vial. Upon opening it, an intense medicinal fragrance wafted out, invigorating his spirit. He extracted a green elixir, pinching it between 2 fingers to scrutinize it closely. Is this the Wangshi pill? I hope it proves beneficial, he murmured to himself before placing the pill in his mouth and closing his eyes to meditate once more. Perceptively, Lure chose not to disturb him. Noticing that Yu Minghan had finished her conversation with Gu Yunyu and was approaching, she stood to greet her. and they moved to the opposite side of the vessel to engage in quiet discussion. Moments later, as the medicinal properties gradually took effect, Han Li's brow lifted slightly. A gentle warmth beginning to flow from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and meridians. After cycling through a complete round of energy, he felt a considerable sense of relief. The previously hollow sensation within him undergoing a slight transformation as a trace of magical power emerged in his dantian. Though minuscule, it brought him a measure of joy. Slowly opening his eyes, Han Li clenched his fists resting on his knees, taking a moment to gauge his condition. With a flick of his hand, he revealed a dozen or so additional pills in his palm, aside from those procured from the white stone real person. Some were remnants from Qi Mingho and that gray-clad man, primarily healing pills aimed at restoring magical power, albeit of varying quality, far inferior to the Wangshi pill. He selected one, consumed it, and then closed his eyes again. However, after a brief interval, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. He quickly fished out another pill and swallowed it. Moments later, he opened his eyes once more, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. The 2 pills he had just ingested produced no audible effect. He felt neither the infusion of medicinal power nor any magical energy manifest. His expression grew serious as he swallowed pill after pill. Soon, only a thumb-sized dark golden pill remained in his palm. This pill boasted a significant grade, likely comparable to the Wangshi pill, presumed to be Qi Mingho's life-saving elixir. Han Li regarded it with an impassive demeanor before tossing it into his mouth. This time, he was not disappointed. The golden pill's medicinal power unfurled gently, transforming into a thread of spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian, gradually augmenting his magical power. Han Li finally relaxed, realizing that as long as there were effective pills available, restoring his magical power would not be a daunting task. The ineffectiveness of the other pills was likely due to their inferior grade and insufficient potency. At that moment, a low voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, Taoist Han. The restoration of your magical power seems promising. However, it is akin to a tree without roots or water without a source." Han Li chuckled bitterly in response. "A meager gain, yet every bit of magical power restored brings us closer to returning to the celestial realm." Indeed, the voice of the magic light responded calmly. "But it may not be so straightforward. Then what about the spirit stones?" The magic light inquired. "I was just about to test that," Han Li replied with a smile. With that, he flipped his hand, revealing several spirit stones of various sizes. As he clasped them, a faint azure glow emanated from the stones. Luer and Yumeng Han, noticing the azure light, could not help but glance over, while Gu Yunyu at the bow showed no reaction. The azure spiritual energy gently flowed from the stones, swirling around Han Li's palm before gradually becoming indistinct. Moments later, the azure light dissipated into the air. Han Li released the now dimmed spirit stones. His gaze clouded with uncertainty as he pondered the situation. What is happening? Are the spirit stones also non-absorbable? The magic light queried again. After a moment of silence, Han Li replied, "Perhaps, like the pills, these spirit stones are of too low a grade, lacking sufficient purity of spiritual power to convert into magical energy. If that is the case, with an ample supply of high-grade pills and superior spirit stones, your restoration of power should be imminent." The magic light remarked after a brief pause. "It is not that simple. The efficacy of superior spirit stones remains untested. Fortunately, my physical body and spiritual foundation are relatively stable. Even without the ability to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth, I can still recover gradually." Han Li sighed, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Taoist Han, you are overly modest. From my observations, if your physical body and spiritual foundation can only be deemed stable, then few in this world could be considered truly formidable. With a clear direction now, I only hope for your swift recovery," the magic light replied, then fell silent. Han Li exhaled deeply, recalling that he had not found any superior spirit stones in the storage bag he had collected earlier. Otherwise, he would have tested them directly. Upon inspecting his internal magical power, he discovered it now resembled that of an ordinary cultivator in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. To further enhance it, he would either need to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth anew or consume high-grade pills aimed at restoring magical power. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Li furrowed his brow and, with a focused intent, directed his consciousness deep into his dantian for an internal examination. He found his entire dantian enveloped in an endless thick mist, within which a faint golden light shimmered, akin to a yellow lantern in the night. Projecting his consciousness into the mist, he beheld a golden figure emitting radiant light, seated in meditation amid the fog, resembling him in every detail. It was his nascent soul. The nascent soul appeared tranquil, eyes slightly closed, hands resting by its sides, as if in deep slumber. His inability to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth was undoubtedly connected to the current state of his nascent soul. Upon awakening, he had swept his consciousness across the nascent soul, only to find that he could not penetrate its inner sanctum nor awaken it in the slightest. Were it not for the faint, tenuous connection of consciousness he felt deep within, he might have mistaken his nascent soul for an external entity. At that moment, after rapidly recalling various secret techniques in his mind, he decisively formed a hand seal. The residual magical power from his dantian surged, transforming into a series of pale silver runes that floated toward the figure of the nascent soul. With muffled pops, the silver runes burst into a dazzling silver light the instant they touched the golden figure's skin. Han Li's expression darkened, though he was not particularly surprised. He quickly shifted his mental approach, and strands of milky white light began to materialize around the golden figure, gradually entwining it. Several hours later, Han Li opened his eyes wide, taking a deep breath to swallow back the hot blood that had risen in his throat. Just moments ago, he had employed the secret technique of the celestial realm, risking his magical power to forcefully infiltrate the body of his nascent soul, only to be met with a terrifying backlash of power emanating from within, causing his consciousness to rebound violently and his magical energy to spiral out of control, leading to a counterattack from the technique itself. This also demonstrates that his physical and spiritual strength is remarkably formidable. Had it been anyone else facing this predicament, they would have suffered minor consequences such as meridian rupture, or in severe cases, their consciousness would have rebounded, rendering them utterly incapacitated. This ordeal further drained Han Li's magical energy, causing him to nearly descend from the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to its initial stage, deepening his sense of frustration. Chapter 22. The Twin Storms. As Han Li pondered desperately for a solution, Gu Yunyu, standing at the bow of the ship, sensed the unmistakable fluctuations of Han Li's power, a consequence of his previous backlash from his cultivation method. A shock coursed through her. Indeed, he was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. She murmured softly to herself, hesitating briefly before striding over to him. Upon noticing her approach, Han Li collected himself and stood up. It appeared that the Wangshi pill had proven beneficial for his recovery. His injuries had nearly healed. Thanks to your extraordinary elixir, Han Li replied courteously. Do not mention it, Han Daluo. Once you officially join our sect, you will undoubtedly receive further gifts of elixirs. Gu Yunyu waved her hand dismissively. In the ensuing time, the woman seemed intent on fostering a connection with Han Li, continuously engaging him in conversation to bridge the distance between them. Han Li gleaned further insights about the Linghuan realm from her, as his understanding had hitherto been limited to the knowledge imparted by the elder Bai Shi, a core formation practitioner, and the information provided by a nascent soul cultivator was naturally more comprehensive. When she casually broached the topic of his background, he deftly sidestepped her inquiries, sensing her curiosity. Noticing his reluctance to divulge too much, she tactfully refrained from pressing further. By the way, Gu Daluo, might you enlighten me about the situation with the Cold Flame sect? My knowledge of your esteemed sect is merely based on external rumors, Han Li inquired suddenly. Oh, even if you hadn't asked, I would have taken it upon myself to elaborate, Gu Yunyu responded, slightly taken aback but quickly regaining her composure. Our Cold Flame sect is a renowned large sect within the Linghuan realm, established over 1,000,000 years ago, with disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. Not to mention, we boast several elders at the core formation and nascent soul stages, along with 3 formidable beings at the integration stage and a grandmaster at the ascension stage overseeing our operations. As she spoke, pride illuminated Gu Yunyu's expression. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a stir within him. The presence of a grandmaster indeed signified the Cold Flame sect's formidable strength, almost rivaling that of a major clan in the spirit realm. The founder of our sect, the Cold Flame ancestor, ascended to the immortal realm 1,000,000 years ago. Even to this day, we maintain a unique connection with this venerable figure, who occasionally bestows us with elixirs and teachings from the immortal realm, an opportunity far beyond what smaller sects could ever hope for. You would certainly not be disappointed by joining our Cold Flame sect, Gu Yunyu said with a smile, casting a glance at Han Li. The mention of an immortal stirred Han Li's expression for the first time. So, the Cold Flame sect indeed had a powerful ally in the immortal realm. Moreover, the Cold Flame ancestor could still communicate with the lower realms. This was a revelation he had never encountered in the spirit realm. indicating that the Linghuan realm was vastly different. Noticing the change in Han Li's demeanor, Gu Yunyu displayed a hint of satisfaction, choosing to remain silent. Who would have thought the Cold Flame sect to be so formidable? It is no wonder it dominates the Linghuan realm. I wonder how the Tiangui sect fares. Han Li nodded thoughtfully. The Tiangui sect is comparable to ours, also having an ancestor who ascended to the immortal realm. Besides our two sects, there is another sect, the Jing Yuan Guan, which shares a similar standing in the immortal realm. The three major sects coexist in the Linghuan realm on equal footing. Gu Yunyu's smile faded slightly, her expression becoming more serious. Though they may be on equal footing, there must be a hierarchy of power among the three sections. How do their strengths compare? Han Li stroked his chin, suddenly pressing further. Well, the strengths of the three sects are quite similar, however. The Tiangui sect has a much longer history than our Cold Flame sect and the Jing Yuan Guan, with 3 individuals having ascended to the immortal realm. Thus, their power is slightly superior, while our Cold Flame sect and the Jing Yuan Guan are more or less on par, Gu Yunyu stated, her gaze flickering as she chose her words carefully. It seemed the Tiangui sect indeed held a significant advantage over the Cold Flame sect. Though this woman was reluctant to admit it, Han Li narrowed his eyes in contemplation, finding himself increasingly intrigued by the Cold Flame sect. Given that the Cold Flame sect could communicate with beings from the immortal realm, its foundation must be profound. Perhaps he could indeed discover a solution to his nascent soul predicament within this sect. After inquiring about a few more details regarding the Cold Flame sect, he concluded the conversation and seated himself cross-legged nearby. Before long, strands of azure light began to emanate from his form, yet his aura was quickly retracted, vanishing entirely, leaving no trace of his magical essence. Gu Yunyu returned to the bow to continue steering the flying vessel, but upon noticing the fluctuations in Han Li's power, her heart filled with silent astonishment. The sky gradually brightened. The Lingyu flying vessel cut through clouds and mist, revealing a majestic expanse of towering mountains ahead. The mountains stood tall and straight, displaying a dark red hue. From above, they resembled a vast, colossal grove of crimson trees. Upon catching sight of the red mountain range, Gu Yunyu exhaled a sigh of relief. This range, known as the Honghu Mountains, marked the boundary of Fenghua. She had deliberately taken a detour to evade areas easily scrutinized by the Tiangui sect, and having arrived here, safety was significantly assured. Nonetheless, for precautionary measures, Gu Yunyu elevated the flying vessel further, penetrating the cloud layers above. At that moment, the clouds were sparse, yet traversing through them provided a degree of concealment. Yu Menghan and Lu Lear gradually acclimated to the flying vessel, their initial fears subsiding as they stood up to admire the captivating scenery around them. Pointing and exclaiming with occasional bursts of melodious laughter, the mountains swiftly receded below them, and moments later, a vast plain emerged in the distance, allowing Gu Yunyu to finally set aside her last shred of concern. Be careful. Han Li suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice, interrupting the tranquil atmosphere. Both Lear and Yu Menghan were taken aback by his words, while Gu Yunyu's countenance changed dramatically. Without uttering another word, she formed a hand seal, unleashing 2 beams of blinding white light from her palms, which surged into the flying vessel. The Lingyu flying vessel erupted with brilliance, abruptly halting before retreating at an astonishing speed. Just then, a previously white cloud ahead morphed into a pitch-black, monstrous, ghoulish visage, descending with its mouth agape. However, the Lingyu vessel swiftly retreated, leaving the ghastly face to snap at nothingness. Ah! A faint exclamation escaped from the ghastly face. The visage shuddered before collapsing into a mass of dark clouds, within which 2 figures emerged. The figure on the left was a hunchbacked old man, his face etched with deep lines and wrinkles, a few sparse strands of yellow hair atop his head, resembling a withering tree. The figure on the right was a young man, his horse-like features grotesque, with fierce glints flashing in his triangular eyes. Both were clad in black robes adorned with a menacing, ghoulish emblem, exuding faint tendrils of dark energy. The spiritual pressure emanating from them unmistakably indicated that they had reached the nascent soul stage, with the horse-faced youth being at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while the hunchbacked elder was at the late stage. The twin storms. Gu Yunyu's pupils constricted, her expression turning grave. Chapter 23, Struggle Ah. I did not expect that fellow Taoist Gu Yunyu was aware of our little titles. It is truly an honor. The voice of the hunchbacked elder was extremely hoarse, reminiscent of iron scraping together, making it quite uncomfortable to hear. The young man with a horse-like face remained silent, his eyes slightly reddened, slowly scrutinizing Han Li and the others. Upon noticing Yu Menghan and Lu Lier, his gaze brightened slightly, and he extended his tongue to lick his thick lips. Lu Lier hastily darted behind Han Li, while Yu Menghan felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of the other party's demeanor. Gu Yunyu's heart was in turmoil, although she had anticipated that the Heavenly Ghost sect would not easily let go of the affairs concerning the Yu family. She did not expect the pursuers to arrive so swiftly and to be these two notorious individuals. However, as a cultivator who had experienced numerous struggles, she quickly regained her composure and coldly remarked, "You two must provide an explanation for your attempted assassination of me in this borderland. Are you truly seeking to incite a conflict between our two sects? Let us speak plainly. I trust you understand our intentions," the hunchbacked elder chuckled ominously, casting a meaningful glance toward Han Li and Yu Menghan. Han Li stood still, his expression tranquil, while Yu Menghan's face turned pale. Gu Yunyu snorted softly, not responding immediately, her mind racing with thoughts. "Fellow Gu, you harbor no enmity with us. If you hand over these two, my brother and I assure you safe passage. What say you?" The hunchbacked elder swayed his head, resembling an old philosopher from the mundane world. Gu Yunyu held a significant position in the Cold Flame sect. If possible, they did not wish to engage her in battle. Fellow Han is presently an esteemed elder of our external sect, while Yu Menghan is a disciple of our inner sect. Do you take the Cold Flame sect for naught, demanding I surrender them? Gu Yunyu's countenance suddenly turned frosty as she spoke decisively. "Humph. One who refuses to drink the fine wine will be forced to drink the vile. Since you seek death, we shall grant you that." The hunchbacked elder's brows shot up in fury, his voice chilling. The horse-faced youth, impatiently awaiting the moment, took the initiative. Sweeping his sleeve as a mass of grayish-white flames surged forth. With a flick of his finger, those flames coalesced into a swirling vortex. A flaming phantom claw, as large as a house, suddenly emerged from the vortex, lunging toward Gu Yunyu and the others. Prepared for this, Gu Yunyu stomped her foot, and the Lingyue flying boat blazed forth, retreating swiftly. Simultaneously, she raised a hand, and a black longsword shot out, transforming into a shimmering sword rainbow that collided with the flaming claw, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Gu Yunyu's eyes flickered as she altered her hand gestures. The black sword rainbow abruptly shrank, becoming more radiant and blinding. With a piercing sound, the black sword rainbow pierced through the flaming claw, emerging from the other side. The claw exploded, scattering embers throughout the sky as the vortex of flames dissipated. The horse-faced youth's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a roar, his eyes turned crimson, and he produced a black scroll, resembling a painting. Waves of grayish-white light enveloped him, obscuring his actions. The hunchbacked elder also stomped his foot, releasing an overwhelming aura of darkness, a pressure from the late stage of the nascent soul. Gu Yunyu's expression shifted slightly as she summoned back the black sword rainbow, which circled above her head, her consciousness firmly locking onto the horse-faced youth and the hunchbacked elder. Meanwhile, the Lingyue flying boat seized the opportunity to retreat over 100 feet before coming to a halt. "Fellow Han, these two are renowned and incredibly powerful. If the situation becomes dire, you should take the young ladies and escape first. I will cover your retreat," the woman conveyed to Han Li swiftly. Although she had managed a small victory against the horse-faced youth, she knew she could not contend with the hunchbacked elder, and with Han Li's strength uncertain, their combined efforts might not yield favorable outcomes. Thus, she harbored thoughts of retreat. Han Li stood quietly, not uttering a word, appearing noncommittal. At that moment, a sinister voice resonated in her ears. "Do you think you can escape?" Gu Yunyu's heart sank. With a sudden sound, the black light surrounding the hunchbacked elder erupted, his figure blurring into that of a gray skeleton. Gu Yunyu was momentarily taken aback, as was Han Li, whose gaze flickered slightly. At that instant, the space above the Lingyue flying boat quivered violently, and a beam of pitch-black light erupted unexpectedly from within, revealing the hunchbacked elder's silhouette. With a wave of his hands, a golden tower, towering over 10 feet high, materialized before him and came crashing down upon the Lingyue flying boat. A dreadful pressure descended, causing the boat's surface to tremble violently as it seemed on the verge of shattering. Gu Yunyu stifled a groan, her hands swiftly forming seals as sword techniques surged into the black longsword above her. The sword vibrated violently, numerous sword shadows emerging, slashing toward the giant tower. Boom! A cacophony of explosions ensued. The countless sword shadows struck the giant tower, instantly disintegrating without leaving a trace. However, the tower's descent momentarily faltered. Seizing the chance, Gu Yunyu shouted, sending forth a silver light, a silver handkerchief that expanded wildly, radiating dazzling silver brilliance. The surface of the handkerchief faintly displayed images of mountains and rivers, exuding astonishing spiritual energy, halting the tower's descent. Gu Yunyu's tense expression relaxed slightly, her eyes glinting coldly as she pointed at the black flying sword. The black sword immediately whirled around, radiating dark light as it swiftly transformed into an enormous black sword, hurtling toward the hunchbacked elder. The elder chuckled coldly and executed a technique with a wave of his hand. The base of the golden tower erupted with a thunderous crack, revealing a black cavity from which brilliant golden light surged forth, forming a massive golden halo. A terrifying suction force emanated from within, causing the air within a radius of several dozen feet to swirl violently. The black sword halted abruptly, spinning as it was drawn toward the hollow at the base of the golden tower. Gu Yunyu desperately attempted to stabilize the giant sword with her techniques. But to no avail, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the sword was swallowed into the tower with a whoosh. Gu Yunyu's complexion paled as she completely severed her connection with the black flying sword. The golden tower radiated increasingly brilliant light, emitting a rumbling sound as it pressed down. The silver handkerchief began to show signs of deformation under the tower's pull, as if it too was being absorbed. Gu Yunyu hastily formed seals with her hands, pressing against the handkerchief, her internal power surging into it. The mountain and river patterns on the handkerchief shone brilliantly, emitting piercing cries as it finally stabilized. The hunchbacked elder let out a cold chuckle, raising his hand to initiate another action. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from afar as the grayish-white light surrounding the horse-faced youth erupted, revealing his figure, with a black scroll floating before him, the very one he had previously retrieved, now unfurled and covered in intricate patterns of 100 demons, radiating intense black light. "You wretched woman! You dare to harm me! Brother, do not intervene. I want her to experience a fate worse than death." The horse-faced youth glared at Gu Yunyu with venomous eyes, growling. Chapter 24. Crushing upon hearing this, the hunchbacked elder raised an eyebrow, momentarily pausing his movements. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Gu Yunyu. Simultaneously, the young man with the horse-like face drew a black dagger from his sleeve and made a swift cut across his arm. A torrent of crimson blood surged forth, transforming into a dense mist that merged with the 100 Ghosts painting. The dark scroll emitted an intensified aura as chilling winds materialized around it, accompanied by the haunting wails of spirits, creating an atmosphere of terror. Roar! 2 grotesque apparitions erupted from the painting, swelling in size to 4 or 5 zhang. Their upper bodies resembled those of monkeys, covered in short, ghostly green fur, with snow-white fangs jutting out prominently from their mouths. Their powerful, muscular arms ended in blood-red claws extending a foot in length. Their lower halves were shrouded in a veil of black mist, appearing almost insubstantial. As the winds intensified around the scroll, a relentless stream of ferocious spirits surged forth. In the blink of an eye, over 100 apparitions emerged, most at the Foundation establishment stage, while 5 or 6 among them were significantly larger, exuding the aura of the core formation stage. "Kill!" The horse-faced youth cackled, pointing at Gu Yunyu and her companions. Roar! Over 100 spirits lunged toward the Lingwei flying boat, their momentum awe-inspiring. Gu Yunyu's expression shifted dramatically. She withdrew her hands from the silver brocade handkerchief and tapped her storage pouch at her waist. For beams of white light shot forth, landing around her, a quartet of life-sized white jade puppets clad in armor, each wielding a large white flag adorned with flickering spiritual light. As the 4 puppets waved their flags, a dazzling white light erupted from them, swiftly intertwining to form a protective array that enveloped the Lingwei flying boat. Just as the formation solidified, the horde of spirits charged in, surrounding the white array. Roar! The vicious spirits howled, clawing and biting in a frenzied assault on the white formation. The core formation spirits unleashed streams of green light, battering against the array. It trembled violently under their onslaught. Gu Yunyu hurriedly performed a series of hand seals, channeling white light onto the puppets, gradually stabilizing the formation. The horse-faced youth flickered and shot toward the white array, murmuring incantations as massive gray-white flames erupted around him, forming a sea of fire spanning several zhang. With a swift motion of his hands, he conjured 2 enormous flame spears from the inferno and hurled them at the white formation. Boom! The spears shattered upon impact, causing the white formation to shudder violently. And Gu Yunyu felt a jolt, her complexion paling further. The youth's malevolent laughter echoed as he continued to unleash spear after spear upon the array. The once 7 or 8 zhang wide formation trembled fiercely, its brilliance dimming and shrinking until it was less than 3 zhang across. Gu Yunyu's complexion grew increasingly ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her body trembled lightly. Above the formation, the hunchbacked elder observed her plight, erupting in laughter. He tapped his storage pouch, releasing 12 black rays of light, which manifested as skeletal forks. The forks expanded in the wind, their surfaces igniting with eerie black flames that exuded a chilling aura. Plunging toward the white array, Qi Xian had summoned them with the promise of merit for anyone who could slay Gu Yunyu. With Gu Yunyu at her weakest, the hunchbacked elder was quick to seize the opportunity. The horse-faced youth seethed with rage, but recognizing the elder's superior cultivation, he could only suppress his fury. Gu Yunyu, witnessing this turn of events, felt a glimmer of despair. Just then, a figure shot up from the flying boat. Piercing through the white array and emerging into the air, it was Han Li. He swayed slightly, suddenly manifesting multiple afterimages before swiftly coalescing into one. The 12 descending skeletal forks vanished in an uncanny manner. The hunchbacked elder's eyes widened in shock as Han Li slowly spread his arms, revealing all 12 forks in his grasp. With a flick of his hands, he dissipated the black flames, exposing their true forms. He surveyed the forks before collecting them with an expressionless demeanor, as if performing a trivial task. "You," the hunchbacked elder stammered, a mix of shock and fury evident in his voice. The spirits, catching the scent of life emanating from Han Li, abandoned the white array and charged toward him. Their roars filled with excitement. Annoyed, Han Li furrowed his brow and transformed into a blur, plunging into the throng of spirits. Wherever the blue shadow passed, the spirits burst apart like waves crashing against rocks, disintegrating into nothingness. In mere moments, nearly 100 spirits had been obliterated by the sweeping force. The horse-faced youth stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. In an instant, Han Li appeared before him, delivering a punch that echoed thunderously. Boom! Before the youth could utter a sound, his body exploded into a shower of flesh, with even the hidden nascent soul unable to escape. Not good. The hunchbacked elder gasped, hastily summoning a swarm of green flying needles, numbering in the hundreds, each slender as a hair and engulfed in green flames. The myriad needles rained down upon Han Li, emitting a cacophony of hissing sounds. Simultaneously, green flames erupted from the elder's body as he swiftly turned and fled, abandoning the golden tower. Han Li, observing this, remained rooted in place for a moment before suddenly taking a deep breath. Boom! A tremendous suction force materialized in the air before him, drawing in the chaotic winds and causing the space to resonate ominously. The falling needles were immediately swept away, as if autumn leaves caught in a gale, all vanishing into Han Li's mouth. He chewed audibly, tilting his head back to swallow the last remnants. Gu Yunyu, witnessing this spectacle, stood agape, utterly stunned. Nearby, Yu Menghan and Lu Lier on the flying boat were equally bewildered, unable to grasp the rapid turn of events as one enemy fell while the other fled. At that moment, Han Li glanced at the retreating green light of the hunchbacked elder, his expression unperturbed. A faint golden light flickered on his arm as he launched a punch. With a whoosh, a fist-sized golden shadow shot through the air, surpassing the elder's escape speed by several folds. The hunchbacked elder's face fell as he felt a tremor course through his body. Black light enveloped him. Yet the next instant, he was struck by the golden fist. Boom! The green ghost fire erupted, leaving behind no traces of flesh, only a scattering of bones. Meanwhile, in a void several dozen miles away, a surge of black light appeared, revealing the hunchbacked elder staggering forth, his face a mask of terror. He glanced back in fright, spewing forth another wave of green light, which enveloped him in a torrent of flames as he sped away, disappearing into the horizon. Han Li's consciousness had already expanded far and wide, encompassing the situation beyond several dozen miles. Just as he contemplated further action, he noticed the blue light on his arm had dimmed noticeably. Frowning, he abandoned the idea of pursuit, instead summoning a green light to retrieve the horse-faced youth's storage pouch before turning back to the Lingwei flying boat. In this series of battles, although he primarily relied on his physical prowess, his magical energy was inevitably depleted to a considerable extent. Chapter 25. Luya as Han Li returned to the flying vessel. Lu Luer quickly approached him, a hint of worry in her voice. The previous battle had been quite formidable. This little fox girl had never witnessed such a spectacle. Although she saw her stone brother easily triumph, a sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. Hanli offered her a gentle smile and subtly shook his head, reassuring her not to worry, before casually stowing away the storage pouch in his hand. Without the Master's command, the golden tower of the hunchbacked old man rapidly diminished, its brilliance retracting as it spun to the ground. Gu Yunyu waved her hand to collect the golden tower, glancing at Hanli not far away. Noticing he had no intention of interfering, she relaxed and secured it in her waist storage pouch. This golden tower was a formidable treasure that could trap others' magical artifacts. And if it became hers, it would serve as a potent weapon in future confrontations, significantly boosting her power. However, since the Wind and Cloud duo had been vanquished by Hanli, both morally and logically, this spoils should belong to him. Fortunately, he seemed to tacitly approve of her actions. Thanks to you, Taoist Han, for your intervention. I had always sensed that you were no ordinary cultivator. But I greatly underestimated your strength, Gu Yunyu said, regaining her composure as she stepped closer to Hanli. Though her demeanor appeared calm, the glimmer of awe hidden in her gaze was not lost on Hanli. This woman believed that even if she faced the equally ranked Ma Lian youth alone, she could not annihilate him with such ease as Hanli had done, not even allowing the other party's nascent soul to escape. Not to mention the hunchbacked old man in the late nascent soul stage. They sought my life, so naturally, I had to send them on their way early. Hanli said with a slight smile. Yu Menghan, who was beside Gu Yunyu, smiled softly at his words, revealing a hint of youthful charm. However, her gaze towards Hanli was laced with respect and a mix of confusion. In her eyes, her master was a true celestial being, even revered by her father. The respected master by sure. Yet, this tall young man, who had seemed so dull and unresponsive upon their first meeting, now exhibited a power that even her master could scarcely match. To her, Hanli had become an enigma. Standing beside him yet feeling as though separated by a vast river of stars. I thought leaving the borders of Feng Kingdom would allow us to evade the pursuit of the Tiangui sect, but I did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. Gu Yunyu sighed softly. It matters not, for we are presently within the realm of the Tiangui sect, Hanli replied nonchalantly, his expression revealing little concern. As long as we swiftly enter the territory of our Lang Yin sect, we should be able to shake off the entanglement of the Tiangui sect. Gu Yunyu nodded but then suddenly paused, a strange look flashing in her eyes as she gazed at Hanli. Although it was fleeting, Hanli noticed it. While his outward demeanor remained unchanged, he felt somewhat vexed. During the previous battle, he had merely activated a hint of protective spiritual light. Yet his cultivation had plummeted from mid-nascent soul to early nascent soul. Gu Yunyu must have sensed the change in his aura, but he had no intention of explaining himself. Deep within a certain cave of the Tiangui sect, in a secluded chamber, numerous sturdy torches were embedded in the walls, their bright yellow flames flickering softly, casting shadows throughout the room. At the center of the chamber, an emaciated old man with white hair and black beard sat at a circular stone table, one hand resting on the table while the other rhythmically tapped his knee. His prominent nose and deeply set eyes fixated on the space ahead, his gaunt, elongated face shifting with the play of light and shadow. Before him, a human-sized copper mirror floated in the air, reflecting the image of a hunchbacked old man, the only survivor of the Wind and Cloud duo. The hunchbacked old man's already stooped posture was now more pronounced, his head bowed so low that he dared not lift it. Are you telling me that not only did you fail to bring me the person, but you also lost one of your own? The emaciated old man asked, his voice hoarse and rough as he ceased his tapping. The hunchbacked old man visibly trembled, hastily responding, reporting to Master Qi. It is not that I am incapable, but that the individual is too powerful and elusive. At first, he seemed to deliberately conceal his aura, appearing no different from a mortal. However, when he suddenly struck, he revealed himself as a mid-nascent soul, and before I could even comprehend his movements, he seized all 12 of my cold flame bone forks. After that, before he could finish, the emaciated old man interrupted. You, with lower cultivation than him, allowed him to effortlessly take your magical artifacts? Yes, indeed. Furthermore, his physical body is exceptionally strong. The ghostly creatures nurtured in my 100 ghosts diagram were like paper puppets compared to him, turned to dust after a single collision. Even the bone-biting needle was consumed whole after he claimed it, crushed into fragments. The hunchbacked old man trembled, speaking with lingering fear. The emaciated old man resumed tapping his knee, seemingly lost in thought. The hunchbacked old man, too terrified to raise his head, felt the heavy silence magnify his dread and couldn't help but prostrate himself, trembling as he spoke. Master Qi, every word I speak is the truth. with no exaggeration or deceit. After a long pause, the emaciated old man finally spoke. From what you say, this person is likely a rare high-level physical cultivator. Indeed, not someone you can contend with. Very well, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Having said that, he didn't even glance at the hunchbacked old man, casually waving his long sleeve in the air, causing the image in the copper mirror to darken and vanish. Daring to kill my Hauer. What does it matter if you are a high-level physical cultivator? I shall flay your skin and tear your bones to avenge my Hauer's soul. The emaciated old man suddenly straightened up, his face contorted with malice, gritting his teeth as he spoke. After a moment, his gaze returned to the copper mirror, and he began to chant incantations, gesturing towards the mirror with one hand. Suddenly, the mirror's surface rippled as if disturbed by water, revealing another scene. In the image stood a robust middle-aged man, hovering above a lush forest, stroking his short beard with a smile, asking, "Brother Chi, it has been some time since our last meeting. You suddenly sent a message to me today. Is there something amiss?" "Luya, I shall not indulge in pleasantries today. I have something urgent to request," the emaciated old man replied, his expression grave and voice hoarse. Seeing that he was serious, the burly man ceased his smiling demeanor and inquired solemnly, "What has happened?" The emaciated old man sighed, recounting the events regarding Chi Mingho and the Wind and Cloud duo in their entirety. Such audacity! To dare slay the descendant of Brother Chi is truly unforgivable. The burly man named Luya snorted after hearing the tale. "I am currently occupied at the sect and cannot leave. Brother Lu, you are nearby in Phone Kingdom. I hope you can intervene and eliminate this person for me." The emaciated old man spoke in a deep voice. Physical cultivators primarily train their bodies, easily overpowering ordinary cultivators. Yet they find it difficult to cultivate and break through their bottlenecks. For one to reach such high levels, he must not be an ordinary person. Luya mused after a moment. "According to my disciples, this individual is intended to be recruited as an outer elder for the Lung Yin sect and has not yet formally joined, so Brother Lu need not be overly concerned. Just eliminate him for me, and I shall offer you a Yuan Ling Dan as a token of gratitude," the emaciated old man said. Fixing a deep gaze on Luya, a robust man momentarily exhibited a flicker of delight in his eyes, but swiftly concealed it, proclaiming, "If that is the case, then I shall take this person's life on behalf of Brother Chi." The emaciated elder suddenly recalled something, his expression darkening as he remarked, "Ah, right. Do not kill that girl surnamed you just yet. It would be preferable to bring her to me alive." Upon hearing this, Liu was momentarily taken aback, then silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. The enemy's trail reappears in the vast expanse of a desert, tens of thousands of miles from the borders of Phone Country. A spirit vessel enveloped in white light streaked across the sky, racing towards a certain destination. The sky was clear and bright, with fluffy white clouds that inspired a sense of tranquility and beauty. However, the four individuals aboard the vessel were clearly not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Han Li sat cross-legged at the rear of the vessel, his eyes tightly shut, as a layer of golden light subtly flowed across his skin. Lu Yue sat closely beside him, surrounded by swirling green light, evidently engaged in her own cultivation. At the bow of the vessel stood Gu Yunwei and Yu Menghan. The latter occasionally glanced back towards the stern, her expression seemingly complicated, while the former operated the vessel with a faint smile, appearing to be in good spirits. 2 days had passed since their last ambush, during which they had traveled day and night without encountering further danger. As they drew closer to the mountain gate of the Cold Flame sect, the sense of safety naturally increased. After an unknown duration, Han Li frowned and opened his eyes, the golden light on his body flickering briefly before fading away. Over the past 2 days, he had attempted various methods to break through the seal on his nascent soul. But regrettably, he had made no progress and had instead exhausted a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Although he had discovered 2 pills in the storage bag of the horse-faced youth that were of a similar grade to the Wangshi Dan, they proved to be of no use to him for reasons unknown. It seemed that his physical condition was far more intricate than anticipated. He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and glanced at Lu Yue beside him. The fluctuations in her aura indicated significant progress, subtly hinting at a breakthrough into the later stages of Foundation establishment. Thanks in part to a vial of elixirs obtained from the horse-faced youth storage bag, Han Li nodded to himself, choosing not to disturb her cultivation, and moved to the side of the vessel to gaze outward. Daoist Han, if we continue westward, we shall reach the sect in less than half a month. The sect will arrange a suitable cave abode for you to recuperate, Gu Yunwei said with a smile as she approached the stern. Yu Minghan silently followed behind her master. Thank you for your assistance, Han Li acknowledged with a nod. Just as Gu Yunyue was about to say more, a faint rumbling sound suddenly emanated from ahead. The three turned their gazes towards the source of the noise, only to see the horizon ahead darkening ominously, as several colossal tornadoes spiraled upwards into the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars and a haze of yellow dust that obscured the sun. Gu Yunwei furrowed her brow and gestured, causing the spirit vessel to come to a halt. At this moment, Lu Yuer awoke from her meditation, looking bewildered as she approached Han Li. It appears to be a sandstorm. Is there a problem? Han Li asked casually, glancing into the distance. Daoist Han may be unaware, but this desert is known as the Huanglan Ancient Desert, where sandstorms rarely occur. However, when they do, they can engulf the entire desert and last for months, Gu Yunwei replied sternly. Oh, then we should cross through it. Although this sandstorm is considerable, it shouldn't pose much of a threat to us, Han Li remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. While the sandstorm itself is not a concern, there exists an ancient peculiar insect known as the yin and eye fly ant, which lies dormant beneath the ancient desert. Once a sandstorm arises, they emerge to wreak havoc. Individually, the fly ants are not a threat, but they often appear in swarms of thousands, moving at incredible speeds. If ensnared, any artifact that is not forged through demonic means will suffer severe corrosion from the noxious mists they emit. Thus, even high-ranking cultivators would find themselves in quite a predicament. Gu Yunwei explained gravely. Could we take a detour? Han Li inquired after a moment of contemplation, reluctant to expend his dwindling spiritual energy in such a manner. That would likely take more than a month, Gu Yunwei replied after a brief pause. Han Li stroked his chin, falling into silence. Gu Yunwei observed him, remaining quiet as well, clearly awaiting his decision on their next course of action. Daoist Han, you need not worry about the fly ants. I can handle them. A voice suddenly resonated in Han Li's mind. It was the voice of Mo Guang. Oh, do you have confidence in dealing with them? Han Li's interest was piqued as he communicated mentally. The yin and eye ant is a peculiar ancient breed born from the mingling of the earth's malevolent energy and the resentment of the dead, sharing similarities with our kind. I did not expect such creatures to exist in this spiritual realm. While they are troublesome, they have a great fear of soul-capturing sound attacks. Though I have lost most of my powers, dealing with mere fly ants will not pose a challenge, Mo Guang replied with a chuckle. Very well. If we encounter those yin and eye ants, I shall rely on you, Han Li concluded after a moment of thought. We are in this together. I will certainly lend my strength, Mo Guang stated without any hint of emotion before his voice gradually faded. A detour is indeed too far. We shall traverse the sandstorm. Should we encounter the yin and eye ants, I have my own means of dealing with them, Han Li declared, his expression unchanged as he turned to Gu Yunwei. Do you have confidence in this, Daoist Han? Gu Yunwei asked, taken aback. What? Do you doubt my capabilities, Daoist Gu? Han Li replied with a slight smile. I have no such intention. Since you are so confident, I shall trust in your abilities. Gu Yunwei laughed nervously, choosing not to press the matter further. She formed a hand seal, and the spirit vessel emanated brilliant light, condensing into a white shield as it plunged into the approaching sandstorm. In the next moment, everyone felt the light around them dim, engulfed by the howling winds and swirling sands that relentlessly battered against the vessel's shield. The spirit vessel swayed slightly under the onslaught. Gu Yunwei altered her hand seals, unleashing a beam of white light that swiftly vanished into the bow of the vessel. With a sizzling sound, the spirit vessel's inscribed runes illuminated, causing the white shield to brighten several times over, stabilizing as they sped onwards. Initially, Lu Yuer and Yu Menghan were apprehensive upon witnessing the violent winds and sands outside. But as time passed and they realized that the storm could not breach the vessel's shield, their concerns gradually eased, allowing them to marvel at the rare and exotic sight through the translucent barrier. Gu Yunwei focused on steering the vessel, skillfully avoiding the tornadoes, and their progress remained steady. Time passed, and they flew through the sandstorm for an hour or two, fortunate not to encounter any yin and eye ants. Han Li stood at the bow with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm, when suddenly a flash of blue light flickered in his eyes as he glanced towards a certain direction ahead. Daoist Han, what is it? Gu Yunwei noticed the change in his demeanor and was immediately alarmed. Daoist Gu, it seems trouble is approaching, Han Li replied with a chuckle, glancing at her. Gu Yunwei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Han Li meant. Rumbling. At that moment, a towering tornado approached, spinning ominously towards the vessel. This tornado was exceptionally large, almost reaching the sky, and before it arrived, a massive gust of wind surged forth, nearly lifting the spirit vessel off the ground. Gu Yunyue's expression changed dramatically as she hastily disregarded Han Li's previous words and stomped her foot. The vessel shone brightly, darting forward with great speed, narrowly escaping the clutches of the tornado. However, before Gu Yunyue could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground around them suddenly cracked open, and yellow beams of light shot skyward amidst a thunderous roar. These yellow beams intertwined, coalescing into a vast yellow formation in the blink of an eye. A massive array appeared on the ground, spanning 100 feet in size and intricately complex. The formation, Gu Yunyue's face paled. In an instant, everything around her transformed into a brilliant world, surrounded by towering peaks, with both the sky and ground shimmering in radiant yellow light. An indescribable, immense spiritual pressure surged from all directions, compressing towards the Lingyue flying vessel. The white shield atop the vessel immediately crackled, revealing countless fissures, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Upon witnessing this, Lu Lier and Yu Menghan gasped in alarm. However, Han Li remained unperturbed. He extended his hand and summoned a brass bell artifact, which expanded to several zhang in size and descended forcefully upon the flying vessel, shielding Lu Lier and Yu Menghan beneath it. This brass bell was a defensive treasure discovered within the storage bag of the young man with a horse-like face, and it proved fortuitously useful at this moment. Almost simultaneously, the white light shield on the spiritual vessel shattered with a resounding bang, and a tremendous pressure surged forth. Han Li and Gu Yunyu felt a flash of spiritual light envelop them, enabling them to withstand the onslaught. The surface of the brass bell resonated with a low hum, its spiritual light flickering wildly, yet it remained unscathed. Could it be that the celestial demon sect had come again? Although Gu Yunyu managed to maintain a semblance of composure, the astonishing momentum displayed by the formation was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, causing an involuntary flutter of anxiety within her. The celestial demon sect? They truly are relentless. Han Li, upon hearing this, merely smiled lightly. Chapter 27. The Five Mountains and the Five Ghosts. As Han Li's words fell, the surrounding space abruptly transformed. A yellow mist enveloped the void, and several enormous yellow boulders, each the size of a grinding wheel, materialized out of thin air, 20 or more densely clustered, sealing off the spirit moon flying boat. Gu Yunyu's heart sank before she could contemplate further. The surface of these colossal stones shimmered with a radiant glow and began to spin rapidly, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, hurtling towards the spirit moon flying boat. In a state of shock, she quickly urged her sword technique, summoning a jet of black sword light that shot skyward from her form. With a swift motion, it expanded into a massive black sword spanning over 10 zhang. The sword whirled and unleashed a broad arc of black sword radiance, coalescing into a dragon-like shape that slashed down upon the nearest boulder. With a thunderous crash, the boulder was barely cleaved in two by the giant sword. Yet the black sword, as if gravely injured, spun wildly and recoiled, its radiant light dissipating completely. Gu Yunyu staggered back several steps before regaining her footing, her eyes filled with dread. The force of that boulder's descent was akin to a full-on strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Faced with the rapidly approaching multitude of crystalline boulders, she felt a chill permeate her entire being. At that moment, Han Li's calm voice resonated in her ear. "Take good care of Luer and the others. I will handle this." Before she could react, Han Li leaped from the flying boat, his hands shimmering with golden light. As he spun gracefully, he struck out with a punch towards the void in all directions. Boom! Boom! The resounding echoes reverberated from every corner as all the yellow boulders were simultaneously struck by an overwhelming force, shattering like eggshells into a storm of debris. Humph! Indeed a force cultivator. A cold snort suddenly emanated from the air, the voice ethereal and directionless. Gu Yunyu, hearing this, was jolted back to reality, scanning her surroundings in search of the source. Upon hearing the taunt, Han Li's lips curled into a sneer. He swiftly turned, flicking his finger to unleash a streak of azure sword energy that sliced through a corner of the yellow crystalline realm, causing an explosion. Boom! The space trembled violently, and a man clad in dark robes staggered into view. His robust figure and square face were adorned with a short beard, and his expression was one of astonishment. "To think you are a sword cultivator. With your nascent soul cultivation, you managed to see through a mirage array set by me. You must not be an ordinary individual. What is your name, and who is your master?" The man in black inquired, regaining his composure. "My identity is inconsequential. The dead need not know too much." Han Li replied with a cold chuckle. "Ridiculous. I merely showcased a fraction of this array's power, and you already presume to be so grand. With my next strike, I shall obliterate your very essence." The dark-robed man declared furiously, forming a hand seal that caused yellow ripples to emanate from his body, obscuring his presence once more. Hanli observed with a flicker of surprise. The dark-robed man's array was indeed intricate. He had burrowed deep into its depths, eluding even Hanli's current senses. However, Hanli scoffed, golden light radiating from him as he prepared to break the array with sheer strength, determined to expose his foe. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sky darkened abruptly, and 5 colossal entities shrouded in black mist emerged, encircling the spirit moon flying boat. Hanli's pupils contracted slightly, a piercing blue light flashing in his gaze. Beneath the veil of black mist were 5 towering black specters, each standing 30 to 40 zhang tall. Had they not sported a pair of curved horns, they would have resembled massively enlarged apes, their bodies covered in short black fur, with greenish faces, sharp fangs, and blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity, though their expressions remained eerily vacant. Each giant ghost held a miniature black mountain in its grasp. Compared to these 5 giants, Hanli and his companions appeared utterly insignificant. Gu Yunyu's complexion paled drastically. Each of the 5 giants emitted a presence that surpassed her own, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out upon her forehead. As for Lu Luer and Yu Menghan, they collapsed unconscious, unable to withstand the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the 5 specters. Roar! The 5 giants unleashed a deafening roar, their blood-red eyes flashing with malevolence as they hurled the 5 mini-mountains into the air. The mountains, imbued with dark energy, rapidly expanded, transforming into towering peaks over 100 zhang in height, hurtling towards Hanli and the others. Before the massive peaks could descend, a chilling wave of pressure swept through the vicinity, creating a cacophony of sound as the winds howled violently. Gu Yunyu nearly screamed, but her remaining shred of rationality compelled her to frantically summon several treasures and talismans, erecting multiple layers of colorful shields around herself and the unconscious girls. Hanli merely furrowed his brow, golden light flashing from his hands as he casually swiped towards the incoming peaks. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed 5 times, the immense shockwaves radiating outward, causing the entire yellow space to vibrate and distort with increasing intensity. Eventually, the yellow space could no longer bear the strain and shattered, transforming the environment back into the desert, with countless yellow shards scattering. The overwhelming impact found its release, sending a tempest of sand spiraling chaotically across a 10-mile radius. Though the yellow space had fragmented and vanished, it was merely an illusion. The ground still shimmered with yellow light, and the earlier array remained intact. The 5 giants continued to hover in midair, their expressions once again vacant. In a certain location within the void, the dark-robed man appeared, his face displaying a smug grin. The secret technique of the 5 ghosts moving mountains is something even a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator with inferior treasures cannot withstand. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed below. The 5 massive peaks had stacked upon one another like a game of Jenga, while beneath them stood Hanli, unfazed, effortlessly supporting the 5 mountains with a single hand. As for the spirit moon flying boat, along with Gu Yunyu and the other 3 women aboard, they remained unscathed. Before the dark-robed man could react, Hanli nonchalantly exhaled a breath, a stream of white energy billowing forth from his mouth. The 5 towering peaks, as light as feathers, were blown away by the white current. The surfaces of the mountains flickered with black light as they rapidly shrank down, reverting to their previous miniature forms. Hanli flicked his fingers as if playing marbles, the sound of piercing air resonating. One after another, the mini-mountains hurtled towards the dark-robed man at an astonishing speed, appearing before him in an instant. The dark-robed man's expression changed dramatically as he unleashed a surge of black light from his body, plummeting towards the ground to narrowly evade the 5 mini-mountains. In an instant, Han Li's figure blurred, appearing like a specter before the mini-mountains, his fingers flicking once more to halt their advance. He spun gracefully, delivering powerful kicks to 2 of the mini-peaks. The mountains transformed into indistinct phantoms, plummeting at a velocity nearly double that of their ascent. The 2 mini-peaks shimmered with black light, rapidly enlarging again, becoming towering giants, the sound of their descent morphing into a terrifying roar. One peak crashed down upon the yellow array, while the other hurtled towards the dark-robed man. With a resounding boom, the former struck the yellow formation, which immediately erupted with brilliant light in a desperate attempt to resist. However, it was effortlessly crushed and torn apart by the immense force contained within the peak, exploding into a myriad of luminous fragments. The great formation shattered, and the spirit moon flying boat was instantly liberated, swept away by a tempest, akin to a solitary leaf adrift, carried far from its original place. Meanwhile, another colossal peak descended like a flash of lightning, hurtling towards the man clad in black. Before he could touch the ground, the massive rock caught up with him. The man in black was struck with terror. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and his body was suddenly enveloped in a crimson radiance. With a twist of his form, he transformed into an extraordinarily serpentine luminescence, darting forth with a velocity several times greater. With a thunderous crash, the black mountain collided with the earth, sending forth a cloud of dust. In the moment the mountain struck the ground, the serpentine light skimmed along the surface, reappearing 100 feet away, revealing the figure of the man, now drenched in cold sweat. Before he could catch his breath, a piercing howl reverberated in his ears. The light above his head dimmed as yet another massive peak descended with alarming speed. He had just lifted his gaze when the towering rock was already within arm's reach, leaving him no time to evade its impending descent. Chapter 28. Disturbance. A towering figure clad in dark robes emitted a resounding shout. As he swung his arms with great force, two beams of light, one black and one yellow, shot forth, an ebony staff enveloped in shadows and a yellow talisman inscribed with countless swirling runes, hurtling towards the ominous black mountain. An astonishing surge of spiritual energy radiated from these artifacts, clearly representing the man's ultimate techniques. With deft movements, the man began to chant incantations, unleashing a tremendous roar. The air trembled with two thunderous booms. Massive halos of black and yellow emerged, their fiery essence clashing against the descending mountain, momentarily halting its descent. Seizing the opportunity, the man swiftly retreated. However, the radiant auras could only sustain themselves for an instant. Just as he soared a considerable distance, the swirling darkness from the mountain crushed the two luminous spheres, sending debris flying in all directions. Emerging from the dust, the figure appeared less agile than before. His complexion ashen, blood streaming from his wounds, and his left arm hanging limply at his side. Though he had dodged expertly, the mountain's velocity proved overwhelming, resulting in grievous injuries. With a spurt of blood, he fell to the ground, a visage of terror etched upon his face. Yet, gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and produced a white talisman engraved with intricate symbols, emanating strong spatial fluctuations. The man recited incantations, gathering his remaining power to activate the talisman. At that moment, darkness loomed overhead, accompanied by a piercing sound of rushing air, as yet another mountain plummeted with even greater speed than the previous three. The man's expression shifted dramatically. Activating the talisman required precious moments he could scarcely afford. In desperation, he formed a peculiar hand gesture, and shadows surged around him, coalescing into a black magic circle. Within this circle, 5 colossal spirits materialized, surrounding him protectively. Their eyes blazed with crimson fury as they unleashed a collective roar, their massive claws shooting forth in an attempt to grasp the descending mountain. The collision of their dark claws against the mountain produced a cacophony of shattering sounds, momentarily slowing its descent. Yet still, the mountain swiftly shattered all claw strikes, crashing down with relentless force. The 5 spirits, undeterred, roared defiantly, their bodies swelling with rock-like musculature, extending their powerful arms to brace against the mountain. However, upon contact, the immense force splintered their limbs, yet they continued to hold their ground, refusing to yield. The mountain struck down upon them, generating a series of grinding noises, flesh and bone scattering in the aftermath. Eventually, the mountain settled, leaving the upper halves of the spirits in ruins, yet their lower bodies remained steadfastly embedded in the ground like colossal pillars, supporting the weight of the mountain. The man sighed in relief as his remaining power surged into the white talisman, which began to glow with a radiant light, eliciting a look of jubilation on his face. However, at that instant, a thunderous crash echoed as the final mountain descended, colliding with the 4th. A terrifying force abruptly pressed down, causing the remnants of the spirits to explode into a fine mist. The man felt the air around him constrict, rendering him immobile. The 2 mountains thundered down upon him, and he could barely emit a cry before being reduced to nothing more than a pulp. From the billowing dust, a glimmer of gold shot forth, abruptly vanishing into the distance. Han Li's gaze sharpened as he beheld a diminutive golden figure, mirroring the dark-robed man's visage, but with disheveled hair and an expression of sheer terror, tightly clutching a silver storage bracelet as it fled northwest. It was none other than the man's nascent soul. He reached out with a single hand, flicking his wrist to release a streak of black light that sped toward the fleeing soul. Nearby, Gu Yunyu, having stabilized the spirit moon vessel, glanced up just in time to hear the sharp sound akin to an arrow's flight. Though her eyes failed to track the black streak's trajectory, in the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed from afar, as the dark-robed man's nascent soul erupted into a burst of golden light. A small, dark object plummeted from the air, a mere lump of ordinary iron. The silver storage bracelet in the man's hand was effortlessly grasped by Hanli, who swiftly gathered the scattered mountains before leaping back onto the spirit moon vessel. Gu Yunyu stared at Hanli, her expression one of bewilderment, as if gazing upon a stranger. In her earlier panic, she had not considered the dark-robed man's origins. But upon reflection, she recognized his identity. He was an elder named Liu from the Heavenly Ghost sect, known for his expertise in ghostly arts. It was said that over a decade prior, he had battled 2 peers of the same rank and emerged unscathed, gaining renown from that encounter. To witness such a formidable figure, a renowned cultivator of the transformation stage, being effortlessly obliterated before Hanli was beyond her comprehension. The disparity in their strengths dawned upon her, instilling a profound sense of awe. Han, fellow Taoist Han, are you truly merely a nascent soul cultivator? Gu Yunyu finally regained her composure, managing a wry smile, though the respect etched upon her face was unmistakable. Is it not apparent whether I am a nascent soul cultivator? Hanli replied enigmatically. Your essence is unmistakably discernible to me. Yet, fellow Taoist Han, your strength is unfathomably extraordinary. Even among our transformation stage elders, few could easily annihilate a peer. Gu Yunyu sighed. I have simply honed my physical form to a greater degree. How could I dare compare myself with the might of the Cold Flame sect? Hanli shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he glanced at the still unconscious Lu Luer and Yumeng Han, waving his sleeve to unleash a wave of azure spiritual light that enveloped them. The 2 women stirred, slowly awakening with bewildered expressions. Lu Luer, being a Foundation establishment cultivator, suddenly recalled something, bolting upright. Brother Sure, fear not, all is well. We may continue our journey, Hanli assured gently, as though nothing had transpired. Peakmaster, according to the news relayed by our esteemed junior, this Han fellow is far from an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Who would have thought our esteemed junior would have such unexpected gains on this excursion? In the Cold Flame Sect's discussion hall, a rugged man stood before a scholarly middle-aged figure, expressing his thoughts. The middle-aged man, pale and beardless, adorned in a scholar's robe and holding an ancient scroll, appeared the epitome of cultured refinement. To possess the strength to slay a transformation stage cultivator of a higher rank solely through physical prowess is undoubtedly indicative of a high-tier physical cultivator. He acknowledged with a slight nod. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, the loss of a transformation stage elder from the Heavenly Ghost sect is a cause for celebration. I find myself quite intrigued by this Han fellow, the rugged man chuckled, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the scholar in robes revealed a hint of a smile on his face and said, if that is the case, then you shall personally attend to the matter when the time comes. You are quite aware of how to proceed, are you not? Indeed, replied the burly man with unwavering confidence. Chapter 29, the Lingyan Mountain Range at the same time, within the grand hall of a certain cave dwelling. An emaciated elder clad in a russet robe sat in the main seat, delicately swirling the tea leaves in his cup. Before him stood a middle-aged man with small eyes, his hands clasped at his sides, his expression one of utmost reverence. By the measure of time, Liu should have completed his task by now. Without lifting his head, the elder spoke slowly. With Elder Liu taking action, success is assured. Only the ancestor could summon Elder Liu. Alas, the younger generation within our clan is lacking in talent. Only Howard truly meets my expectations. What a pity. That lad surnamed Han has caused me an irreparable grievance, the elder exclaimed, slamming his teacup down with a resounding clap. Please, ancestor, temper your anger. Regardless, that Yumingon is an unexpected delight. With the ancestor's profound skills, success is within reach, the middle-aged man hastily replied, noticing the elder's sour expression. Indeed, speaking of which, her involvement in Howard's demise cannot be overlooked. For the sake of her spirit body, I shall grant her a temporary reprieve. The elder's anger seemed to diminish slightly. As his words fell, he suddenly shifted his gaze toward the entrance of the cave dwelling. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approached, and a young maid appeared at the door. Bowing as she announced, Elder Chi, Elder Mo has come to seek an audience. Before the emaciated elder could respond, a flat, emotionless voice echoed from outside. Elder Chi Xian truly possesses a remarkable disposition, able to calmly enjoy tea at this very moment. Then, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe and adorned with a tall crown appeared at the entrance, his face betraying an expression of indifference. Elder Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, signaling the maid to withdraw without standing up. Imo-chin, our law enforcement hall has always maintained a policy of non-interference with each other. What brings you to my domain? Not long ago, Elder Lu's soul tablet shattered unexpectedly. I wonder if Elder Qi has anything to say about this? Imo-chin countered, ignoring the elder's question. What did you say? Qi Xian sprang from his seat, his face turning ashen with rage. According to those who accompanied Elder Lu, he was dispatched at your behest to eliminate a group of individuals, which led to his untimely demise. May I inquire, Elder Qi, who precisely did you send him to eliminate? Imo-chin asked coldly. That is utterly impossible. How could two mere nascent soul cultivators possibly challenge Elder Lu? Qi Xian responded. Disbelief etched across his face. To slay an early-stage transformation god cultivator and ensure that even the nascent soul couldn't escape, what level of strength would that require? Surely, Elder Qi has some awareness of this matter? I only hope that you do not allow personal grudges to attract formidable enemies to our sect. Regardless, I must insist that you accompany me to the law enforcement hall, Imo-chin remarked with a cold smirk, his voice chilling. Days later, the flying vessel carrying Han Li and his companions finally departed from the Huanglan ancient desert. Throughout the journey, they encountered several waves of shadowy flying ants, which Han Li effortlessly dispatched with his demonic light. Fortunately, no further pursuers from the Tiangui sect appeared, having previously witnessed the annihilation of a transformation god cultivator. Gu Yunyu was no longer surprised by Han Li's ability to fend off the shadowy ants. The continuous travel and turmoil had left Yu Ming Han and Lu Luer feeling somewhat fatigued. The two leaned against the side of the spirit vessel, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Han Li sat cross-legged at the tail of the vessel, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. In front of him lay 7 or 8 jade bottles and porcelain vials, all of which were empty. How goes it, Taoist Han? The voice of the demonic light resonated in Han Li's mind. Most of these elixirs, although originating from that transformation god cultivator, include some of a higher grade. Yet none proved to be of any use. Han Li sighed softly. In the previous battle, although I relied on my formidable physical strength and the power of the 5 mountains to crush my opponent, I expended little mana. However, my internal mana continues to dwindle, which is not a sustainable situation. And the supreme spirit stones? Alas, the same holds true. They are utterly impossible to absorb, Han Li replied with a bitter smile, revealing a spirit stone that had turned dull and lifeless. It seems only certain special elixirs can be effective, the demonic light stated, seemingly devoid of emotion. Perhaps. So far, only the Wangshi Dan and that unknown golden elixir from Qi Mingho have shown any effect. In any case, once we arrive at the Cold Flame sect, I intend to procure another Wangshi Dan for further study. Perhaps it will yield some answers, Han Li remarked, gently touching a small vial hidden within his garment. Half a month later, a peculiar crescent-shaped spirit vessel glided over a verdant mountain range characterized by its layered peaks. On board stood Han Li, Gu Yunyu, and their companions. Taoist Han, Meng-on, Luer, this Lingyan mountain range is the entrance to our Cold Flame sect, Gu Yunyu announced with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the lush forests below. The spiritual veins are stable, and the aura is abundant. Indeed, it is a rare paradise, Han Li noted, his eyes gleaming with approval. Yu Minghan felt a surge of joy at first, but after glancing around, her expression turned perplexed as she looked toward Gu Yunyu. The little fox girl leaned against the edge of the spirit vessel, peering out with curiosity, yet all she could see were the flourishing trees, devoid of any sect architecture. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Brother, I too sense the richness of the spiritual energy here, but where is the sect? Any major sect will possess a protective array obscuring their domain. We are currently situated outside the array, akin to standing outside a high wall. Hence we cannot see the scenery within, Han Li explained with a smile. Lu Luer and Yu Minghan nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. Taoist Han, please wait. Allow me to send a notification, Gu Yunyu instructed Han Li. With that, she flipped her wrist, revealing a palm-sized golden token engraved with flame patterns. As a glow emanated from the token, the flame pattern began to flicker as if truly ignited. A beam of light shot forth from the token, soaring towards the mountain range below. Moments later, a ripple spread through the air beneath the spirit vessel, revealing a translucent, faint golden barrier that emerged. Looking around, One could see that the Lingyan mountain range, stretching for hundreds of miles, was nearly entirely enveloped by this golden barrier. Indeed, as one of the great sects. Its presence is truly formidable, Hanli remarked, seemingly impressed. At that moment, Lu Luer and Yu Mengan clung to the edge of the spirit vessel. Their faces filled with incredulity as their beautiful eyes darted about, scanning the surroundings. Beneath the faint golden barrier, amidst the dense forests, numerous palatial structures and pavilions were obscured from view. Some were perched atop high cliffs, while others formed clusters of gardens, and some nestled within ravines or half-embedded in mountainsides, creating unique courtyards. In the central area of the mountain range, over a dozen peaks soared higher than the surrounding summits, wreathed in mist and emanating purple chi, with rainbows dancing between the peaks, evoking the aura of an ethereal paradise. It is truly breathtaking, Yu Menghan exclaimed, unable to restrain her admiration. Lu Luer nodded in agreement, thoroughly captivated. Daoist Han, Elder Luo awaits us at the Outcloud Peak. Let us proceed, Gu Yunyu said cheerfully, a bright smile gracing her face as she conveyed her excitement. Hanli nodded in acknowledgement. As the spirit vessel passed through the golden barrier, he sensed a probing consciousness, likely that of Elder Luo. Once they officially entered the Cold Flame sect, Lu Luer curiously glanced up, only to find that the golden barrier had vanished, leaving only the azure sky and fluffy white clouds in view. The celestial vessel soared towards the heart of the mountains, ultimately descending upon one of the towering, verdant peaks that pierced the clouds. At the foot of the peak lay an expansive square of white stone, where a robust figure stood, gazing intently in the direction of the celestial craft. This man bore a rugged visage, adorned in an ochre-long robe, with a black belt cinched around his waist. The muscular contours of his chest were distinctly evident, and the aura emanating from him unmistakably marked him as a cultivator at the transformation stage. Chapter 30. Meeting with Elder Luo after Gu Yunyu stowed away the flying boat, she stepped forward and respectfully greeted the robust man. You must be the esteemed Han Daoyu, he said, nodding as his gaze settled on Hanli. It is I, Hanli replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Today, the master of Nangong intended to welcome you in person, but urgent matters within the sect prevented him from doing so. Thus, I was entrusted to receive you in his stead. I hope you do not mind, the burly man said with a cheerful smile. There is no need for such formality. Hanli responded with a smile. This must be the new disciple of my esteemed nephew Gil. Quite impressive. My nephew truly possesses a discerning eye. Luo Jun remarked as his gaze shifted to the side, where Yu Menghan stood, his eyes gleaming with interest. Junior Yu Menghan pays her respects to Elder Luo. Yu Menghan quickly stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. This child, if she diligently cultivates, will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future, Gu Yunyu added, her face beaming with joy. Subsequently, Luo Jun exchanged pleasantries with Lu Luer and, upon learning that she referred to Hanli as her brother, a fleeting look of peculiarity crossed his face, soon vanishing without further comment. Having witnessed Han Li's formidable prowess throughout their journey, Lu Luer felt a newfound confidence when faced with unfamiliar human cultivators, believing that as long as her brother Shurtu was by her side, no one could bully her. Han Daoyu's ability to defeat a transformation stage cultivator while ensuring the safe return of my esteemed nephew and her disciple is remarkable. Such strength and accomplishments are more than sufficient for you to serve as an outer sect elder on our Chaoyan Peak. Currently, there are over 10 cave dwellings available for selection, and I wonder if you have any specific requirements, so that I may assist you in your arrangements, Luo Jun said, his gaze returning to Han Li with praise before posing his inquiry. To speak candidly, I have been nursing an injury that is yet to heal. Ideally, I would prefer a rather secluded location for recuperation. Additionally, I possess some knowledge of alchemy, so if there is a spirit field nearby for cultivating medicinal herbs, that would be even better, Han Li replied, unhurried and straightforward. Ah, how unfortunate. There are indeed a few secluded cave dwellings available, but regrettably, none of them come with a spirit field. Most spirit fields on Chaoyan Peak are tended to by disciples and are primarily located on sunlit slopes below the mountain, which are hardly tranquil, Luo Jun responded, momentarily taken aback, then furrowing his brow as he hesitated. Hearing this, Han Li's brow knitted, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Perhaps this, Han Dao, you could select a spot within the spirit field area, and I will immediately have a new cave dwelling constructed for you, Luo Jun suggested after a brief contemplation. Why go through such trouble? Since there are no spirit fields in the cave dwellings on the peak, I can simply transport one here. However, I wonder if this is permissible, Elder Luo? Han Li replied, blinking and breaking into a hearty laugh. Gu Yunyu and Yu Ming'an were momentarily stunned, not quite grasping the implications of his words. Lu Luer, nestled beside Han Li, paid little attention to their conversation. Her curiosity directed towards the surrounding scenery. Haha, why not? Rather than going to the mountain comes to you. Han Daoyu certainly possesses great ambition. What could possibly be wrong with this? Please, follow me, Luo Jun exclaimed, evidently taken aback by Han Li's response, laughter escaping his lips as interest sparkled in his eyes. In the following moments, under Luo Jun's guidance, the group arrived at a sunny valley on the mountainside of Chaoyun Peak, where several established spirit fields, covering approximately an acre, were tended to by a few servants. Han Daoyu. These spirit fields previously belonged to an outer sect elder who unexpectedly perished several years ago during his travels. Since then, I have been overseeing them, and they have yet to be allocated. If you find them to your liking, feel free to take your pick. Luo Jun gestured towards the fields with a meaningful glance. Thank you, Elder Luo. I shall not be modest, Han Li replied, surveying the valley, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Upon seeing this, Luo Jun felt a strange sense of unease rising within him for some inexplicable reason. Han Li approached, taking a deep breath before lowering himself and delivering a powerful punch to the ground. With a tremendous roar, the entire valley shook, and the spot where his fist struck instantly sank into a deep hole, though not very wide. It appeared unfathomably deep. Yu Ming'an nearly lost her balance, nearly toppling over had it not been for Gu Yunyu's timely support. Lu Lua swayed slightly as well, quickly employing her magic to steady herself. The servants, mostly low-level cultivators, were taken by surprise, shouting in alarm as they hastily fled the valley. However, Luo Jun had regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he stared at Han Li, remaining silent. Han Li continued along the edge of the spirit fields, and after traversing several dozen yards, he bent down and struck the ground once more with a punch. For the next incense stick's worth of time, the valley echoed with a series of thunderous roars as Han Li's footsteps encircled the entire area, eventually returning to Luo Jun and the others. Seeing Han Li's calm demeanor, Luo Jun felt his throat dry, swallowing hard. Without uttering a word, Han Li crouched down and rubbed his palms together, then suddenly thrust both hands into the ground as if wielding blades. Rise! Han Li bellowed, lifting his hands with force. The valley erupted with a resounding crash, the ground splitting open as a fissure gradually widened from where Han Li struck, extending to the left and right. Every spot previously struck by Han Li's fists now connected through this crack, ultimately encircling the entire spirit field. Lu Lua finally understood her brother's intentions. Her cheeks flushed with admiration. Gu Yunyu opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. With a thunderous noise, Han Li raised his hands, uprooting the entire spirit field, holding it aloft as if it were floating in midair. Yu Ming'an stood speechless, utterly astonished at the spectacle before her. Let us go, Elder Luo. To see my new cave dwelling, Han Li said, his expression light and carefree as he turned to Luo Jun with a smile. Luo Jun regarded the excavated spirit field in the ravaged valley, overwhelmed by a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had anticipated that Han Li would merely select a portion of the spirit field and employ some magical technique to transport it. Yet he had not expected Han Li to uproot the entire field through sheer physical strength. However, since he had initially permitted Han Li to take his pick, he could not voice any objections now. With a wry smile, he led the way up the mountainside. Thus, Han Li carried the sizable spirit field, measuring nearly an acre, around Chaoyun Peak for over half an hour before finally selecting a secluded cave dwelling near the summit. Chapter 31. Taiyi Valley. Observing as Han Li effortlessly created a massive pit of approximately an acre in the secluded cave and placed the spirit field he held within it, Luo Jun exhaled a breath of relief before bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, Taoist Han's divine strength is truly astonishing, far exceeding my expectations. Witnessing it firsthand is indeed more enlightening than 100 hearsays. I'm in awe. Taoist Luo, you flatter me. Now that the testing is complete, may we discuss the matter at hand? Han Li replied with a faint smile, subtly countering the praise. Ahem, Taoist Han, you jest. I would never presume such a thing. By the way, becoming a guest elder of our sect does not entail any obligations. Each year, the sect distributes 50,000 spirit stones as offerings, along with various elixirs for cultivation purposes. However, the distribution period for this year's elixirs has passed, so you will have to wait until next year to receive them. Here is your token. It contains a map of our sect and some brief introductions to each peak. Additionally, this is your offering for the year. totaling 80,000 spirit stones with an extra 30,000 as a token of goodwill from the master of Nangong Peak. Luo Jun chuckled awkwardly, changing the subject as he produced a glimmering golden token in a blue storage bag, handing them to Hanli. Hearing this, Gu Yunyu cast a complex gaze at Hanli. What Elder Luo mentioned was indeed a privilege reserved for elders in the transformation stage. Based on Han Li's various displays along the way, he certainly possessed the qualifications. Thank you. Might I inquire about the availability of the Wangshi Dan? Does the sect distribute it annually, or are there alternative means of acquisition? Han Li expressed his gratitude as he accepted the token and spirit stones, casually inquiring further. Oh. The Wangshi Dan is occasionally distributed within the sect. Although its healing effects are remarkable, it does not contribute to improving one's cultivation. Many will trade it in the sect's market, but it is often quickly exchanged and thus difficult to obtain, Luo Jun replied, clearly knowledgeable on the subject. It seems I can only try my luck, Han Li mused thoughtfully. Luo Jun did not linger long. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he departed with Gu Yunyu and Yu Menghan. In the following hours, Han Li activated all the restrictions within the cave, subsequently leading Lu Lur on a tour of the premises. After arranging a bedroom for her to rest, he left the cave. After a short incense stick's time, Han Li's figure appeared outside a valley several miles away from Chuyan Peak. At the valley's entrance stood a white stone archway, inscribed with 3 crimson characters, Taiyi Valley. Beneath the archway, a wide bluestone street meandered along the valley, extending into its depths. This Taiyi Valley was precisely the marketplace Luo Jun had mentioned earlier. Even before entering, the sounds of a bustling market filled his ears. After pausing briefly at the entrance, Han Li stepped forward. As he reached the archway, the scene within the valley unfolded before him. The street inclined gently upward, flanked by numerous shops and houses, all constructed along the slope of the mountain, adorned with a variety of colorful banners, giving the appearance of a lively marketplace. At this moment, it was the afternoon, and the area was teeming with people, bustling in and out of various shops, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Han Li casually entered a rather imposing alchemy shop, but after a mere moment, he emerged with a blank expression and proceeded toward the next establishment. After visiting 5 or 6 sizable alchemy stores, he had yet to catch a glimpse of a single Wangshi Dan. He only learned in one shop that the last one received had been 2 months prior, and it had been swapped out on the very day it was displayed. After spending nearly half a day traversing much of Taiyi Valley without success, Han Li exited a small shop and, instead of continuing deeper into the valley, leisurely walked toward a remote corner. Halfway through, he suddenly turned around, directing a cold remark toward a nearby large tree. You have been following me since I entered the valley. Do you have any advice to offer? Friend, please do not be angry. It is a misunderstanding. A dry chuckle emerged from behind the tree as an elderly man in a gray robe stepped forward, approaching Han Li. The man had a white beard and youthful features, his face radiating vitality, exuding an ethereal quality. A misunderstanding? Han Li, sensing the man's cultivation at the transformation stage, replied with an unfazed demeanor. The elderly man maintained his composure, responding calmly. I am Gao Buxin, an elder of Wanxia Peak. I happened to notice you were earnestly searching for Wangshi Dan, so I followed for a few steps. Wanxia Peak, if I recall correctly, that is the faction specializing in alchemy within the sect. Are you suggesting you possess Wangshi Dan? Han Li raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Hee. I do indeed have a Wangshi Dan in my possession and am open to trading it, but I wonder if you have anything I might desire? Gao Buxin remarked, his eyes glinting as he scrutinized the storage bag at Han Li's waist. What does Elder Gao require for the exchange? Han Li asked, maintaining a calm facade. No rush. I would like to know your name first, Gao Buxin replied, not hastily revealing his terms. I am Han Li, a guest elder from Chuyan Peak. Now, might you share what you seek for the exchange? Han Li inquired with composure. A guest elder of Chuyan Peak? Your prowess is impressive. I could not discern your cultivation level. Nevertheless, that is inconsequential. I seek materials such as Han Yin Xin Shui, Lan Jing Ming Sha, Tian He Xing Shi, or perhaps Lan Ling Hua, or Mo Xiang Chao over 3,000 years in age. Do you have any of these? Gao Buxin stroked his beard as he spoke. Elder Gao, are you jesting? Each of these materials is exceedingly rare. If you possess such items, would you be willing to trade them for Wangshi Dan? Han Li replied, his expression darkening. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's demeanor stiffened, revealing a hint of awkwardness as he fell silent. Perhaps you should propose something more realistic? Otherwise, I would be willing to purchase it with spirit stones, Han Li continued. Although he had not found much earlier, he had sold portions of the materials and elixirs he previously acquired, amassing a considerable sum of spirit stones, including the ones Luo Jun had provided. Very well, since you insist, let us trade with spirit stones. I shall offer you 1 Wangshi Dan for 2 superior spirit stones. How does that sound? Gao Buxin pondered for a moment before sighing. Elder Gao, you are asking for far too much. Even though Wangshi Dan is rare in this marketplace, the highest price should not exceed 600,000 spirit stones. Han Li frowned, appearing displeased. I do not believe my request is excessive, as this is the price within our sect's marketplace. If taken outside for exchange or auction, it would be even more difficult to acquire, Gao Buxin replied, unperturbed. How about this? Although I do not possess the materials you seek, I do have some other valuable items. Would you be interested? Han Li contemplated for a moment before proposing. Other items? If they are merely common artifacts, there is no need to present them. Settling with spirit stones is far more convenient, Gao Buxin chuckled. Qing Ming Jing, Wanin Kuan Ling Zhen Tu, and Pein Ji. Are these considered common? Han Li inquired. These items were obtained from the storage bag of a transformation stage cultivator from the Tian Gui sect, possessing considerable value, yet were of no use to him. The elderly man hesitated, and after a while, he seemed somewhat reluctant as he replied. The first 2 can be disregarded, but the Pein Ji is somewhat useful. However, the year must be at least a millennium old, along with 300,000 spirit stones, and the Wangshi Dan will be yours, my friend. Upon hearing this, Han Li exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He turned and began to leave. Han Dao, you please stay. Gao Buxin, witnessing Han Li's sudden departure, immediately lost his previous composure and called out anxiously. Han Li, of course, did not genuinely intend to leave. He took a few steps forward, and upon being called, he paused and did not hasten to return. Instead, he turned around and stood still, gazing at the elder. Gao Buxin hurriedly approached, taking 2 steps for every 3, and chuckled awkwardly. My friend, please do not be in such a rush to leave. The price is still negotiable. However, I wonder if you might first allow me a glimpse of that Soline mushroom you possess? Han Li did not say much. With a flick of his wrist, a wooden box, half a foot in length, appeared in his hand. He then opened it just a crack. Gao Buxin swiftly released his spiritual sense to scan the contents. And although his brows twitched momentarily, he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 32. The Reverse Pill Technique. Ah, fellow Taoist Han, you are indeed fortunate. This Soline herb must be at least 2003. No, perhaps 2,400 years old. Surely, it can be exchanged for ample amounts of the Wangshi pill, remarked Gao Buxin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. This Soline herb can be traded for 2 Wangshi pills. Han Li interjected, cutting off Gao Buxin's words. Ah, fellow Taoist Han, I only possess one of such pills, Gao Buxin replied with a wry smile. While the elders from other peaks may lack them, I find it hard to believe that the elder from the Falling Sunset Peak, who specializes in alchemy, cannot produce 2 Wangshi pills. If this poses a challenge for you, I can wait a few more days. Surely, within such a grand sect, there must be someone willing to sell the Wangshi pill, Han Li stated calmly. Gao Buxin's white brows furrowed as he genuinely hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he slammed his palm down decisively and declared, deal? Han Li accepted the white jade box handed over by the elder, his spirit sense sweeping over it briefly, revealing a hint of a smile on his face. The faint scent of various herbs emanating from the elder confirmed his identity as an alchemist. To others, a herb aged 2 to 3 millennia might be rare and precious, but to Han Li, it paled in comparison to the 2 Wangshi pills in his possession. Gao Buxin brought the wooden box to his nose, inhaled deeply for a moment, and then, satisfied, let out a sigh of relief. He happily stowed it away in his storage bag before informing Han Li that he could visit Falling Sunset Peak at his leisure, and then hurriedly took his leave. Afterward, Han Li did not immediately depart the market, but leisurely wandered through the valley, exchanging a significant portion of his spirit stones for several high-grade pills akin to the Wangshi pill, before finally departing Tongyi Valley and flying towards Cloud-Piercing Peak. Upon returning to his cave abode, Han Li found Lu Lear seated alone in the hall, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. What are you pondering, Lear? Han Li inquired as he settled down opposite her. Brother, Lu Lear exclaimed joyfully, finally noticing his return. Why are you daydreaming here, all alone? Han Li asked with a gentle smile. Lear reflected on the events since meeting her brother, feeling as though she were in a dream. She replied earnestly. Han Li was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a chuckle. If it is a dream, Lear truly hopes to never awaken. Aside from father and mother, You are the one who cares for me the most. I wish for you to always stay by my side, the little fox girl murmured, her voice tinged with emotion. Seeing Lulier in such a state, Hanli hesitated for a moment before suddenly raising his hand and pressing 2 fingers gently against her forehead. Lulier was startled but did not retreat. Close your eyes, Hanli softly instructed. Upon hearing this, Lulier complied without hesitation, tightly shutting her eyes. Hanli shook his head with a smile and also closed his eyes, silently reciting an incantation. After what felt like the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Hanli opened his eyes. Lulier, seated across from him, had turned pale, beads of sweat forming at her temples. He withdrew his fingers and spoke. All right, you may open your eyes now. Lulier slowly blinked her long eyelashes, revealing her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Hanli. I have just inscribed the illusory spirit transformation technique into your sea of consciousness. It is a high-level technique I acquired by chance many years ago, perfectly suited for your fox demon form, Hanli said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Lulier closed her eyes to sense it, her small face still reflecting some bewilderment. I will do my utmost to protect you. But in the event that I am not by your side, you must be able to safeguard yourself and at least hold on until I find you. Hanli explained gravely. Lulier contemplated for a moment before nodding earnestly, responding to Hanli with conviction. Yes, I will diligently practice this technique. Hanli then nodded in satisfaction. At Cloud-Piercing Peak, within a certain council hall, Peak Master, that individual is indeed a high-level strength cultivator. Everything has been arranged without alarming the other peaks. As for Master Gu, according to your instructions, he has been generously rewarded and has been cautioned to keep the matter of that individual's slaying of the transformation god a secret. Luo Jun reported respectfully to the middle-aged man in scholarly robes seated at the head of the room. Good. This person's physical prowess is formidable. Capable of slaying transformation gods while still in the nascent soul stage. He will undoubtedly prove invaluable to our peak in the future. Ensure you look after him and accommodate his requests as much as possible, the Peak Master of Nangong nodded. Understood, Luo Jun replied. Dismissed, the Peak Master waved his hand. Luo Jun bowed and exited. Hanli, the Peak Master of Nangong murmured to himself, sitting in quiet contemplation for a moment before rising and walking towards the back. Unbeknownst to Hanli, the conversation between the Peak Master of Nangong and Luo Jun was taking place. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the secret chamber of his cave abode. A table before him arranged with over 10 jade bottles and boxes. He held a small red bottle in his hand, uncorked it, and poured out a fiery red pill. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. After a brief examination, he tilted his head back and swallowed it, closing his eyes to investigate his internal condition. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. Although this fiery red pill was comparable in grade to the Wangshi pill, it bore no effect on him. Hanli displayed no signs of surprise, casually picking up a second bottle and consuming a golden yellow pill. The pill melted within him, yet still failed to produce a hint of spiritual power. After a while, Hanli opened his eyes, his expression unreadable as he reached for the third vial. Soon, he had tried a majority of the pills on the table, regrettably finding them ineffective, leaving only a purple jade box and a green porcelain bottle remaining. Pensive, Hanli felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed finding a suitable pill was far more challenging than he had anticipated. However, he had finally arrived at the Cold Flame sect, and with his current understanding of the Spirit Huan realm, he knew that various cultivation resources were abundant here. With a little effort, he should be able to reap some rewards. With this thought, he picked up the purple jade box, extracted a gray pill, and swallowed it. This time, Hanli felt a spark of excitement as a hint of spiritual power emanated from the pill, circulating through his meridians and merging into his dantian, subtly enhancing his spiritual power. Although the efficacy of this gray pill was inferior to that of the Wangshi pill, discovering a useful pill was certainly a stroke of good fortune. As for the pill in the green porcelain bottle, after a few attempts, it unsurprisingly yielded no results. Hanli sighed, retrieving another gray pill from the purple jade box, holding it in his palm. This pill, known as the Cloud Pill, was said to strengthen one's foundation and enhance vitality, though it was more suited for cultivators practicing water attribute techniques, differing significantly from the properties of the Wangshi pill. After some contemplation, Hanli suddenly stood up, exited the secret chamber, and made his way outside. As he passed Lulier's bedroom, he paused. Even through the door, he could sense the surging spiritual energy emanating from within, clearly indicating that she was diligently cultivating. He nodded with satisfaction and continued on his way, soon arriving at the alchemy chamber. The alchemy chamber was modest in size, measuring only 4 or 5 zheng across, with a floor of dark green and black hues. In the center stood a circular platform, raised half a foot above the ground, inscribed with numerous dark red patterns forming a magical array. At the heart of the array lay a black hollow, where flickering flames danced, emanating a searing heat. A half-person tall alchemy furnace stood atop the platform, exuding wisps of spiritual energy, quite extraordinary in nature. Han Li cast his gaze around, then seated himself on a cushion beside the alchemical furnace. Gesturing with his hand to invoke a spell, the red magic array suddenly flared to life, and a surge of crimson earth fire erupted from the black circular opening, enveloping the furnace. With adept precision, Han Li meticulously cleansed both the interior and exterior of the furnace before retrieving the dark cloud elixir, which he boldly tossed into the furnace. With both hands forming incantations, the earth fire immediately responded to his commands, splitting into 8 beams that entered the furnace, soon filling the air with a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. However, as Han Li continued to weave his spells, the fragrant scent began to dissipate. Unfazed, he persisted with his incantations. Before long, a small portion of an hour had passed, and the enticing aroma had nearly vanished, replaced by a medley of unfamiliar scents. Suddenly, Han Li halted his movements and cast a spell, extinguishing the flames at the base of the furnace. He waved his hand to lift the cover, only to find the dark cloud elixir had vanished, leaving behind a small handful of multicolored powder. After a brief examination, Han Li cautiously emitted a green light that lifted the powder. The green glow quivered gently, revealing countless delicate filaments, akin to a multitude of tiny hands stirring through the powder. In no time, the small mound was divided into several portions, each showcasing a distinct hue. Nodding in satisfaction, Han Li carefully separated the various powders into a dozen small jade boxes that he had prepared in advance. The secret technique he had just employed was known as the reverse elixir method, a rare and esoteric skill he had stumbled upon during his time in the spirit realm. This technique allowed for the reverse refinement of elixirs, enabling their decomposition. The original creator of this method aimed to utilize it to dissect others' elixirs, reverse engineering their formulations. Unfortunately, this individual ultimately failed. The reverse elixir method had its limitations and could not fully reconstruct the recipe of an elixir, only allowing for the identification of its constituent materials. Intrigued by its novelty, Han Li, a master alchemist himself, had committed it to memory, and today marked its inaugural application. Fortunately, the Dark Cloud elixir was merely a foundational level elixir. As a higher grade one might have posed a challenge for him to successfully execute the spell in one attempt. Chapter 33. The innate purple chi. Han Li placed a number of small jade boxes containing various powders aside, and with a wave of his hand, he cast a spell to reactivate the array of the alchemical furnace. He then retrieved a pill, the Wangshi pill, pondering for a moment before tossing it into the furnace and once again employing the reverse pill technique. After a little over half an hour, the Wangshi pill transformed into several different materials, which he carefully stored in the jade boxes. He laid out the materials from both pills side by side for a meticulous examination. After a brief moment, Han Li exclaimed softly, a smile gracing his face. Upon comparison, he found that while most of the materials were entirely different, one particular blue crystalline powder was identical in both color and form, clearly indicating it was the same substance. However, the amount of this blue crystalline powder in the Wangshi pill was significantly greater than that in the Wuyun pill. Both pills held value for him. Although it was uncertain whether the effects were solely due to this blue powder, there was certainly a profound connection. Gently pinching some of the blue powder, Han Li inhaled its aroma and tasted it, his brow gradually furrowing in contemplation. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he had developed an intricate relationship with alchemy, and while he possessed knowledge of various alchemical materials from both the human and spiritual realms, he found himself utterly perplexed by this blue powder before him. Perhaps this substance is unique to the Linghuan realm? Han Li speculated, and after a moment of thought, he abruptly stood and exited his cave dwelling. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. A flash of azure light surrounded Han Li as he soared into the air. Moments later, he landed before a cave dwelling on the Luoxia Peak, situated in a rather secluded area with no signs of human presence nearby. After surveying the surroundings, he approached the entrance of the cave, produced a communication talisman, whispered a few words, and waved his hand. The talisman transformed into a beam of white light and flew into the cave. A moment later, the heavy door creaked open. "Elder Gao, I hope I am not intruding," Han Li said, cupping his fist in greeting. "Not at all," Fellow Taoist Han, I did not expect to see you again so soon. Please, come in. Galbukuan replied with a broad smile, inviting Han Li inside. Galbukuan's cave was noticeably larger than Han Li's, yet it was simply furnished, permeated by a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Elder Gao, I will be direct. I have come here to seek your guidance on a matter, Han Li stated once seated. Please feel free to speak plainly, fellow Taoist Han, Galbukuan replied, somewhat taken aback. Han Li produced the jade box containing the blue powder and handed it over. Elder Gao, with your vast knowledge, might you recognize this substance? He inquired. Oh, Galbukuan said, accepting the jade box and scrutinizing its contents with narrowed eyes. He pinched a bit of the powder and tasted it on his tongue, raising an eyebrow slightly, as if grasping deeper implications. It seemed that Elder Gao had reached a conclusion. Han Li smiled faintly. Hee, you have indeed inquired with the right person, fellow Taoist Han. However, Galbukuan chuckled knowingly. Without hesitation, Han Li produced a high-grade spirit stone and tossed it to him. Galbukuan deftly caught it. A hint of delight appearing on his face as he continued, to be candid, this is actually the powder of Yunha grass. A certain age of this spirit grass serves as a primary ingredient in several high-tier pills of our sect and is quite rare. Moreover, this powder seems to have undergone some form of processing. Only through years of alchemical practice and familiarity with various spirit materials could I barely identify it. I see. Could you elaborate on the medicinal properties of Yunha grass, Elder Gao? Han Li inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Galbukuan grinned mischievously, remaining silent as he rubbed his hands together. Han Li tossed him another high-grade spirit stone. Galbukuan, pleased, pocketed the stone and, after a moment of contemplation, began to explain. Yunha grass, also known as color-changing grass, reveals a white hue after a century, blue after a millennium, red after 3,000 years, deep red after 10,000 years, and purplish red after 30,000 years. Its most distinctive feature is its ability to absorb the morning sun's essence, producing a trace of innate purple chi after a century. This substance is not only essential for cultivating several formidable techniques but can also be directly converted into innate spiritual energy, having a profound effect on the purification of one's marrow and transformation of the meridians. The older it is, the more refined the innate purple chi becomes, resulting in increasingly astonishing effects. Innate purple chi. Might I inquire where this grass can be found? Han Li's heart stirred with excitement. The growing conditions for this grass are exceedingly harsh. As far as I know, there are only a few locations where it can be discovered, all of which are primarily controlled by the major sections. Most specimens over a millennium in age are now in the possession of these sects, rendering them unavailable outside. Galbukuan scratched his head and continued. After absorbing Elder Gao's insights, Han Li had formed a solid conclusion. The substance responsible for rejuvenating his magical power was likely the trace of innate purple chi. Aside from the Wangshi pill, what other pills are crafted using Yunha grass? He pondered aloud. Galbukuan, this time, did not hesitate to respond. Apart from this pill, a small amount is also used in the Wuyun pill. Additionally, both the Yongling pill and the Yuanshu pill contain some lower-grade Yunha grass, though the innate purple chi within them is negligible. After parting ways with Galbukuan, Han Li made his way to the Tongyi Valley, spending a high-grade spirit stone to purchase several of the aforementioned pills, as well as a few specimens of the century-old Yunha grass, before returning to the Chiyan Peak. In the secluded chamber of his cave, Han Li sat cross-legged on a mat, with the recently acquired pills and Yunha grass laid out before him. He opened a white porcelain vial and consumed a Wuyun pill. Instantly, a warm current surged from his dantian, as strands of spiritual power unfurled from the pill, gradually transforming into magical energy and being stored within him. Elated, he then took a century-old Yunha grass, chewed on it for a moment, and swallowed it. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, his dantian warmed again as streams of magical power flowed into it, accumulating once more. A smile crept across Han Li's face. He had finally confirmed that the innate purple chi was indeed the key to restoring his magical power. Over the course of a day and a night, after consuming more than half of the pills and Yunha grass he had purchased, his cultivation steadily surged, quickly restoring him to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Just as he was filled with joy and prepared to consume the remaining pills in one go, his expression suddenly froze. At that moment, the power from the pills he had yet to fully assimilate began to convert into magical energy, gradually gathering in his dantian. However, it felt as if his dantian were a water tank already filled to the brim, incapable of containing any additional magical energy. He could only watch helplessly as the magical energy lingered momentarily in his dantian, before gradually dissipating into nothingness. Hanli sighed, recognizing that this issue was likely related to the changes within his nascent soul. He feared that consuming more pills would yield little benefit. The reason behind this predicament could only be unraveled once his physical body and consciousness had recovered to a certain extent. At present, with his cultivation unable to elevate his magical power and relying solely on pills to restore himself to the late nascent soul stage, accelerating the recovery of his physical form and consciousness became his foremost concern. Contemplating this, he felt a headache coming on, absent-mindedly rubbing his forehead as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, a sudden realization struck him. He lifted his head and, with a flick of his wrist, produced the token from the guest elder. Hanli infused his consciousness into the token, and a geographical map of the Cold Flame sect formed from golden rays appeared before his eyes. His gaze lingered upon the map for a moment before finally settling on the 3 small characters inscribed on Jishin Peak, the scripture repository. Chapter 34. The Theft at the Foot of the Izumo Peak. The clouds drifted lazily. A young disciple clad in a moonlit white robe ascended the mountain path. Just as he lifted one foot to step onto a stone stair, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, rendering him motionless, as if his very consciousness had become hazy. At that moment, a tall figure flickered beside him, revealing none other than Hanli. "Describe to me the situation regarding the scripture pavilion within the sect," Hanli intoned, his eyes glimmering with an otherworldly blue light, his voice imbued with an eerie resonance. The scripture pavilion is situated atop the holy peak, divided into inner and outer pavilions. The outer pavilion is accessible to all disciples and elders, while entry to the inner pavilion is restricted to inner disciples and elders. The white-robed disciple replied in a dazed manner, his eyes vacant as if he were a mere wooden puppet. Listening to the disciple's words, Hanli's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of contemplation danced deep within his gaze. As a vital stronghold of the sect, the management of the scripture pavilion by the Cold Flame sect was exceptionally stringent. Typically, disciples and elders required not only a substantial amount of spirit stones to exchange for texts, but also had to forfeit contribution points earned within the sect. These contribution points, a measure of a disciple or elder's service to the sect, were generally accrued through the completion of tasks assigned by the sect. The more arduous the task, the greater the contribution points awarded. Without sufficient time to accumulate these points, acquiring advanced techniques and secret arts was nearly impossible. Consequently, some individuals resorted to unscrupulous means to seek alternative paths. In times past, many ill-intentioned rogue cultivators had feigned joining the Cold Flame sect as outer elders, only to secretly infiltrate the scripture pavilion to pilfer texts. Yet, without exception, they were discovered, meeting a tragic fate. The reason was simple: the pavilion's defenses were too formidable, leaving no vulnerabilities for exploitation. According to the white-robed disciple, the pavilion was perpetually guarded by an elder of the void refining stage, with patrols conducted day and night without interruption, alongside countless powerful restrictions that made proximity perilous for ordinary cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Hanli withdrew his finger from the disciple's brow, vanishing from sight like a specter. The white-robed disciple, having held his foot aloft for an extended duration, finally brought it down with a start, nearly losing his balance. Once steadied, he rubbed his tingling calf, glanced around in bewilderment, and shook his head in confusion before continuing up the mountain. Approximately an incense stick later, Hanli appeared atop the holy peak, standing beneath a towering ancient cypress, gazing distantly at an octagonal 2-story pavilion. The pavilion rose about 9 zhang high, featuring 8 sides yet presenting a singular grand entrance to the south. The walls and roof were adorned with intricate inscriptions designed to ward off lightning and fire. 2 squads of patrolling cultivators flanked either side of the pavilion, interspersing their rounds in a vigilant manner. After observing for some time, Hanli's expression betrayed a hint of contemplation, and his figure blurred before vanishing once more. That night, deep within the Cold Flame sect, nestled in a valley, stood a grand hall of azure stone, where numerous patrol disciples frequently passed, tallying no less than 7 or 8 squads, all led by individuals of the God transformation stage, clearly underscoring the area's significance. One patrol squad silently flew past the valley entrance, led by a burly man in a blue robe, who appeared somewhat drowsy, stifling a yawn. Just then, another patrol squad flew in from several dozen paces away, heading in a different direction. The blue-robed man could not help but grimace. Although the Celestial Talisman Hall was indeed a critical site of the Cold Flame sect, deploying such an extensive number of Night Watch disciples seemed overly cautious. The location was not only concealed but also shielded by a grand protective formation enveloping the entire mountain gate, making it virtually impossible for any intruder to penetrate. Naturally, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead transmitting orders to the disciples behind him to remain vigilant as he prepared to fly deeper into the valley. At that moment, a thunderous clap erupted from a nearby hall, followed by a burst of purple lightning, only to swiftly return to stillness. The blue-robed man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Who goes there? Alas, someone has infiltrated the Celestial Talisman Hall. The Night Watch disciples behind the man exclaimed in alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the burly man sprang into action, hurtling downwards towards the hall's entrance. Who dares trespass the Celestial Talisman Hall? Surrender at once, he bellowed, gripping a talisman in his hand. With a swift gesture, the patrolling disciples fanned out, encircling the hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Other patrolling disciples rapidly converged, forming a blockade of 7 or 8 squads numbering in the hundreds, ensuring that not a fly could escape. Inside the hall, darkness enveloped the space, devoid of any sound. All halls were shrouded in restrictions, preventing any probing of divine senses within. The leaders exchanged uncertain glances, uncertain whether to breach the threshold. As Nightwatch disciples, they held no authority to enter. What transpired? A beam of white light shot forth, illuminating the space outside the hall, revealing the figure of an elderly man with white hair. Master Fan, you have arrived. Someone has just infiltrated the Celestial Talisman Hall. We were about to enter in pursuit, but according to regulations, we lack the authority to do so, one of the leaders hastily reported to the elder. What? A bunch of fools. What regulations are you still adhering to at this moment? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and enter. The white-haired elder roared in fury, charging toward the hall. Upon seeing this, most of the leaders promptly followed, leaving 2 behind. Reaching the hall's entrance, the white-haired elder paused in astonishment. The main entrance's restrictions remained intact. Puzzled, he wasted no time and produced a token-like object, releasing a beam of white light that struck the door. With a flash of brilliance, the door creaked open. The group rushed into the hall, and the elder waved his hand, casting a spell. Instantly, white light erupted throughout the hall, illuminating the interior. Everyone was taken aback. The hall was sparsely furnished, containing only a few dozen white jade racks, easily visible at a glance. But it was utterly devoid of life. Charred traces marred the floor. No one? Have they already escaped? The leaders exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. The blue-robed man stood within the hall, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had been right next to the hall when the incident occurred, never averting his gaze. How had the intruder managed to leave? Celestial Shadowstone. Moon Observation Grass. The white-haired elder dashed to one of the white jade racks, his complexion paling, lips quivering. Each of these racks was laden with precious materials, shielded by restrictions. Yet 2 of the jade racks had their defenses breached, with numerous materials missing. Flowing wave wood, iron heart feather. The elder rushed to another rack, pounding his chest in despair, utterly distraught. The expressions of the several god transformation leaders grew grim. After them, mobilize all Night Watch disciples. We must capture the thief. The white-haired elder shouted in a fit of rage. The theft of a substantial quantity of precious talisman-making materials from the Celestial Talisman Hall stirred a tempest within the Cold Flame sect, prompting countless Night Watch disciples to spring into action in pursuit of the thief. The manhunt persisted from midnight until dawn, eventually rousing many outer disciples to join the fray. However, despite scouring the entirety of the Spirit Flame mountain range, not a trace of the thief was discovered. The incident soon drew the attention of the sect's higher-ups, and an elder adept in tracking from the later stages of void refining personally arrived at the Celestial Talisman Hall. After his investigation, he concluded that the thief had utilized a lightning teleportation formation to escape, leaving not a single clue behind, rendering him unable to pursue further. As the elder of the late stage of the void refinement could not locate the thief, it was inconceivable that the esteemed elder of the integration stage would be disturbed by such a trivial matter. Thus, Master Fan of the Heavenly Symbol Hall reluctantly ceased his pursuit. Although the overt manhunt had concluded, the sect would not simply disregard this incident. The protective formation surrounding the Lingyan mountain range showed no signs of breach, indicating that the culprit remained within its confines. Consequently, the Cold Flame sect discreetly dispatched skilled individuals to continue the search. In light of these events, the defenses within the Cold Flame sect became several times more stringent than usual. Chapter 35. Deception under the Veil of Night. 3 days had swiftly passed, and once again, night had fallen. Within the Cold Flame sect scripture repository, the number of patrolling guards had doubled since the recent incident at the Celestial Talisman Hall. Amidst a dense forest several hundred zhang away from the tower, a faint silvery shadow gradually materialized. Concealed by the shroud of night, its face remained indistinct, revealing only a hint of its brow and eyes. The figure gazed toward the mysteriously illuminated octagonal pavilion in the darkness, and after a brief pause, produced a pale purple talisman, pressing it against itself. The talisman shattered silently, transforming into several indistinct, tadpole-shaped runes that danced around the figure before merging into its being. Instantly, a purple mist enveloped the figure, rendering it invisible. The figure had not truly vanished, rather, it had become an ethereal entity, gliding toward the scripture repository while disregarding the patrolling guards. Despite their vigilant scanning of the surroundings and their consciousness probing every nook and cranny, they failed to perceive the shadow's presence. In no time, the figure floated to the entrance of the repository. It was deep into the night, and the repository had long since closed, its imposing stone door emanating faint glimmers, indicating the presence of a barrier. Murmuring an incantation, the figure gestured with its hands and exhaled an almost invisible azure mist that struck the grand door. If magnified 100-fold, one would discern that the azure mist was composed of countless minuscule runes. Upon contact with the barrier on the door, these tiny runes integrated into it, corroding the barrier's glowing surface and creating a significant breach. The figure immediately surged through silently. The stone door, now devoid of its protective barrier, became inconsequential, allowing the figure to pass into the repository. The shimmering barrier on the door flickered momentarily before returning to its original state. This entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, and the patrolling guards remained oblivious to any anomalies. The figure entered the repository, revealing a vast circular hall. The hall was immense, measuring nearly 30 zhang, with numerous passageways extending outward, their destinations unknown. At the farthest end, a dark staircase spiraled upward. The figure surveyed the surroundings before gliding toward one of the passageways. The corridor was not long, and it soon reached a closed stone chamber. The entrance was similarly cloaked in a white barrier, topped by a white jade slab inscribed with the characters for cultivation method. A flicker of joy crossed the figure's eyes as it exhaled another azure mist, which corroded the white barrier, creating a sizable opening through which it swiftly entered. Inside the stone chamber lay hundreds of bookshelves, each shrouded in a faint red glow. Each shelf contained several compartments, each housing a jade slip. Labels beside the compartments indicated the types of cultivation methods contained within. The figure approached a bookshelf at random, exhaling azure mist that corroded the surrounding faint red glow, and then waved its hand, summoning several jade slips into its grasp, its consciousness penetrating their contents. After a moment of contemplation, it furrowed its brow and cast the slips back onto the shelf. The methods within were primarily those suitable for forming the golden core and even the nascent soul stage, yet they seemed to hold no allure for this figure. It wandered through the stone chamber, swiftly examining the jade slips on the shelves, shaking its head in disappointment. Without hesitation, the figure turned and flew back outside, passing through the stone door and returning to the hall. It immediately entered another adjacent passageway, which culminated once again in a stone chamber. This chamber also featured a white jade slab inscribed with the characters for techniques. The figure repeated its previous actions, quickly dismantling the barrier and entering once more. Before long, the figure returned and entered a third passageway. Time slipped by, and soon over an hour had elapsed. The figure had explored each of the numerous passageways. Its brows knitted tightly, evidently having found nothing of significance. It floated slowly to the dark staircase at the far end, gazing upward before ascending. The staircase was brief, leading to a massive stone door several zhang wide. Seated on either side of the door were two individuals. To the left sat a rotund, fair-skinned monk clad in a purple robe, while to the right sat a tall, gaunt man with a sallow complexion, exuding an air of illness. Both possessed a subtle radiance above their heads and emanated an aura as deep as the ocean, clearly two formidable cultivators at the void refinement stage. They sat in silent meditation, oblivious to the happenings below. The figure glanced at the two before its gaze shifted to the stone door behind them. The door shimmered with a wave-like light, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors, clearly more formidable than the barriers of the other chambers. If the figure's intuition was correct, beyond this door lay the inner sanctum of the Cold Flame sect's scripture repository, housing the sect's most exquisite texts. Breaching this barrier would undoubtedly prove challenging. Narrowing its eyes, the figure hesitated momentarily before advancing, its form as light as air as it approached the grand door, coming within a zhang of the two void refinement cultivators. At that moment, the rotund monk raised an eyebrow slightly, opening his eyes to survey the surroundings. "What is it, Linksy brother?" inquired the tall, thin man, also opening his eyes. "Nothing," the monk replied, casting a glance at the inner sanctum's door, murmuring to himself. He had not truly sensed anything, merely a fleeting intuition arising from a technique he had once practiced. However, the success rate of that technique was low, and considering the layers of barriers surrounding them and their vigilant watch, it was unlikely that even a combined stage cultivator, let alone one in the great ascension stage, could approach undetected. With this thought, the monk slowly closed his eyes once more. The tall, thin man paid no heed, resuming his own meditation. The figure remained stationary, undetected, until both cultivators had resumed their quiet practice. Only then did it subtly stir, a powerful wave of consciousness emanating from its brow that swiftly enveloped the entire door, coalescing into a protective barrier. Next, it exhaled a stream of azure mist onto the door's wave-like barrier. The barrier flickered with light, resisting the intrusion of the azure mist and emanating pulsations of magical power. However, the two void refinement cultivators, shielded by the barrier of consciousness, remained entirely unaware. The figure's hand gestures shifted, causing the azure mist to swell and contract, engaging in a contest with the wave-like barrier, gradually diminishing a central area of about half a zhang. Without further delay, the figure's form flickered and vanished into the door. Though this sequence appeared intricate, from the moment it breached the door's barrier to its disappearance within, only a few breaths had passed. At that instant, the protective barrier of consciousness dissipated quietly. "Huh?" The rotund monk raised his brows, reopening his eyes and abruptly turning to gaze at the inner sanctum door. The wave-like barrier shimmered, radiating ethereal light, showing no signs of disturbance. Yet, an ominous feeling had distinctly surfaced in his mind, fleeting but enough to provoke a sense of unease. Could Linksy brother have sensed something? The tall, thin man, too, seemed to sense something amiss, hastily rising to glance at the door before closing his eyes again, unleashing his vast consciousness to sweep the surroundings. "Qing Tao, my dear brother, did you notice anything amiss just now?" The plump monk approached the entrance of the cabinet and scrutinized it for a moment before inquiring. "Unless someone could vanish from the vicinity of the sutra repository, which spans hundreds of miles, in the span of 2 or 3 breaths, or breach the exquisite Liuli Xianshui array set up by the late Cold Flame ancestor, entering the inner sanctum." At this moment, the tall and slender man had opened his eyes, shook his head, and spoke slowly. It was evident that his previous mental search had yielded no results. "How could this be? Perhaps it is merely my delusion." Upon hearing this, the plump monk couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. To silently breach the Liuli Xianshui array within 2 or 3 breaths and restore it to its original state is likely beyond even the capabilities of the esteemed elder at the great ascension stage within our sect. Chapter 36. The art of deception. As two ethereal cultivators remained ensnared in their own doubts and suspicions, a figure materialized within a dark hall. This chamber was modest in size, spanning merely 20 to 30 feet, with a robust white jade pillar rising prominently in its center. Countless runes were etched upon the pillar, emanating a gentle yellow glow from its apex, which coalesced into an inverted bowl-shaped luminous veil, enveloping a designated area. Within this shimmering enclosure, several cabinets radiating a faint red light lay obscured, shrouded in mystery. The figure remained motionless, scrutinizing the yellow veil with eyes that glimmered with a hint of blue. After a brief moment, with a wave of the hand, dozens of black lights shot forth. These were black array flags, meticulously positioned around the yellow shield. Following this, intricate hand gestures summoned black light pillars that soared into the air, uniting to form a larger hemispherical dark veil that enveloped the yellow shield beneath. The yellow veil, occupying nearly half of the hall's space, was now nearly completely suffocated by the expansive dark dome. The figure exhaled a stream of azure energy towards the yellow shield, attempting to breach it as before. To his astonishment, upon creating a palm-sized opening, the surface of the shield erupted with brilliance, as numerous strands of yellow light manifested, ensnaring the azure energy and constricting it violently. The azure energy was instantly fragmented into countless shards, dissipating into the air as the yellow light swiftly faded, and the previously created aperture seamlessly closed. Observing this spectacle with an unruffled demeanor, the figure seemed unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the white jade pillar for an extended duration. He then produced a dozen array flags of varying colors. With another wave, all the flags levitated, arranging themselves into an eccentric elliptical formation, chaotic yet imbued with profound intricacies. As the figure executed rapid hand gestures, the black light in his hands flickered intensely. The flags emanated a vibrant array of colors, resembling javelins as they struck the yellow shield, drilling into it and delineating an area of about 10 feet in size. The surface of the yellow shield flickered violently, hindering the advance of the flags, while a potent surge of magical energy radiated outward. Yet, as these waves brushed against the periphery of the dark veil, they vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the ocean. With the utterance of obscure incantations, the flags blazed brilliantly, accelerating their penetration until they finally embedded themselves within the shield. In the next moment, the area enveloped by the flags began to dim under the yellow light. The figure promptly exhaled a dense stream of azure energy into this region. The dim veil offered little resistance, rapidly corroding under the azure energy's onslaught. However, the runes on the white jade pillar ignited with fervor, and the other areas of the yellow shield shone brilliantly, with torrents of yellow light surging toward the flag domain, only to be staunchly repelled. A fierce magical energy fluctuation erupted, but this time the intensity reverberated through the dark veil, which began to tremble ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, mere moments later, the previously 10-foot area was corroded into a substantial breach. The figure swiftly darted inside, positioning himself near the white jade pillar, exhaling a rich cloud of black energy that enveloped the pillar. Simultaneously, he executed hand seals, unleashing a flurry of black spells upon the pillar. The black energy rapidly proliferated across the pillar, staining its runes. The glowing radiance of the pillar dimmed swiftly, and the surging aura of the yellow shield gradually receded, returning to its original state. With a flick of his hand, the array flags emerged from within the shield and returned to him. Unceasing, he retrieved another stack of yellow flags, releasing them as beams of light that penetrated the yellow shield. These flags encountered no resistance, vanishing entirely into the shield, which then quivered slightly before returning to its prior form, the previously corroded breach swiftly mending. Only then did the figure turn his attention toward the dozen stone cabinets surrounding the pillar, each enveloped by a crimson shield. Approaching one cabinet without hesitation, he unleashed a stream of azure energy upon its surface, causing the area to tremble violently as the red light began to fade, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Just then, specks of white crystalline light emerged upon the red surface, the intertwining red and white radiance repelling the azure energy's encroachment. Simultaneously, a piercing chime reverberated from the depths of the hall, eliciting a ripple of surprise from the figure. Yet, in the next instant, a low incantation escaped his lips, and his hands began to shift rapidly. The azure energy swirled and morphed into various shapes, relentlessly assaulting the red and white barrier. Yet despite its transformations, it could not breach the defenses. Suddenly, the figure summoned back the azure energy with a decisive gesture, then pointed his fingers to his brow, which split open to reveal a pitch-black eye. This eye, adorned with swirling black runes, emitted a shaft of dark light that pierced the crimson barrier, shattering it with a resounding crash. As the figure's brow sparkled with a flash of brilliance, a tremendous consciousness divided into several fragments, each entering a jade slip to swiftly explore its contents. Following the resounding chime, the barrier outside the scripture repository began to flicker violently, sounding alarms of alert. A sense of urgency washed over the figure. Someone had breached the scripture repository. Who possessed such audacity? Was it perhaps the thief from days prior who infiltrated the Hall of Celestial Talismans? As furious shouts echoed, figures converged from all directions toward the repository. Having learned from the previous incident at the Hall of Celestial Talismans, the patrols acted promptly, dispatching messages to the sect's higher-ups while the strongest captains charged into the scripture repository. In the darkness of night, the cold flame sect stirred to life, illumination bursting forth across its expanse. The first to react were the two ethereal cultivators stationed at the entrance of the inner cabinet. As the alarm sounded, they sprang into action, faces reflecting a mix of shock and anger. Indeed, an intruder had infiltrated right under their noses. Could it be a cultivator of the ascension stage? That thought flitted through their minds, but there was no time to ponder further. They swiftly produced jade talismans, one crescent-shaped, the other oval. When combined, they formed a complete sphere, which they affixed to a spot on the grand door. The shimmering barrier flickered and dissolved rapidly, and the stone door thunderously swung open as the two surged inside without hesitation. Upon encountering the dim black veil within, they were momentarily taken aback. The stout monk, heart racing, bit his tongue and retrieved a circular mirror artifact. With a series of hand seals, the mirror emitted a blinding gray light, projecting a massive beam that struck the black veil, resulting in a deafening explosion. The veil rippled violently, undulating like water, yet it did not yield immediately. Almost simultaneously, the tall, lean man unleashed 4 azure swords that spiraled into 4 azure lotus blossoms. Countless azure sword energies suddenly surged forth from the 4 azure lotuses, striking fiercely against the black barrier. With a series of muffled thuds, the black barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and was torn asunder, revealing the scene within. Bold thieves. The 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage, upon catching a glimpse of the faint silvery figure within, felt a simultaneous sense of relief and indignation. The aura emitted by this figure appeared to be merely that of a Yuaning stage cultivator. However, this figure paid no heed to the 2 void refinement practitioners outside. He had just finished examining the jade slip in the first stone cabinet, and, with a flicker, moved to the adjacent stone cabinet. There, he employed the same method, channeling a dark light from his singular eye to shatter the restrictions surrounding the stone cabinet, and then, with remarkable composure, released his divine sense to probe into the jade slip above once more. Chapter 37. Escape. How dare you, little thief? You have the audacity to peruse the secrets of my cold flame sect. Prepare to meet your demise. The stout monk and the slender man glared with fury, their voices rising in unison. The former swiftly produced a yellow jade token, brandishing it with force. With a swift motion, the token emitted a flash of yellow light that darted towards the golden barrier, which instantly split open, revealing a passageway of approximately 2 zhang in width. The 2 figures propelled themselves through the opening, lunging towards the shadow within. At that moment, the shadow abruptly raised a hand, reciting an incantation and pointing a finger. A beam of black light shot forth from the tip, striking the white jade pillar. Instantly, the runes inscribed upon the pillar ignited, causing the golden barrier to radiate brilliantly, unleashing a torrent of yellow light that ensnared the 2 midair cultivators in a flash. They felt as if they had plunged into a quagmire, their bodies becoming 100 times heavier, rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean task. This is bad. The formation has been tampered with. The slender man exclaimed in alarm. Who are you? How can you manipulate the restrictions here? The stout monk barked, his face darkening with fury. The shadow paid them no heed, rapidly scanning the jade slips while continuously executing hand seals against the white pillar. The yellow light began to ripple, swirling around the 2 trapped cultivators and forming 2 vortexes that firmly bound them in place. Their shouts of rage echoed as they struggled, unleashing beams of grayish-white light and azure sword energy from their magical artifacts, desperately attempting to break free from the golden light. Yet, despite their relentless assaults, they could not budge an inch. Frustration and panic surged within them. The yellow barrier was initially designed to fend off external threats, yet it had inexplicably turned into a formidable constraint. Just then, several figures surged in from outside, the patrol leaders of the god transformation stage. Upon witnessing the dire situation, they were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure, raising their hands to summon their own magical artifacts, aiming to shatter the yellow barrier and rescue the 2 trapped cultivators. Stop. Do not attack, the stout monk warned, his expression shifting in alarm. But it was too late. The magical artifacts collided with the yellow barrier, sending it into a tremor. Simultaneously, bulges the size of millstones began to form on the barrier's surface. With a series of muffled sounds, tendrils of light shot out, ensnaring the incoming patrol leaders and dragging them into the barrier's depths. Damn it! The stout monk roared in frustration. Have you reported the situation to the sect? The slender man inquired of the patrol leaders. We have notified, they stammered, struggling to speak. Upon hearing this, the 2 trapped cultivators felt a flicker of hope as they turned their gaze towards the shadow. The figure continued to dismantle the restrictions of the stone cabinets, swiftly reading through the jade slips within, having already perused a significant portion in mere moments. Despite their rising anxiety, all present were ensnared by the yellow barrier, leaving them powerless to intervene. Who possesses such audacity? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from outside, shaking the very air of the grand hall and causing the yellow barrier to quiver. The dozen or so individuals trapped within the yellow light felt their ears ringing and their faces pale, yet their spirits soared with elation. The figure standing before one of the stone cabinets froze, glancing outward, and then his brow furrowed as black light surged forth from his third eye. With a rush, several bolts of dark light shot out, simultaneously shattering the restrictions of the 3 remaining stone cabinets. A crimson figure burst through the entrance, a towering man with fiery red hair, Standing at an impressive height of 2 zhang, he resembled an iron tower, clad in a crimson robe ablaze with flames, instantly saturating the hall with oppressive heat. The immense pressure radiating from him revealed him to be a formidable being of the combined body stage. Thief, prepare to meet your end. The red-haired giant's eyes blazed with fury as he surveyed the shadow, his voice a booming declaration. With a single hand, he summoned a blazing giant sword that soared into the air, expanding to several tens of zhang in size, its formidable presence poised to strike the yellow barrier. A vast expanse of yellow light surged forth to meet the giant sword, attempting to withstand the onslaught, but before it could make contact, the flames engulfed it, tearing it apart. The fiery sword crashed into the yellow barrier, causing numerous fissures to erupt, though it remained intact against the blow. At that moment, the shadow waved a hand, drawing the jade slips from the 3 cabinets into his grasp. The red-haired giant, witnessing this, erupted in rage, executing a hand seal that caused the fiery sword to double in size, flames leaping several zhang high. The yellow barrier shattered with a resounding crash, releasing the 2 mid-stage cultivators and the surrounding patrol leaders, who finally regained their freedom. The fiery sword hesitated briefly before continuing its descent towards the shadow. The figure abruptly looked up, his third eye blazing with light, revealing a multitude of black runes. A thick stream of dark light shot forth, colliding with the giant sword. With a thunderous explosion, the dark light erupted, causing the flames on the sword to diminish significantly, while ripples spread through the surrounding space, halting the sword's descent. The destruction law. The red-haired giant gasped in shock. The shadow swiftly executed hand seals, murmuring incantations as a surge of purple lightning enveloped him, expanding outward into a lightning formation that blazed with intensity, creating a deafening thunderclap that rendered the figures slightly indistinct. Where do you think you're going? The red-haired giant bellowed in fury as the flames on the sword ignited once more. The sword trembled, splitting into 2. A flame-like sword shadow, comparable in size to the original, sliced downward, moving several times faster than the fiery sword, crashing into the lightning formation. With a resounding boom, an intense red light erupted, sending a violent gust of energy radiating outward. The 2 mid-stage cultivators staggered backward, struggling to maintain their footing, while the patrol leaders collapsed to their knees, their protective auras trembling violently, rendering them unable to stand. As the red light dissipated, the ground was scarred deeply, yet the shadow had vanished without a trace. All present exchanged glances, uncertainty etched across their faces, turning their attention towards the red-haired giant, whose expression darkened with fury. At that moment, in the heart of Han Li's secluded chamber, a vast purple formation glimmered with electric currents coursing through it. Han Li sat cross-legged beside the formation, his eyes shut in concentration. Suddenly, the formation flared with brilliance, releasing a blinding burst of electric light, and a figure enveloped in dark energy emerged from within. Han Li's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of joy appearing within. He gestured, casting a spell. The dark figure's surrounding energy dissipated, revealing a shimmering silver-armored soldier. His eyes vacant, a mere puppet. The silver soldier bore significant damage, his essence waning, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a swift motion, Han Li summoned dozens of jade slips from the soldier, catching them deftly in his hands. He then pointed at the soldier's brow, where a flash of black light emerged, revealing a black orb the size of a chicken egg, within which flowed a silvery essence. Meanwhile, a radiant glow emanated from the armored figure, causing its form to disintegrate into a fragmented silver talisman and a purple talisman, both gently descending. The silver talisman was indeed the armor origin talisman, while the purple talisman was the Taiyi cleansing talisman, crafted from materials surreptitiously obtained by Han Li during his recent infiltration of the Celestial Talisman Hall. Regrettably, the armor origin talisman had suffered extensive damage and was rendered unusable. Chapter 38, A Ray of Hope with a single motion of his hand. Han Li stored away 2 talismans, then settled into a meditative posture, placing a black orb upon his forehead with 2 fingers. Instantly, strands of silvery smoke began to emerge from the orb, swirling gently around his brow before dissipating into him. Upon closer inspection, these wisps of silver smoke revealed themselves to be countless minuscule characters, the very techniques and secret arts that the Jia Yuan puppet had glimpsed in the scripture pavilion, representing years of accumulated knowledge within the Cold Flame sect. Given the vastness of this content, it was entirely impossible for Han Li to absorb it all at once, even with his formidable spiritual strength. However, he remained unhurried, possessing ample time to delve into the studies. As the hours trickled by, Han Li maintained his stillness, meditating for 3 consecutive days and nights. It was not until the dawn of the fourth day that he finally opened his eyes, a slight frown gracing his brow. While some of the texts were indeed exquisite and innovative, they held little relevance to his current needs. Shaking his head, Hanli stowed the black orb away and with a flick of his sleeve, summoned forth 30 to 40 jade slips, those he had procured at the last moment from the Jia Yuan puppet. His gaze swept over the slips with a complex expression, hoping to find something of value among them. Contemplating this, he picked up one jade slip and gradually extended his consciousness into it. A full day passed in this manner. When Hanli withdrew his spirit from the last slip, the disappointment in his eyes was unmistakable. Most of the slips contained esoteric techniques that offered no utility for his present condition. With a bitter smile, he reflected on the lengths he had gone to acquire these texts from the Cold Flame sect, which had stirred the entire sect, only to end up with nothing of worth. He sighed, preparing to destroy the jade slips entirely. Although he had just examined them and deemed them free of tracking restrictions, the peculiarities of the spirit realm, with its innate purple energy, made it prudent to eliminate them entirely. Suddenly, Hanli paused. Among the 30 slips reduced to powder, one seemingly ordinary pale yellow slip remained unscathed. He pondered for a moment and curiously lifted the slip, scrutinizing it closely. Given that even a piece of fine iron would shatter under a mere brush, this small slip remained entirely intact. However, the slip exhibited no extraordinary features. Merely crafted from common jade, and its contents were familiar, an exercise for body refinement suitable for those in the void refinement stage. As he examined the yellow slip, Hanli applied slight pressure with his fingers. To his astonishment, a faint luminescence resembling starlight appeared on the surface, resisting his force. His eyes brightened. He ceased his pressure, and the starry light promptly vanished. This object indeed possessed a hidden intricacy. He sensed that the starlight was not a tracking restriction. With a shift in focus, Hanli directed his consciousness once more into the slip. There seemed to be a deeper mystery. Perhaps he had overlooked something previously. He meticulously reviewed the contents of the slip multiple times and even attempted to practice the techniques within, yet still uncovered nothing concealed. Could it be that I am overthinking? Hanli murmured to himself, yet unwilling to concede defeat. A glimmer of crystalline light shone at his brow, and an immense wave of spiritual consciousness surged forth, enveloping the jade slip as he scrutinized it inch by inch once more. At that moment, the starlight on the slip re-emerged, emanating a devouring force that began to draw his spiritual essence inexorably within. Shortly thereafter, a glimmer of golden light manifested upon the surface of the slip. Initially taken aback, Hanli soon felt a surge of elation, allowing the slip to continue its consumption. As time elapsed, his expression grew increasingly horrified. The slip appeared to be an abyss, having consumed nearly 1/5 of his spiritual power and still showing no signs of satiation, while the golden light expanded to the size of a broad bean. His spiritual strength diminished, leaving him with approximately 1/10 of his peak capacity. Yet, due to the nature of his cultivation, he still retained power comparable to ordinary immortals. This jade slip had consumed an astonishing amount of his spiritual essence, though he would need considerable time to recuperate from this loss. He briefly contemplated the situation and resolved to permit the slip to continue its consumption. Moments later, an astounding scene unfolded. As the golden light intensified and enveloped the entire slip, it gradually formed a golden representation of the Big Dipper constellation. At that instant, the devouring force emanating from the slip abruptly ceased. Hanli exhaled in relief, filled with joy as he grasped the now pristine jade slip and re-entered it with his consciousness, only to find himself wide-eyed in astonishment. The content within had transformed drastically. The multitude of yellow characters had vanished, replaced by expansive golden script. Hanli was taken aback, hastily beginning to read. A quarter of an hour passed before he lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with delight. The golden characters detailed a body refinement secret art known as the Lesser Big Dipper Star Origin Technique. According to information left by the Cold Flame ancestor, this technique was not of the spirit realm, but rather an authentic celestial art, specifically sought after by the ancestor after his ascension and passed down to the lower realm. Notably, this method did not rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during cultivation, but instead on absorbing the power of starlight to refine the body. The entire technique was divided into 7 layers, with each layer completed allowing the practitioner to condense a profound aperture. Completing all 7 layers would yield 7 profound apertures, culminating in the creation of the true ultimate body and the attainment of the legendary profound immortal status. Currently, Hanli's nascent soul had undergone a mutation, rendering him unable to utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. However, The power of starlight might be worth a try. Nevertheless, the Cold Flame ancestor had specifically noted that refining the body with starlight would subject one to tremendous pain from the piercing nature of the starlight. Furthermore, this technique was not a conventional one. It could significantly enhance the physical body, but could not be used to advance one's magical power. Those who sought to emerge from dire straits to flourish should not entertain thoughts of practicing this method, as mastering it would lead to a path far more arduous than that of an ordinary immortal. Most crucially, the cultivation of this technique required an exceptionally strong body as a foundation, as well as formidable spiritual strength to guide the starlight into the body. Thus, individuals lacking sufficient spiritual power would equally find themselves unable to practice this art. When the Cold Flame ancestor initially transmitted this technique from the celestial realm, he established a special restriction within the Jade Slip, ensuring that only those with adequate spiritual strength could decipher and access the Lesser Big Dipper star origin technique. Clutching the Jade Slip tightly, Han Li felt a surge of excitement, akin to finding light in the darkness. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. Despite the slip indicating that the cultivation process would be excruciating, he felt no hesitation. However, at that moment, the Jade Slip suddenly shattered, erupting into a dazzling golden light. Startled, Han Li's pupils constricted as he looked up. The golden light hovered in midair, slightly distorting to reveal a golden figure, a robust middle-aged man with a square face and a hint of whiskers, exuding an air of authority. Han Li's heart raced. Recognizing the figure from depictions he had seen within the sect, it was none other than the Cold Flame ancestor. Good, good, good. My efforts have not been in vain. At last, there is someone capable of breaking this restriction. Which peak do you belong to, and what is your name? The Cold Flame ancestor inquired, smiling at Han Li. Han Li's mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate this unexpected encounter. The figure before him was evidently a projection of the ancestor's consciousness. Yet it radiated a formidable presence, suggesting immense power. The Cold Flame ancestor suddenly interrupted Han Li, his gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe, his expression turning icy. Why do you lack any trace of our sect's techniques? Are you not a direct disciple of the inner sect? The cold gaze of the elder Cold Flame intensified as he inquired, Pray tell, elder, who has recently joined our sect as a guest elder, have you yet had the opportunity to cultivate any of our sect's techniques? Han Li furrowed his brow internally, yet hastily responded, a guest elder? How could an outer sect elder have obtained the Jade Slip of the Lesser Big Dipper star essence? Elder Cold Flame's voice dripped with skepticism. Han Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The elder's gaze shifted downward, resting upon the crystalline powder scattered beneath Han Li's feet. Observing this, Han Li maintained a facade of composure, though inwardly he lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Chapter 39. The Edict. The ethereal figure of the Cold Flame ancestor waved his hand, releasing a surge of golden radiance that swept up the shimmering powder before Han Li, transforming it into a faint golden light that hovered in midair. These are the secret Jade Slips of my sect's esoteric techniques. How could they possibly be in your possession? Have you infiltrated our scripture repository and stolen them? Cold Flame ancestor suddenly raised his head and coldly inquired. Though the Jade Slips had been reduced to powder by Han Li, even the slightest trace could allow for deductions regarding their content in his presence. There is no need for anger, my friend. I can provide an explanation for this incident, Han Li said. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth followed by a resigned sigh. Impudent! You dare to speak to me as an equal. Cold Flame ancestor's fury ignited upon hearing this, and without any discernible movement, a brilliant golden light emanated from his brow. Countless rippling crystalline lights spiraled outward, coalescing into a golden flower phantom approximately 10 feet in diameter. As the golden blossoms slowly rotated, a flash of brilliance erupted from its center, unleashing a nearly transparent beam of golden light aimed directly at Han Li's head, moving with astonishing speed. As it passed, the void rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into still water. Han Li stood unmoving, merely tilting his head slightly. A crystalline glimmer flickered at his brow, from which an invisible ripple surged forth to meet the golden beam. With a soft pop, the void trembled violently, sending out waves. The golden beam shattered as if it had collided with an unseen object, and the invisible ripple dispersed concurrently. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Han Li's clothing billowed slightly, but he remained completely unscathed, a subtle smile gracing his face. How is this possible? Are you an exiled immortal? Cold Flame ancestor's form trembled, his voice tinged with disbelief. Although he was merely an ethereal projection of thought, and had not unleashed his full power in that strike. It was inconceivable for even a major ascension cultivator to endure such an attack with such ease, let alone a nascent soul practitioner. This indicated one undeniable fact. Han Li's spiritual sense seemed to be on par with his own. Cold Flame friend, may I now share a few words? Han Li asked calmly. Then speak. Why, having achieved immortality, do you still need to pilfer my sex texts? Cold Flame Ancestor's expression shifted through various shades. Though still somewhat displeased, his tone had softened considerably. Due to certain circumstances, I inadvertently found myself in this spiritual void realm. And I harbor no malice towards your esteemed sect. However, I am currently injured and lack suitable elixirs, which is why I sought to acquire some texts from your sect for study, Han Li explained slowly. Oh, I see. May I inquire as to your origins in the immortal realm? Cold Flame Ancestor inquired, his gaze flickering, clearly not fully convinced by Han Li's words. I will temporarily reside here and will not engage in any actions detrimental to your sect. Furthermore, regarding my background, there is no need for you to pry further. Han Li replied with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor dismissive. Cold Flame Ancestor snorted softly. How could he not inquire about the origins of a mysterious immortal appearing in the spiritual void realm? Yet, if the other party chose not to divulge, it seemed his ethereal projection was powerless to compel the truth. Rest assured, I consider this a favor granted by you. I can promise that should Cold Flame Sect encounter any troubles, I will lend my hand once, Han Li stated nonchalantly. Is this truly the case, Han Daoist? Cold Flame Ancestor's heart stirred at these words. Though he resided in the immortal realm, he greatly valued the Cold Flame Sect he had founded and nurtured. Otherwise, he would not have continuously bestowed elixirs and techniques over the years. While the Cold Flame Sect appeared formidable and prosperous in the spiritual void realm, it was not entirely without worries. Being in the immortal realm, his ability to assist was limited, but with Han Li, a fellow true immortal, offering assistance, the possibilities expanded significantly. 2 days later, Cold Flame Sect, the rear mountain of Holy Fire Peak. Deep within a mist-shrouded purple bamboo forest, there lay an elegant and exquisite small courtyard with green tiles. The purple bamboos were arranged in a seemingly ordinary manner, yet concealed profound mysteries. Each cluster of purple bamboo corresponded to a formation's foundation, and thousands of these bamboos formed a unique array of celestial significance. The purple bamboo planted here was not of the common variety. It was the lung fire bamboo, capable of drawing upon the power of the earth's fire. Upon closer inspection, one could discern flame-like dark red patterns beneath the purple skin of the bamboo. It was this lung fire array that rendered this area the most spiritually potent and concentrated in earthly fire energy throughout the entire Spirit Flame mountain range. The small courtyard, with its green tiles and white walls, was situated directly above this grand array's focal point. At that moment, within the main room of the courtyard, a man clad in a purple robe sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. His long hair flowed like snow, his features handsome, with a flame-shaped purple mark on his brow. He appeared to be no more than 30 years of age, yet an aura of formidable might surrounded him, exuding an unsettling presence. Not far in front of him, on a Zetan table, rested a gilded purple copper incense burner, from which wisps of fragrant smoke curled upward. Leaning against the wall beside the table was a scroll, over 3 feet long, depicting the likeness of a middle-aged man. Though the lines were not intricately detailed, they captured the essence of the subject. The man in the painting had a square face, piercing eyes, a slight beard, and stood tall, exuding an air of dignified authority. Suddenly, the white-haired man opened his eyes, a look of surprise crossing his face as he gazed at the painting on the wall. A peculiar wave emanated from the scroll, rippling outward like water, and the figure within the painting appeared to come to life, swaying before stepping gracefully out of the paper. The white-haired man quickly rose, trembling slightly as he bowed deeply, respectfully declaring, "I welcome the ancestors' arrival. Rise. Today, I descend in my manifestation to convey a matter of importance." The figure gestured, bidding him to stand. The white-haired man complied, standing respectfully to one side, awaiting instruction. "I am aware of the recent incident involving a breach of the scripture repository." Cold Flame Ancestor spoke slowly. The white-haired man felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing this, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, the ancestor continued, "This matter shall end here. There is no need to pursue it further." Ancestor, this. The white-haired man was momentarily stunned, hesitating to respond. However, Cold Flame Ancestor gestured to interrupt his words, his lips moving. As the white-haired man listened, his expression shifted from shock to astonishment, ultimately transforming into a mix of surprise and joy. Chapter 40. An unresolved affair in the afternoon of that day. Atop the sacred fire peak, a vast expanse of a white jade plaza was graced by a beam of white light piercing through the sky from afar, slanting downwards. As the light retracted, it revealed a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard, adorned with a scholar's scarf. His scholarly robe billowed as he descended gracefully. Upon landing, a voice called out from behind, "Brother Nagong." The robed man turned to see a black-bearded Taoist in a blue robe, wearing a 5 mountains crown, approaching him from several hundred feet away. Though he appeared to walk leisurely, a series of afterimages trailed behind him, each step effortlessly spanning dozens of feet. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before the middle-aged man. "Brother Zhuang, let us proceed together," the scholar greeted with a smile. "It has been over a decade since we gathered such a crowd," the black-bearded Taoist nodded, glancing towards the horizon where faint streaks of light were rushing in. These two were the peak masters of the Outcloud Peak and the Falling Sunset Peak, Nangong Changshan and Zhuang Ziyo. They were likely summoned to address the recent theft incident at the Scripture Pavilion, and accountability was inevitable. Nangong Changshan shook his head with a soft sigh. "Though I was preoccupied with concocting a batch of elixirs, I have heard whispers regarding the theft, which seems rather peculiar." The thief managed to bypass numerous restrictions and infiltrate the pavilion, eluding even Elder Hu Yan's intervention. Zhuang Ziyo's expression turned grave. "Indeed, this matter is quite extraordinary. I suspect Elder Taishang will elaborate further during the meeting." Nangong Changshan nodded in agreement. As they conversed, they traversed the plaza and arrived before a magnificent vermilion palace. In unison, they ceased their dialogue, ascended the steps, and entered the grand hall side by side. Inside, the central seat was elevated 3 feet above the ground, occupied by a large, intricately carved chair. On either side, rows of seats faced each other. The beams and pillars behind the seats were adorned with gold and precious stones, intricately carved with various exotic birds and beasts. Seated in the leftmost chair, near the main seat, was a towering man in a crimson robe, his red hair and somber expression exuding an intimidating aura. Exchanging glances, Nagong Changshan and Zhuang Ziyo chose adjacent seats and closed their eyes to meditate. After a brief wait, individuals began to enter the hall in succession, soon filling every seat. All present appeared to be at the void refinement stage, with none below the god transformation stage. However, their expressions were tense. They exchanged only nods, seemingly uninterested in conversation. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy and oppressive. Once the hall was nearly at full capacity, 2 figures emerged from the inner chamber after a while. Upon their appearance, everyone stood in unison, including the red-haired man, bowing deeply as they collectively greeted. "We pay our respects to Elder Taishang and to the sect master." Leading the way was Sima Jingming, the sole Elder Taishang of the Cold Flame sect, distinguished by his white hair and handsome features. Beside him was Lu Jingzhu, the sect master, whose solemn demeanor commanded respect. As Sima Jingming approached the main seat, he did not sit but instead surveyed the assembly with a calm gaze. Though his presence radiated no overt power, his mere presence instilled a profound sense of trepidation, compelling everyone to lower their heads, too fearful to even breathe, let alone meet his gaze. After a moment, the Elder Taishang spoke in a leisurely manner. "Recently, incidents have transpired at the Celestial Symbol Hall in the Scripture Pavilion. I have summoned you peak masters to address these matters." His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The assembly grew tense, awaiting the elder's inquiries. Yet, to their astonishment, he declared in an irrefutable tone, "This matter ends here. Cease all investigations and searches within the sect. There is no need for further scrutiny." The words left the attendees in disbelief, exchanging bewildered glances. No one dared to voice their incredulity. "Elder Sima, the theft at the Scripture Pavilion is of significant consequence." The red-haired man could not contain himself, stepping forward slightly and clasping his hands in a salute, breaking the silence. Before he could complete his sentence, Sima Jingming interrupted coldly, "Do I need to repeat myself? Brother Hu Yan?" With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode away, leaving the perplexed red-haired man and the peak masters behind. At that moment, Lu Jingzhu also spoke. "This meeting is dismissed." He uttered these 2 words before similarly departing with a flourish of his sleeves. A short while later, on the White Jade Plaza outside the Grand Hall, "Cease all investigations." After such precious texts were lost from the Scripture Pavilion, are we to simply let it go? Zhuang Ziyo seemed still in shock, unable to suppress his inquiry to Nangong Changshan. "The loss of the texts is not insurmountable. The sect has copies preserved. However, Should these scriptures fall into the wrong hands, it would spell disaster. Elder Taishang's decision surely carries its own rationale. We should refrain from unwarranted speculation. Nagong Changshan replied with a smile. Yet, even as he spoke, his own doubts lingered. Not long after, the disciples of the Cold Flame sect found themselves grappling with an inexplicable situation. Following the theft of 2 crucial locations within the sect, all searches and inquiries had abruptly ceased. Despite the fervent discussions among the disciples, the Peak Masters remained tight-lipped, unwilling to elaborate. Thus, this shocking incident that reverberated through the sect faded into obscurity, unresolved. Meanwhile, Han Li, the instigator of this turmoil, remained entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Engrossed in his secluded study of the Lesser Big Dipper star technique. Previously, he had skimmed through the material, but upon deeper contemplation, he found the technique to be profoundly intricate, filling him with exhilaration. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had encountered numerous body refinement techniques, some focusing on muscle tempering, others on bone strengthening, and some even on honing the organs, much like the 5 organs nurturing technique he had practiced. However, the Lesser Big Dipper star technique took a different approach, concentrating on refining the mystical orifices. What are mystical orifices? Han Li pondered, bewildered. The text provided little clarification. Yet the described cultivation process was astoundingly profound, taking him considerable time to grasp its essence. In simple terms, should one master this technique, a single strike could shatter the void, rivaling the power of ordinary immortals. However, it was not without significant drawbacks. Firstly, the cultivation process was excruciating. Only those with unwavering determination could endure to the end. Furthermore, channeling the power of starlight was incredibly challenging, given the star's vast distances in the depths of time and space, making the technique time-consuming to cultivate. Han Li disregarded these challenges and resolved to begin his training. He first ventured outside, returning the following day to activate all the prohibitions within his cave dwelling. Subsequently, he explored the premises, selecting a suitable secret chamber and creating an aperture in the ceiling to gaze directly at the sky. After completing these preparations, Han Li seated himself cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of tranquil breathing and meditation. Engaging in the cultivation of this technique passed down from the immortal realm naturally required him to restore his body and spirit to their optimal states, ready to confront any potential challenges that may arise. Chapter 41. The small bottle commands the heavens on a tranquil night a few days later. The sky was devoid of clouds, with a full moon suspended amidst a myriad of twinkling stars, occasionally interrupted by fleeting meteors. Within the secret chamber of the cave, Han Li sat cross-legged in the center, his eyes tightly shut. A cascade of starlight filtered through the large opening above, enveloping him in a soft, silvery glow. Beneath him lay an intricate and profound array, composed of 7 star patterns, each the size of a cushion and radiating brilliance, collectively forming the shape of the Big Dipper. This formation, known as the Big Dipper Gathering Array, was not recorded in the text of the Lesser Big Dipper star technique, but was instead a product of Han Li's recent observations of the stars, amalgamating his past comprehension of formations with insights drawn from another celestial array. Although the powers of the stars appeared similar, they were fundamentally distinct. Some emitted a chilling energy, while others radiated intense warmth, and some fluctuated between the two. The Lesser Big Dipper star technique specifically harnessed the powers of the 7 stars, each representing a balance of yin and yang, the 4 seasons, and the 5 elements, containing profound mysteries and limitless transformations. This array was meticulously designed by Han Li to assist in channeling the celestial energies of the Big Dipper. His position at this moment corresponded to the first of the 7 star patterns. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gestured with his hand to cast a spell. With a hum, the star array below began to operate, the 7 great stars shining with newfound brilliance, particularly the first star, which blazed with intense white light. As the light flickered, countless specks of white illuminated the surrounding void, forming an array of star patterns. Han Li, ensconced in this sea of stars, appeared somewhat indistinct. He chanted incantations, his fingers weaving intricate gestures as he gradually activated the Lesser Big Dipper star technique. After a short incense period, a glimmering light sparkled between his brows, and an astonishing force of consciousness surged forth, spiraling into the air above him and forming an invisible vortex. With a change in his hand gestures, the vortex expanded, slowly transforming into a nebulous pattern, within which a representation of the Big Dipper emerged, resonating subtly with the star array below. Han Li lifted his gaze, peering through the great opening of the chamber to the 7 most radiant stars in the night sky, finally resting on the first star, the celestial pivot. He uttered an obscure incantation. Boom. The dazzling celestial pivot seemed to pulse with light, and an overwhelming torrent of stellar energy cascaded down like a silvery waterfall through the opening, enveloping Han Li in a surge of celestial power. His expression grew solemn. The reception of stellar energy relied heavily on the strength of one's consciousness, although his awareness rivaled that of immortals, and he had established a solid foundation for this technique. He could not afford to be careless. With precise hand movements, he activated the technique. The surrounding stellar energy began to oscillate, coalescing into myriad crystalline strands, akin to fine needles, swirling under his consciousness before descending like raindrops into his body. Han Li's body trembled violently, and he inhaled sharply. The strands were tangible, piercing his skin and entering his body, akin to 1,000 swords piercing through him. At this moment, his body was riddled with tiny puncture marks, blood seeping forth and rapidly staining him red. What was worse, the stellar strands darted chaotically within him, feeling as if countless small blades were twisting, sending pain deep into his bones. Had he not possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, he might have cried out in agony. Yet, after a moment, his furrowed brow began to relax as he distinctly sensed the strands gradually disintegrating, transforming into the purest form of stellar energy, integrating seamlessly throughout his body. A surge of ecstasy washed over Han Li. He inhaled deeply, swiftly suppressing his joy and the pain coursing through him, focusing entirely on his cultivation. More stellar energy cascaded down, piercing into his body, and under the propulsion of his technique, began to circulate following a specific method. His body, having suffered severe injuries and lacking vital energy for recovery, now absorbed this pure stellar essence, healing his wounds at an astonishing rate. The puncture marks left by the crystalline strands rapidly closed, causing him no real harm. Gradually, the pain of being pierced by 1,000 swords faded from his mind, and he became wholly immersed in his cultivation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. In the center of the cave, Han Li remained seated upon the first star pattern, radiating a soft luminescence. Each sinew of his body began to shimmer with a star-like glow, and points of starlight emerged from his bones. Most notably, a vibrant blue light blossomed in the area of his lower abdomen, exceptionally conspicuous. This blue point pulsated rhythmically, as if breathing. The majority of the gathered stellar energy was devoured by this radiant point. Han Li's face bore no trace of pain, only a serene tranquility. Suddenly, the stellar forces around him surged. The blue point on his abdomen erupted with dazzling brilliance, undulating incessantly. In a flash, an enigmatic star symbol materialized within the blue light. After a brief, swirling moment, the symbol vanished into his body. Han Li opened his eyes, a joyful smile gracing his features. With his formidable physique and consciousness, he had successfully completed the first layer of the Lesser Big Dipper star technique in just a few days, successfully condensing the first profound aperture. However, he had no intention of exiting his seclusion just yet. He closed his eyes once more, resolutely settling back into a meditative state to solidify his progress. Days later, on a clear moonlit night, Han Li opened his eyes with a raised brow, gesturing to halt the operation of the Big Dipper gathering array. The surrounding stellar energy and specks of white light receded like a tide. He promptly stood and walked a short distance forward, bending down to pick up a slender, dark green bottle with a delicate neck, bringing it close to his eyes. The bottle was presently enveloped in a layer of green light, upon which several ancient golden characters appeared, exuding a rich antiquity. Yet, in the next moment, the green light was swallowed by the dark green patterns on the bottle, leaving the golden symbols slightly embossed on the surface. As he shook the bottle gently, he noticed a droplet the size of a broad bean within, swaying gently. Seeing this, a smile crept across his face. During his recent cultivation sessions, he had placed this small bottle on the ground before him. At a specific moment each night, a faint white light would emanate from the bottle's surface. Upon closer inspection, he could see that this white light was composed of countless tiny white points, as if alive, eagerly rushing into the bottle until completely absorbed. However, this phenomenon did not last long. Once the designated hour passed, it would immediately dissipate. Every 2 days, after the white light faded, a layer of green light would appear on the bottle's surface, followed by the emergence of an additional droplet of green liquid within. Han Li retracted his gaze, his fingers gently tracing the leaf-like patterns on the bottle, his movements delicate and tender, as if caressing the cheek of a beloved. Feeling the slight raised texture of the bottle, his thoughts began to waver. In a moment of reverie, he found himself transported back to the Seven Shin sect. to that small herb garden in the Valley of Divine Hands, once again becoming the anxious yet hopeful youth who first experimented with the green liquid from the bottle. He understood that had it not been for that serendipitous encounter, discovering the green liquid within the vial capable of ripening elixirs, he might never have truly embarked upon the path of cultivation. It is unlikely he would have ascended, as a mere mortal, to become the most revered practitioner among humanity. The esteemed Han Tianzuan, worshipped by all as the foremost figure in the spiritual realm. If one were to inquire what has accompanied him steadfastly since he first stepped into the realm of cultivation, the answer would undoubtedly be the small vial named Zhangtian. Even during the 300-year slumber he endured after entering the celestial realm, when he lost the crabdarn and the golden devouring insect, along with many other supports, he had instinctively safeguarded this object, never allowing it to stray from his side. His feelings towards this vial were an intricate blend of emotions that defied simple explanation. Suddenly, Han Li raised an eyebrow, his gentle caress of the vial ceasing, a peculiar expression emerging on his face. With a focused gaze, he opened the cap of the vial and peered inside, his countenance shifting to one of greater peculiarity, a mix of surprise and delight crossing his features. In the next moment, he securely capped the vial and turned, striding purposefully towards the door of the secret chamber. Chapter 42. Regained within the alchemical chamber of the cave. Han Li removed the cap from the celestial bottle and placed it on the ground beside the furnace. He then stepped back a few paces and raised his hand to cast a spell, activating the array beneath the furnace, causing the flames within to surge violently. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and extended a slender, alabaster finger towards the furnace, gently beckoning. With a whoosh, a vibrant scarlet flame shot forth from the base of the furnace, swirling in midair before transforming into a slender, serpent-like strand of fire, which he deftly directed into a nearby dark green vial. Instantly, the vial flickered with a crimson glow, the jade-like walls becoming remarkably translucent, revealing intricate leaf-like patterns that glimmered with dark red hues, pulsating as if alive. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, standing still and fixated on the vial, seemingly awaiting a momentous occurrence. As time ticked by, approximately a quarter of an hour later, he raised his hand once more, drawing forth a slightly larger flame from the furnace, which he submerged into the vial. As before, a red light flickered within, only to settle into silence once more. However, this time, the duration of the flickering appeared to extend beyond the previous instance. Observing this, a thoughtful expression crossed Han Li's face. In the ensuing moments, he repeated the process, continuously introducing the furnace's flames into the vial, with intervals growing shorter. As he had anticipated, the duration of the red light's flickering also increased correspondingly. Time drifted on, and when Han Li introduced yet another flame from the furnace into the vial, the red glow persisted for a full quarter of an hour, showing no signs of abating. Han Li's eyes brightened slightly. At that moment, a clear, melodious chirp resonated from within the vial, and silvery light began to emanate, visibly consuming all the red glow. In the next instant, with a swish, a blinding silver light burst forth from the vial's opening, shooting straight towards the ceiling of the chamber. A muffled thud resounded as the silver light collided with the ceiling, descending slightly before radiating a brilliant silver glow that illuminated the entire alchemical chamber. Han Li gazed upward at the silvery brilliance, his pupils shimmering with blue light. A mixture of astonishment and joy adorning his features, though his brow soon furrowed slightly. The massive silver light spun a few times in midair before contracting and morphing into a small silver firebird, spreading its wings and diving directly towards him. Han Li raised his hand, and the firebird halted gracefully just half a foot from his palm, before circling around his outstretched index finger, emitting cheerful chirps as if filled with joy. This firebird was no ordinary creature. It was the manifestation of the essence flame, having gained a modicum of sentience. Reflecting on his past, he recalled how, in the mortal realm, he had cultivated the purple extreme fire using the icy breath of the Qian blue ice flame and the six-winged frost centipede, later merging it with the true fire of the Taiyi. Upon arriving in the spirit realm, he had consumed a plethora of other flames through the true fire of the Taiyi, ultimately giving rise to this strand of essence flame. This fire was inherently capable of devouring various spiritual flames and possessed a notably effective restraining power over fire attribute spiritual beasts, serving as one of his crucial allies during his ascendance in the spirit realm. With a soft sigh, Han Li quelled his swirling thoughts, slightly raising his arm, causing the obedient firebird to fold its wings and alight in his palm. For reasons unknown, since its awakening, he had been unable to sense this fire, initially fearing it had been lost to him. Yet, it had not only remained but had been quietly slumbering within his celestial bottle. It was only when a faint connection with this fire manifested in his consciousness that he felt compelled to rush to the alchemical chamber. Attempting to awaken the firebird with the furnace's flames, and to his surprise, he succeeded. Gazing at the silver firebird dancing in his palm, Han Li's expression wavered under the glow of its silvery light. The bird, now scarcely 3 inches tall, exhibited a feeble aura. Its power diminished to a fraction of its former self. This realization only served to amplify the frustration that had long been pent up within him. It was evident that the bird's current state was intrinsically linked to its loss of cultivation and memory. Han Li silently vowed that he would reclaim everything that had been taken from him, irrespective of who was responsible for his plight. After a brief moment, he collected his thoughts, his countenance gradually returning to calmness. With a flick of his sleeve, the silver firebird vanished into his body, likely requiring careful nurturing within to regain its vitality. Approximately a stick of incense later, Han Li departed the cave and made his way to a secluded corner in the northwest of the spiritual field. He released his spiritual consciousness to scan the surroundings, confirming the area was clear before raising a hand. With a series of swift wrist movements, several triangular flags soared into the air, designating a circular area of moderate size within the field. He then murmured an incantation, forming a hand seal that caused a faint purple light to shimmer across the triangular flags, enveloping the designated area in a hazy barrier. Having completed these preparations, he stepped into the area, causing the purple light to dissipate and seamlessly blend into the night, rendering the area undetectable to anyone below the transformation stage. However, those above that threshold would undoubtedly sense the anomaly and respond accordingly. Within the barrier, Han Li waved his hand, and over 20 exquisite wooden boxes materialized, suspended before him. With a casual gesture, the lids of the boxes flipped open, releasing a fragrant aroma of herbs. Dozens of robust, pristine white spiritual herbs floated out from the boxes, settling onto the ground, taking root. These herbs, resembling ordinary ginseng, were the century-old cloud crane grass. In the preceding days, he had made several trips to Taiyi Valley, nearly exhausting the available supply of this herb. To avoid drawing attention, he had deliberately concealed his cultivation and altered his appearance. After surveying the white spiritual herbs on the ground, Han Li retrieved the dark green vial from his robe. He took a deep breath, opened the lid, and gently shook the vial before tilting it towards the cloud crane grass below. A drop of green liquid slowly trickled from the vial's opening, cascading onto the spiritual herbs. As he watched the green liquid seep into the roots of the spiritual grass, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he turned to exit the barrier. Chapter 43. Revenge as spring gives way to autumn. 2 fleeting years have passed. In the northwest of Feng Nation, the Bloodlight Mountain range stretches for thousands of miles. The spiritual energy here is not particularly abundant. Desolate mountains rise relentlessly, with towering peaks and deep valleys shrouded in mist. Within a vast dark red valley of the mountains, countless buildings cling to the slopes, while blood-robed cultivators occasionally soar through the air, and hurried figures bustle in and out of these structures. Deep within the valley, in a grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in blue robes, with a leopard-like head and circled eyes, paced with agitation, occasionally glancing towards a massive stone door at the rear of the hall. The door remained tightly shut, pulsating with a crimson glow. Has my elder brother not yet emerged from seclusion? A voice from outside the hall broke the silence, followed by the entrance of a scarred and robust man. He should be coming out soon. Third brother, how are the arrangements proceeding? The blue-robed man inquired with a hint of urgency. Ninth branch has sent their people, and the remaining 4 should be en route. The inner disciples stationed outside have almost all been summoned back. Second brother, are we perhaps overstepping? The scarred man hesitantly responded. In just 10 short days, 6 branches had been razed to the ground, with nearly all personnel, including branch leaders, vanishing overnight without a trace. Third brother, do you believe, with our strength, we could achieve such a feat? The blue-robed man sighed, countering the question. Impossible. However, this has brought all transactions to a halt, incurring severe losses. I fear that elder brother may blame us for taking matters into our own hands, inciting his wrath. The scarred man grimaced, but then seemed to recall something, his body trembling slightly. I know all too well. Yet, if we delay even a moment longer, our vitality may suffer greatly. Let us not forget, those smaller factions and families, while they feign respect, would relish the chance to see our blood knife society obliterated. In such a scenario, even the demon clans would not miss the opportunity, the blue-robed man replied. a flicker of fear crossing his face before he shook his head and spoke solemnly. They dare. Who does not know of Elder Brother's methods? Once, the foremost family of Langzhou, the Yu family, had the audacity to criticize our society's actions, resulting in the demise of over 1,300 of their kin overnight. Not even sparing the mortals. Now that Elder Brother has reached the mid-stage of transformation, once he takes action, those who dare to destroy our branches will be left in pieces. The scarred man's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he declared. This matter is likely more complex than it appears. You may not be aware, but over a month ago, the batch of Shadow Cat Clan women escorted by Master Shi was ambushed, leading to the disappearance of over 20 people, including Master Shi, whose fates remain unknown. It seems highly probable that this is connected to the recent events. Master Shi is nearly at the mid-stage of nascent soul, yet he could not escape. Indicating that the attackers are formidable, the blue-robed man pondered. Is that so? It appears the enemy's strength may rival that of Elder Brother. We may need to involve the Heavenly Ghost sect, the scarred man gasped. At that moment, a loud crack echoed from deep within the hall as the stone door's bloodlight dimmed, swinging open to reveal a man in white robes who stepped forward with measured grace. This man appeared to be in his 30s, handsome, with a fair complexion and no beard, exuding an air of cultured elegance. We welcome Elder Brother from seclusion, the blue-robed man and the scarred man exclaimed, hastily kneeling in reverence. Ah, my two brothers, as vice leaders of our society, there is no need for such formalities. Please, rise and speak, the elegant man said, strolling towards them with a gentle smile. The two men expressed their gratitude before standing. Elder Brother, the blue-robed man stepped forward, eager to speak. Feng Song, I am already aware of the message you sent me. Otherwise, I would not have emerged early from seclusion. I have little time. Simply inform me of any developments. The elegant man interrupted. Reporting to Elder Brother, 3 days ago, the Suizhou branch suffered a similar fate, with over 200 people perishing without a single survivor. Considering the earlier incident with Master Shi, third brother, and I speculate that the enemy possesses at least the strength of transformation and is proficient in fire-based artifacts or techniques. Feng Song reported, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Is that all? If there were truly no survivors, then someone must have escaped, the elegant man replied, his expression shifting to one of skepticism. Elder Brother, forgive me. This person is currently outside the hall. I will fetch him immediately, Feng Song said, feeling a rush of anxiety. Seeing no objection from the elegant man, he quickly turned to call for the individual outside, his back drenched in sweat. Soon, a lean young man hurried into the hall, kneeling before the 3 men. I pay my respects to the leader and the 2 vice leaders. There is no need for such formality. Rise and recount the events, the elegant man said with a warm smile. Reporting to the leader, 3 nights ago, our branch was raided. I could not clearly see the assailants' appearance, only that they wielded a fire-based divine ability that reduced the entire branch to ashes. There were no survivors, not even the remaining branch leader, the young man stammered, unable to rise. Since there were no survivors, how is it that you are still alive? The elegant man pressed further. I was outside on an errand and happened to arrive at the branch just as the attack occurred, allowing me to narrowly escape. The young man replied, trembling. Is there anything else you might have omitted? The elegant man queried, his brow furrowed. And no, the young man stammered, growing increasingly nervous. With a slight smile, the elegant man suddenly reached out, and the young man felt a tightening sensation as dark tendrils, like serpents, emerged above his head. Burrowing towards his mind, the youth let out a piercing scream, blood oozing from his orifices, before swiftly falling limp to the ground. It appears he was relatively honest. The elegant man noted, withdrawing his hand, a pensive expression crossing his face. Feng Song and the scarred man had kept their heads bowed since the young man's entrance. Not daring to breathe, suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of gasps, causing the entire hall to tremble. The elegant man's expression darkened as he transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting out of the hall. Feng Song and the scarred man hurriedly followed. Above the dark red valley, a thick layer of blood clouds enveloped the sky, while 3 towering black mountains loomed ominously above, surrounded by swirling shadows. The intertwined bloodlight and darkness flickered, locked in a standoff. Within the valley, countless figures surged from various buildings, numbering in the thousands, all gazing upwards in alarm. With a thunderous crash, another massive black peak plummeted from the sky, causing the bloodlight barrier to convulse violently before finally shattering under the weight. The 4 colossal black mountains cascaded down, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the valley, including the Grand Hall. Panic ensued, and people scattered in all directions. But the force of the descending peaks was overwhelming, leaving them no time to escape, their faces filled with despair. At that moment, a figure appeared above the hall. It was the elegant man in white robes. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand, summoning a blood-red banner that unfurled before him. Expanding with the wind and releasing a torrent of crimson light to shield against the 4 descending mountains, the 2 forces collided with a resounding crash. The blood-red banner shone brilliantly, trembling yet holding firm against the weight of the immense peaks. Long live the president! The members of the Blood Knife Society cheered from beneath the shadow. However, before they could emit a second cheer, a shadow from the higher sky flickered. And yet another colossal peak came crashing down. With a resounding crash, the crimson glow shattered beneath the weight of the 5 gigantic mountains, tearing apart the blood-red banner below. The 5 black peaks descended without hindrance, their speed astonishing. They nearly filled the entire sky of the valley, plunging it into darkness. The refined man's expression shifted. And without a moment's hesitation, he darted away, narrowly escaping before the peak struck the ground. Boom! The 5 mountains crashed down, sending up a tremendous cloud of dust, causing the ground to tremble violently, while piercing cries echoed, quickly drowned out by the thunderous noise. Above the valley, a figure flickered into view. The refined man materializing with a pale face, gazing intently at a short distance ahead. There floated a jade-green flying vessel, upon which stood an elderly man clad in a gray-white robe and a youthful girl with sparkling eyes and delicate features. They were none other than the Whitestone Taoist and Lu Lear. Who, indeed, are these individuals? The refined man narrowed his eyes slightly before slowly inquiring. Here to kill you. Lu Lear's voice turned icy. Ah, a member of the Cloud Fox clan? I see. You must be that little fox who escaped all those years ago. I hadn't expected to see you again after several years. And now you've reached the core formation stage. It's worth mentioning that the fur of the Cloud Fox clan from Chinyan Hill is of the finest quality for defensive talismans, which allowed me to profit significantly back then, the refined man remarked with a light gasp, as a realization dawned upon him. Jiarun, I will kill you. Lu Lear's eyes reddened, her delicate fingers weaving intricate patterns as a flash of silver light erupted from her left arm, transforming into a silver fireball. It spun rapidly, morphing into a palm-sized silver firebird that lunged toward the refined man. While speaking, Jiarun had already extended his divine sense, sweeping the area within several hundred miles instantaneously. Yet he found no cultivators above the core formation level. Upon noticing the unassuming silver firebird, he was first taken aback. Then a sneer appeared in his eyes. 2 juniors in the core formation stage dare to boast? What a joke. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and breathed out a black circular ring, which swiftly transformed into a towering beast of black flames nearly 100 feet high. This creature, resembling a lion-tiger hybrid, exuded an incredibly violent aura, and with a single bound, it advanced toward the silver firebird. The size disparity between the two was staggering. In an instant, the silver firebird, glimmering with light, pierced through the body of the black flame beast and emerged from the other side. The beast's body stiffened, and then with a thunderous explosion, it shattered. Jiarun's eyes widened in disbelief, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to flee, his body enveloped in a radiant, blood-red armor that rendered him nearly invulnerable. However, the silver firebird was astonishingly swift, catching up to him in an instant and piercing through his body, the blood-red armor offering no resistance whatsoever. No, Jiarun barely had time to utter a denial before his body ignited into a fireball, burning fiercely, with everything, including his magical artifacts, swiftly reduced to ashes. The silver firebird circled in the air before unleashing a torrent of silver flames upon the valley below. As it descended, the silver flames expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire dark red valley in a sea of fire. With the 5 colossal peaks pressing down, those within the valley had no hope of escape in the immediate moment. At this moment, Lu Lear gazed at the raging inferno below, her vision blurred by tears. Father, mother, brother, sister, today, I have finally avenged you, exterminating the Blood Knife Society, she murmured softly. Lu Daluo, congratulations on avenging your great grievance. After a moment, the Whitestone Taoist clasped his hands in salute. This is largely thanks to the efforts of Whitestone Daluo over the years. My brother has promised to remember this. Lu Lear wiped away her tears and bowed respectfully to the Whitestone Taoist. I dare not take credit. As instructed by Senior Han, I shall do my utmost. The Whitestone Taoist replied hastily. Chapter 44. The Isolation Chain. At the same moment, in a secluded cave chamber within the Ling Flame mountain range, The atmosphere shimmered with brilliance as if it were daylight. In the center of the chamber stood an enormous humanoid white cocoon, its surface adorned with crystalline white filaments. Layer upon layer, intricately overlapping to form no less than 100 layers. Suddenly, the array beneath illuminated with a dazzling radiance. Especially the starry nebula pattern directly below the white cocoon, which erupted into a blinding brilliance that filled the room with a mystical haze. The crystalline filaments on the cocoon's surface began to writhe as if animated, and then, with astonishing rapidity, numerous white runes emerged, causing the cocoon to swell dramatically. After a series of expansions and contractions, the cocoon burst open with a thunderous roar, revealing a young man sitting cross-legged in the center of the chamber. His upper body bare. He was tall, with an unremarkable appearance, enveloped in swirling white mist. It was Hanli. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which glimmered with a blue light, unleashing an overwhelming aura that dispelled the surrounding mist. Upon closer inspection, 5 dazzling blue points of light shone from his chest, each revealing a peculiar starry rune that spun erratically. Beneath his skin, a luminous flow coursed through his muscles and bones, twinkling like countless stars. Moments later, as the starry runes gradually faded, the surrounding radiance diminished. Hanli exhaled, a sense of excitement bubbling within him. After 2 years of arduous cultivation, he had finally succeeded in consolidating the 5th profound aperture, achieving the 5th level of the Little Big Dipper star origin skill. This pace of cultivation far exceeded the method's expectations by more than 100-fold. Most exhilarating was the complete recovery of his physical injuries and the restoration of his soul to about 1/3 of its peak state. Reflecting on this, he flipped his palm, revealing a segment of pale blue spiritual herb resembling ginseng, which he promptly began to chew. As he felt the mana within his dantian gradually replenishing, a wry smile crept onto Hanli's lips. Over the past 2 years, through the rapid maturation induced by a small vial of green liquid, he had amassed a considerable stock of cloud crane grass aged 500 to 600 years for cultivation purposes. This was sufficient for his current needs, as anything older would merely be a waste. Just recently, he had hastily matured a herb aged 10,000 years, only to find that its potency dissipated without contributing to his recovery. Shaking his head, Hanli calmed his mind and closed his eyes, casually inspecting his internal condition. To his delight, he noticed that the dense mist enveloping his dantian had significantly thinned. Following the golden light emanating from his nascent soul, he quickly projected his consciousness, discovering the golden figure still in its original posture, seemingly in a deep slumber. After a brief contemplation, Hanli concentrated his mental energy, causing the mana within his dantian to surge. Fine crystalline threads materialized, swirling up and down as they approached the nascent soul. Upon nearing it, all threads accelerated suddenly, piercing forward like needles. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed as a crescent-shaped black light erupted from within the nascent soul, instantly blocking all the crystalline threads. Hanli's body trembled violently, emitting a muffled groan as he felt a tremendous disturbance in his dantian. His expression shifted several times, and with gritted teeth, he unleashed his mental refining technique. With a thunderous crash, his mental energy spread throughout his dantian, the number of crystalline threads multiplying dramatically, forming a tidal wave of brilliance that crashed violently against the black light. With a soft pop, the crescent-shaped black light flickered briefly before collapsing into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. The crystalline tide engulfed the golden figure, and Hanli's consciousness finally penetrated the nascent soul's interior. However, in the next instant, his expression turned grim. Inside the nascent soul, 8 chains of dark light wove through its form, connecting to its limbs and even reaching its head. These chains appeared ominous, shrouded in swirling black mist, exuding an eerie aura. To Hanli's horror, these black chains seemed to harbor some unknown power of law. Furrowing his brows, Hanli summoned his mental energy, condensing it into a crystalline axe that he aimed at one of the black chains. With a clang, the axe struck the chain, only to be repelled by a peculiar force, scattering into a multitude of crystalline sparks. Momentarily taken aback, Hanli paused briefly before channeling his technique once more. Vast amounts of mana transformed into a dense green smoke, coalescing towards the black chains, attempting to dissolve them. However, upon contact, the chains trembled violently, and tendrils of black mist surged forth, swiftly engulfing the green smoke entirely. Unwilling to concede, Hanli continued to alter his techniques. Meanwhile, in a certain realm of the celestial world, a vast and boundless desert lay under overcast skies, the air thick with a pungent dust. The howling winds echoed like the wails of countless spirits, raising clouds of sand that obscured the horizon. In the distance, dozens of swirling yellow sand tornadoes coalesced into a towering wall of sand that rolled forward, widening with each surge, growing ever more formidable. Yet, as they approached the center of the desert, they suddenly collided with an unseen mountain, bursting apart into a cloud of dust. At the heart of the desert stood a magnificent palace, towering over 10 feet high, its walls a dull yellow, devoid of adornments. Resembling a structure constructed from the very sands themselves, emanating an aura of ancient desolation. The palace's interior was vast, with numerous stout columns supporting the ceiling. Torches flickered dimly on the walls, casting a ghostly green glow that rendered the entire space dark and foreboding, illuminating a solitary ebony throne in the depths. Strangely, while the winds howled outside, the palace remained eerily silent, with scarcely a sound to be heard. Clang, clang. Upon the ebony throne sat a gaunt middle-aged man, raising a withered hand that caused the chains coiling around his arm to emit a metallic clatter. His sunken cheeks and parched visage revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. Cloaked in a flowing white cloak, his exposed skin tinged with a ghastly hue, resembling a zombie. Upon closer inspection, beneath his white cloak, thick chains of dark hue wrapped around his body, extending outward in all directions, nearly covering the entire palace. At that moment, the zombie man's previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing an unusual glimmer. "Intruder," he rasped, his voice a low growl, as if sand had lodged in his throat. Suddenly, the iron chains on the ground quivered, and a bulging mound of earth began to rise, twisting and contorting into the form of a burly man clad in ancient bronze armor. The man, with a deep green complexion and a face that seemed to bear the stain of rust, knelt before him, respectfully proclaiming, "Ancestor, in the past millennium, has any disciple of mine utilized the isolation chain I personally bestowed?" The zombie man's voice remained hoarse as he posed the question directly. "Respected ancestor, 3 centuries ago, Lord Fong Pan, who served in the Celestial Palace, encountered a formidable adversary and once employed a magical chain to vanquish his foe. No one else has wielded it since." The bronze-armored man promptly replied. Upon hearing this, the zombie man murmured to himself, "So it is the 7th. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the bronze-armored man and instructed, "Send a message to Fong Pan, informing him that the enemy he vanquished with the magical chain has not perished and has now reawakened the powers contained within that chain." "Yes, ancestor," the bronze-armored man responded. "Additionally, advise him to eliminate this adversary swiftly. Otherwise, a century hence, I shall take matters into my own hands and reclaim the powers from the magical chain." The zombie man added, slowly closing his eyes with an impassive expression. Chapter 45. This cannot be within the cavern. Hanli slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing his consciousness from within, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. After steadying himself, he retrieved a segment of pale blue cloud crane grass from his sleeve and began to chew it thoughtfully. Moments later, he exhaled deeply and suddenly spoke. "Fellow Taoist Mo Guang, could you step forth for a discussion?" As his words fell, a shadow before him twisted and elongated, revealing a man clad in a black robe. His skin as dark as ink, bearing a semblance to Hanli himself. The man regarded Hanli in silence. "Mo Guang, have you encountered any secret technique capable of sealing another's nascent soul with chains imbued with the power of certain laws?" Hanli inquired directly. "Is your nascent soul sealing related to this?" Mo Guang responded, his voice still somewhat mechanical despite having regained some vitality over 2 years. Hanli nodded and recounted the current state of his nascent soul. "Based on my assessment, my friend, it seems you must first restore your magical power before you can rely on secret techniques to free your nascent soul from its bindings. However, conversely, your nascent soul is currently unable to cultivate due to the constraints of these law chains, rendering any restoration of your powers impossible. This has created a self-contradictory deadlock." Mo Guang stated after a moment of silence. "I have also deduced much of what you have spoken, and the situation is, in fact, even more dire than you suggest. Even if I were to self-detonate my physical form and have my nascent soul seize another body, I would still be unable to escape this technique," Hanli replied. His brow furrowed. "Did you discover anything during your recent visit to the sect scripture repository?" Mo Guang inquired further. "I perused numerous texts, yet they proved largely unhelpful." Hanli sighed in resignation. "If that is the case, it appears that the level of secret techniques in this realm is insufficient to unravel such a conundrum. Perhaps we must find a way to return to the immortal realm to seek other means of resolution." After a moment of silence, Mo Guang replied. "In an unknown location within the immortal realm, a dense and uncharted forest sprawled beneath a shroud of mist. Towering ancient trees, some lush and vibrant while others withered and decayed, rose over 100 feet tall, with a few exhibiting peculiar shades of purple-red. Deep within the thicket, an expansive clearing of several thousand feet lay bare, sparsely populated with only low shrubs, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment. In the center of this area stood an extraordinary ancient tree, soaring into the clouds. Its trunk, a deep black hue and over 100 feet in diameter, rose straight and bare, resembling a colossal pillar with no leaves in sight. Remarkably, atop this ancient tree, a massive gray bird's nest rested precariously on several slanting branches, appearing from a distance like an inverted, tattered straw hat. Within the nest, an astonishingly large and bizarre bird lay in anguish, emitting low, mournful sounds. Its body was adorned with quills resembling arrows, its head disproportionately large while its neck was slender, and it bore a massive pouch near its chest that expanded and contracted with each breath. Suddenly, the bird's neck extended, its head raised high. Eyes filled with vigilance as it gazed towards a particular direction, the pouch on its chest pulsating rapidly. A sound like tearing air erupted. From 3 points at the edge of the clearing, the tree shuddered violently as 3 figures leapt into the air, hurtling directly towards the massive nest. Dressed in black garments, the 3 individuals moved in perfect synchrony, their actions identical. To their astonishment, the trio bore strikingly similar appearances, each a remarkably handsome young man with piercing gazes. They closed the distance to the giant nest at an unfathomable speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. Yet, in the next instant, they simultaneously blurred and vanished from sight. With a startled cry, the strange bird's pouch swelled, and it unleashed a thunderous roar towards the southeast. A torrent of sound waves surged forth, accompanied by countless swirling green wind blades, sweeping towards the towering trees ahead. The ground trembled as a curving wall of wind blades tore through the underbrush, uprooting shrubs and shattering towering trees into fragments. Amidst the swirling dust, these remnants became part of the raging current, continuing their relentless advance into the forest. In the southeastern void, the 2 previously vanished figures suddenly emerged from the dust cloud, plummeting towards the ground. At the same time, a flash of green light enveloped them, rendering their forms indistinct, their speeds fluctuating erratically, flickering in and out of visibility as they navigated through the wind blades without sustaining a scratch. The colossal bird's furious cries echoed relentlessly, as it unleashed a barrage of wind blades propelled by its sound waves in all directions. Yet those 2 figures moved with nonchalance, weaving through the wind blades unharmed, steadily approaching the giant bird. As they drew nearer, the bird glanced down, letting out a long, sorrowful wail. Its throat pouch rapidly inflated, soon matching the size of its body, continuing to swell. One of the black-clad youths, witnessing this, erupted in rage. "Beast, you dare contemplate self-detonation? In your dreams." As his words fell, the 3rd black-clad youth, who had remained hidden, abruptly materialized before the bird's head. Gripping a dark long knife, he flicked his wrist, and a flash of dark light swiftly slashed across the bird's throat. A resounding burst echoed as a powerful force erupted from the wound, spraying a torrent of blue blood high into the air like a fountain. As the blue geyser subsided, the bird's throat pouch shrank back to its original size, its head drooping lifelessly into the nest, its plumage drenched in blood. Beneath it lay a solitary white egg, marred with blue blood, leaning against the bird's abdomen, appearing quite forlorn. The 3 black-clad youths descended expressionlessly from the bird's head, each moving to one of its wings and the tail, rummaging through the thick feathers until they extracted shimmering feathers. At that moment, a burst of yellow light ignited at one youth's waist, accompanied by a rapid buzzing sound. The other 2 immediately shifted closer, their forms blurring as they merged into one cohesive entity. Then, the black-clad youth retrieved a circular communication talisman from his waist. As he scanned it with his consciousness, his expression shifted dramatically, brows furrowing as he exclaimed, "This is impossible," with a flash of malice in his eyes. He swiftly stored the massive egg, leaping away, transforming into a howling wind that vanished into the distance. Chapter 46, 2 Methods in the Dimly Lit Chamber. Hanli gazed at the magical light that gradually faded into a shadow, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he dismissed thoughts of the nascent soul seal. He lifted his gaze through the large opening above, taking in a glimpse of the star-studded night sky. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and moved to the position of the 6th star, the Kyong star, within the northern Dipper Gathering Yuan formation. Once again, he settled into a meditative posture, fingers forming seals as he unleashed a series of spells, activating the entire formation. After a brief period of adjustment, Hanli slowly closed his eyes, his body becoming utterly still. However, a little over half an hour later, when he began to channel the sixth layer of the Xiaobei to Star Yuan technique, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. For reasons unknown, the stellar energy drawn down from the cosmos was several times greater than before, and within mere moments, 6 enormous pillars of starlight materialized. From a distance, it appeared as though 6 hazy beams of light descended from the heavens, the surging power of starlight radiating outward, creating an impressive spectacle. Startled, Han Li's heart raced. During his previous training of the first 5 layers, he had indeed triggered some anomalies, but nothing as grand as this. He dismissed the thought, recognizing that in the Linghuan realm, many cultivation techniques relied on the stars, and it was normal for such phenomena to occur during practice. Yet, the astonishing celestial display of today would likely attract attention. Shaking his head, he chose to focus on his cultivation once more. Above a distant cave, a rugged man stood suspended in the air, watching the 6 colossal beams of light with a mixture of surprise and gravity. In the next instant, dark energy swirled around him, transforming him into a shadowy figure that swiftly descended silently near Han Li's cave. As he drew closer, he could feel the overwhelming power of starlight emanating from the pillars, akin to roaring waves spreading outward. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take the risk and cast a spell to investigate. Lu Jun, wait a moment. A voice suddenly rang in Lu Jun's ear without warning. He blinked, and a scholarly figure in a robe appeared before him. It was Nagong Cha-shan, the Peak Master of the Outcloud Peak. Peak Master, Lu Jun stammered, momentarily taken aback. As the dark aura around him fluctuated, he gradually revealed his form and opened his mouth to speak further. However, Nagong Cha-shan waved his hand, interrupting him. There's no need for words. Follow me. Without waiting for Lu Jun's response, the Peak Master emitted a brilliant white light and transformed into a white rainbow. Soaring towards the peak summit, Lu Jun opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Nagong Cha-shan already distant, he could only follow suit. Morphing into a streak of black light. A moment later, within the grand hall at the peak, Lu Jun landed and saw Nagong Cha-shan walking deeper into the hall, hands clasped behind his back. Unable to contain himself, he rushed forward and called out to the Peak Master's retreating figure. Peak Master. The anomaly caused by Han Li suggests that he is cultivating an extraordinary technique. His background is somewhat suspicious. If we do not investigate this thoroughly, how will we explain ourselves if the sect questions us? The Grand Elder has transmitted a message instructing us not to concern ourselves with this matter, Nagong Cha-shan replied, continuing his stride without pause. The Grand Elder. Why would he? Lu Jun was taken aback, a look of shock crossing his face. But he quickly became puzzled and inquired further. The Grand Elder has his reasons for acting as he does. We are to follow orders. Nagong Cha-shan suddenly halted and turned to address him. Since it is the Grand Elder's command, I understand. Lu Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, relay the order that no one is to approach Han Li's cave, nor disturb him. Nagong Cha-shan added with authority. Understood. Lu Jun accepted the command and exited the Grand Hall. Han Li, who exactly are you? To garner the attention of the Grand Elder, who has long secluded himself from sect affairs. Nagong Cha-shan murmured to himself, gradually falling into deep thought. The celestial phenomenon above Han Li's cave did not last long. Approximately an hour later, the 6 pillars of starlight dissipated and vanished. Remarkably, throughout this entire tumult, no one from the sect came to investigate, as if all were oblivious to the events unfolding. Inside the cave, Han Li remained in a meditative position, his eyes now open yet unmoving, his expression heavy with contemplation. The 6th layer of the Xiaobei to Star Yuan technique proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated, notably more obscure than the 5th layer, and most critically, the demand for starlight energy surged exponentially. With his current spiritual power, he was indeed capable of managing. Yet utilizing vast amounts of spiritual energy would inevitably deplete his mana reserves. Previously, he could barely sustain his practice with the aid of cloud crane grass, but now, even with continuous nurturing of spiritual herbs using the small green vial, he could not ensure uninterrupted cultivation. At this rate, achieving the 6th layer would require at least a decade. The thought of this prompted Han Li to furrow his brow. He needed to return to the immortal realm swiftly. 10 years was far too long for him to wait. Indeed, if he could achieve the 6th layer of the Xiaobei to Star Yuan technique within a decade, that would be an astonishing feat. If the distant cold flame ancestor in the immortal realm were to learn of this, he might very well be left speechless. Rubbing his chin, Han Li's expression suddenly shifted as a thought struck him. He closed his eyes once more, delving into the knowledge he had previously acquired from texts. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Cold Flame sect was indeed one of the three great sects of the Linghuan realm. From the archives he had accessed at the Scripture Pavilion, he had discovered two potential methods. The first pertained to Jingyuan View, another prominent sect renowned alongside the Cold Flame sect. Among its many teachings, several relied on the power of the stars for cultivation, with its founding ancestor reputed to be proficient in stellar techniques. Within the sect, there existed a star-gathering platform, crafted from countless rare materials, inscribed with an ancient star array. This formation had been personally arranged by the sect's immortal ancestor, far surpassing Han Li's own Northern Dipper gathering Yuan formation. With the aid of this grand array, it was said that one could effortlessly draw forth stellar energy exceeding 4 or 5 times the norm, renowned throughout the Linghuan realm. However, this treasured platform was highly protected, accessible only to the core disciples and elders of Jingyuan View, while outsiders would be denied even a glimpse. The second method involved a special magical artifact known as the Star Moon Mirror, as recorded in a jade slip. The Star Moon Mirror was not an offensive spirit treasure, but rather an auxiliary artifact that required minimal mana to activate, capable of drawing in substantial starlight energy. The method for crafting this mirror was discovered by a Cold Flame sect elder in the combined phase, unearthed serendipitously from a hidden realm thousands of years ago. Due to the limited availability of stellar techniques within the sect and the exorbitant cost of materials required to forge this treasure, nearly 10 times that of ordinary artifacts, this jade slip, while precious, had gone largely unnoticed. Crucially, the primary spiritual material needed for crafting this artifact was a rare substance known as Ichen Stone, which was exceedingly scarce and considered fundamental to the Tiangue sect. It was said that during the final stages of cultivating the Tiangue sect's foundational technique, the Tiangue Grand Method, one must consume vast quantities of ancient stone. The few known deposits of ancient stone within the Linghuan realm were all controlled by the Tiangue sect. Thus, acquiring either the star-gathering platform or the Star Moon Mirror would be no simple task. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li promptly stood up and departed the cave. Chapter 47. The Trial in the Deep of Night. Silence enveloped the world. Han Li emerged from his cave dwelling, his body enveloped in a flash of light as he soared through the air in a determined direction. Yet, shortly after taking flight, he sensed a dimness in the sky before him as a colossal, misty white hand appeared silently, descending rapidly. A hissing sound erupted, as countless white fire lotuses manifested like celestial maidens scattering flowers, twirling and unleashing a multitude of lotus petals that enveloped an area of over 100 meters, leaving Han Li with no option for escape. The temperature of the air nearby plummeted under a wave of frigid energy, coating the surrounding mountains and ground with a layer of glistening frost. Taken aback for a moment, Han Li raised his hand and struck a fist into the void, unleashing a torrent of invisible force. A series of explosive thuds resonated as nearly all the white fire lotuses shattered like fragile bubbles, dispersing into a myriad of sparkling fragments. The white giant hand trembled under the pressure of this immense force, causing the nearby void to warp slightly before erupting with a resounding hum. The owner of the giant hand seemed caught off guard and, in a moment of panic, withdrew into the void, disappearing from sight. Moments later, a figure cloaked in a layer of white light emerged from the rippling space, holding a translucent blue jade ruler inscribed with intricate, spiral-like patterns. As soon as the figure appeared, they flipped their hand and tossed the jade ruler into the sky. The ruler spun rapidly, expanding to over 100 meters in size, its surface glowing with a brilliant blue light. With a single hand raised, the white figure commanded the ruler, which sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, descending towards Han Li. Han Li's gaze flickered, and with a swift motion, he extended his hand, fingers spread wide, grasping at the air. Before he could fully seize it, an overwhelming force surged towards the ruler, causing its surface to tremble and spin, rendering it unable to descend. At that moment, the ruler's surface glowed brightly, revealing a phantom of a beast with a bull's head and dragon's body, which let out a bellowing cry. As the blue ruler vibrated ominously, ready to press down again, Han Li narrowed his eyes and activated the small Big Dipper star technique within him. Instantly, 5 points of blue light flashed in his chest, forming a clear pattern of the Big Dipper, though only 5 of the stars shone brightly while the other 2 remained dim. His outstretched fingers suddenly clenched, causing the surrounding void to warp violently. The dragon phantom on the blue ruler emitted a mournful wail before dispersing with a resounding crash. "Brother Han, I am Sima Jingming. Please show mercy," the white figure hastily proclaimed. As the words fell, The surrounding white light retracted, revealing a man in a purple robe with white hair. Han Li's gaze flickered, and his fist, which had almost fully clenched, paused momentarily. Sima Jingming swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the blue ruler to shrink 100-fold before swiftly returning to his grasp, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Through this spiritual treasure, he could sense the true terror of Han Li's earlier grip. Had he hesitated longer, the treasure might have been destroyed or lost its essence. Though I did not exert my full strength, it is evident that you two were holding back, Sima Jingming remarked, his voice light. What is your intention, brother Sima? Han Li inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable. Do not take offense. I meant no disrespect. I merely wish to gauge your true strength. After all, the agreement you made with our ancestor is of utmost importance to my sect, and I must ascertain what our million years of accumulation can yield, Sima Jingming replied, smiling as he stowed the jade ruler. Now, what is your assessment? Han Li raised an eyebrow, a seemingly amused expression crossing his face. Brother Han's strength far exceeds my expectations, and the speed at which you have cultivated the small Big Dipper star technique is truly eye-opening. In the past, our sect had individuals who practiced this technique, but they only scratched the surface, Sima Jingming remarked with a sigh of admiration. You flatter me, brother Sima. Han Li replied with a slight smile. After a brief pause, he continued, regarding the lost texts from your sect's library. I can reproduce them once my current matters are concluded. No need for formality. We have copies of the lost texts. However, do not forget the promise you made to our ancestor, Sima Jingming responded, bowing slightly toward Han Li. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. Han Li stated confidently. Very well, with your assurance, I can rest easy. It seems that you have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. Sima Jingming acknowledged, bowing once more to Han Li. Han Li said nothing more, enveloped in azure spiritual light as he flew off into the distance, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the immortal realm, within the north cold immortal domain, a towering emerald peak, over 1,000 meters high, was shrouded in thick mist brimming with spiritual energy. Atop the peak stood a resplendent golden palace, glistening in the morning sun. Inside the palace, an elderly man clad in a purple gold robe and adorned with a lotus crown sat leisurely in a Zetan chair, delicately sipping from a translucent emerald teacup. Before finally raising his gaze toward the person before him, the visitor, a young man in his 20s or 30s dressed in black, bowed respectfully and spoke, Elder Tongxiu. I am Fong Pan, and I have come uninvited today in hopes that you might assist me in locating someone using your secret celestial techniques. Who are you? I have no interest. You should be aware of the rules of the Tongxiu Pavilion, the elder replied, placing the teacup gently on the nearby table, his tone indifferent. A 10,000-year void sea purple sunflower, 2 high-grade golden-eye dragonstones, and a vial of Bo Yang returning in water. Would this satisfy you, elder? The young man stepped forward, stating earnestly. As he spoke, 2 exquisite purple boxes and a white jade vial materialized before him, their lids and seals opening on their own to reveal the treasures within. The elder's eyes brightened slightly as he surveyed the items, nodding subtly. You display some sincerity. Now, tell me, whom do you seek? This person was a formidable opponent I encountered in the past. I had thought he perished at my hands 300 years ago. But I recently learned he may still be alive, though I do not know his current whereabouts, the young man said, his brow furrowing. Do you possess any items related to his bloodline, or perhaps hair or scales? The elder inquired. The young man hesitated briefly before producing a white porcelain vial, offering it. This individual's bloodline is rather unique. During our battle, I managed to obtain a drop of his blood. Please see if it will suffice. The elder took the vial, felt its weight, and upon opening it and taking a whiff, his expression shifted. Remarkable. What manner of person is this? His bloodline contains such a multitude of true spiritual powers? Not to conceal anything from you, elder, he is an ascendant from the lower realms, possessing various extraordinary skills and abilities. I was fortunate to have defeated him back then, the young man replied, a hint of hesitation in his voice. An ascendant from the lower realms. Very well, follow me, Elder Tongxiu pondered for a moment before rising and walking towards the back hall of the palace, hands clasped behind his back. The young man followed him as they passed a beautifully crafted gold-painted screen and entered a spacious secret chamber. The chamber was vast, with the floor engraved with 3 concentric circular patterns, clearly part of an exceedingly intricate formation. There were no furnishings within, save for a large bronze urn placed at the center. The large urn stood approximately 3 feet tall, its surface intricately adorned with ancient and peculiar patterns, seamlessly merging with the designs on the ground below. The young man clad in black followed the esteemed elder Tongshu to the front of the urn, bending down to gaze inside, where he beheld a pool of dark liquid that faintly reflected the silhouettes of both individuals. The elder unscrewed the cap of a porcelain vial in his hand, deftly pouring a single drop of precious blood into the urn. With a soft plink, a droplet of pale golden blood fell into the urn, creating gentle ripples that spread outward. Almost immediately, the previously inky liquid began to recede in response to the ripples, transforming into a state of remarkable clarity in the blink of an eye. Through the surface, intricate circular patterns could be discerned etched upon the bottom of the urn. Observing this, the elder's lips moved silently as he chanted an obscure incantation. After a brief interval of concentration, a sharp command erupted from his mouth, and he pointed a finger toward his forehead before directing it toward the bronze urn. A resonant hum reverberated through the air as the elder's fingers made contact with the rim of the urn, causing it to shudder violently. The engraved patterns on its surface emanated a brilliant azure light, which swiftly cascaded down, illuminating the entire array inscribed upon the ground. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Fong Pan found himself enveloped in a radiant blue glow. In a daze, he realized that he was standing upon an expansive body of water, surrounded by a ring of verdant mountains. This place was within the urn. After a moment of bewilderment, the young man in black murmured to himself in astonishment, "I highly recommend the new work by Huan Yu, Culinary Path to Immortality," while others fret over weight loss. Song Hao must consume a ton of food each day for his cultivation, whereas others restrict their diets and shy away from sweets. Song Hao has never worried about high cholesterol. He boldly declares his love for fatty meats and desserts, no matter if it is junk food or gourmet delicacies. Song Hao welcomes all, indulging without restraint. Without relying on elixirs, ordinary food can lead to immortality. Witness Song Hao's exuberant journey down the path of the gourmet, forging a road to health and vitality. Chapter 48. The Abduction. Do not look around. You have but 5 breaths. The voice of the venerable Tongshu suddenly echoed from above, reverberating like rolling thunder, causing Fong Pan's heart to leap in fear. He hastily focused his mind and scanned his surroundings, finding nothing but the endless mountains and waters stretching before him. Yet, almost instinctively, he lowered his gaze and noticed a faint golden bloodline extending beneath the water's surface. As he concentrated, he discerned a shadowy figure of azure hue flickering beneath the water. Elusive and indistinct, despite his efforts, clarity eluded him. Just as he contemplated plunging into the water for a closer look, the bloodline suddenly dissipated in a haze, vanishing entirely. Startled, he barely had time to ponder when the scenery around him began to whirl, distorting into chaos. When he regained his senses, he found himself still beside the bronze vat, bending over with his hands resting on its rim. Looking down, he saw the liquid within the vat remained inky black, as if everything before had been nothing but a fleeting dream. "What did you see?" came the soft voice of the long-bearded elder. "I am ashamed, for I seem to have seen nothing clearly. Only that shadow was elusive, appearing both near and far, indistinct." The young man in black shook his head, recounting his observations faithfully. The onlooker is often confused. The reason the Tianji vat presents such a scene is likely because the master of the blood essence is not in the northern cold immortal domain, but rather in some hidden realm within the immortal domain. Or perhaps, in a subordinate realm directly connected to it, Elder Tongshu mused after a moment's thought. Can the elder further ascertain the exact location of that person's hidden realm or subordinate interface? Fong Pan could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. "Absurd. Do you think this vast immortal realm is like those insignificant lower realms, devoid of any markers, that one could easily locate another merely through a drop of blood essence?" Elder Tongshu snorted coldly, expressing his displeasure. Seeing this, Fong Pan quickly clasped his hands in apology, saying, "I beg your pardon for my presumptuousness. Please do not take offense." Venerable elder. A moment later, outside the verdant peaks, Fong Pan stood suspended in midair with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze icy and his expression shifting between grim and determined. "Humph. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall rend you into pieces," he declared, drawing a communication array plate from his waist, murmuring incantations as he pointed his finger to his brow. A luminous curtain materialized in his palm, depicting a tall young man clad in azure robes with an ordinary visage. With a flick of his wrist, the image blurred and shrank, vanishing into the communication plate. Days later, in a deep mountain gorge in the northwest of Phone Nation, thick mist swirled relentlessly within the valley. The sounds of explosive clashes and magical artifacts colliding echoed from the fog. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the mist erupted, and a green streak of light shot forth. Emerging from the light was a young girl in a green dress, surrounded by 3 radiant jade plaques that danced around her as she stood upon a verdant jade shuttle. The girl, with a bright smile and striking beauty, was none other than Lulier. Not far into her flight, the mist roiled violently, and 5 streaks of light surged forth in pursuit. The pursuers, all formidable Yuaning period cultivators, surged after her with impressive speed. Though Lulier exerted all her strength to propel her shuttle, she lagged slightly behind. Within the span of a mere incense stick, the distance between them dwindled to less than 30 zhang. Who are you? And why do you relentlessly pursue me? Lulier halted her escape, casting a defiant glare over her shoulder. The foremost shadow, a burly man with a twisted beard, greedily eyed the shuttle beneath her feet and chuckled ominously. Some questions are better left unasked. If you know what is good for you, surrender quietly, and you may yet escape bodily harm. The other 4 streaks of light split into 2 arcs, encircling Lulier from either side. As the light dimmed, 4 figures emerged, a red-faced elder, a purple-robed woman, and 2 identical young men clad in black, seemingly twins. Do you think that I, a disciple of the Cold Flame sect, am easily bullied by such numbers? Lulier retorted coldly, surveying her attackers. Such bravado from a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The red-faced elder sneered, his sleeve flicking as a scarlet ring shot forth, transforming into a torrent of crimson shadows hurtling towards her. Aside from the burly man, the other 3 brandished their respective treasures, unleashing a barrage of colorful magical attacks from 3 directions. Lulier's delicate features tightened, but she was prepared, with a swift motion of her hands and an incantation. The 3 jade plaques around her swelled, creating layers of protective shadows that enveloped her. With a deafening roar, 4 blinding orbs of light exploded. The azure shadows flickered violently, the magical light dimming significantly, but they managed to withstand the onslaught. The 5 pursuers, including the burly man, were taken aback. We must not linger here. We must end this quickly and avoid harming the girl, the burly man commanded, raising one hand to launch a massive black brick the size of 10 zhang into the fray. With 5 Yuaning cultivators joining forces, the assault intensified, and the azure shadows began to wane. Just as the protective shadows were on the verge of shattering, Lulier calmly raised one hand, summoning a glimmering white silk artifact, its quality seemingly surpassing that of the jade plaques. The white silk twisted above her head, illuminating the area with ethereal white light, creating rippling waves that encircled her figure, rendering her partially invisible. The 5 attackers were filled with astonishment and fury, clearly unprepared for the wealth of high-tier artifacts possessed by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. However, they quickly coordinated, channeling their energies into their respective artifacts with renewed vigor. Thunderous roars erupted. The white light trembled violently, yet showed no signs of breaking just yet. Enveloped in the white haze, Lulier hastily consumed a medicinal pill while deftly performing hand seals, her face taut with anxiety. This was her first encounter alone against foes of such superior cultivation. After all, her prior victory against the transformation stage cultivator Jia Run had relied on the special means of Han Li, who had sealed the fiery bird within him. Had she not consumed a pill to temporarily boost her magical power, she would never have achieved that decisive blow. Now, relying on the treasures and pills gifted by Han Li, her situation was growing increasingly perilous. No, I cannot fail. I promised my brother to protect myself. The girl bit her lip, her pale visage flashing with determination. Suddenly, she raised her left arm, performing a seal. A mysterious silver array glimmered to life on her arm. With a clear note, a slightly smaller silver firebird erupted from it, flapping its wings before darting out of the white haze to the side. With simultaneous sounds of impact, 2 echoes resounded. Ah, what is this? No. In the midst of the terrified screams of the 2 young men in black robes, silver flames instantaneously enveloped them. The scene transpired so abruptly that the remaining 3, including the burly man with a twisted beard, had yet to react, and the 2 youths had already transformed into a wisp of smoke right before their eyes, vanishing from existence before their nascent souls could escape. In this brief moment of delay, the red-faced elder, too, was consumed by the silver blaze as it flickered, his protective aura proving utterly ineffective, leaving not even a cry of despair in its wake. The burly man and the woman in the purple robe, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, were overwhelmed with fear, turning to flee without uttering a word. The former, possessing a slightly superior cultivation, naturally moved a tad swifter. Yet, the silver firebird granted them no respite, darting down with lightning speed, transforming into a blurred silver light that pursued them relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, it traversed several hundred zhang, piercing through the back of the woman in purple, reducing her to a fireball that plummeted downward. "Master, save me." Not long after, accompanied by a sudden, piercing scream that abruptly ceased, the burly man was engulfed in the silver flames, vanishing without a trace. The silver light circled in the distance before darting back, vanishing into the arm of the girl, who felt a momentary relief. Though her complexion had turned as pale as paper, her form swaying unsteadily. Hastily, she consumed a spirit pill, regaining a semblance of color. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A ripple in the void above her head heralded the emergence of a dark, claw-like appendage, which descended with great force. Before it could truly descend, the air below surged with invisible waves, an intangible pressure bearing down upon the girl. With a sharp hiss, the protective white silk light, already wavering, finally shattered under this overwhelming force. The girl was seized by panic, hurriedly attempting to summon her spiritual energy to employ an escape technique. Yet, in the next instant, she felt a constriction around her, rendering her unable to even twitch a finger, forced to watch helplessly as tendrils of black light emanated from the claw, weaving into a dark net that ensnared her body. With a flash, the dark claw vanished into the void, and shortly thereafter, a black-robed elder emerged silently in midair. His hair white as snow and beard dark as night, his form gaunt and emaciated. Chapter 49. Coercion. I never anticipated that you, this little fox spirit, would possess such extraordinary celestial flame. Ah, I understand now. It was that lad with the surname Han who bestowed it upon you. No wonder he proves to be so troublesome. Nevertheless, this is indeed a delightful surprise. It seems my fortune has arrived. Haha. The old man in the black robe fixed his gaze intently on the silver seal upon Lu Lier's left arm, clapping his hands in laughter. At this moment, Lu Lier found herself bound by a black net, akin to a zongzi, utterly unable to move. Upon hearing the old man's words, a sudden realization struck her, and she cried out in shock. "You are Qi Xin of the Heavenly Ghost Sect." "Indeed, I am Qi Xin. It seems you are now aware of my intentions." Qi Xin's smile faded, revealing a hint of malice. "Do not even think about using me to lure my brother here," Lu Lier shouted angrily, her pale face momentarily betraying a flicker of determination. Suddenly, her eyes radiated an eerie green light, and a glimmer of crystalline green appeared at her brow, pulsating violently. Observing this, the old man pointed with one hand, unleashing a black light that swiftly penetrated her forehead. In an instant, the green light flickered and extinguished. Before she could entertain any further thoughts, darkness enveloped her, and she fell unconscious. "Humph, it is not yet your time to perish. Once I have captured that Hanli, I shall use the earth ghost fire to reduce you both to ashes before my grandnephew's spirit tablet, ensuring you never reincarnate," Qi Xin muttered resentfully, his gaze returning to the silver seal on the girl's arm. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a fiery red circular vial, intricately engraved with an array of unknown runes. He tossed the vial into the air, where it hovered before him, then began to chant incantations, his fingers deftly plucking at the air as if to invoke some secret technique. After a while, he uttered a low command and pointed at the vial. With a pop, all the runes on the vial illuminated, and a surge of crimson light erupted forth. Dozens of fiery red threads shot from the light, vanishing into the silver seal on the girl's left arm and tugging outward. Buzzing, the silver seal instantly radiated brilliance, revealing flecks of silver flame as the threads pulled. Qi Xin's heart surged with joy as his hands swiftly formed a series of hand seals. The light pouring from the vial thickened, and more threads emerged in abundance, all surging into the silver seal. Lu Lier's body trembled slightly, her left arm convulsing as she let out a soft moan. The flames extracted from the seal multiplied, gradually forming the semblance of a silver firebird, though its aura was feeble, appearing lethargic. Just then, a blue light emanated from the base of the seal, subtly revealing a power that sought to draw the firebird back. Qi Xin, noticing this, revealed a disdainful smile and spat out a mouthful of vital blood into the vial. Immediately, the vial glowed with a fierce crimson light, and all the threads intertwined, coalescing into two crystalline chains that snapped around the firebird's neck. As the firebird's silver surface shimmered, it awakened, seemingly aware of the chains binding its neck, letting out an enraged cry. Stretching its wings, it flared with brilliant silver flames and expelled a column of silver fire. The crystalline chains disintegrated upon contact with the silver flames, and the fire column surged forth without losing momentum, directly piercing the fiery red vial and hurtling toward Qi Xin. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events and the astonishing speed of the fire column, Qi Xian was taken aback and hastily summoned a verdant shield to block it. Simultaneously, he leaped back, leaving behind a series of afterimages, landing several dozen paces away. However, a part of his left arm, touched by the silver flames, was reduced to ashes. Had the flames not seemingly lacked power, he would have surely faced grave injury. He took a deep breath, retrieved a blood-red pill, and swallowed it. The muscles at the side of his severed arm writhed violently, visibly regenerating. Within a few breaths, his left arm had fully reformed. Only then did he cast a wary glance toward Lulier. The fiery red vial and the verdant shield had long since been consumed by the silver flames, and after the Firebird-esque strike, it vanished back into the seal with a flicker of blue light. Though he had suffered an unexpected setback, his gaze toward the seal grew increasingly fervent. In a verdant mountain range with undulating peaks, mist swirled and spiritual energy permeated the air, where intricately carved pavilions and palaces dotted the landscape. Above a remote valley, 7 or 8 figures soared from afar and descended at the valley's entrance. Among them, a youth of 16 or 17, clad in pristine white, bore an expression of haughty confidence. Upon landing, he immediately commanded the others, "Enter the valley at once. We cannot allow it to escape this time." "Yes." They responded in unison, rushing into the valley. However, an elderly woman in gray robes did not heed the command like the others. Leaning on a peculiar purple staff, she approached the youth. "Grandma's son, you should join us. This purple cloud weasel is exceedingly cunning, and without your intervention, they may struggle to succeed," the youth remarked. Glancing at the old woman, "Young master, the elder has ordered me to ensure your safety. I cannot leave my post." The white-haired matriarch shook her head. "Merely entering the valley before me to capture that purple cloud weasel does not constitute abandoning my post." The youth frowned slightly. "The elder has commanded me to remain by your side. Should anything happen to you, I would be unable to absolve myself of the blame," the old woman insisted. The youth's discontent was apparent as he replied, "This gourd valley is within the jurisdiction of our sect. It is but a stone's throw from our temple. What fool dares to cause trouble here? Surely, they seek death." Though he spoke thus, the old woman began to respond, only to be interrupted by the youth's impatience. "No more words. If we delay further and let that purple cloud weasel escape, I shall report to the ancestors and hold you accountable." The elderly woman's expression soured, yet she hesitated to move. "Do not dawdle." The youth, seeing her reluctance, became incensed. With a reluctant grit of her teeth, the old woman thrust her purple staff down, transforming it into a streak of light that dashed into the valley. The youth watched her retreating figure, still feeling vexed. He swept his sleeve and strode into the valley. However, after taking but 2 steps, he sensed something amiss behind him. Instinctively turning, he beheld 2 piercing blue lights swirling, causing his consciousness to blur. In the void behind him, a figure clad in a blue robe, Han Li, gradually revealed himself, his pupil shimmering with blue light, fingers pinching a purple talisman, calmly stowing away the Taiyi hucking talisman. A smile crept across his lips as he approached the youth. At that moment, the youth's eyes glazed over, his expression vacant, rooted to the spot. "Where's the gathering star platform of the Jingyuan sect?" Han Li inquired directly. "On the 9 Palace Peak at the summit," the youth replied, his lips moving mechanically. "Oh, why is it not atop the main peak, the respecting heaven peak?" Han Li asked, puzzled. "The 9 Palace Peak boasts the highest elevation, offering the clearest view from its summit, which is more conducive to harnessing the power of the stars. That is why our ancestors established the formation there." The youth answered without hesitation. "Who guards the gathering star platform, and what is their cultivation level?" Han Li continued, nodding. The arrangement within the sect. The youth's expression remained blank as he recounted the circumstances atop 9 Palace Peak in a flow of words, as if pouring out beans. As the second most significant peak of the sect after respecting Heaven Peak, 9 Palace Peak was naturally a crucial stronghold of the Jingyuan sect, typically bustling with numerous elders and disciples practicing there. The star-gathering platform, perched atop a peak, is a significant forbidden zone within the sect. Aside from a select few inner elders and some core disciples, others are generally prohibited from entering. According to the young boy's account, the platform is protected by formidable barriers, and an indeterminate number of elders are stationed there, with at least 1 elder at the nascent soul stage overseeing the area. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li gently tapped the boy's brow with his fingertip, after which his form dissipated like mist into the air. The white-clad youth's gaze regained its clarity, yet he still sensed an anomaly behind him. He hastily turned to look, only to find the space empty, devoid of any presence. Confused, he shook his head and continued his journey into the valley. Meanwhile, Han Li emerged from behind an ancient tree, lifting his foot, ready to soar into the sky. At that moment, a sudden radiance emanated from his waist, where a yellow talisman, unbidden, flew forth and hovered in midair. Upon seeing the talisman, Han Li's brow furrowed slightly. With a whoosh, flames erupted in the air, causing the talisman to ignite spontaneously. As the flames danced, a hazy silhouette materialized within the fire, gradually becoming distinct. In that apparition, he immediately recognized the green-clad maiden slumped over a stone table, her fair face devoid of color, her eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Her delicate wrist was firmly gripped by a gnarled hand. The owner of that hand, draped in a black robe, with hair like snow and a face gaunt, regarded him with a sinister expression. "You must be Qi Xian," Han Li observed, glancing at the elder and then at his attire, narrowing his eyes before posing the question. "Humph. You little thief, 2 years ago, you murdered my nephew Howard and subsequently plotted against my dear friend Luya. You've been hiding in the Cold Flame sect ever since, making it quite a challenge for me to find you. Today, this little fox spirit is in my grasp. Will you rescue her or not?" The elder's face darkened momentarily, and he cackled ominously. "What do you wish to do?" Han Li inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "Within 1 month, come to my Heavenly Ghost sect at the Phoning Mountains Ghost Peak. Remember, you are only permitted to come alone. Should you fail to appear, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." Qi Xian's voice turned icy as he spoke, as he tightened his grip on Lu Yue's wrist. The unconscious girl grimaced in pain, her face growing even paler. Observing this, Han Li's expression darkened, and he fell silent, accompanied by a sinister laugh. The flames before him twisted and then vanished, leaving only a pile of ashes that the mountain wind swiftly scattered, erasing all traces. Chapter 50. Breaking free from the tower half a month later, Phoning Mountain Range. Above a steep and towering peak, a layer of leaden black clouds loomed, casting a shadow so deep that even at midday, sunlight struggled to penetrate, creating an ominous atmosphere as if a storm were imminent. The summit was blanketed in trees, not in the usual vibrant green, but rather a heavy, dark hue, rendering the entire mountain reminiscent of an inkwash painting, bold strokes of deep color. At that moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky's dark clouds, and a beam of light shot forth, revealing the tall figure of a young man clad in a blue robe. It was Han Li. He hovered in midair, casting a brief glance around before closing his eyes and extending his consciousness to sweep across the entire mountain. After a moment, his eyes snapped open, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He then leaped forward, a few swift movements later, descending into a nearby forest shrouded in mist. Upon landing, he walked a short distance, and as he rounded a sturdy ancient tree, he spotted a petite figure leaning against a half-broken, gray-white tree, utterly still amidst the swirling fog. "Lure," he called, brow furrowed slightly. At the sound of his voice, the small figure stirred, her shoulders twitching slightly as her eyelashes fluttered, and her previously closed eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing Han Li, a flicker of joy illuminated her pale face, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yet, as she opened her mouth to speak, only muffled sounds escaped, as if her voice were stifled. "I'm here, don't be afraid," Han Li reassured her, advancing slowly. Seeing this, Luo appeared to recall something, her beautiful eyes flashing with panic as she shook her head vigorously. Noticing Han Li's unwavering approach, she struggled to sit upright, but suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted around her. Chains crackling with black electricity emerged, coiling tightly around her from head to toe. The moment she moved, even slightly, arcs of black lightning surged forth, striking her painfully. Seeing the anguish etched on Lure's small face, Han Li's expression remained calm, though a glimmer of chilling intent flickered in his eyes as he continued forward. Just as he took another step, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once placid white mist between the trees turned pitch black, swirling violently, and with a howling wind, the black fog transformed into a massive vortex. The temperature plummeted, accompanied by eerie howls echoing through the air. At the center of the vortex, Han Li felt an ominous darkness envelop him, followed by an unseen force pulling him downward. With a cold snort, he maintained his stride, determinedly advancing towards Lure, undeterred by the chaos around him. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated from below. The ground trembled violently on either side, shattering apart, as grotesque, clawed hands the size of large fans burst forth, seizing Han Li's legs. Simultaneously, the black mist above him swirled violently, and an overwhelming pressure descended, bearing down upon him with ferocity. With a thunderous boom, a dark purple octagonal tower plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon Han Li and trapping him within its confines. The tower stood 50 to 60 zhang tall, adorned with purple runes, exuding an indescribable, sinister aura. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Hanli ensnared before he could muster any reaction. Luther watched helplessly, her mouth emitting a series of indistinct sounds as she struggled violently. However, the more she fought, the tighter the chains became, and black lightning coursed through them, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. As the ghostly fog swirled around the tower, 4 figures emerged from the surrounding shadows. One was clad in black robes, thin and wiry, with gray hair and a black beard, Qi Xian. Facing him was a robust man in a yellow robe, with a square face, while approaching from 2 other directions were a lean, silver-crowned middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman clad in crimson. All 4 were cultivators at the transformation stage, each performing the same hand seals as they approached the tower, only ceasing once they reached its side. Hiki, Elder Tian, we owe you for lending us this purple underworld tower. We've finally captured this little thief, Qi Xian chuckled, bowing slightly to the square-faced man. Elder Qi, you flatter me. However, I must say, you went to great lengths to borrow this renowned treasure merely to deal with a mere Yuanying stage cultivator. Do you not think it a bit excessive? The square-faced man replied, a hint of pride in his voice as he glanced at the tower. My caution is for good reason. After all, Elder Lu died at his hands, and I have suffered greatly in the law enforcement hall because of it. Qi Xian sighed, shaking his head gently. Regardless, now that Brother Qi has successfully captured him, let us not forget the rewards previously promised. The woman in red interjected with a smile, her tone suggestive. Haha, of course. You need not worry. Qi Xian began, but before he could finish, the tower trembled violently, causing the ground to shake and abruptly halting his words. What is happening? The woman in red raised an eyebrow in surprise. The silver-crowned middle-aged man chuckled nonchalantly. Do not concern yourselves. It is merely my tamed corrupted demon. No doubt that little brat inside is causing some unrest. Unexpectedly, the revelation that the demon could shake the purple underworld tower took the woman by surprise, just as she sighed in relief. Another thunderous sound erupted from within the purple tower, its might surpassing the previous tremors. This time, all 4 sensed the ground quaking beneath them, struggling to maintain their footing. Looking down, they noticed deep, unfathomable fissures appearing in the ground beneath the tower, like a spider's web spreading across the earth. Brother Luo, could this also be the doing of your demon? The woman in red asked, her expression shifting. The silver-crowned man opened his mouth to respond, but a groan escaped him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Impossible. My corrupted demon has been killed, he exclaimed, shock etched across his face. At these words, both Qi Xian and the woman in red were taken aback. Clearly, Elder Qi's suspicions were not unfounded. This Han was indeed formidable. However, there was no need for alarm. The purple underworld tower was a treasure of immense power. Even a cultivator at the refinement stage would find it difficult to escape its confines. A mere Yuanying stage cultivator could hardly turn the tide. While that may be true, this treasure is ultimately controlled by a being at the integration stage. It takes all 4 of us to barely wield its power, and its efficacy will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. I suggest we act decisively and use this treasure to eliminate him now, Qi Xian proposed, his brow furrowed with concern. Brother Qi offers wise counsel. Let us strike now to avoid any unforeseen complications. Should he leave behind only his Yuanying, we can deal with him as we see fit. The silver-crowned man agreed with a fierce expression. With their decision made, the 4 resumed their hand seals, chanting incantations in unison. The violet giant tower emanated a resplendent glow as countless enigmatic runes illuminated in cascading circles. From the tower's body, dense streams of purple mist poured forth, intensifying the surrounding chill, causing a precipitous drop in temperature. The air crackled ominously, and icy shards began to materialize from the void. Simultaneously, the entire structure seemed to grow heavier, embedding itself more deeply into the ground. Yet, before the group could catch their breath, the tower trembled violently once more, its surface runes flashing erratically as it expanded dramatically. This is not good, exclaimed the square-faced man, his complexion changing drastically. Before the 4 could react in any meaningful way, the tower's surface emitted a series of crackling sounds, revealing enormous fissures that creased it from top to bottom. Moments later, with a thunderous roar, the tower erupted in an explosion of purple mist, casting clouds of vapor into the air. An indescribable wave of force surged outward, overwhelming the 4 as they struggled to maintain their footing, causing them to stagger backward involuntarily. A short distance away, Lulir was also swept away by the force. As the fragments of the tower rained down, the dust began to settle, revealing a towering, malevolent giant, clad in darkness, sprawled on the ground. It stood an imposing 5 or 6 meters tall, with a gaping wound in its chest, oozing putrid black blood. Atop this fearsome visage, Han Li, donned in a cerulean robe, cast an impassive glance at Lu Lear, confirming her safety before his cold gaze swept over the other three. Could it be that you? The four were struck with a shared incredulity, their minds racing with disbelief. In the next instant, without uttering a word, Han Li unleashed a flurry of punches. One fist propelled towards the silver-crowned middle-aged man closest to him, while the other surged toward the red-robed beauty nearby. Both sensed an overwhelming wave of energy crashing down upon them, the air tightening around them, rendering escape impossible. In a moment of desperation, the silver-crowned man's robe billowed without wind, his sleeves flaring open like trumpets, releasing a torrent of dense black mist. Within this murky cloud, 5 bloody demon heads emerged, their jaws agape, charging toward the oncoming force. Following closely, a blood-red ghostly seal, etched with sinister inscriptions, expanded in the air, growing to the size of a house to shield him. Meanwhile, the red-robed woman, pale with fear, hastily waved her wrist, summoning 13 bone swords that leapt forth, accompanied by the chilling cries of vengeful spirits. With a fierce grip, she clawed at her forearm, drawing forth deep crimson gashes, from which tiny red bloodworms emerged, coalescing into a blood-colored shield before her. Chapter 51. Minor spatial displacement. The sounds of pounding echoed incessantly from both sides. 5 ghastly heads erupted like ripe watermelons upon their emergence, splattering blood-red seals into a fine powder. On the other side, 13 bone swords shattered with a series of muffled sounds, crumbling into a handful of bone debris, while the crimson shield, as fragile as paper, burst apart from its center in a violent explosion. Simultaneously, 2 cries of anguish rang out. The middle-aged man in a silver crown and the beautiful woman in red were obliterated by the force of the winds. In a flash of violet light, a 2-inch-tall infant spirit, radiating a faint purple hue, emerged from the remnants of the former, its face etched with terror as it attempted to flee. However, just as the violet glow enveloped it, Han Li appeared silently before it, a large hand reaching out to grasp it firmly, crushing it effortlessly into dust with a mere squeeze. The infant spirit of the woman in red did not dare to ascend into the sky. Instead, seizing the moment Han Li obliterated the silver-crowned man's spirit, it darted towards the depths of the forest, skimming close to the ground. Han Li turned abruptly, exhaling a breath that transformed into a fleeting white mist shaped like a flying sword, vanishing in an instant. A thunderous crash reverberated through the forest as ancient trees toppled one after another. Deep within the thicket, a flash of white light severed the infant spirit of the red-robed woman in two, its brilliance dimming rapidly. Though the events unfolded with apparent complexity, they transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the burly man and Qi Xian seized the opportunity to simultaneously employ their secret techniques and flee in opposite directions. At that moment, the man stood atop a massive, pure white-boned bird, its enormous wings propelling him 200 or 300 zhang away in a heartbeat, astonishingly swift. Qi Xian, with a pair of blood-red wings extending from his back, surpassed the former's speed, having already flown over 1,000 zhang away. Sensing the sudden disappearance of his 2 companions' oars behind him, both men were struck with dread. Without hesitation, the burly man flicked his wrist, summoning a black and red octagonal copper mirror that shimmered ominously, shielding him from harm. Yet, seemingly still not reassured, he waved his other sleeve, revealing 9 small black flags that intertwined midair, forming a dense, opaque black barrier that enveloped him completely. Simultaneously, a cacophony resonated within his body as his skin tore and his garments shredded, sharp bony protrusions akin to thorns erupted forth, merging upon his surface to form a suit of white bone armor, safeguarding his vital areas. In another direction, Qi Xian's expression darkened momentarily. He raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, decisively severed his own arm. A torrent of fresh blood erupted, enveloping him in a mist of crimson, transforming him into a brilliant sphere of bloodlight that shot away at an incredible speed. Han Li furrowed his brow, not pursuing immediately. Instead, he raised a hand and pointed towards Lu Lear, who was not far away. A beam of azure light shot forth, vanishing into her form. Instantly, black lightning chains manifested around her, only to shatter explosively moments later. "Brother," Lu Lear exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and joy. Han Li offered her a faint smile before gesturing lightly with one hand. A dim black talisman emerged from her form, bursting into fragments mid-flight, releasing 5 miniature black peaks that landed steadily in Han Li's grasp. Han Li's gaze swept over the fleeing figures of the 2 men, his arm momentarily blurring. Two of the miniature peaks shot forth, transforming into shadowy silhouettes that sped towards Qi Xian and the burly man, quickly closing the distance. The peaks glimmered with black light, expanding to over 10 zhang in size as they traveled, creating ripples in the surrounding void. The burly man and Qi Xian both sensed a tremendous force surging towards them from behind, their hearts plummeting in fear. The former hastily formed a hand seal. But it was too late. The black peaks hurtled forward, colliding with a resounding crash. All protective treasures, including the octagonal mirror and the small black flags, shattered upon contact. The bone bird beneath him emitted a mournful cry before exploding into countless fragments. The man was struck by the peak, his bone armor splintering as his body burst forth, mingling into a puddle of indistinct flesh and blood. His soul barely had time to escape before being crushed by the overwhelming force. Qi Xian, now several miles away, turned back to witness the devastation, his soul nearly leaving his body in terror. At that moment, another black peak soared towards him at breakneck speed. In a moment of desperation, he roared, his eyes turning blood red, a crimson aura enveloping him as his skin bulged with veins, his body swelling rapidly. With a thunderous explosion, he erupted into a massive sphere of bloodlight, sending rippling waves of crimson outward. The black peak, hurtling towards him, slowed slightly as it brushed against the bloodlight. A diminutive infant spirit resembling Qi Xian emerged from the bloodlight, vanishing without a trace the next instant, reappearing 100 zhang away. Whereupon it expelled a mouthful of essence blood, shrouding itself in a cocoon of crimson light. In an instant, it transformed into a blood rainbow, racing away at an unfathomable speed. Hanli squinted slightly, raising his hand once more. Lulua's left arm shimmered with silver light. A melodic bird call resonating as a flurry of silver flames erupted, coalescing into a palm-sized silver firebird. With its wings unfurled, it swiftly descended into Hanli's palm. He performed a hand seal, causing the silver firebird to swell dramatically, elongating into a silver fire bow, adorned with countless shimmering silver runes. Without retrieving any arrows, he gently pulled back on the bowstring. With a whoosh, the silver fire bow radiated in exquisite brilliance, unleashing torrents of silver flames that coalesced into a silver fire arrow, aimed directly at the fleeing infant spirit of Qi Xian. Despite having flown over 10 miles away, Qi Xian felt an overwhelming chill creeping up from behind, an ominous premonition flooding his senses as his expression shifted dramatically. "Stop!" A booming voice echoed from afar, thundering like a storm. From the horizon, a glimmer of black light materialized, rapidly morphing into a mass of swirling black clouds racing towards them. Seeing this, Qi Xian's spirit lifted, and he immediately altered his flight path towards the encroaching clouds. Hanli, unfazed by the command, released his grip. The silver fire arrow blazed brightly before vanishing into thin air. A piercing shriek erupted behind Qi Xian as the silver arrow materialized from nothing, streaking forth and piercing through the infant spirit. With a resounding explosion, the silver flames enveloped the spirit amidst its horrified cries, swiftly transforming it into a mass of black luminescence. At that moment, the swirling black clouds surged forward, a tendril of dark mist reaching out to grasp the black luminescence, but only managing to capture the dissipating glimmer. Boldness! Thunderous roars echoed from within the clouds, indicating the furious presence within. Suddenly, a claw, as large as a small mountain, shot forth from the clouds, stirring up chilling winds as it descended towards Hanli. Before the claw could land, its fingertips unleashed torrents of black flames, morphing into a barrage of dark fireballs raining down. Hanli remained undeterred, his eyes glinting coldly as he clenched his fist and struck upwards with a punch. A formless, immense force surged skyward, creating a cacophony of piercing sounds in its wake. A series of crackling noises erupted. All the black fireballs vanished in a flash, dissipating without a trace. The dark, claw-like appendage was suspended mid-air by this overwhelming power, before erupting with a thunderous explosion, transforming into countless tendrils of darkness that subsequently faded away. A roaring gale ascended, morphing into a tempest that effortlessly tore apart and scattered the ominous clouds above. A gaunt old man clad in black robes emerged, his form slightly swaying before he quickly steadied himself, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Hanli gazed up at the old man, his expression tranquil yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Observing this, the old man's countenance darkened, without uttering a word. He produced a gleaming silver object from his robes and swiftly waved his hand. With a sharp shriek, the silver object shot forth, heading directly towards Hanli. However, midway through its trajectory, it suddenly shattered with a loud crack. Boom! Countless silver rays erupted from the formation, enveloping Hanli and Lu Wei in a radiant embrace. Numerous silver runes flickered to life within the luminous haze, resonating with a sound akin to sacred chants. In that moment, Hanli recalled something significant and was poised to act. Just then, a chilling wind howled, and a streak of darkness darted through the silver light, speeding towards Lu Wei. Han Li's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing before Lu Wei, his arms sweeping through the air. With a resounding impact, he deflected the black streak, revealing it to be a dark dagger. At that instant, the silver radiance blazed brightly, engulfing his vision. Han Li felt an overwhelming force envelop him, and the scenery around him transformed at an alarming rate. Soon, his sight cleared, and he found himself in an expansive, desolate area. The small spatial displacement technique. Han Li surveyed his surroundings, his voice low and contemplative. He stood in a vast valley shrouded in dark clouds, flanked by towering black peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens, with faint structures visible atop them. Presently, he and Lu Wei stood on a massive plaza situated at the heart of the valley, while the old man hovered above them. The plaza spanned several hundred acres, its surface adorned with black jade stones, from which billowed streams of dark mist, forming a shallow shroud that lingered over the ground. The entire area resembled a sea of black clouds. At the forefront lay a colossal hall, towering and majestic, with a pitch-black plaque inscribed with the three characters, Heavenly Demon Hall. Chapter 52. It's my turn. Almost the moment Han Li and Lu Yeo appeared in the plaza, an unexpected transformation occurred. The massive ground trembled violently around the expansive square as 9 obsidian pillars erupted from the earth, enclosing a large central area in a circular formation. Each pillar, thick enough for a person to embrace, stood several dozen feet high, adorned with countless inscriptions and formations that spiraled from the top to the bottom. The surfaces of the pillars were embedded with numerous brilliant black crystals, seemingly some form of special spirit stones, radiating a bright black light. Moreover, atop each stone pillar sat a statue of a ghostly figure, some with long tongues protruding from their mouths, others sprouting wings, each distinct yet all vividly lifelike and grotesque, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld them. A dazzling black light emanated from each ghostly figure, swiftly intertwining to form a black hemispherical light screen in the blink of an eye. The surface of this light screen was covered with densely packed black runes, pulsating and rolling chaotically as countless indistinct ghostly shadows emerged, their wails echoing eerily, creating an atmosphere of utter strangeness. Lu Yeo felt a shiver run through her as she witnessed this scene and instinctively moved closer to Han Li. Though no longer the naive little fox girl she once was, she had never encountered such a grand spectacle, and her face turned pale. Han Li, noticing her distress, did not glance at the old man with the bird-like face above, but instead waved a hand, causing a silver firebird to emerge from his palm, transforming into a silver fire net that enveloped Lu Yeo completely. "Stay inside, and there is no need to fear," he reassured her. Feeling a surge of comfort from Han Li's words, Lu Yeo relaxed somewhat. Just then, sounds of air being torn apart filled the atmosphere. Glimmers of light darted from the surrounding buildings, converging upon the plaza, revealing disciples of the Tiangui sect clad in black robes. In no time, the vast expanse above the square was filled with a throng of figures, numbering in the hundreds, creating a cacophony, while more continued to arrive. Yet Han Li, undisturbed by the commotion around him, focused intently on the 9 pillars and the black light screen, his eyes gleaming with a blue radiance. The gathering disciples of the Tiangui sect had initially assumed that a formidable enemy had breached their sect, but upon seeing only a young man in his 20s and a little girl in the center of the formation, they were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. However, upon noticing the grim expression of the old man above, none dared to speak out of turn. The old man, undeterred by the surrounding onlookers, swiftly landed atop one of the black pillars, murmuring incantations as he produced 9 black array discs, deftly performing a series of hand seals. The discs shot forth, each targeting one of the massive stone pillars, vanishing into the black light emitted by them. The black light screen flickered momentarily, swelling significantly as more black runes surged forth, rendering the previously indistinct ghostly figures more solid and clear. Seeing this, the old man finally exhaled in relief, yet his hand movements did not cease. At that moment, 2 grand beams of light shot in from the distance, rapidly descending upon the plaza. As the light retracted, 2 figures materialized. One was a white-haired elder, his face flushed, while the other was a burly man with dark skin. Like the old man with the bird-like face, these 2 were also cultivators at the void refinement stage. The ordinary disciples of the Tiangue sect fell silent upon witnessing the simultaneous arrival of three intersect elders. As soon as the white-haired elder and the dark-skinned man appeared, they disregarded the old man with the bird-like face and swiftly scanned the area below, extending their senses to encompass the surroundings. Elder Jiang, what on earth has transpired? Why were these two juniors brought directly into the sect using the minor translocation spirit disc? And why has the 9 Great Ghost King's pillars been activated? This formation consumes resources that are anything but trivial, inquired the white-haired elder, his tone grave. The dark-skinned man echoed his confusion, casting a questioning glance at the old man. You two have arrived just in time. Quickly lend me your strength to activate the formation and refine these two, the old man implored, his urgency evident as he continued his hand gestures. Refining these two low-tier cultivators using the formation? The Ghost King's Pillars formation can even ensnare those at the integration stage. Brother Jiang, are you jesting? The dark-skinned man chuckled lightly, refusing to act on the other's instructions. The white-haired elder remained similarly inactive. The surrounding disciples began to stir restlessly. Yet out of deference to the old man, they kept their voices low. Many had already discerned that the male and female ensnared within the formation were a nascent soul stage cultivator and a mere core formation stage cultivator, respectively. Even among the disciples, there were plenty capable of dispatching them. And it was laughable that a formidable void refinement stage cultivator would resort to using the renowned 9 Great Ghost King's Pillars formation. If word of this spread, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Do not underestimate them. Although this young man in the green robe possesses a low cultivation level, he is, in fact, an exceedingly powerful physical cultivator, the old man insisted urgently. A powerful physical cultivator. The dark-skinned man continued to shake his head in amusement. The white-haired elder cast a glance at Han Li, who remained within the light screen, casually observing his surroundings with an air of nonchalance. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Han Li's gaze sharpened, as if settling on something of interest, and he murmured, "Since we have come this far, it is time to resolve everything at once." No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished, appearing before the light screen in a blur of afterimages. He then extended a pale finger and seemingly nonchalantly tapped a specific spot on the screen. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. With a soft pop, the entire black light screen began to tremble violently, flashing erratically as the once menacing ghostly figures spiraled in chaos, as if bereft of their souls. The dark-skinned man's smile faltered, his eyes widening in shock. The old man with the bird-like face staggered, spitting a mouthful of blood as he frantically attempted to stabilize the formation with frantic gestures. "Quick, reinforce the formation. We cannot allow him to breach it." The white-haired elder roared, shooting toward one of the black pillars. The dark-skinned man, realizing the urgency, also took flight toward another pillar, but it was too late. A flicker of ghostly light danced across the surface of the black screen, and all the ghostly figures vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, 9 colossal ghostly faces emerged on the surface of the light screen, contorted in agony as they let out a piercing, chilling scream. The sound was akin to needles piercing the ears, causing the disciples in the plaza to clutch their heads in horror, some bleeding from their ears and noses. Following the shriek, a torrent of black runes surged forth from the 9 massive, ghostly faces, and after a moment of confusion, the screen shattered spectacularly, splintering into countless black shards of light that scattered into the air. Not only that, but the ghostly statues atop the 9 black pillars also erupted in cracks, shattering with explosive force. At that moment, Han Li retracted his finger, clasping his hands behind his back as he strode toward Lu Yir amidst the swirling black light. Enveloped within the silver fire net, Lu Yir beamed with joy, almost bursting into cheers, were it not for the multitude of enemies surrounding them. The 3 elders, witnessing the effortless dismantling of their sect's grand formation, felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt, their shock palpable. The hundreds of Tiangue sect disciples stood utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before them. To dare destroy our sect's treasured formation, you shall pay for this. The old man with the bird-like face bellowed, unleashing a stream of white light from his mouth, transforming it into a white bone knife embedded with 9 large silver rings. With fingers moving like wheels, he executed 5 or 6 hand seals in quick succession. The bone knife, adorned with 9 silver rings, emitted a melodious chime that ensnared the senses as blood-red runes suddenly materialized on its surface, radiating a blinding crimson light that extended nearly 100 yards, descending upon Han Li with lethal intent. Simultaneously, the white-haired elder, with a swift motion of his arm, summoned an ancient black staff, the top of which bore a striking black dragon's head. The staff spun in midair, expanding into a winged black serpent. The creature opened its maw, and with a resounding whoosh, unleashed a torrent of black flames that surged downward. The dark-skinned giant, undeterred, produced a gray feather fan seemingly crafted from some ethereal bird's plumage, channeling his inner power into the fan before delivering a powerful sweep. Instantly, the atmosphere darkened, and a chilling gray wind howled forth, transforming into several gray wind dragons that lunged toward Hanli. Observing the old man with the bird-like visage and his companions taking action, the disciples of the Tiangue sect no longer hesitated, summoning various magical artifacts and chanting incantations. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of spiritual lights surged forth. Witnessing this, Hanli's brow glimmered with a crystalline light, and a vast, formidable consciousness erupted from him, enveloping the entire plaza with breathtaking speed. A resonant hum filled the air as an indescribable force of spiritual might descended. All present felt their minds grow heavy. The disciples of the Tiangue sect saw countless golden stars flickering before their eyes, only to be plunged into darkness as they fell from the sky, collapsing onto the plaza, rendered motionless. The myriad magical artifacts fell uncontrollably to the ground, clattering noisily. Yet, the three elders, possessing considerable cultivation, quickly regained their composure after a brief tremor. Their assaults, blade light, black flames, and wind dragons, continued unabated, converging upon Hanli in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, Hanli remained still, showing no inclination to evade. With three resounding crashes, the blood-red blade light violently erupted, transforming into a rebound of the white bone knife. The black flames and wind dragons dissipated instantly, failing to inflict any harm upon Hanli, whose azure robe remained entirely unscathed. As for Lu Yil, shielded by Hanli's defenses, she remained untouched beneath the silver fire web. How can this be possible? The three elders gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Is it now my turn? Hanli lifted his gaze and spoke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 53. The flames of demonic wrath. As soon as the words left his lips, Hanli's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Be cautious, the elder with the bird-like face exclaimed in alarm. Yet, before he could finish his warning, he felt a blurred figure dart past him. Instantly, he was struck as if by a colossal mountain, sent hurtling backward like a ragged sack, and violently collided with a peak outside the square, becoming embedded in the mountainside. Unconscious and unaware of his fate, a pair of muffled thuds echoed. The white-haired elder and the dark-skinned man had just witnessed the bird-faced elder's flight. Still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, when their vision dimmed, and they too were propelled through the air, crashing into the mountainside with a resounding impact. The entire square fell into a profound silence. Lulur gazed around at the chaotic scene, the various dark forms of magical treasures scattered about, her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to close it for quite some time. Although she was aware of her brother's formidable strength, the unfolding spectacle far exceeded her imagination, leaving her feeling as if she were in a dream. Still somewhat dazed, Hanli appeared beside her, expressing concern. Lure, are you injured? Fortunately, thanks to the treasures bestowed by my brother, I am mostly unharmed, she replied, shaking her head, her voice tinged with lingering fear. Qi Xian harbored ulterior motives, coveting my brother's spirit flame and attempting to lure him here using me. However, aside from confining me, he did not harm me. Hanli nodded, then, without further ado, sat down cross-legged and took out a white pill to consume. The previous mental assault had drained nearly all of his magical energy, even though he had intentionally reduced its potency. Brother, should we not take this opportunity to leave? Lulua asked, her brow furrowed with concern as she surveyed their surroundings. The commotion caused by Hanli had naturally attracted the attention of the entire Tiangue sect, as beams of light shot forth from all directions, converging upon the square. Since they have arrived, why the rush to depart? Hanli replied with a slight smile, seemingly unperturbed. Moments later, a cacophony of rushing air filled the atmosphere as several magnificent beams of light approached, revealing 6 figures whose auras rivaled those of the bird-faced elder and his companions. Upon seeing the scene before them, the newcomers were taken aback, their gazes locking onto Hanli below. While they were filled with suspicion, they exchanged knowing glances before instinctively creating some distance between themselves and Hanli, each summoning their magical treasures. With a piercing shriek, 6 beams of various colors descended from the sky, simultaneously launching an assault on Hanli, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Hanli remained seated, maintaining his cross-legged position. His figure spun slightly, and with a subtle motion of his arms, he struck out with a punch towards the 6 directions. Explosions reverberated. The air around them rippled, sending concentric waves outward. The thunderous roar of the blasts echoed, as all magical attacks seemed to collide with an invisible wall, erupting into 6 massive spiritual orbs, shaking the very fabric of space. As the light subsided, Hanli, who had been seated, was nowhere to be found. The 6 individuals paused in shock, and then, in the blink of an eye, Hanli materialized before a middle-aged man with small eyes, delivering a swift punch without a word. With a resounding impact, the man, unable to react in time, was sent flying by an overwhelming force. In midair, he heard 5 consecutive explosions behind him before crashing into an unseen object, his vision fading to darkness. After sending the remaining 5 virtual refinement cultivators flying with a punch each, Hanli returned to stand beside Lulur, his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, the other disciples of the Tian sect, rushing from all directions, halted in shock, exchanging bewildered glances as they took in the scene. These esteemed elder cultivators, usually held in high regard, were now being swatted away like mere flies by an unremarkable Yuanian cultivator. Some crashed into various locations within the square, creating deep craters and sending fragments flying, while others collapsed nearby palatial structures. The sight was particularly jarring for the hundreds of disciples, dazed and strewn about amidst a plethora of magical artifacts. Just then, a white rainbow shot in from a distance, halting above the partially collapsed Tiangue palace, revealing a robust man clad in brocade. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a square jaw and a circle of purple stubble beneath his chin, exuding a formidable presence. Great Elder Lu has arrived, thank goodness. Amidst the chaos and disorder of the square, the sight of this figure brought expressions of joy to everyone's faces, as they cried out in relief, as if they had found a pillar of support. The man's gaze fell squarely upon Hanli, his expression grave, and he quickly began forming hand seals in front of him. A core formation cultivator, Hanli observed the man with a slight smirk, flipping his wrist to reveal a miniature mountain of black light in his palm. With a swift motion of his arm, the black mountain was hurled forward. As it soared, it expanded dramatically, racing toward the purple-bearded man, its overwhelming force preceding it. Just as the mountain was about to collide with him, the man's gestures suddenly halted. A dark purple light erupted beneath his feet, revealing a cryptic formation covered in runes that swiftly enveloped him. The mountain struck empty air, plummeting toward the debris below. Simultaneously, an identical formation appeared beneath Hanli and Lulur, a wave of purple light swirling downward, consuming them both. In the Feng-In mountain range, within a secluded valley, the space was constricted and the light dimmed. Thick black mist swirled within, flanked by towering rock cliffs etched with peculiar patterns and obscure ghostly runes. At each corner of the valley stood tall stone pillars, each inscribed with a multitude of runes, exuding an ancient aura. Suddenly, as if summoned by unseen forces, Hanli and Luluo materialized in the valley's clearing, both enveloped in a network of silver fire. Upon their sudden arrival, Luluo felt a wave of dizziness, her form swaying slightly, but she was otherwise unharmed. Once Hanli steadied himself, he surveyed his surroundings. The previously encountered purple-bearded man had appeared atop one of the stone pillars, while 2 men and a woman were seated on the other pillars, seemingly in meditation. The woman, clad in a red gauzy dress, was voluptuous and stunning, her youth belied by an air of maturity. The other 2 were a one-eyed giant and a hunchbacked elder. All 3 radiated formidable energy, each being core formation cultivators. As they sensed the disturbance in the valley, they opened their eyes, casting curious glances at Hanli and Lulur before their gaze shifted to the purple-bearded man. Elder Lu, did you not go to deal with the troubles at the Tiangue Square? How could you return so quickly and bring outsiders into the forbidden area? The beautiful woman questioned, her brow furrowed. There is no time for a detailed explanation. This individual is a top-tier core formation cultivator. Quickly, activate the Earth Ghost Soul Suppression Array. The purple-bearded man's expression was grim as he spoke urgently. Upon hearing this, the 3 were taken aback. Although their expressions reflected surprise, they hesitated not for a moment, each retrieving a black token from their possession. Together with the purple-bearded man, the 4 simultaneously uttered a low chant, their wrists flicking as they cast the tokens forth. The sound of metal clashing resonated clang, clang, clang as the tokens soared downward, piercing the earth with remarkable speed. A booming shout echoed through the valley. Hanli felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, as if responding to the sound of rolling thunder emanating from the depths below. Within 100 feet around him, the soil shifted and rocks splintered, as 4 peculiar archways erupted from the earth, encircling him and Lu Yuer. Each archway, supported by 3 pairs of columns, towered 60 to 70 feet high, adorned with the bones of both humans and beasts. Atop each soaring eave hung a blood-red skull, swaying gently like a crimson wind chime. At the center of these archways, grotesque visages were intricately carved, some featuring a single horn with eyes like copper bells, while others bore the gruesome sight of a corpse with blood trickling from its mouth, each distinct in its horror. As Hanli prepared to act, the colossal figures atop the archways appeared to come to life, their massive eyes swirling in unison, fixating upon him. A hissing sound erupted. All the eyes simultaneously unleashed torrents of crimson light, weaving and pulsating in midair, coalescing into a vast sea of blood that descended upon the space, encompassing Han Li and Lu Yuer. Within this sanguine tide, Han Li felt an overwhelming force press down upon his shoulders, causing his garments to cling tightly to his form, rendering his movement sluggish. His azure eyes flickered briefly, and within him, a series of explosive sounds erupted. He staggered only slightly before regaining his balance, his countenance betraying no sign of distress. The silver net enveloping Lu Yuer began to warp under the weight of this oppressive force, with a significant indentation forming at the top. However, after Han Li infused it with several incantations, it managed to hold firm, causing the girl within to initially gasp in surprise, followed by a gradual easing of her expression. The stunning woman gazed at Han Li and Lu Yuer, both unscathed below, her face a mask of disbelief. How can this be? It seems we have underestimated this individual. This formation may only serve to temporarily entrap him. Yet, now that he is within the Valley of Demonic Flames, we can harness the power of the 9 heavens demonic flames left behind by the ancient bone flame ancestor to refine him directly, the purple-bearded man mused, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. Let us proceed, proclaimed the one-eyed giant and the hunchbacked elder in unison, exchanging glances. The four swiftly began to weave intricate hand seals, their voices rising in an arcane chant. The sound reverberated through the valley, amplifying with each echo, causing the very ground to quake. From the cliffs on either side, fragments of rock tumbled down, while the ghostly runes etched upon them blazed to life. The once indistinct patterns suddenly sprang to vivid life, writhing and twisting into clusters of black fire lilies. These fire lilies swayed gracefully, their leaves spiraling as plumes of black flame shot forth from the cliffs, cascading into the valley. In mere moments, they converged into a churning sea of darkness, engulfing the forms of Han Li and Lu Yuer completely. Chapter 54. The devouring inferno. The black flames surged and roared, their heat so intense that it felt as if the valley had transformed into a furnace. Yet, amidst this chaos, an ominous, pitch-black aura gradually spread, carrying with it a chilling sense of dread. Han Li and Lu Yuer, enveloped by the black flames, were subjected to a terrifying heat that rendered the surrounding air hazy and indistinct. At the moment the dark flames erupted around her, Lu Yuer's complexion turned pale with fear. However, in the next instant, she found herself within a protective cocoon of silver flames, as if drawn by an immense magnetic force, causing the surrounding heat and dark miasma to be irresistibly absorbed into the silver blaze. This sudden change brought her a sense of relief. Han Li, though lacking the protection of the silver flames, remained remarkably composed, not flinching at the encroaching inferno. Just as the dark flames were about to engulf him, he opened his mouth, and an immense suction force erupted forth. The surrounding black flames recoiled as if caught in a tempest, swirling into his mouth in torrents. In mere moments, a significant portion of the black flames had been consumed, causing the once raging inferno in the valley to wane dramatically. This astonishing sight left the four cultivators in the combined body stage wide-eyed, halting their spells in disbelief. With this, the black fire lotuses adorning the cliff walls resumed their original form, albeit slightly dimmer than before. Han Li, however, showed no sign of cessation until he had devoured every last trace of the black flames, finally closing his mouth with a contented belch. Impossible. The infernal flames capable of incinerating all should be devoured by him. What manner of creature is he? The purple-bearded man, his expression grave, exclaimed urgently, "We must not hold back any longer while he remains within the spirit-binding array, otherwise, our troubles will multiply." With that, he raised a hand, summoning a small ancient lamp of purple copper, barely half a foot tall. As he chanted an obscure incantation, he gently rubbed the lamp. With a soft pop, a faint purple flame ignited atop the lamp, and numerous tiny purple symbols began to spiral rapidly around its surface. A thick purple mist ascended from the flame, expanding swiftly until it coalesced into a lifelike purple giant tiger, its head held high, emitting a silent roar as it charged toward Han Li. Simultaneously, a beautiful woman atop another stone pillar chanted incantations in varying tones, her pupils glowing with a crimson light. Her violet gauze dress billowed as if caught by a divine wind, yet her skin and muscles visibly began to wither at an alarming rate. Her once delicate fingers transforming into gnarled claws, and her charming visage melting away into a ghastly crimson skeleton. Swiftly, she plunged downward, her speed astonishing, leaving a trail of afterimages before attempting to strike Han Li with a skeletal claw. Above him, a massive white bone claw, akin to a small mountain, emerged. Its fingers sharp as blades, descending rapidly toward Han Li's head, accompanied by a swirling aura of grayish-white malevolence. Unmoved, Han Li remained rooted in place, raising a single hand to unleash a miniature black peak that swelled in size, crashing down upon the white claw. With a resounding crash, the black peak shattered beneath the bone claw, scattering boulders across the area, yet the claw itself trembled and splintered as well. The malevolent aura dissipated into nothingness, leaving only fragments of bone in its wake. The crimson skeleton, eager to retaliate, was suddenly swept away by an overwhelming wave of force, crashing heavily against the mountainside, crumbling into a heap of bones. At that moment, a roar akin to a tiger's thundered forth as the purple giant tiger descended from the sky, unleashing a violet beam of light. Han Li, with a mere gesture, dispelled the beam effortlessly, then leapt, defying gravity to appear beneath the giant tiger. In a flash, he seized its head with one hand and a hind leg with the other, his muscles bulging like iron clamps, rendering the tiger powerless against his grip. As he prepared to tear the creature asunder, the ground suddenly erupted with a thunderous sound, for glowing black spears piercing through, aimed directly at his chest. With a sharp clang, the spears rebounded as if striking an impenetrable wall, retreating in shock. A peculiar sound echoed as the ground split open, revealing a massive black spider. Its head adorned with 2 rows of luminous white eyes, its legs as thick as a child's arm, and a gray pouch dangling beneath its abdomen. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he recognized that the pouch contained the hunchbacked elder, the spider appearing to have emerged from the bulge on his back. A most bizarre sight indeed. The moment the spider revealed itself, its sharp front legs arched menacingly, glowing with a blood-red hue, resembling a pair of searing scissors aimed at Han Li's neck. Yet, Han Li offered no chance for retaliation, gripping the purple giant tiger firmly. He launched himself downward with the force of gravity, lifting his right foot to deliver a sweeping kick. With a thunderous impact, the spider's front limbs shattered, and it was sent careening into the stone wall, buried beneath a cascade of falling debris. Upon landing, Han Li exerted his strength, tearing the giant tiger apart. To his astonishment, the dismembered creature did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a thick, swirling purple mist that enveloped him, emanating an alluring, intoxicating fragrance that seemed capable of ensnaring the mind of any cultivator. "Brother," Louis Ware cried out in alarm from a distance, sensing the perilous turn of events. How formidable is the flesh, when under the corrosive influence of Elder Lu's soul-eroding mist nearby, the remnants of the skeleton reformed into a quivering crimson figure, a mocking laughter escaping its lips. Before it could finish its taunt, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from atop a nearby pillar. The purple-bearded man plummeted from his perch, rolling in agony, the ancient lamp rolling away from him. The mist formed from the purple giant tiger trembled and dissipated, revealing Han Li, who summoned the ancient lamp into his grasp, casually inspecting it before stowing it away in his storage pouch. In the same breath, a glimmer of light flashed, and a slender crystal thread shot from the man's head, re-entering his brow. He then turned his gaze toward the towering archway to the left, speaking coolly, "What? Still searching for an opportunity to strike?" As his words faded, a figure emerged from behind the archway, hastily retreating. It was the one-eyed giant who had yet to make his move. Now, he was clad in a spiked bone armor, wielding a blood-red crystalline axe, a formidable artifact indeed. However, once this individual stabilized his stance, he merely regarded Han Li with a wary expression, refraining from any impulsive attack. He had just witnessed Han Li effortlessly incapacitate 3 cultivators in the fusion stage, leaving them utterly defenseless and with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, an emotion he hadn't experienced in many years. Upon noticing his presence, Han Li averted his gaze, turning to leisurely stride towards a nearby ghostly earth monument. Despite the evident tension in the folds of his garments, the oppressive weight of the Bloodsea's restrictive force bore down upon him. Yet, his pace, though unhurried, displayed no sign of exertion. As he approached the monument, he surveyed the towering pillars and, without warning, bent down to grasp one of the columns. With a sudden surge of strength from his waist and arms, he lifted it upwards. The ground trembled violently, and the immense visage atop the monument seemed to display a flicker of humanoid terror in its eyes. The entire structure swayed, rising ever higher until it was forcibly uprooted from the earth. Once detached from the ground, the colossal head let out a mournful cry, and in an instant, the monument contracted, transforming into a black token that fell into his hand, while the surrounding blood-seas illusion violently stirred, shrinking considerably. Han Li stowed the token away and proceeded towards another monument. At this juncture, the hunchbacked elder and the violet-bearded man had regained their footing, and the formerly alluring figure of the crimson-skinned skeleton had reverted to her original form. The 4 cultivators from the Heavenly Ghost sect, positioned at the corners of the valley, watched in astonishment as Han Li collected the ghostly earth monuments that constituted the earthbound spirit-confining formation, their faces a tapestry of complex emotions. Yet they all tacitly refrained from intervening. Silence enveloped the scene, as if all were awaiting some impending revelation. After a brief interval, when Han Li had gathered the final black token, a subtle arch of his brow revealed a hint of surprise. At last, it has arrived, he murmured, and suddenly, he opened his mouth and exhaled forcefully. With a whoosh, a torrent of black flames surged forth, those very demonic flames he had previously absorbed. These flames ascended skyward, converging into 4 massive fire clouds, which, after a moment of distortion and transformation, morphed into 4 serpentine black fire entities, each several yards in length, lunging towards the one-eyed giant and his companions. The 4, upon witnessing this spectacle, were immediately struck with alarm, hastily deploying various defensive treasures to conjure layers of protective shields around themselves. Chapter 55. Explanation. Despite the 4 integration stage cultivators invoking various defensive measures at the first moment, they still broke into a cold sweat. The 4 black fire pythons, seemingly only 3 or 4 zhang long, were clearly condensed from the overwhelming 9 heavens demon flame that had previously filled the entire valley. As high-ranking cultivators of the Heavenly Ghost sect, none were more aware of the terror of this flame than they. Even an integration stage cultivator, with a moment of carelessness, would likely find themselves in dire straits. They had never imagined that one day they would confront the fierce edge of this demonic flame. At this moment, a sudden sound of breaking air rang out. A beam of white light flashed from above the canyon, splitting into 4 and shooting down with such speed that it seemed as if it had teleported right before the 4 individuals. It was, in fact, 4 shimmering sword lights. As the sword lights flickered, they transformed into 4 sword wheels, each approximately a zhang in diameter. Almost instantaneously, the 4 black fire pythons charged forward. A resounding explosion echoed. The surfaces of the 4 sword wheels erupted with countless black fireballs, igniting fiercely, sending waves of invisible fluctuations rippling outward. The 4 aggressive black fire pythons were instantly extinguished, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Then, amidst the turbulence in the valley, a man in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, materialized. His features were well-defined and his demeanor elegant, yet his thick, sword-like brows exuded an air of sternness. The 4 crystalline sword lights returned to him from the 4 corners, merging back into his body, vanishing from sight. Uncle Duan, the purple-bearded man, and the others felt a wave of relief at the sight of the figure in midair, their spirits lifting. Han Li stood in place, his pupils narrowing slightly as he fixed his gaze on the newcomer. There was no need to elaborate. This was undoubtedly Duan Renli, one of the 2 great ancestors of the Heavenly Ghost sect. Duan Renli glanced around, taking in the devastation within the forbidden area of the Demon Flame Valley, and noted the disheveled state of the 4 integration stage cultivators. His expression remained unchanged, yet the corners of his eyes twitched imperceptibly. Lowering his head slightly, his gaze fell upon Han Li. Without any incantation or gesture, he simply extended a hand, his fingers spreading downward as he pointed. His 5 fingers suddenly gleamed with an extraordinary luster, the tips sparkling with spiritual light. Swish, swish. White light shot forth from his fingertips, swelling against the wind, transforming into hundreds of white-bone flying swords, shrieking towards Han Li like a rainstorm. Seeing this, Han Li merely formed a hand seal, and a series of explosive sounds erupted from within him. His body expanded, radiating golden light as pale golden scales emerged from his skin, enveloping him entirely. The torrent of white bone swords descended upon him, colliding with his exterior and erupting in a brilliant display of gold and white light, engulfing him in a cacophony reminiscent of rain battering against a fence. Waves of energy burst outward, spiraling like a hurricane, distorting the air within a radius of several dozen zhang. Concurrently, a black small seal appeared above the center of the explosion, rapidly spinning and growing to the size of a pavilion, unleashing myriad black lights as it descended from the sky. Before it could truly land, an oppressive spiritual pressure twisted the surrounding space, its aura terrifyingly formidable. With a thunderous crash, the massive seal halted just a zhang above the ground, unable to descend any further. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Duan Rinli's face. Although he had just unleashed two powerful divine abilities in a single breath, the entire sequence had transpired in but an instant. As the golden and white light receded, the scene below was revealed. Han stood firmly in place, unyielding. His right arm, covered in golden scales, raised to support the black giant seal, while his feet sank into the pitch-black ground, fissures cracking around him. He flashed a grin at Duan Rinli in midair, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, then bent his right arm and thrust upward. A deafening roar erupted as the seemingly colossal black seal was hurled into the air with astonishing speed, disappearing from view. Following this, Han propelled himself upward, appearing before Duan Rinli in a flash, his arm slightly blurring as he prepared to deliver a punch. Unfazed, Duan Rinli squinted slightly. At that moment, a silver ring silently shot forth from the space behind Han. Anticipating this, he swiftly turned, executing a swift hand chop that cleaved the ring in two. An extraordinary sight unfolded. The two segments of the silver ring, adorned with swirling runes, suddenly vanished, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In the next instant, the two halves bizarrely reappeared on either side of Han. With a light clang, Han felt a tightening around his body as the two segments of the silver ring swiftly converged, reforming into a complete circle that ensnared him tightly. The ring's spiritual light surged, constricting violently. Upon contact with his golden scales, sparks flew, accompanied by the sound of cracking, as if it were on the verge of bursting under tremendous force. Brother, Lu Lier, having retreated to a corner of the valley, gasped in alarm upon witnessing the scene. The purple-bearded man and the others felt a surge of joy at this turn of events. Han displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he gritted his teeth and uttered a low growl. Instantly, a thunderous crackling echoed from within him, 5 blue light points emerging on his chest and abdomen. His muscles swelled, and his body expanded significantly. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he forced the silver ring to stretch wider, revealing countless silver runes that danced wildly before it finally cracked and shattered. Duan Rinli's expression grew grave as he was propelled backward, his sleeves billowing as if he were preparing to activate other treasures or abilities. But Han would not allow him to act freely. He blurred and vanished from his original position. In the next moment, as Duan Rinli was sent spiraling backward 100 zhong, Han Li's figure appeared with uncanny swiftness. And without a word, he delivered a punch. His fist glowed with resplendent golden light, akin to being forged from pure gold, as it sliced through the air, creating a white streak in its wake. Duan Rinli swiftly turned, spitting forth a cloud of blood that coalesced into a blood-red shield before him. With a resounding crash, Han Li's fist collided with the blood shield, causing it to dent deeply before exploding into a massive blood mist. The punch continued unabated, piercing through Duan Rinli's chest. Yet, no joy illuminated Han Li's face. Instead, he let out a cold snort. Duan Rinli's body instantly disintegrated into blood and mist, transforming into a white skeletal figure that hung limply from Han Li's arm. 100 zhong away, the space rippled as Duan Rinli reappeared silently, seemingly unscathed, though a hint of pallor graced his complexion. The rapid sequence of events unfolded like lightning, causing the purple-bearded man and others to exchange stunned glances, each reflecting a mix of horror and astonishment. I never expected that during my few hundred years of seclusion, someone of your caliber, comparable to a great ascension stage cultivator, would emerge in this realm. May I ask for your name? Duan Rinli inquired, studying Han Li intently, as if confirming something. Friend Duan, you flatter me. I am Han Li replied with a slight smile, casually tossing the white skeletal figure aside. The pale golden scales receded, and he refrained from making another move. So it is Han Daoist. Your Excellency, possessing such remarkable strength, should naturally maintain your dignity. Why then, without provocation, do you come to my heavenly ghost sect to cause trouble, even resorting to oppressing my disciples? Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Duan Rinli's voice suddenly deepened. The heavenly ghost sect indeed has the audacity to present itself as a victim. You captured me first, then employed secret techniques to forcibly transport me here. I, too, wish for you to provide an explanation, Han Li remarked with a sardonic smile, his lips twitching slightly. Duan Rinli was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the purple-bearded man and the others below, inquiring what transpired. The group exchanged glances, with the other three directing their gazes toward the purple-bearded man. Reporting to Master Duan, I previously received a message from within the sect indicating someone had trespassed the mountain gate. I went out to investigate and, upon encountering this formidable friend Han, activated the restrictions to transport him here. As for his reasons for coming to our heavenly ghost sect, I am, Regrettably, not entirely certain. The purple-bearded man hesitated before explaining. Immediately ascertain the truth of this matter. Duan Renly commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Understood, the purple-bearded man promptly replied, hastening to fly out of the valley. Duan Renly's gaze returned to Han Li's face, falling silent. Han Li glanced at a certain spot below, signaling to Lu Lier not to worry, then donned a faint smile as he locked eyes with Duan Renly. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the purple-bearded man re-entered the canyon, respectfully whispering to Duan Renly. Duan Renly furrowed his brow slightly but soon returned to composure, waving his hand dismissively. The purple-bearded man hurriedly stepped aside. Ah, so you hail from the Cold Flame sect. Esteemed friend Han? Duan Renly looked at Han Li, speaking slowly as if choosing his words with care. Indeed, Han Li responded calmly. I did not expect your sect to operate so discreetly. With someone of your prowess, not a whisper of your existence has escaped. Truly, it is commendable, Duan Renly remarked, his eyes glimmering with a somewhat insincere smile. Perhaps it would be wise for you not to evade the topic, my friend Duan, Han Li countered with a mild smile. I have largely grasped the situation. You harbor some grievances with an outer sect elder of my sect, and the subsequent events are merely misunderstandings. Now that the individual in question is deceased, and the matter clarified, it seems senseless for us to continue this altercation. Instead, why not cease hostilities? I can arrange for you and your companions to depart peacefully. After a moment's silence, Duan Renly responded. In his view, although Han Li appeared to possess limited cultivation, he had evidently employed some means to conceal his true strength. With another great cultivator of the sect absent at this time, persisting in conflict might yield unfavorable consequences. If it were you, esteemed friend, to be unjustly detained in another sect and subsequently besieged by nearly the entire sect without distinction, only to be met with a light remark of misunderstanding, would you agree to pretend as if nothing had occurred? Han Li fixed his gaze on Duan Renly, a smile playing on his lips, yet his words bore an unmistakable edge. Chapter 56. The emergence of the celestial demons. State your conditions, Dan Renly uttered, his gaze flickering with an unusual light, his tone remarkably calm. 100 pounds of refined ancient stones, Han Li replied with a slight smile, unwavering in his response. As soon as these words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the entire canyon. Ancient stones? 100 pounds? You have shattered several of our sect's grand formations and desecrated our sacred grounds, and yet you dare to audaciously make such an outrageous demand. The voice of the purple-bearded man and 3 others echoed behind Dan Renly, their words laced with fury. My friend, you truly are asking for too much. A single vein of ancient stones yields less than a pound in a year. Do you not think it excessive to request 100 pounds at once? Dan Renly's expression remained unchanged, yet his words dripped with coldness. I do not believe that the Grand Tiangue sect, with its long-standing legacy, cannot produce such a trivial amount of ancient stones. Han Li chuckled lightly. It seems you are intent on provoking trouble. If you are unwilling to leave, then remain here forever. Dan Renly's face contorted into a grimace, evidently enraged by Han Li's demeanor. As his words fell, a wave of crimson light erupted from him, illuminating the surroundings in a ghastly red hue and emanating a terrifying spiritual pressure that nearly halted the air around them. He opened his mouth and spewed forth a miniature crimson banner, only inches tall. As it spun, it transformed into a massive banner towering over 10 feet high. Shrouded in malevolent energy, adorned with a grotesque visage of a horned demon, its green face and sharp fangs clearly visible, eyes tightly shut. With rapid incantations, the banner pulsed with bloodlight, summoning a fierce gale of sanguine wind, and the demon's cavernous maw opened, unleashing a formidable crimson radiance that surged toward Han Li. Before the light could reach him, a nauseating stench of blood filled the canyon, causing the temperature of the air to drop sharply. Han Li, observing this, merely flickered in midair and transformed into a phantom, evading the crimson light. In the next instant, as Dan Renly's aura shifted, Han Li's figure reappeared, and with a fist covered in faint golden scales, he unleashed a barrage of punches, each appearing as countless phantoms, as if hundreds of fists struck simultaneously. The air filled with a deafening roar. A tremendous force descended through the myriad of punch shadows, shattering the void in its wake. Faced with such a staggering assault, Dan Renly simply extended a finger, slowly yet decisively pointing at the crimson banner before him. Instantaneously, the banner whipped back like lightning, and a thick mist of blood erupted from its surface, quickly expanding into a sphere of blood clouds dozens of feet wide, enveloping him and rendering his form partially translucent. The golden punches rained down upon the blood cloud, yet it felt as though they struck a mass of cotton, their immense power vanishing without a trace. A most peculiar phenomenon. Moreover, with each punch absorbed, the blood cloud seemed to swell slightly. Hanli furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively retracting his arm and transforming into a fleeting shadow, retreating rapidly. The surrounding blood clouds began to roil like tumultuous waves, swiftly dispersing to either side, revealing swirling crimson vortices that unleashed waves of air, distorting the nearby void. The air reverberated with a cacophony of explosions, and Hanli felt the atmosphere tighten. An overwhelming force surging from all directions, momentarily halting his retreat. At that moment, the grotesque eyes of the demon on the crimson banner suddenly opened wide. Two blazing orbs of light bursting forth, blindingly bright and impossible to gaze upon directly. Hanli felt a momentary blur before him, and the scenery around him blurred, abruptly finding himself in a blood-soaked realm. Above him loomed a murky crimson sky, while below stretched an infinite expanse of a blood sea. A thin layer of blood mist hovering over its surface, permeated with a faintly sweet scent. A treasure of the cave heavens. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Hanli's eyes. You possess remarkable insight. Indeed. This crimson blood celestial demon banner is a treasure of the cave heavens and our sect's ultimate secret weapon. To meet your demise here today would be a stroke of fortune for you. Dan Renly, clad in black robes, stood not far away, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing, surrounded by swirling blood mist. Oh, really? Hanli replied coolly. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of ghostly wails erupted from all directions. The sounds ebbed and flowed, as if countless spirits were shrieking in a frenzied cacophony. Hanli felt his eyelids grow heavy, his consciousness momentarily hazy, as a surge of bloodlust and restlessness surged within him, compelling him to charge forth and engage in battle with these spectral beings to quell the turmoil. Yet, without hesitation, he formed a hand seal, and a refreshing power surged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians. The frenzied thoughts that had plagued his mind dissipated completely, and the ghostly wails around him vanished without a trace. Seeing Hanli merely waver before regaining his composure, Dan Renly was taken aback. The entrancing blood mist drifting over the sea of blood contained the grievances of countless souls, capable of ensnaring the mind and awakening the darkest desires and murderous intent. Even he, unprepared, would be affected. Yet this man, a formidable cultivator, appeared entirely unscathed. Could his spiritual awareness truly surpass his own? Thus, Dan Renly found his original killing move rendered ineffective. At that moment, Hanli's eyes glimmered with determination, and he shot forward like a blur toward the black-robed man. Dan Renly scoffed, forming another hand seal. Boom. The blood sea below roiled violently, and a colossal wave surged, engulfing his figure and vanishing from sight. Hanli paused mid-air, closing his eyes to extend his formidable spiritual awareness. However, he soon frowned slightly. This realm seemed boundless, and the blood sea below was exceedingly strange. His spiritual power could only penetrate a mere 10 feet deep, making it impossible to discern Dan Renly's hiding place. After a brief contemplation, his pupils glimmered with a blue luminescence as he activated his divine vision. Instantly, the depths of the blood sea became clear for several dozen feet. Yet beyond that remained shrouded in obscurity, utterly impenetrable, just as he prepared to consume a cloud crane herb. Channeling a significant portion of his spiritual energy into his eyes to fully unleash his divine vision, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the blood sea several hundred feet ahead convulsed violently, the viscous liquid swirling in a specific direction, forming a massive whirlpool from which low rumblings could be heard. Without hesitation, Hanli soared to a height of over 100 feet, gazing down at the unfolding scene. At the center of the whirlpool, amidst the tumult, a colossal skeleton began to rise. Standing at a staggering 100 feet tall, its bones glimmered crimson, as if crafted from blood jade, inscribed with countless arcane runes. Atop its mountain-like head, two curved horns framed a dark red primordial infant, seated with closed eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to Dan Renly. Upon witnessing this, Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly. The primordial infant suddenly opened its eyes, and with a roar, expelled 7 streams of essence blood, while simultaneously forming intricate hand seals and chanting obscure incantations. The essence blood transformed into 7 wisps of blood mist, coiling around its limbs and neck like serpents. And as the primordial infant let out a piercing cry, the blood mist radiated a sinister crimson light, enveloping it in a sphere of sanguine energy. A bizarre spectacle unfolded. The crimson orb abruptly sank, merging into the skull of the giant skeleton. Suddenly, 2 spheres of bloodlight emerged within the cavernous eye sockets of the colossal remains, illuminating all the runes inscribed upon the surrounding bones. Below, within the sanguine whirlpool, monstrous waves surged forth, coiling up in viscous streams of bloodlight, resembling a towering spiral column of blood that engulfed the skeletal figure from below. Through the sanguine pillar, a towering silhouette could be dimly discerned, gradually expanding. As the blood column receded like a retreating tide, the once massive skeleton vanished without a trace. Replaced by a terrifying apparition of over 100 feet in height, its face a ghastly shade of blue, with jagged fangs, a pair of enormous curved horns atop its head, blood-red eyes, and its body cloaked in crimson fur. Its limbs were disproportionately long, and extending from its back were a pair of violet-black bat wings. Upon its emergence, an astounding wave of energy radiated from its form, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Could this be the infamous blood demon from the underworld? How intriguing! Hanli fixed his gaze upon the colossal specter before him, murmuring softly. With a swift motion, the blood demon raised one arm, and a vast expanse of crimson flames suddenly materialized in its palm, which it then directed towards Han Li with a sweeping gesture. A shadow fell over Han Li, as a gigantic blood-red claw, approximately the size of an acre, materialized from thin air, wreathed in flickering flames of blood, descending with ferocity. Before the claw could reach him, a tempestuous wind preceded its approach, causing the surrounding sea of blood to churn violently. Han Li raised his fist, striking upwards into the void. With a resounding boom, an invisible force collided with the blood-red claw, shattering it into a myriad of splintering bloodlight and flames that scattered in all directions. He staggered back several paces, regaining his footing as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The power contained within that blood-red claw was astonishing, far exceeding his expectations. The explosive remnants of bloodlight did not dissipate. After splattering a short distance, they abruptly halted and intertwined, coalescing into a blood ring several yards in diameter, which swiftly constricted, ensnaring Han Li tightly. Before he could react, the blood demon gestured with a single hand, and the encircling crimson ring flew towards it at an incredible speed, clasped securely in one of its blood-red claws, leaving only Han Li's head exposed. "You shall have nowhere to flee," the blood demon cackled malevolently. As its other claw joined in, tightening its grip, Han Li felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, the sound of cracking bones resonating through his body. Even with his formidable resilience, he found it increasingly difficult to endure the pressure. Chapter 57. The Awakening of Insects upon witnessing the formidable strength capable of shaking mountains. The Crimson Blood Demon was astounded that Han Li remained unscathed, a flicker of surprise crossing his blood-red eyes. "How audacious!" he sneered, his voice low and menacing. As he uttered his words, thick, blood-red patterns erupted across his body, and with a surge of might, he enlarged his arms, once more exerting all his strength in a powerful grip, attempting to crush Han Li with a force akin to a cataclysmic tide. However, apart from a fleeting expression of pain on Han Li's face, his body stood resilient like an indestructible steel, impervious to the demon's fervent attempts to shatter him. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Han Li, revealing delicate, pale golden scales adorning his form. Beneath the grip of the demon's claws, 5 orbs of blue light flickered ominously in his chest. With a determined shout, Han Li forcefully pushed outward, unleashing a wave of power magnitudes greater than before. The Crimson Blood Demon was taken aback as his fingers were gradually pried apart by Han Li's burgeoning strength. In a swift motion, Han Li transformed into a radiant golden silhouette, soaring from the demon's grasp. As he ascended, his physique rapidly expanded, coarse golden fur sprouting all over his body, and 2 gleaming white fangs protruding from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had morphed into a colossal golden ape, towering over Tinzhong. A ferocious aura emanated from him, intertwined with swirling dark malevolent energies. This was the legendary mountain giant ape. The Crimson Blood Demon was caught off guard. The golden ape steadied itself in midair, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, resonating with the immense power surging within him. Despite his nascent soul being sealed, the various true spirit bloodlines he had refined remained intact. With the restoration of his physical form, he could finally utilize the awakening technique once more, filling his heart with profound emotions. It was no wonder the demon possessed such formidable strength. It was tied to this true spirit. How fortuitous! If only I could refine your blood with my Crimson Blood Demon banner, it would ascend to a new level of power. The Crimson Blood Demon let out a sinister laugh, launching himself forward with tremendous force. His right claw, clenched into a fist the size of a house, hurtled toward the giant ape, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. The golden ape responded with a disdainful grunt, matching the demon's attack with a powerful punch that burst forth with dazzling golden light. The 2 fists collided with an earth-shattering sound that reverberated across the sky, causing the blood sea below to churn violently, waves crashing skyward. The Crimson Blood Demon was sent reeling backward, his right arm fracturing under the impact. Blood and flesh bursting forth like a torrential spray, revealing the crystalline bones beneath. With a resounding splash, the demon was plunged into the blood sea, sending forth a towering wave of crimson. The golden ape, however, remained steadfast, lowering its head to gaze down at the tumultuous waters. After a moment of turbulence, the surface calmed. But suddenly, with a deafening roar, the blood sea erupted, a massive wave twisting and contorting, morphing into an enormous, menacing dragon's head. Its gaping maw snapping shut with blinding speed, swallowing the giant ape whole. The blood dragon ascended from the depths, its colossal form stretching an impressive 100 zhang. Coiling and twisting above the sea, its body aglow with a sanguine radiance, billowing clouds of crimson mist. Nearby, the crimson blood demon regained his composure. Runes shimmering across his skeletal surface as thick streams of blood surged from the sea, enveloping his injured side, rapidly mending his wounds. Seeing the giant ape consumed by the blood dragon, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, chanting an arcane incantation. The dragon's eyes glowed ominously, its lengthy body coiling into a massive blood sphere, glowing with a radiant crimson light, swelling as if inflated. A sinister grin spread across the demon's face as he halted his incantation, uttering a word of destruction. But just as the sphere swelled, countless golden threads pierced through its surface, rapidly forming a bulge, followed by a thunderous explosion as a beam of golden light shot forth, hurtling toward the crimson blood demon. Enveloped in the golden light was Hanli, transformed into the giant ape. He had barely emerged from the sphere's confines when a cataclysmic explosion erupted, casting a vast crimson halo that expanded outward, unleashing tempestuous waves that ravaged the surrounding area. Although the golden ape managed to escape in time, it still bore the brunt of the explosion, several patches of its vibrant fur singed, sustaining minor injuries, yet remaining intact. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, even his formidable physique would have suffered severely. As the crimson blood demon witnessed the golden ape charging toward him, he unfurled his violet-black bat wings, summoning fierce gusts of wind that propelled his massive form into a blur, retreating swiftly to distance himself from the powerful adversary. The strength of the golden ape's physical prowess exceeded his wildest imagination. He had no desire to confront such a formidable foe head-on. Seeing this, Hanli, now in the form of the mountain giant ape, frowned in dismay. The giant ape, known for its overwhelming strength, was not particularly swift. Unable to close the gap between them, suddenly, the demon let out a shrill cry, causing the crimson sea around the giant ape to bulge ominously. From within, a multitude of blood-colored specters surged forth, numbering in the hundreds, rushing toward the ape with alarming ferocity. These were bloodthirsty creatures adorned with single horns, their eyes gleaming emerald. Claws sharp, shrouded in swirling blood mist. The golden ape paused momentarily, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, its massive form rapidly shrinking, becoming obscured within the billowing blood mist. In the next instant, a piercing, melodious cry rang out, and a dazzling azure light burst forth from the mist, unleashing a whirlwind of vibrant blue winds that swept away the crimson fog. With a swift motion, a colossal azure figure shot forth, a magnificent azure bird. Standing 7 or 8 zhang tall, its feathers shimmering in bright azure, crowned with a plume of blue feathers, its expansive wingspan surpassing its body, trailing long tail feathers behind it, exuding an air of grace and majesty. The azure colossal bird unfurled its wings with a mighty flap, unleashing a torrent of ferocious winds that howled through the air, revealing numerous elongated azure marks, over 100 in total, that struck the oncoming blood demons. With a sharp sound, dozens of blood demons were effortlessly cleaved into pieces, bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. The azure giant bird spread its wings once more, transforming into a blurred azure shadow, skillfully darting through the encirclement of the remaining blood demons, hurtling towards the crimson blood demon. Saint Bird, Qing Wan, who are you? The crimson blood demon's expression shifted dramatically, and it flapped its wings to turn and flee. However, the azure shadow moved with astonishing speed, swiftly appearing beside the demon. A flash of azure light illuminating the air. With a sharp sound, 3 deep gashes, visible to the bone, appeared on the chest of the crimson blood demon. Blood sprang forth. The demon abruptly turned, arms raised as if to retaliate, but the azure shadow flickered and, in an instant, appeared behind it, passing by in a blur. With another sharp sound, 3 enormous gashes marred the demon's back, one of its bat-like wings severed, blood gushing forth. Roar! The crimson blood demon's eyes blazed with rage as it turned to glare at the azure shadow, releasing a furious roar and clawing at the air. Countless crimson claw shadows materialized, forming a dense web of blood-red talons to shield itself. Yet, the azure shadow suddenly vanished, only to seemingly teleport to the demon's right side. Lunging forward with lightning speed once more. With a sharp sound, 3 deep gashes appeared on its right arm, blood gushing like a fountain. The crimson blood demon roared repeatedly, attempting to counterattack. Unfortunately, it could not keep pace with the azure shadow's speed, unable to even grasp a glimpse of its silhouette. A multitude of blurred azure shadows danced around the crimson blood demon, rendering its form nearly invisible. In an instant, the demon's body became a grotesque mass of flesh, its movements growing sluggish. Were it not for the formidable hardness of its blood-colored bones, the attacks from the Qing One would have reduced it to mere fragments long ago. A flicker of fear finally crossed the demon's eyes as it clasped its arms over its head and plunged towards the blood sea below, where a colossal wave of viscous blood surged upward to meet it. Suddenly, a resounding and melodious cry pierced the air. The azure shadow flickered, accelerating once more, becoming a series of afterimages that rapidly circled and danced around the demon. Thunder rumbled in the vicinity as fierce winds whipped through the sky, and countless elongated azure marks materialized out of thin air, saturating the surrounding area for miles and ruthlessly slicing through everything in their path. Just as the viscous blood wave surged from the blood sea, it was immediately met with dozens of azure marks, shattering it into a chaotic retreat. Chapter 58, The Gesture of Disrespect. Puff, puff, puff. Azure streaks appeared around the crimson blood demon, swirling rapidly and faintly forming an immense azure cocoon. The streaks incessantly slashed at his form, causing blood to splatter wildly. The demon flailed his arms in a frenzy, but his efforts were utterly futile. The meager flesh and blood that remained on his body were soon shredded and scattered. Each time he attempted to draw strength from the blood sea below to restore himself, he was thwarted. Since the appearance of the azure wand, only 2 or 3 breaths had passed, and he had once again transformed into the same state as when he emerged from the blood sea, now reduced to a colossal blood-colored skeleton, devoid of flesh except for his skull. In the distance, the blood demons that surged like a swarm of bees disintegrated mid-flight as they lost their magical support. Cursed be this fate. The skeletal demon roared in fury, his massive bones spinning in the air as he prepared to dive recklessly. However, the azure wand's phantom spun ever faster, and the azure streaks multiplied in the air. Not only could the demon not descend, but he was also being lifted by a tempestuous wind formed by countless azure streaks, soaring higher into the sky. The sound of clashing echoed. The azure streaks struck the blood-colored skeleton repeatedly, producing a cacophony akin to rain beating against banana leaves, causing the blood light on the surface of the skeleton to visibly diminish. With a particularly thick azure streak slicing through, a faint crack finally appeared on one of the demon's arm bones. Cease. I concede. The skeletal demon's blood-red eyes narrowed, and he suddenly shouted. The azure phantom swirling around halted at his words, revealing a massive azure bird hovering 10 feet away. Its broad wings folded, eyes glowing with a piercing blue light fixed on the skeletal demon. Countless azure streaks instantly dissipated, and the raging winds gradually ceased. Seeing this, the skeletal demon exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly shot toward the blood sea, disappearing with a splash. Moments later, a figure in a black robe shot out from the depths, revealing it to be Duan Renli. His face was pale, and he bore a wearied expression, evidently having expended considerable energy during the recent battle. The azure wand, upon witnessing this, flashed with azure light, its massive form swiftly shrinking to reveal Han Li. The two exchanged glances. Han Li smiled, while Duan Renli appeared somewhat displeased. Within the Valley of Demonic Flames, in a corner of the gorge, a purple-bearded man and 3 other integration stage cultivators gathered, while Lu Wei stood at the other end enveloped in silver flames. All eyes were drawn to the sky above, where a vast blood cloud roiled, nearly obscuring the entire gorge, with a gigantic blood banner flickering ominously within, occasionally releasing soul-chilling rays of bloodlight. Lu Wei wore a face of anxiety, her expression tense. The purple-bearded man and his companions, however, appeared relaxed, occasionally casting malevolent glances toward the girl, which only heightened her unease. They were well aware of the immense power wielded by the blood demon banner, a treasured relic passed down from one of the ancestors of the blood demon sect, known as the Bone Flame Ancestor. The banner was said to seal a demon king derived from the fall of a celestial being from the underworld, nurtured through the blood of generations and refined through countless special processes, far surpassing ordinary magical artifacts. Duan Renli's own strength, while considered average among the many ascendant stage cultivators in the Linghuan realm, was a different story within the confines of the Blood Banner space. Even though Han Li was formidable and possessed a remarkably strong physique, the moment he was drawn into the Blood Banner's domain, the outcome was nearly predetermined. It had been nearly half an hour, Hanli had likely become the blood demon's prey by now, and this little fox was becoming increasingly troublesome. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate her. The purple-bearded man glanced at Lu Wei in the distance, slowly speaking. Elder Lu, do remain patient, in my opinion. We should wait for our master to emerge and let him decide. The beautiful woman pondered briefly before articulating her thoughts. What Fairy Shuri said holds merit. I observed that the silver flames surrounding the little fox are extraordinary. They can even devour the 9 heavens demon flames, suggesting they might be a form of mutated true flame. We should bide our time. The hunchbacked elder remarked thoughtfully. The one-eyed giant stood with his arms crossed. His solitary eye fixed unwaveringly on the massive blood cloud, seemingly oblivious to the other's discourse. The purple-bearded man furrowed his brow at this, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Their conversation had not been concealed by any spells, and Lu Wei naturally overheard every word. Her petite frame trembled as she pressed against the rock wall, her once pale and delicate face now devoid of color. Suddenly, the one-eyed giant spoke. It seems a conclusion is at hand. Upon hearing this, all attention shifted to the sky. The massive blood cloud churned violently before abruptly parting in the middle, revealing the enormous blood banner in its entirety. The expressions of the 4 integration stage cultivators shifted as they beheld the sight before them. The bloodlight radiating from the surface of the immense banner remained fierce and resplendent. Yet the colossal demon head depicted upon it appeared somewhat dimmer than before. Before they could ponder further, 2 rays of light burst forth from the banner, descending to the ground below. As the light faded, Hanli and Duan Rinli were revealed, standing face to face. Duan Rinli, expressionless, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding Hanli, who wore a faint smile, exuding calmness. Brother, Lu Wei gasped in surprise, tears welling in her eyes as she rushed toward Hanli, perhaps overwhelmed by worry or weakened from her earlier exertions. She stumbled and fell just a few paces from Hanli. At that moment, she felt an invisible, gentle force support her, and as her surroundings blurred, she found herself by Hanli's side. Hanli waved his sleeve, and the silver fire net enveloping Lu Wei shrank and transformed into a silver firebird, soaring back into her body and vanishing. The girl opened her mouth, poised to speak, but suddenly sensed the peculiar atmosphere and fell silent, obediently standing to the side. Seeing Hanli, who should have perished, now standing alive and composed before them, left the purple-bearded man and his companions utterly astounded, rendered speechless. After a long pause, they finally regained their composure, exchanging glances, eager to inquire about the outcome yet hesitant to approach. Just then, Duan Rinli spoke slowly. Fetch me 100 pounds of ancient stone. His tone was calm and his voice low. But to the ears of the purple-bearded man and the others, it was as thunderous as a storm. Though they had suspected this outcome, hearing it confirmed was still difficult to believe. The implication was clear. He had lost. One of the 2 esteemed elders of the blood demon sect. A formidable ascendant stage cultivator capable of commanding the winds in the Linghuan realm had been defeated by this seemingly unremarkable young man. Do you want me to repeat myself? Duan Rinli's voice remained steady. Yes. The 4 of them jolted to attention, the purple-bearded man and the beautiful woman quickly turning to fly toward the gorgeous exit. Friend Duan, your generosity is noted. I shall not refuse. A faint smile graced Hanli's lips as he spoke slowly. You are quite remarkable. After casting a deep glance at Hanli, Duan Rinli articulated each word with care. He then gestured with one hand, retracting the blood-red banner that floated in the air, which suddenly transformed into a streak of black light before vanishing at the canyon's mouth, leaving no trace behind. Not long after, within the main hall of the Cold Flame sect at the Chuyun Peak, although it was anticipated that this individual was far from ordinary, it was utterly unexpected that he possessed such vast powers, rendering even Duan Rinli of the Heavenly Ghost sect powerless. Nangon Chanshan, seated at the head of the hall, spoke with a hint of wry amusement. Fortunately, he is not an enemy of our Cold Flame sect. Luo Jun exhaled deeply, his expression complex as he added, the theft incidents involving the Heavenly Symbol Hall and the Scripture Pavilion occurred after Elder Han arrived at our Chuyun Peak. I suspect he is largely to blame. However, at that time, it was utterly inconceivable to suspect him. Nangon Chanshan pondered briefly before continuing. Though the Heavenly Ghost sect has kept a tight lid on this matter, how could such a significant uproar be concealed? The entire Linghuan realm is abuzz with gossip. It is said that many forces, originally affiliated with or close to the other 2 major sects, are now inclined to ally with us. Indeed, both Master Yu of Fengyu Valley and Master Zhao of Wuwei Mountain have sent trusted confidants to meet with our sect leader for a private discussion. In truth, These individuals also wished to seize the opportunity to meet Elder Han in person, to ascertain his strength before committing to our Cold Flame sect. Alas, Elder Han has only just returned and has entered seclusion. The Grand Elder has also issued a decree that no one is permitted to disturb him. Nangong Changshan smiled lightly. Luo Jun, seemingly lost in thought, nodded without further comment. After a moment of silence in the hall, Nangong Changshan suddenly inquired, Elder Luo, what is your opinion of Elder Han? Upon hearing this, Luo Jun's expression shifted slightly. In the past, he would have spoken freely, but now he hesitated to voice his thoughts. After careful consideration, he spoke gravely. My interactions with Elder Han have been limited. When the ancient disciple introduced him, aside from confirming his status as a formidable cultivator, I did not perceive anything particularly noteworthy about him. However, upon reflection, I increasingly regard him as meticulous and astute in his endeavors. Yet, he is not devoid of kindness. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Nangong Changshan raised an eyebrow. Inquiring further, previously, the sect leader proposed that Elder Han relocate to a cave dwelling adjacent to the Grand Elder on the Sacred Fire Peak, but he graciously declined, expressing satisfaction with his current abode and a desire not to impose. I believe this may be his way of returning a favor to us at Chuyan Peak. After all, having such a powerful figure stationed here would undoubtedly elevate our standing within the sect, Luo Jun elucidated. Indeed, that is a valid point. It was, after all, the ancient disciple who recommended Elder Han to join our sect, which can be considered a significant achievement. Henceforth, let us double his annual share of training resources. Nangong Changshan concurred thoughtfully. Yes, Luo Jun responded promptly. Chapter 59, The Star Gathering Platform. Days later, at the midsection of Izumo Peak, within a garden cave, a young girl clad in exquisite palace attire, her skin as fair as snow and her beauty striking, walked a half-step behind a tall woman in white, gracefully proceeding. They were none other than Yu Menghan and her master, Gu Yunyu. Reflecting on earlier words, the identity of Elder Han truly remains a mystery. As they journeyed, my master observed his various actions and demeanor, making the most significant predictions, yet still found herself greatly underestimating him. Gu Yunyu sighed. I wonder when I will ever reach his level. Yu Menghan sighed softly, a glimmer of yearning evident in her eyes. The mortal path is faint, the celestial path vast. To seek the immortal way in a finite life is, after all, a defiance against heaven itself. It not only depends on innate talent but also on fortuitous opportunities. This is why so many, even after a lifetime, may not achieve the foundational stage, let alone the subsequent condensation of the golden core. My master has practiced for over 500 years, now in the mid-stage of the nascent soul for more than a century. Perhaps there is a slim hope for advancement to the transformation stage, but the higher realm of void refinement seems exceedingly remote. As for the great ascension, merely a step away from the immortal path, it is a thought too daring to entertain. Gu Yunyu paused, gazing up at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Yu Menghan felt a stir in her heart, and a shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes. The beautiful woman withdrew her gaze from the girl in palace attire, shaking her head with a smile. Your master is limited by her innate talent, without extraordinary opportunities. Her achievements are likely to remain as they are. Yet you, Menghan, possess a spirit-body constitution and exceptional comprehension, having successfully established your foundation in just 2 short years. Barring unforeseen circumstances, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass your master's, perhaps even reaching levels beyond void refinement. Thanks to my master's meticulous guidance and the generous provision of precious elixirs, I am profoundly grateful, Yu Menghan expressed sincerely. With Elder Han's support, you need not worry about the resources for elixirs for a considerable time to come. Gu Yunyu waved her hand and continued. Yu Menghan's beautiful eyes brightened at these words. Speaking of which, during these past 2 years, my master has visited Elder Han once. But now his cave dwelling has been designated as a forbidden area of the sect, making future visits nearly impossible. Gu Yunyu sighed, a hint of regret in her expression. Not long after, the Cold Flame sect unexpectedly accepted a loose cultivator as an outer disciple at Izumo Peak. His qualifications were mediocre, and though not young, he had only reached the golden core stage, failing to meet the recruitment criteria. This incident stirred quite a commotion among the disciples. Eventually, it was revealed that this individual, named by Shur, had some past connections with Elder Han, which gradually quelled the uproar. Moreover, many, including those whose cultivation far exceeded his, began to curry favor with him. Of course, that is a matter for another time. A month swiftly passed. At the rear of the Jingtian Peak, the main peak of the Jingyuan sect, There lay an oval pond, its waters a brilliant emerald green, rich in spiritual energy, shrouded in a layer of white mist that floated above its surface. Occasionally, plump golden carp would leap from the water. By the pond, several spirited red-crowned cranes danced and played, pecking at the scattered spiritual herbs on the ground, occasionally raising their heads to sing joyfully. Suddenly, a flash of purple light streaked down from the sky and landed by the pond. As the radiance faded, a tall man wearing a golden crown and a purple robe adorned with golden patterns appeared, appearing to be in his 40s. His face bore 3 strands of black beard, exuding an air of celestial elegance. Upon his arrival, he briefly surveyed the crane flock before shifting his gaze to the moss-covered black stone wall on the other side of the pond. With a flick of his wrist, a sound transmission talisman shot from his sleeve, vanishing into the stone wall. Moments later, a faint golden light emerged from the wall, revealing an entrance about a person's height. Without hesitation, the purple-robed Taoist swiftly entered the opening. Inside the stone wall was a spacious stone chamber. In the center of the room stood a 3-tiered platform, each level intricately carved with mysterious patterns and adorned with an array of uniquely shaped yellow lamps, forming a peculiar grand array that emanated waves of astonishing spiritual power. At the highest tier, a plump man in a golden robe sat cross-legged on a cushion, resembling a small mountain of flesh from a distance. Great Elder, today we received word from the Cold Flame sect that Elder Han wishes to borrow our star-gathering platform for cultivation, promising substantial returns. Should we? The purple-robed Taoist bowed respectfully to the corpulent figure. The golden-robed man's flesh jiggled as he did not respond immediately, but rather spoke slowly. What became of the investigation into this individual's identity that I requested before? His voice resonated loudly within the stone chamber. All we know is that this person suddenly appeared in the Foam Kingdom 2 years ago, shortly thereafter becoming an outer elder of the Cold Flame sect. However, he has remained quite low-key, causing no disturbances, to the extent that our informants within the Cold Flame sect only became aware of him after the incident with the Sky Ghost sect. The purple-robed Taoist replied after contemplation. Forget it. If I were that old fox Sima Jingming, I would also tightly seal off information regarding this person. What is the recent activity of the Sky Ghost sect? The golden-robed man inquired again. After the incident, the entire Sky Ghost sect has become exceedingly discreet in their actions, showing no signs of dissatisfaction or intent for revenge. The purple-robed Taoist pondered before responding. Am I not aware of the temperament of those 2 old demons? They are vengeful by nature and will never simply endure and watch. They are merely biding their time, the golden-robed man scoffed, clearly skeptical. As for the matter of borrowing the star-gathering platform, the purple-robed Taoist hesitated to ask. Since they possess the strength of the Great Ascension, it would be unwise to provoke them. Let us agree for now, the golden-robed man said after a moment of silence. The purple-robed Taoist furrowed his brow and, after a moment of hesitation, stated, To be honest, Great Elder, several of our esteemed elders are somewhat concerned about this, fearing that if this individual cultivates on the star-gathering platform, he may ascend to a higher level of power, at which point our Jing Yuan sect might find itself overshadowed by the Cold Flame sect. Furthermore, activating the star-gathering platform incurs significant consumption of Huanqing stones. We must be frugal in nurturing our elite disciples, and it would be a pity to waste resources on outsiders' nonsense. Reaching the Great Ascension level and improving one's strength is no easy feat. However, if he wishes to use it, the necessary expenses will not be borne by us. They must be compensated double by the Cold Flame sect. The golden-robed man replied with a faint smile, unconcerned. Understood. The purple-robed Taoist responded respectfully. 2 months later, at the Jing Yuan sect, amidst a range of verdant mountains, the peaks competed in majesty, with flowing clouds drifting above, and celestial cranes occasionally soaring through the sky, presenting a scene of ethereal beauty. At the center of the peaks stood a towering giant peak, soaring into the clouds, far surpassing the surrounding summits. Atop this peak, colossal stones were piled high, with spiritual energy wafting through the air, yet little vegetation adorned the site. In the center, there was a 9-tiered platform shaped like a round tower, its entire form glistening white, resembling a structure carved from exquisite jade. Surrounding the platform, each side was occupied by a brown-robed elder, eyes tightly shut, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As evening approached, the sun's rays cast a warm orange glow upon the mountaintop rocks, reflecting onto the white jade platform, creating a mesmerizing display of hues. At that moment, 2 streaks of rainbow light suddenly rushed in from the distance, landing below the white jade platform, revealing 2 figures, one plump and one slender. The previously motionless elder clad in a brown robe, seated around the high platform, rose in unison and approached the two individuals. With a respectful demeanor, they bowed to the rotund man in golden robes, exclaiming in chorus, "We pay our respects to the Supreme Elder." After this, their gazes subtly shifted to appraise the unfamiliar youth beside the golden-robed man. This towering figure, possessing an unremarkable appearance, was none other than Han Li, who had come to request the use of the star-gathering platform. The golden-robed man waved his large hand, resembling a fan, and chose not to speak. The four individuals immediately understood, refraining from further conversation as they retreated to their original positions. "Friend Han, these four are the guardians of the star-gathering platform, although only one is at the integration stage and the other three are at the void refinement stage. They have collaborated for many years and share a tacit understanding. With them safeguarding you, there is no cause for concern," the golden-robed man declared in a resonant voice, a smile gracing his lips. Han Li, while harboring reservations about having individuals from the Jingyuan sect as his protectors, recognized the inevitability of the situation. Maintaining a pleasant demeanor, he replied, "I am grateful to fellow Daoist Yishan for your assistance." As nightfall approached, the golden-robed man added, "I shall not delay your cultivation any further, Han Daoist. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to communicate with those four." He then glanced at the darkening sky and, after a slight bow to Han Li, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight in an instant. After watching the golden-robed man depart, Han Li scanned his surroundings before turning to face the steps leading up to the star-gathering platform, hesitating to ascend. The individuals surrounding the high platform swiftly began to weave intricate hand seals, their voices resonating with rhythmic chants. As enigmatic runes illuminated beneath them, a golden barrier materialized, enveloping the entire star-gathering platform. Concurrently, a narrow entrance, tall enough for a person, appeared before Han Li. A flicker of azure light danced in his eyes as he discerned that, while the barrier emitted a considerable fluctuation of spiritual energy, it merely constituted a defensive formation. With determined strides, he stepped forward into the entrance. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than the barrier sealed behind him, merging seamlessly with the air, leaving no trace. Upon ascending the steps, an unusual wave of spiritual energy emanated from all directions. Han Li felt a stir of curiosity and cast his gaze around. He observed that the stone steps and surrounding ground were riddled with minute depressions, easily overlooked unless one scrutinized closely. Focusing his spiritual vision for a moment, he discerned faint silver glimmers at the bottoms of these pits, remnants of years spent absorbing the power of the stars. Upon the surface of the star-gathering platform, numerous circular patterns and interconnected lines were etched into the ground. Some groups of 3 or 5 were exceedingly simple, while others, comprising 10 or more, were complex in design. Some even formed a grid-like configuration. As Han Li ascended, studying the intricate engravings, he gradually comprehended that these designs corresponded to the constellations above in the heavens. Chapter 60. Han Li ascended the stone steps, reaching the summit of the star-gathering platform, where he discovered a celestial map of the Big Dipper etched into the ground near the center of the high platform. After a brief examination, he settled into a cross-legged position, gazing skyward. He noted that the heavens had transformed into a deep blue, with a sparse scattering of starlight beginning to shimmer in the vast expanse. Gradually, he closed his eyes and entered a state of tranquil meditation. Approximately an hour later, Han Li's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes, softly uttering the word, "Begin." Upon hearing his cue, the 4 elderly men in brown robes surrounding the platform each produced a palm-sized piece of milky white comet stone, pressing them into a groove on the ground before them. With a faint crack, the 4 stones shattered simultaneously, releasing beams of white light that surged from the groove, weaving along the intricately inscribed runes on the ground and swiftly entering the star-gathering platform. In an instant, the entire 9-tiered platform radiated brilliance, becoming translucent. As the star maps engraved upon it erupted in resplendent silver light, resembling a miniature starry sky, breathtaking in its splendor. At that moment, the celestial bodies above seemed to resonate with the scene below, growing increasingly luminous as countless silver motes cascaded from the night sky, enveloping the star-gathering platform in a delicate silver mist. Surrounded by this ethereal spectacle, Han Li felt as if he were seated amidst the stars, enveloped by a gentle yet overwhelming force of celestial energy. With his mind focused, he formed a hand seal and softly recited a chant, silently channeling the lesser Big Dipper Star Yuan technique. A deep rumble echoed as 6 massive pillars of white light abruptly descended from the night sky, casting their radiance around Han Li. The celestial power within these beams was immensely potent, sending rippling waves of energy throughout the area. Countless crystalline strands of light erupted from the pillars, snapping taut like steel needles, piercing towards Hanli. Simultaneously, the once gentle silver mist enveloping the star-gathering platform began to swirl violently, as if provoked. An immense whirlpool of silver light, towering 10 zhang high, formed above the platform as countless silver motes were drawn into its maelstrom. Hanli sensed a shift. The previously gentle celestial energy now surged with ferocity. As the pillars of light were consumed by the whirlpool, their brightness intensified, their dimensions swelling as the influx of celestial power multiplied severalfold. In stark contrast, the pain Hanli endured escalated beyond what he had initially experienced. His garments quickly became soaked in blood as the deluge of starry crystalline threads pierced his skin, and the blood that seeped forth coalesced into a hazy mist, shrouding his entire form. The 4 elderly men in brown robes were taken aback. Having witnessed countless displays of celestial energy over the years, yet never had they encountered such a violent force nor such a brutal method of energy infusion. Even a cultivator at the integration stage would be hard-pressed to survive on the star-gathering platform at this moment. Suddenly, amidst the blood-soaked Hanli, a radiant light emanated from his waist, and 6 palm-sized black circular mirrors shot forth, each darting towards the surrounding pillars of light. The mirrors, swirling with black mist and adorned with ancient symbols, were crafted from the Een Star stones he had obtained from the Heavenly Ghost sect, known as the Star Moon Treasure Mirrors. As the mirrors settled into position, peculiar symbols the size of ants burst forth from their surfaces, converging into a colossal beam of dazzling light that shone into the night sky. The prospect of amplifying the celestial power was indeed remarkable. One of the brown-robed elderly men murmured in astonishment. Before he could finish speaking, the 6 stars of the Big Dipper in the night sky flared brilliantly, a cascade of silver light materializing in the void as it surged into the silver whirlpool below. Half a year later, in a stone chamber on the back mountain of the respectful Heaven Peak, a figure clad in golden robes, the Heishan Taoist, sat cross-legged upon a 3-tiered platform, performing hand seals and low murmurs. Suddenly, he halted his incantation, rising swiftly to his feet. An unnatural wind materialized within the chamber, igniting dozens of yellow lamps atop the platform, sending tendrils of white smoke curling upwards, which converged into a mist of white light. Within this ethereal haze, the figure of a slender elder with gray hair and a lotus crown emerged, garbed in a robe of embroidered gold and ochre. "Welcome, Ancestor Jingming," the Heishan Taoist exclaimed, bowing deeply, his form quivering with reverence. "Rise. I have several matters for you to attend to," the elder said, waving his sleeve. "Please, Ancestor, give your orders," the Heishan Taoist replied, standing at attention. "The Hao Yuan stone you provided previously was of commendable quality. I require another batch within the next decade." The elder instructed. "Understood. This star-guiding transmutation technique I devised has undergone some modifications due to my evolving insights. You should take it to the scripture pavilion for safekeeping." The elder's lips moved continuously as he issued several commands, to which the Heishan Taoist dutifully complied without hesitation. Finally, the elder added, "Additionally, there is a pressing matter you must attend to with great care." The Heishan Taoist's expression grew solemn as he focused intently on the elder, awaiting further instructions. With a wave of his sleeve, the light screen quivered, and a page of gold leaf, measuring about a foot, floated through it, descending before him. "If you acquire any information regarding this individual, report back immediately," the elder stated in an authoritative tone, taking the page of gold leaf in his hands. The Heishan Taoist studied it closely, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The image depicted a young man, unmistakably Hanli. "What is the matter? Is something amiss?" the elder inquired, his demeanor unchanged. "Reporting to the Ancestor, this individual, he is currently within our temple," the Heishan Taoist responded promptly. "Are you certain it is him?" The elder's expression remained stoic, though his tone quickened slightly. Though the figure depicted appeared somewhat leaner, his demeanor and features were unmistakable. "It is undoubtedly him," the Heishan Taoist affirmed after a brief contemplation. "How did this individual come to be in our Jinyuan temple?" the elder asked, nodding slightly. "Forgive me, Ancestor. This individual is, in fact, a disciple of the Cold Flame sect," the Heishan Taoist began, offering an apology before detailing all he knew about Hanli. After listening intently, the elder's countenance grew contemplative, remaining silent for a considerable time. The Heishan Taoist felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow but dared not speak, choosing instead to wait patiently. This individual possesses a significant background. He is likely an exiled celestial from the immortal realm, currently being sought after with a substantial bounty. Exercise caution and do not alarm him. Ensure he remains within our temple until I provide further instructions, the elder stated with gravity. Understood, the Hishan Daoist replied immediately. In the immortal realm, within an unknown oceanic expanse, the waters appeared an eerie shade of pitch black, reminiscent of ink. The boundless black sea roiled with tumultuous waves, stretching to the horizon. Suspended above the dark ocean were nearly 100 black peaks, upon which stood towering octagonal edifices of varying heights. Though some of these towers reached heights of 10,000 zhang, while others stood merely 100 zhang tall, they all bore identical designs, entirely black with octagonal eaves. At the pinnacle of a smaller black tower, a figure adorned with a purple crown sat cross-legged before a square altar, the very figure of Jingming Shinren. A white formation floated above the altar, radiating bright light. The elder waved his hand, casting a spell, causing the white formation to halt its operation, its brilliance swiftly dimming. He gazed ahead, motionless, yet his eyes flickered as if grappling with some indecision. After a prolonged silence, the old priest gritted his teeth, seemingly having reached a resolution. He retrieved a crystal orb, no larger than a thumb, crystalline and translucent, and tossed it into the air where it hovered before him. As a spell was initiated, the surface of the orb erupted with numerous crystal runes, each resembling tiny insects, coalescing into a circular formation approximately a foot wide, gently rotating. With each passing breath, the formation pulsed rhythmically. Time elapsed, and for a full quarter of an hour, the formation remained unchanged. The old priest displayed no signs of impatience, calmly awaiting the outcome. After another quarter hour, the formation suddenly brightened, revealing the shadowy silhouette of a small figure within, a man clad in black robes, broad of forehead and face, yet resembling a withered tree, his complexion a sickly yellow, evincing a severe malady. Bone Flame Wanderer, it has been a millennium since our last encounter, my friend. You appear as striking as ever, greeted the Pure Light Master with a respectful bow, a warm smile gracing his features. Pure Light Elder, let us dispense with pleasantries. The Bone Flame Wanderer replied, his demeanor betraying a hint of impatience. Is it possible that you are currently in Blackwater City? I have stumbled upon a significant opportunity. The Pure Light Master remarked, his smile fading into an air of mystery. Pray, do share, the Bone Flame Wanderer replied, his expression unwavering. You must have received the bounty notice from the 10 Directions Tower, I presume? The Pure Light Master continued leisurely. What do you imply? Do you possess information regarding the individual listed on the bounty? The Bone Flame Wanderer inquired, his brow arching slightly. Indeed, that person is presently in the Spirit Huan realm. The Pure Light Master exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Is that truly the case? The Bone Flame Wanderer asked, his interest piqued, confirming with utmost caution. Whether it is true or false, my friend, you need only contact the disciples below, and the truth will soon be revealed, the Pure Light Master replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that? The Bone Flame Wanderer's eyes lit up with intrigue. Indeed, the fact that he is hiding in this realm presents an unparalleled opportunity. If our two sects join forces to capture him, we may divide the rewards from the 10 Directions Tower. What say you? The Pure Light Master chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Chapter 61. Undercurrents. The individual who has been named and sought after by the 10 Directions Tower must possess formidable strength, even if subjected to the suppression of the dimensional forces in the lower realms. One would not expect to be easily dealt with by merely 2 or 3 great ascension cultivators, mused the Bone Flame Wanderer, his expression calm after a moment of contemplation. There is no need for concern on that front, my friend. From the information I have gathered, this person is currently gravely injured, and his strength has significantly diminished. At most, he is only slightly stronger than an average great ascension cultivator, replied the clear bright true man with a dismissive wave of his hand. It remains somewhat risky to have the lower realm sects confront a celestial being. It would be wiser for us to wait until he departs from the Ling Huan realm and then take action ourselves, suggested the Bone Flame Wanderer after a moment of silence. I believe this matter should be addressed promptly. Delaying could lead to unforeseen complications. The 10 Directions Tower has placed such a high bounty, indicating that this individual harbors a significant secret, even if there were none. The bounty alone is enough to compel us to take action, the clear bright, true man remarked slowly, his words laden with enticing allure. The Bone Flame Wanderer fell silent, his eyes flickering as if swayed by the clear bright true man's rhetoric. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Very well, I shall take note of this. If all is indeed as you say, our two sects shall join forces in this endeavor. As for the specifics, I will discuss them upon my return to Blackwater City. You are indeed wise, Brother Yan, The clear, bright, true man replied with a smile. Days later, within a grand hall deep in the Jingyuan Temple of the Linghuan realm, the hall was devoid of furnishings, save for a white jade platform at its center, upon which a large teleportation array hummed and radiated blinding white light. At this moment, Yishan Daoran stood before the array, his expression impassive as he gazed at the formation, seemingly awaiting something. Moments later, the white light emitted by the teleportation array pulsed, and circles of runes materialized, spiraling upwards and downwards in a dazzling display. Within this brilliance, two figures emerged, one tall and one short. As the light dissipated, their true forms were revealed. The shorter figure was an elderly man in a black robe, bald and slightly hunched, standing shorter than the other's shoulder. His skin was dark, resembling wrought iron, and he emitted an indescribable chill. The other was a middle-aged man clad in black, exuding an air of refinement. It was Duan Renli, Daoist Tong, and Daoist Duan. Your esteemed presence graces our Jingyuan temple today. It has been many years since we last met, yet both of you remain as distinguished as ever. Particularly you, Daoist Tong. It appears your cultivation has significantly advanced, a matter most commendable. Yishan Daoran greeted them with a bow and a smile. The bald elder was none other than Tong Ruan, another great ascension figure of the Heavenly Ghost sect, known as the most powerful cultivator in the entire Linghuan realm. However, his reclusive nature meant he seldom remained within his sect, and few knew where he secluded himself. The elder merely nodded slightly at Yishan Daoran, acknowledging the greeting. Yishan Daoran, it has been too long, Duan Renli replied with a courteous gesture and a faint smile. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us move to a side hall, Yishan Daoran suggested with a chuckle, gesturing for them to follow. After a brief walk, the three arrived in a side chamber, taking their respective seats. Daoist Yishan, may I inquire about the whereabouts of Hanli? Tongren wasted no time and directly broached the subject as soon as he was seated. His voice was hoarse and grating, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in quite some time. To be frank, esteemed Taoists, the true immortal Han is currently within our sect's Gathering Star platform. Since his arrival, he has not left for half a year, Yishan Daoran stated plainly. A true immortal of his stature must have a purpose for using the Gathering Star platform. Do you know the details? Duan Renli inquired, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. I have considered this matter as well. I have observed him from a distance several times during the night and have stationed a core formation cultivator nearby under the guise of a protector. From the signs of his cultivation and the celestial phenomena he has caused, it appears he is practicing a special body refinement technique that requires the power of the stars. Yishan Daoran replied after a moment's thought. His physical body is already incredibly strong, and he can perform some strange secret arts that transform him into a giant mountain-like spirit and a blue phoenix. If he continues to refine his body, could it be that he is an earthly immortal fleeing to the lower realms? Duan Renli speculated, a hint of realization in his voice. Perhaps. According to the teachings of Master Jingming, he was gravely injured and has lost his celestial form. Thus, his strength will face considerable suppression in this realm, rendering him merely a half-immortal at best. Yishan Daoran nodded, noncommittally. Even as a half-immortal, he is not to be underestimated compared to ordinary Great Ascension cultivators. Caution is always prudent, Tongren said solemnly. What you say bears great weight. This matter is extraordinary and involves significant stakes. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. This is precisely why I have invited you both here today, Yishan Daoran responded, his expression serious. After all, this is your domain, Daoist Yishan. I trust you have given this operation considerable thought. I would like to hear your insights, Tongren said, looking at Yishan Daoran with a knowing gaze. Hee. Daoist Tong is too kind. I have some rudimentary ideas but would like to discuss them further with both of you, Yishan Daoran chuckled. In the deep of night, within the Jingyuan temple, all was silent, every pavilion and tower shrouded in a veil of hazy night. Only the summit of Jiugong Peak shone brightly, reminiscent of daylight. 6 massive beams of light descended from the starry sky, the white luminescence flickering as it gradually faded into scattered silver sparks. Across the entire Gathering Star platform, a cloud of silver light, resembling mist, enveloped the area. At the platform's apex, Hanli sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his body radiating brilliance. A shimmering silver light danced across his skin, while a faint metallic luster emanated from his well-defined muscles, each sinew resembling the resilience of refined gold. On his chest and abdomen, 6 spoon-like blue light orbs flickered sporadically, standing out conspicuously. At that moment, 6 strands of black light shot forth from the nearly dissipated beams of light, coalescing into 6 palm-sized ancient black mirrors before vanishing into his body. After a brief pause, Hanli slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. With the enhancement of the Gathering Star platform and the Star Moon Mirror, he had finally achieved the 6th layer of the Little North Dipper Star origin technique. Only one step remains, Hanli murmured to himself, then stood up and took a bold step forward. A thunderous crash echoed as the entire Gathering Star platform trembled, causing him to stumble slightly, his foot crashing down and creating a hole in the stone platform, embedding half of his lower leg within. Seeing this, Hanli couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected consequence of his physical transformation upon completing the 6th layer of his technique. It was merely a miscalculation of force. He had not intended such a display. The destructive power was astonishing. Fortunately, the spot he had broken was devoid of any celestial array engravings, ensuring no impact on the platform's function. Otherwise, he would have faced some difficult explanations. With this thought, he absent-mindedly touched his nose. The elders of the Jing Yuan temple around the platform were startled by the sudden tremor, exchanging glances before looking to the brown-robed elder with white whiskers. "It's nothing to be concerned about," the white-bearded elder remarked, casting a brief glance upwards before subtly relaying a message to the others. Since Hanli began his training here, they had grown accustomed to his actions, given his strength comparable to that of a great ascension cultivator. Under the overwhelming celestial power, what could he not achieve? Moreover, the Grand Elder's directive was simply to closely monitor his movements and avoid direct engagement with him. On the star-gathering platform, Hanli took a deep breath, twisting his wrist to produce a gray shield measuring approximately 2 feet in length. This shield was one of the defensive artifacts he had casually collected during the chaotic battle at the Heavenly Ghost Sect, seemingly obtained from some unfortunate virtual refining cultivator. Crafted entirely from luminous iron and infused with a measure of refining crystal, the shield's surface was inscribed with numerous enigmatic runes, subtly shimmering with flowing light, indicating its considerable quality. After channeling a hint of spiritual energy into the shield, its surface glimmered as the embedded reinforcement prohibitions activated. Hanli then grasped both ends of the shield, applying a slight force. With a soft pop, the shield's surface dimmed, followed by a series of metallic clangs as the entire black shield twisted and contorted under his manipulation, resembling a lump of clay being kneaded. Witnessing this transformation, Hanli felt a surge of elation. By his estimation, his current strength and physical resilience had nearly doubled compared to before. He lifted his gaze to the resplendent stars in the firmament, his mood gradually settling, before returning to the celestial map of the Big Dipper, closing his eyes to meditate. Approximately an hour later, Hanli began to weave hand seals and recited the incantation for the 7th layer of the Little Big Dipper Star origin technique. Suddenly, the Big Dipper in the depths of the sky radiated an intense brilliance, emitting a blue-silver light distinct from the surrounding stars, flickering erratically. This time, 7 immensely robust silver light pillars plummeted from the night sky, like solid entities, striking the star-gathering platform with tremendous force. All the star charts etched upon the platform simultaneously erupted in silver light, illuminating the area as if the entire high platform had been cast in silver mercury. A thunderous roar resonated as the entire 9 Palace Peak quaked violently. A torrent of silver light surged forth, a vortex of stellar energy tenfold greater than before spiraling madly upon the platform. The protective barrier enveloping the star-gathering platform was violently drawn into this maelstrom, torn apart into fragments that dissipated into specks of golden light. The 4 elders stationed here were caught off guard by the aftermath of the vortex. 3 of the virtual refining elders were involuntarily thrown backward. The combined elder, realizing the anomaly, hastily summoned several defensive artifacts to barely withstand the onslaught of this stellar force. Once he stabilized himself in the void over 100 feet away, his gaze toward the 9 Palace Peak was filled with astonishment and dread. Chapter 62, Anomaly. Meanwhile, far away on the summit of a mountain hundreds of miles distant, 3 figures stood side by side, the Heishan Taoist, the young apprentice, and Duan Renli. At this moment, they all gazed solemnly towards a blinding white light piercing the vast night sky, which was emanating from the direction of Jiugong Peak. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the occasional whisper of the mountain wind that rustled their garments, creating an atmosphere tinged with gravity. After a prolonged silence, one among them finally spoke. Heishan Taoist, could this indeed be your so-called foolproof strategy? To allow this person to cultivate in peace, thereby significantly enhancing his strength? Duan Renli's voice was slow and deliberate. I must admit my oversight. It appears he has discovered a method to heal his injuries. Heishan Daoist sighed, a note of resignation in his tone. This matter cannot be delayed any longer, the young apprentice interjected coldly. Your words ring true. We were nearly prepared. I had intended to refine certain details. But we can no longer afford to wait, Heishan Daoist replied, his voice gravely serious. It is high time we acted, Duan Renli murmured. Clenching his fists tightly within his sleeves, a glimmer of eagerness igniting in his eyes. The following morning, in the secluded courtyard nestled within the azure bamboo forest behind the sacred fire peak of the Cold Flame sect, Sima Jingming stood respectfully before a sandalwood table, hands clasped. Gazing at a 3-foot portrait hanging on the wall, reporting something with deference. The portrait shimmered with ethereal light, and suddenly, a figure emerged. Suspended in midair, none other than the venerable Cold Flame ancestor. Are you saying that Han Li has begun cultivating the 7th layer of the technique? Cold Flame ancestor inquired slowly after a brief cough. Based on the descriptions of the celestial phenomena reported last night, it seems highly likely, Sima Jingming affirmed. Though a hint of hesitation crept into his voice. As for his identity, I am uncertain. But I have recently learned that this Han Daoist is currently being pursued by a vast organization from the celestial realm. And the bounty is so generous that even I find it tempting. The reclusive Jingming Daoist has recently set out for the Blackwater City where Yin Laogui resides. It seems the Tiangui sect and the Jingyuan Temple may soon become restless, Cold Flame ancestor remarked, his tone leisurely. Should we? Sima Jingming began, startled. Before his words trailed off into an unusual expression. Should we partake in the schemes of those two sects? Is that what you mean? Cold Flame ancestor interrupted directly. Realizing his faux pas, Sima Jingming promptly fell silent. This Han Daoist is no simple character. While neither Jingming nor Yin Laogui has encountered him directly, I have crossed paths with him. I am all the more convinced of his extraordinary nature after hearing you mention that he has mastered the 6th layer of the Little Big Dipper Star technique. While the benefits may be enticing, one must have a life to enjoy them, Cold Flame ancestor stated with profound meaning. I am grateful for your guidance. Sima Jingming replied promptly. In the deep of night, atop the Gathering Stars platform, Han Li sat cross-legged. Enveloped in the center of a swirling vortex of silver light formed by 7 descending silver pillars. The vast power of the stars surged towards him from all directions, honing his physical form. Though his body remained still, his mind was preoccupied with various thoughts. The celestial phenomena triggered during the cultivation of the Little Big Dipper Star technique had been astonishing. The violent starry energy shattered the protective barriers surrounding the Gathering Stars platform. After the 4 elders from Jingyuan Temple were thrown back, they had not returned, and the Heishan Daoist seemed unconcerned, perhaps overly confident in Han Li's capabilities. Initially, this did not trouble him, as it was common for sect members to venture out for exploration or missions without returning for extended periods. However, as this situation persisted for nearly half a month, it began to raise his vigilance. Recently, he had felt an inexplicable unease, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li retracted part of his consciousness from the starry energy and swiftly scanned the area within a few hundred miles. Just then, the entire sky above him wavered, and a colossal white streak abruptly appeared, as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder. With a hissing sound, a multitude of silver runes surged forth from the white streak, endless and unceasing, transforming into brilliant silver halos that burst forth and painted the sky in shimmering white. As these halos intertwined, an enormous silver moon materialized, radiating a dazzling brilliance that rendered the surrounding stars dim. Though the events unfolded in mere moments, the instant the silver moon took form, the cascading starlight vanished entirely. Upon witnessing this, Han Li wasted no time. His figure shimmered, and, in the blink of an eye, he had vacated the vicinity of Jiugong Peak, swiftly covering a distance of 2 or 3 dozen miles. At that moment, another anomaly occurred. A nearby mountain, dozens of miles from Jiugong Peak, erupted with a thunderous crash, boulders tumbling down to reveal a gigantic white rune spanning 100 feet, from which a massive white beam of light surged skyward. Simultaneously, another mountain trembled, unleashing a colossal green light. Boom! 8 resounding blasts echoed through the air. 8 seemingly inconspicuous mountains within 100 miles of Jiugong Peak erupted simultaneously, each releasing a massive beam of light of varying colors from their enormous runes. Countless runes appeared around these beams, swiftly connecting to form an immense barrier that enveloped the area surrounding Jiugong Peak. The myriad of colorful runes danced upon the surface of the barrier, emitting an eerie, crackling sound, and even from a distance, the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy was palpable. Within the depths of this barrier, Hanli halted, his expression grave. While he was uncertain of the machinations of Jingyuan Temple, it was clear they harbored ill intentions towards him. His gaze swept the surroundings, and a blue glimmer flared in his eyes, followed by a slight furrow of his brow. The intricacies of this colossal barrier were unfathomable, far surpassing the ghostly formations of the Tiangue sect he had encountered before, with his current understanding. He could not discern any weaknesses. Determined, he soared forward without hesitation, arriving before the radiant barrier in the blink of an eye. With a flash of blue light from his abdomen, he unleashed a powerful punch towards a specific point on the barrier. The earth-shattering sound resonated. The surface of the barrier trembled violently, revealing a massive indentation, while the surrounding runes converged rapidly, attempting to mend the damage at an observable pace. Before the restoration could be completed, a second punch struck the same spot, causing the barrier to quiver dangerously, as if on the verge of collapse. Just as Hanli raised his fist for a third strike, the enormous silver moon in the sky suddenly illuminated, showering down a myriad of silver rays filled with countless silver runes. They coalesced into a colossal beam of light capable of enveloping the area within 100 miles. In an instant, Hanli felt a flash of silver light before him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself inexplicably transported to an unfamiliar realm. Before him lay a vast and desolate Gobi, an expanse of barrenness stretching endlessly in every direction. The ground was strewn with stones of varying sizes, interspersed with enormous pits, as if struck by meteoric impacts. Thick, gray clouds hung low in the sky, casting an oppressive gloom, instilling a sense of foreboding. Is this yet another treasure of the cave heavens? Hanli murmured to himself, promptly extending his consciousness. However, as his perception reached out, it encountered only the desolate terrain and the deep chasms, revealing nothing beyond. After a moment's contemplation, he concentrated his awareness and ventured into the gray clouds above. Yet, upon entering, he was beset by an inexplicable heaviness, the surroundings cloaked in a murky haze. Even with the enhancement of his refining technique, he could barely sense beyond a distance of 10 zhang, encountering the same disconcerting atmosphere. The peculiar gray clouds seemed resistant to even his formidable consciousness. With a flicker of intent, Hanli retracted his perception, contemplating other means of investigation. Suddenly, the gray clouds above roiled violently, trembling with a resonant rumble. In the next instant, beams of yellow light cascaded from the sky like raindrops, striking the ground. Upon impact, each beam rapidly expanded, distorting into the form of a golden-skinned giant. These figures, resembling ordinary men in stature, bore golden-hued skin that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Adorned with yellow sashes and wielding an array of weapons, reminiscent of the legendary Yellow Turban warriors. Though they appeared human, they exuded no semblance of life. Their faces were blank, akin to puppets. In mere moments, nearly 1,000 of these figures materialized, encircling Hanli with an impenetrable barrier. This sudden spectacle left Hanli momentarily taken aback. Chapter 63. The beings transforming into soldiers. The Yellow Turban warriors, incredibly agile, wielded an array of weapons such as swords, spears, and axes. Upon landing, some sprang into the air with powerful leaps, resembling great yellow birds gliding through the sky, while others charged forward with reckless abandon, causing the earth to reverberate with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a dense army of warriors surged towards Hanli from all directions, blotting out the sun and creating a terrifying spectacle. Hanli stood his ground, surveying the chaos with an air of calmness. Suddenly, a Yellow Turban warrior rushed toward him, thrusting a long spear that sliced through the air with piercing shrieks, enveloping most of his body in a flurry of spear shadows. Hanli's brow twitched as he disregarded the shadows, advancing instead. With a swift motion, he reached out and grasped the spear with lightning speed. A surge of immense strength coursed through his arm, causing him to sway slightly. Though he quickly regained his balance, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. The power of this Yellow Turban warrior was indeed formidable. In contemplation, he yanked the spear back, causing the warrior to stumble, and with a clenched fist, he struck out. The impact echoed. The spear flew from the warrior's grasp, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ranks behind him and knocking dozens of Yellow Turban warriors aside before finally coming to a halt. The warrior, after a quick roll, stood up again, a distinct imprint of Hanli's fist visible on his chest, though his movements had slowed slightly. Still, he and the other warriors pressed on toward Hanli. Hanli casually tossed the spear aside, sending several warriors reeling, but as he turned to witness this, his pupils constricted. He had exerted 50% of his power in that punch, enough to shatter a mountain, and yet he had failed to slay a single Yellow Turban warrior. At this moment, the surrounding warriors swarmed closer. With a cold snort, Hanli shifted his stance, his figure blurring as he moved with a series of afterimages. His fists trembling, transforming into indistinct forms. Countless fist shadows erupted around him, striking out in every direction. The sounds of impacts rang out. The yellow turban warriors were sent flying, each bearing deep impressions of fists upon their chests, colliding with one another and creating a cascade of fallen bodies, momentarily halting their fierce offensive. Those warriors, once on the ground, quickly rolled back to their feet. Han Li's gaze sharpened as he flickered before one of the recently struck yellow turban warriors, delivering an unhesitating punch to the very spot where his fist had previously made contact. Crack! The warrior trembled, fissures appearing on his surface as golden light burst forth. And then his body shattered, dissipating into a cloud of yellow mist. Han Li's expression softened. While these yellow turban puppets were indeed sturdy, they were not invincible. Yet again, the yellow turban warriors surged forth like a relentless tide. Han Li inhaled deeply, a blue glow radiating from his chest and abdomen, revealing 6 luminous points, causing his form to swell significantly. He then swayed, conjuring several indistinct figures. Bang, bang, bang. 7 or 8 yellow turban warriors lunged at him, only to be sent flying and exploding upon impact. Han Li's hands whirled into a tempest, and wherever he passed, a multitude of fist shadows materialized. A cacophony of thunderous sounds accompanied the roaring air. Within a radius of several dozen feet, all warriors were propelled away, their bodies bursting apart into clouds of yellow mist. Even the most resilient among them stood no chance against the augmented power of the Little Big Dipper star art. In the celestial realm, a vast and boundless expanse of dark ocean lay before the eye. The surface of the sea howled with gusts of wind, shrouded in black mist that continuously swelled into towering waves. In the densest part of this abyssal fog floated a colossal black city, steadfast and imposing. The city towered over 100 feet high, spanning 100 miles, its northern gate inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Blackwater City. The outer walls of the city were constructed from massive black stones, occasionally reflecting a crystalline sheen under the sunlight, while within its confines, the landscape resembled a typical earthly realm, featuring rivers, fields, verdant vegetation, and bustling streets filled with shops. Countless pedestrians traversed these paths, creating an unending flow of activity. The city was not uniformly flat. The closer one approached the heart of the city, the higher the terrain rose, with buildings becoming more compact and palatial structures growing increasingly magnificent. At the highest point of this grand city lay a smaller inner city, distinctly separated from the surrounding structures by a winding black river. Within the inner city stood exquisite pavilions and serene water corridors, interspersed with artificial hills and gardens, with a vast platform at its center. Here, a 3-tiered pavilion rose majestically, constructed entirely of wood, its red brackets interlaced, topped with glazed yellow tiles, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, exuding an air of elegance and splendor. The uppermost level of the pavilion featured wide-open windows, offering a panoramic view of the inner city as well as the expansive dark ocean beyond. The interior was simply furnished, with a square table at its center flanked by circular silk cushions. Upon the table sat a dark red bronze incense burner, from which thin wisps of fragrant smoke curled upward, filling the room with an aromatic essence. Seated upon the right cushion was a frail old man, adorned with a lotus crown, his gray hair contrasting his weathered features. He held a delicate teacup, savoring the beverage within. The tea, a vibrant green surpassing jade in hue, emitted a subtle fragrance, less potent than the incense but yielding a remarkably refined taste, rich in spiritual essence, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The old man slowly set down his cup, genuinely expressing, "My dear friend Bone Flame, this Blackwater spirit tea truly lives up to its reputation. Your praise is unwarranted." "Jingming, if you wish, feel free to take some back with you," replied a waxen-faced, gaunt man with a broad forehead, his demeanor composed. "Due to the constraints of the sects in the lower realms, my interactions with Brother Yen have been few. We must find ways to collaborate more closely in the future for mutual growth," Jingming said with a warm smile. "If we manage to secure this individual, we may need to work together to unearth the secrets he potentially harbors." Bone Flame nodded in agreement. "Speaking of which, do you have any insights into his true identity?" Jingming inquired, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Since your last contact, I have sought information through various channels, but have gleaned nothing of value. Have you discovered anything on your end?" Bone Flame responded with a shake of his head. "Similar to your findings, I too remain in the dark about his background. The information from the 10 Directions building is exceedingly limited. All I know is that the client has notable connections, but specifics remain elusive. Jingming sighed softly. The more elusive he becomes, the more intrigued I am by the secrets he may hold. It seems we will have to thoroughly interrogate him later, Boneflame chuckled. Haha. Seeing Brother Yin so confident, it seems you must have bestowed some secret treasures upon your disciples. Jingming asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Surely you have not withheld your ultimate treasures? Boneflame shot a glance at the frail elder. Unfazed, the elder merely smiled, to ensure absolute security. I have indeed prepared some. I recently cultivated a batch of soldier beings, which transformed into Dao soldiers just half a month ago. They are perfectly suited for this occasion. Boneflame's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing this. To one's surprise, a Daoist soldier. Frindian truly possesses profound fortunes and astonishing fate. However, he is merely a yellow-turbaned Daoist soldier of the lower third tier, hardly worthy of mention. The Boneflame recluse waved his sleeve, adopting an air of indifference, though a hint of smugness flickered imperceptibly in his eyes. Even a lower-tier Daoist soldier is incomparable to other magical artifacts. With this treasure in hand, that fellow surnamed Han, regardless of his 3 heads and 6 arms, would still be easily subdued. The pure bright Daoist remarked, his tone tinged with unabashed admiration. The Boneflame recluse merely smiled in silence upon hearing this. At that moment, the pure bright Daoist suddenly recalled something and raised an eyebrow to inquire. By the way, this Han Li is still nominally an outer elder of the Cold Flame sect. That fellow Cold Flame wouldn't meddle unexpectedly, would he? If he dares to risk the existence of only 2 top-tier sects in the Spirit Huan realm, let him come and try. The Boneflame recluse's expression turned frosty as he coldly chuckled. The pure bright Daoist nodded, a subtle smile appearing on his gaunt cheeks. In a mysterious space, above a thick layer of gray clouds, 3 figures stood suspended in the void, the youthful Tongren, Yishan Daoist, and Duan Renli. At that moment, Duan Renli held a yellow gourd in his hands, reciting incantations. The gourd was half the size of a person, its surface illuminated by shimmering golden characters. At the mouth of the gourd, similar golden runes floated, exuding an ethereal aura. As he chanted a series of profound and obscure spells, golden radiance swirled from the gourd's opening, releasing small objects resembling yellow beans, which flew downward. Upon contact with the gray clouds, tiny whirlpools instantly formed, pulling the objects in and erasing them from sight. Could it be the summoning of soldiers through the scattering of beans? I did not expect your esteemed sect to wield such legendary celestial arts. Yishan Daoist gazed at the yellow gourd in Duan Renli's hands, his face filled with envy. Indeed, Yishan Daoist possesses remarkable insight. However, such mystical techniques of the Immortals are beyond our humble cultivation. We can only rely on the celestial treasure bestowed by our ancestor to barely summon a few Daoist soldiers. Tong Run replied with an unperturbed expression. Chapter 64. Simultaneous Strike. So it is. Han Li's physical form is remarkably resilient, making him difficult to deal with by ordinary means. Employing these yellow turban warriors as a preliminary tactic to exhaust his strength is indeed a clever strategy. The Yishan Daoist nodded in approval. However, this is merely a temporary measure to complement your treasured artifact, Yishan Daoist. Although this first step has been accomplished, if we truly wish to subdue this individual, it seems we 3 must strike together, remarked the young man, Tongren. The time is nearly upon us. Yishan Daoist, might we observe the situation below? As Duan Renli ceased his incantation, he turned his gaze towards Yishan Daoist. Yishan Daoist nodded, raised his hand, and a silver light shot forth, revealing a silver orb roughly the size of a chicken egg. The orb spun momentarily before hovering in the air before the 3. With a soft pop, the orb burst, releasing a cloud of silver mist that coalesced into a large silver mirror, which gradually transformed to reveal a clear image. Upon seeing the scene depicted, the expressions of the 3 changed abruptly. In the image, yellow turban warriors descended from the heavens, rushing towards a towering young man at the center from all directions. The young man moved gracefully, executing no excessive actions, yet waves of fist shadows erupted outwards. The surrounding yellow turban warriors were sent flying as if they were mere straw men, bursting apart in flashes of yellow light. Unable to approach within a Tinjong radius of him, in just a few breaths, 70 or 80 yellow turban warriors had been shattered and sent flying. The young man remained composed, his movements exhibiting no signs of fatigue, as if defeating these warriors required little effort. At that moment, the silver mirror twisted and dissipated into a cloud of mist. How is this possible? Duan Rinli's expression darkened. Though these yellow turban warriors lacked any mystical techniques, each possessed formidable physical strength comparable to high-level cultivators. Even we would find it challenging to face 100 of them, yet Hanli handles them with such ease, indicating we have indeed underestimated him. Tongren furrowed his brow. Could it be that his injuries have healed? Yishan Daoist spoke solemnly, his heart filled with unease. If recovery were so effortless, why would this individual leave the immortal realm to come to the spiritual domain? Given the circumstances, we must act decisively, as previously discussed. We three shall intervene personally to avoid any prolonged complications. Tongren's voice turned cold. In the cave's spatial domain, Hanli deftly evaded several yellow turban warriors who attempted to encircle him. His right arm blurred slightly, and 7 or 8 fists manifested, each striking accurately at the heads of the warriors. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the warriors burst apart, their bodies flying away and transforming into a cloud of yellow mist. The entire process was seamless and efficient, and in an instant, nearly 20 warriors had been defeated. After some time in combat, these yellow turban warriors no longer posed a threat in Hanli's eyes. Their numbers were dwindling faster than he could eliminate them. As the surrounding warriors diminished by more than half, Hanli's eyes glimmered with blue light as he gazed towards the gray clouds above, preparing to discern some clues and seize the opportunity to break through the clouds and explore the cosmos. Suddenly, the yellow light raining from the sky ceased, and with a violent tremor, a gap over 10 zhang wide opened in the gray clouds. 3 beams of light descended from the heavens, spreading out and hovering in midair. As the light faded, 3 figures emerged: the stout Yishan Daoist, Duan Rinli clutching a yellow gourd, and a small, bald-headed elder in black robes. Yishan Daoist. It appears you have allied with the Tiangui sect. How unfortunate, Hanli remarked, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Han Daoist, this is not my fault. It is simply that you have offended someone you should not have. I am left with no choice, Yishan Daoist replied calmly. Oh? It seems Duan Daoist has considerable influence, Hanli mused, a hint of realization dawning upon him, though his expression remained unchanged as he turned to Duan Rinli, mocking. With such strength, you could command the winds and rains in this spiritual domain. If it were merely 100 gene of ancient stones, why would the Tiangui sect go to such lengths? If I am not mistaken, you must be Tong, the foremost practitioner of the Tiangui sect. Pray tell, whom have I offended to warrant the simultaneous efforts of all 3 of you? Hanli shifted his gaze to the elder and inquired. Ahem, if Han Daoist wishes to delay, I fear you shall be disappointed. Let's engage. Before Tongren could finish, he flicked his sleeve, producing a grayish ancient tome. Raising a hand to point at it, the ancient tome began to rustle rapidly, and beams of grayish-white light shot forth from its pages, transforming into monstrous birds with the heads of ghosts and bodies of scorpions, each measuring 6 or 7 zhang. In a blink, dozens of these creatures materialized, their wings unfurling as they circled in the sky. Han Daoist, forgive me, Yishan Daoist declared, flinging forth a faint blue disc-shaped artifact that vanished into the gray clouds above. He then pointed his finger toward the sky, causing the thick clouds to churn ominously, rumbling with the sound of thunder as thick gray-black lightning flickered within, creating a terrifying sight. Duan Rinli chanted incantations, his yellow gourd swirling with golden runes, emitting a shrill roar as hundreds of yellow beads shot forth from the gourd's mouth, each transforming into a yellow turban warrior upon landing. The 3 seemed to have coordinated their efforts, simultaneously unleashing their techniques. Hanli maintained his relentless actions, his gaze fixed upon the yellow gourd, surprise flickering in his eyes. So this is how these yellow turban warriors were summoned. This thought barely crossed his mind before he shook his arm, unleashing a flurry of fists that swept through the area, sending all yellow turban warriors within a 10 zhang radius tumbling away. He then leaped into the air, aiming to charge at Duan Rinli. These 3 have gone to great lengths to draw me into this cave space. Their intentions must be ulterior, and their methods are surely not limited to what is visible. I must strike first. At that moment, the monstrous birds in the air began to spiral, and over a dozen dove down towards Hanli. As they approached, the scorpion tails of the creatures quivered menacingly, with a hissing sound. Countless fine black threads shot down like a torrential storm, enveloping Hanli below. Observing this, Hanli shifted his shoulders slightly, and his figure blurred, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he evaded the onslaught of the monstrous birds. No sooner had he regained his footing not far away and punched 2 warriors away than several more monstrous birds swooped down towards him. Almost simultaneously, a deafening crack of thunder split the air as a massive gray-black lightning serpent descended with ferocious intent. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as golden light flickered around him, and pale golden scales emerged to envelop his form. He then launched a punch upwards. A tremendous roar echoed. The gray-black lightning serpent shattered, unleashing a blinding explosion of gray-black lightning. Though Han Li's fist remained unscathed, he staggered back a step. The sound of clashing echoed. The attacks from the scorpion-tailed creature struck against his scales, producing tiny sparks, yet not a single mark was left behind. With a thunderous sound, the battle intensified. After being attacked by a monstrous bird, it was unable to take flight in time and was struck by a yellow scarf warrior thrown by Han Li. Instantly, it felt an overwhelming force surge through it and let out a mournful cry as it shattered along with the warrior. Following this, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Countless streaks of dark gray lightning descended like a torrential rain of thunderbolts, their brilliant flashes tearing apart the surrounding expansive gray void with earth-shattering might. The monstrous bird circling above seized every opportunity to launch assaults downward. Han Li deftly maneuvered, unleashing his fists to obliterate the unavoidable lightning strikes, occasionally bringing down the monstrous birds with his blows, managing to cope with the chaos. However, this meant he could not turn his attention to Duanrenli for the time being, as a continuous stream of yellow beams erupted from the gourd. His killing speed significantly diminished, creating an imbalance as the number of yellow scarf warriors around him exponentially increased. Within mere breaths, 3,000 to 4,000 yellow scarf warriors had converged around him. What unsettled him further was that a significant portion of the outer yellow scarf warriors had ceased their aggressive advance towards him. After a mad dash, they abruptly halted and stood still. A formation. Han Li's pupils constricted as the realization of those two words flickered in his mind. The climax approaches. A careful contemplation is needed. For the next 3 days, updates will continue daily. Chapter 65. The yellow and black rope. As Han Li's thoughts shifted, he suddenly transformed his earlier punch into a grasping hand, seizing a nearby yellow turban warrior and hurling him into the cluster of warriors surrounding them. With a resounding crash, one of the stationary warriors was struck directly, collapsing under the tremendous force, sending a shockwave that toppled several surrounding yellow turban puppets. Then, a series of whooshing sounds erupted. Han Li darted unpredictably, effortlessly lifting and tossing each approaching yellow turban warrior, sending them soaring through the air in graceful arcs, landing perfectly among their comrades. The attacks from the gray-black lightning and strange birds were disregarded entirely. In mere moments, the outer ranks of the yellow turban warriors lay scattered in disarray. Do not delay any longer. We must strike decisively, the youth commanded, his expression darkening. He promptly produced a seemingly rusted yellow token, performing a peculiar gesture with his other hand, reciting an incantation that made the token radiate a blinding yellow light. Han Li tilted his head, his gaze narrowing. Although he was unaware of the token's purpose, he felt a sudden chill as the old man summoned it. Before he could react, the yellow token was flung into the air, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that spun above Han Li's head, illuminating the intricate yellow symbols engraved upon it. An eerie spectacle unfolded. All stationary yellow turban warriors raised their hands above their heads, forming an intersecting posture, as if igniting a spark. They erupted with an intense yellow brilliance that swiftly converged at the crossing of their arms, shooting upwards into the sky. The dazzling yellow light intertwined and expanded, creating a luminous veil that enveloped a vast area centered around Han Li. In that instant, Han Li felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down, rendering his movement sluggish. Suddenly, a series of popping sounds erupted. Wisps of yellow mist began to rise from the ground beneath the yellow light, intertwining to form ropes that shot towards him like ethereal serpents, ensnaring him completely. In the blink of an eye, Han Li found his waist, arms, and legs tightly bound to the ground, rendering him immobile. Alarmed, he fervently activated his Northern Dipper Star technique, blue light flashing from his abdomen as he unleashed his inner strength, twisting his body and pulling at the bindings. The ropes quivered under the strain, the thinnest among them trembling, yet they still confined him, unable to fully restrict his movements. Simultaneously, the yellow gourd previously held by Duanrenli had inexplicably ascended above him, hovering in place. Duanrenli opened his mouth, releasing several droplets of blood onto it, while chanting a low incantation. The gourd expanded dramatically, growing to the size of a house. The gold symbols swirling around its opening transforming into palm-sized glyphs emitting radiant golden light. Countless yellow beads erupted from the gourd's opening, cascading down like a torrent. These newly birthed yellow turban warriors, after a brief moment of running, stood still, mirroring the others by raising their hands overhead and releasing blinding yellow light. Merging into the overhead luminous veil. With clenched fists, Hanli continued to strike out against the grasping ropes, smashing the nearby warriors and strange birds. But his actions grew increasingly sluggish. It seemed that with each additional warrior, the overhead veil solidified further, while the mist rising from the ground thickened. As the yellow mist intensified, so too did the ropes binding him, becoming more substantial and unyielding. He felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if his arms were burdened by mountains, making it increasingly difficult to move, while the ropes tightened, leaving deep impressions on his clothing. Suddenly, golden light flickered across his body, and with a low growl, golden fur erupted from his skin, rapidly morphing into a colossal golden-haired ape, his form swelling dramatically. He unleashed the Thunder Awakening technique, transforming into a mighty mountain-like ape. Both the youth and Ishan Daoist were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the giant ape swelling to over 10 zhang in height. Although they had been informed of Han Li's peculiar technique by Duan Renli, witnessing it firsthand left them stunned by the formidable aura emanating from him. Ishan Daoist, why do you hesitate? The youth urged, retracting the ancient tome before focusing intently on the formation below. Ishan Daoist snapped back to reality. Ceasing his invocation of the gray-black lightning, his expression serious as he intoned a chant while weaving intricate hand gestures, summoning a torrent of golden symbols that enveloped his body in a radiant golden glow. At that moment, the yellow turban warriors surrounding Han Li had surpassed 10,000. An endless stream of yellow mist surged from the ground, coiling around the golden-haired ape, reinforcing the ropes that bound him, showing no signs of breaking. A thunderous roar erupted from the giant ape. Inside, a cacophony of cracking sounds resonated as its muscles swelled, the golden fur bristling like steel needles, its form doubling to over 30 zhang. Yet, the ropes around him also pulsated with yellow light, rapidly thickening and remaining steadfastly bound. In an instant, the giant ape shimmered, shrinking dramatically to about 10 zhang. Simultaneously, the ropes constricted, adapting to his size, ensuring he could not escape, as if they had been tailored to him, rendering any attempt to break free futile. To think you could still entertain the notion of escape. Such delusion. Duan Renli laughed maniacally at the sight. Ishan Daoist, when will you make your move? Time is of the essence. The youth admonished, glancing at Ishan Daoist with a furrowed brow. Without a word, Ishan Daoist waved his golden ropes, sending forth a beam of light that soared above the golden giant ape, revealing an ancient, azure gray scroll. He pointed towards the scroll, commanding, hasten. From his fingertip, a golden radiance shot forth, transforming into a golden rainbow that surged into the ancient scroll. The scroll shimmered with azure light, swaying momentarily before unfurling dramatically. A dazzling golden light erupted from the surface of the scroll, and a golden infant-like figure, adorned with a lotus crown and wearing a yellow robe, emerged, resembling the esteemed ancestor of the Jingyuan Temple, Jingming Daoist. Simultaneously, Ishan Daoist chanted continuously, as golden characters streamed forth from the open scroll, rushing into the golden figure. The figure was enveloped in golden light, elongating into a massive golden sword over 10 zhang long, etched with intricate golden symbols, emanating waves of terrifying energy. In the instant that Tong Renha and Duan Renli beheld the emergence of the resplendent golden sword, they exchanged a glance, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment in the other's eyes. The colossal head of the giant ape, transformed from Han Li, abruptly lifted as it gazed skyward. Its fists clenched tightly, and 6 massive blue orbs of light ignited simultaneously around its chest and abdomen. The muscles in its arms swelled, straining as it attempted to retract them in preparation to confront the sword above. Yet, the Xian yellow ropes coiling around its arms blazed with brilliance, taut as iron spears, though they still seemed unable to fully restrain it as it gradually drew its arms closer to its chest. Not good, hurry, Duan Renli shouted urgently. Tongrenha's complexion paled slightly, his fingers whirling like wheels as he incessantly cast incantations. The Xian yellow token suspended in midair began to spin with unprecedented velocity. Below, the more than 10,000 yellow turban warriors surged with brilliant yellow light, and a greater volume of Xian yellow energy erupted from the ground, further tightening the ropes binding the golden-haired giant ape, increasing the pulling force. The giant ape trembled violently, its arms, which had barely been pulled back to its chest, were once again yanked away. The Daoist of Jihai Mountain finally completed his incantation with a resounding shout. The golden sword hovering in the air trembled with a thunderous resonance, transforming into a golden streak as it cleaved downward toward the giant ape's head. Boom, boom, boom. The golden sword shattered layers of void, echoing with thunderous roars. Wherever it passed, fine gray-white fissures flickered and dissipated, emanating intense spatial fluctuations. The area engulfed by the sword's light distorted, becoming blurred, even the clouds above warped and misaligned. The 200 to 300 ghostly bird-like creatures circling overhead, caught off guard, let out mournful cries as they were obliterated into nothingness. At that moment, the golden-haired giant ape found itself ensnared by the Shianello ropes with no means of escape. In a critical moment, the giant ape raised its head and let out a ferocious roar, its entire body radiating brilliant golden light as golden scales manifested across its form. And a green horn sprouted from its brow in an instant. Just as the giant sword descended, the ape leaned back slightly, its neck stiffening as it collided its head upward with tremendous force. A deafening crash reverberated. The tip of the golden sword struck the green horn atop the giant ape's forehead, causing the entire luminous energy of the sword to explode in a shower of golden rain. The very fabric of the void trembled violently, and dozens of gray-white fissures appeared and vanished around the sword. Within a radius of nearly 100 feet centered on the giant ape, the yellow turban warriors crumbled, unable to withstand the onslaught. Amidst the dazzling radiance, the sword quivered violently, bending into a staggering arc before it was repelled. Yet, the golden giant ape merely swayed, quickly regaining its stance, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. How is this possible? The Taoist of Jihai Mountain exclaimed in disbelief. Tong Renha and Duan Renli mirrored his astonishment, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Chapter 66. The Spirit Infant Sword Talisman in the vast expanse of the sky. The golden sword, radiant with shimmering light, quivered violently as it soared backward for over 100 feet before stabilizing. Yet, before Ishan Taoist could invoke any incantations, the sword's surface runes burst into a brilliant glow, and its golden aura surged again, propelling it toward the colossal ape with even greater force than before. With the diminishing number of yellow turban warriors surrounding him, Han Li, transformed into the golden-haired giant ape, felt a significant reduction in pressure. He twisted his body, confronting the formidable sword head-on. Drawing a deep breath, his chest expanded dramatically, and he opened his massive maw, his eyes gleaming with a vivid blue light as he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. A visible wave of transparent energy erupted from the giant ape's mouth, surging upward at an angle. The void above twisted, resembling ground struck by a meteor, sinking 10 feet deep, rendering the surrounding scenery a blur. This roar was no ordinary sound. It was Han Li's unique divine power, known as the Vajra roar, an incomprehensibly potent sound wave technique, unleashed with the might of his current physical form, capable of shattering the void itself. With a resounding boom, the golden sword, propelled by an immense force, slammed into this wave, momentarily halting, trembling violently as it struggled to advance. As the sound waves continued to resonate, cracking sounds echoed, and the dazzling golden light of the sword shattered like a mirror. Gradually, the surface of the sword became convex, revealing an aged visage that unmistakably belonged to the previously encountered Jingming Jinren. Soon after, fine cracks began to appear across the sword's body, and with a series of clanging sounds, it fractured inch by inch, dissipating into a cloud of golden light. Though this account may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The Yuan-ing phantom of Jingming Jinren flickered out of the golden light, reappearing in the air, its luminescence somewhat dimmed, and a look of astonishment on its youthful face. Without uttering a word, it turned toward the hovering scroll and vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a narrow bloodline suddenly split open between the golden giant ape's brows, and a surge of dark energy erupted forth, transforming into a massive black, demonic eye capable of piercing through the void, the eye of destruction. The dark eye stood erect, unleashing a beam of black light that flickered and vanished into the void. With a resounding thud, just a step away from the ancient scroll, the black light suddenly emerged and struck the reappeared Yuan-ing phantom. The phantom emitted a mournful wail as it disintegrated into a swirl of golden light, and the scroll ignited in flames, turning to ash. This was the Eye of Destruction. The young man's face changed dramatically. Duan Renli, witnessing the treasure bestowed by the elder ancestor of the Jing Yuan sect being dismantled by Han Li's giant ape, felt his complexion pale. What? This individual possesses such a supernatural ability specifically designed to counter teleportation techniques? Ishan Taoist's heart quaked with trepidation, overshadowing his concern for the elder ancestor's treasure, his expression turning grim. At that moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The golden giant ape radiated a flash of silver light, and large plumes of silver flames erupted from its fur, engulfing its entire form. Yellow smoke billowed from the ape, and the tightly wound Xian Wang ropes that could not be severed began to melt away in the blazing silver flames, snapping one by one. Freed from its restraints, the golden giant ape struck its chest with both hands, rolled on the ground, and when the silver flames vanished, they were replaced by countless erratic silver arcs of electricity. Amidst the swirling silver arcs, a silver giant bird over 10 feet long suddenly spread its wings to soar, its feathers as hard as steel and claws resembling hooks, strikingly similar to the legendary Kuanping. This was yet another transformation from the 12 transformations of the awakening of insects, Thunderbird. "This is bad," the young man exclaimed, quickly forming hand seals. The Xianhuang token spun frantically, and the Xianhuang energy from the ground surged forth, wrapping around the Thunderbird. Duan Renli also swiftly altered his technique, and the yellow beings spewed from the yellow giant gourd transformed into yellow turban warriors, no longer entering the formation but instead swarming toward the giant bird. However, with just a flap of its wings, the giant bird transformed into a silver whirlwind, vanishing from its original position, leaving the ropes and warriors grasping at nothing. Before the three great cultivators could react, a flash of silver lightning streaked across the sky, and the Thunderbird appeared above the yellow giant gourd, its claws reaching out to seize it. In a dazzling display of light, both the Thunderbird and the gourd shrank in size simultaneously. In mere moments, Hanli reverted to his human form, holding a gourd about a foot tall. Witnessing this, Hishan Daoist's expression darkened completely. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, "We are no match for it. Let us flee." He transformed into a streak of light and sped away into the distance. The young man and Duan Renli showed no hesitation, immediately following his lead, abandoning the Xianhuang token. After glancing at the gourd in his hand, Hanli suddenly emitted a green light, vigorously rubbing its surface. The golden runes inscribed on the gourd became indistinct, and with a flick of his hand, the remnants of those runes vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the array on the ground, along with the yellow turban warriors rushing toward Hanli, seemed to collectively lose their strength, collapsing to the ground as their golden light flickered, transforming into countless yellow beings. The yellow formation they composed instantly crumbled to dust. With a flip of his palm, he stowed the gourd away, casting a cold glance at the three fleeing individuals, a smirk curling his lips. The silver lightning crackled around him as he transformed back into a Thunderbird, disappearing from sight with a flap of his wings. At this moment, Duan Renli, desperately fleeing, felt a tightness in his throat, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping him. Earlier, due to controlling the gourd and the yellow turban warriors, his internal energy had been severely depleted, making his speed noticeably slower than Hishan and the young man, leaving him far behind. Just as he lamented his predicament, a sizzling sound suddenly filled his ears. Realizing something, he felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, less than 100 feet above him, a ripple emanated, and a pair of enormous, razor-sharp claws broke through the air. Countless slender silver arcs erupted, swirling around the claws, gradually forming a massive circular electric net that descended upon him. Having reached the Great Ascension stage, Duan Renli was no ordinary individual. Prepared, he summoned a surge of bloodlight, and as he opened his mouth, a small blood-red banner shot forth, quickly transforming into a giant banner over 10 feet tall. The banner pulsed with bloodlight, creating a foul wind as countless blood mists enveloped him, forming a vast blood cloud. Yet, before he could fully conceal himself, the silver light flickered above, and the Thunderbird, crackling with electric energy, emerged, diving down like a meteor into the blood cloud. A deafening explosion ensued. Within the blood cloud, silver lightning erupted violently. With a resounding roar, the Thunderbird tore through the blood cloud, emerging triumphantly. Beneath its sharp claws, a figure writhed violently like a caterpillar. Its face contorted in sheer terror, black blood oozing from its 7 orifices, presenting a woeful sight. At that moment, the Silver Thunder Falcon unexpectedly spoke in a voice that rumbled like thunder. "Friend Duan, I previously spared you out of a desire to avoid conflict, but it seems you are utterly oblivious to the gravity of your situation. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." With that, its claws tightened abruptly, a dazzling silver light igniting within its grasp, and countless electric threads erupted violently. Duan Renli let out a scream as half of his body shattered within the silver lightning. Almost instantly, a small figure of dark red, eyes wide with horror, flashed out from his remains. Before it could escape, it was struck by a silver lightning thread and transformed into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a sound. A mighty cultivator who had commanded the winds and rains in the spirit realm for countless years was thus obliterated, leaving no trace behind. From the moment the Thunder Falcon, transformed from Hanli, appeared to the instant it killed Duan Renli, The sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The child and the Yishan Daoist evidently had no intention of aiding their companion, having long since fled without a trace. In the celestial realm, within the inner city of Blackwater City, Jingming Zhenren and Gu Yin Sanren continued their leisurely tea drinking and conversation on the third floor of a grand pavilion. Unbeknownst to them, the topic had subtly shifted to exchanging cultivation insights. Just as they were engaged in lively discussion, Jingming Zhenren's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red essence blood, evidently suffering significant damage to his vitality. "What is wrong, Daoist Jingming?" Gu Yin Sanren inquired, raising an eyebrow. "The spirit infant sword talisman I bestowed upon the lower realm has been destroyed," Jingming Zhenren replied, his expression as dark as water, speaking each word with gravity. "Impossible. How could such a thing occur? Your spirit infant sword talisman represents your full power. Even I would not dare face its edge directly. Moreover, with my yellow turbaned Dao soldiers assisting, how could it not have slain that person?" Gu Yin Sanren responded, visibly moved. Jingming Zhenren's countenance darkened further, leaving him speechless. In the somber expanse, Child Man A and Hesh N Taoist metamorphosed into spectral blurs, hurtling through the void with astonishing velocity. Propelled by their combined cultivation, they traversed vast distances in mere moments. The abrupt cessation of Duan RNL's aura spurred them to invoke arcane techniques, amplifying their speed at considerable cost. This sensation of ethereal flight had been absent for millennia. "Hesh N, seize this moment," Child Man A urged, casting a glance behind. "Unseal the spatial conduit. Our demise is assured if we remain within this grotto." Affirmed. Hesh N Taoist assented, producing a silver disc. With a touch, he activated the artifact, chanting incantations. A radiant silver aura emanated from the disc, adorned with intricate runes. Beams of silver light converged, forming an ethereal tableau imbued with spatial energy. A thunderous echo reverberated from behind, eliciting a grimace from both figures. A glimmer of silver light pursued them, escalating in size and velocity. "How much longer?" Child Man A pressed. 8 breaths. Heshin Taoist responded. "I shall impede him." "Proceed swiftly," Child Man A declared, tearing off his cloak to reveal a crimson demon etched upon his chest. The infernal image pulsed with malevolent energy, restrained by several white objects. With a surge of power, he unleashed the demon, transforming into a towering, grotesque monstrosity with 100 eyes. The 100-eyed demon exuded an aura, causing spatial distortions. A silver thunderbird materialized, its gaze momentarily surprised. With a flap of its wings, it unleashed a colossal claw of lightning. Undeterred, the 100-eyed demon met the attack with a barrage of dark beams. Interwoven into a net, a subtle wave of law emanated from the net, causing the thunderous claw to vanish and reappear elsewhere, detonating in the void. "How long?" Child Man A asked in a low voice. 10 breaths. "No, 8 breaths." Hesh In Taoist, with hand gestures, answered urgently. "I will block him. You hurry up." Child Man A said with a changing expression and gritted teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, a low incantation came from his mouth, and at the same time, he waved his hand and tore off the black robe on his body, revealing his naked upper body. On his seemingly thin chest, there was a dark red ghost pattern, emitting a flickering blood-red light, as if a violent living thing was struggling nonstop. There were several white things on the ghost, emitting a faint white light, faintly suppressing this blood light. Child Man A took a deep breath, first pinched his hands, and then tapped a few times on those white objects with his fingers like lightning. Clusters of dazzling white light lit up from these white objects, and unknown white runes appeared, and then trembled and ejected with a few plops, which turned out to be a full 13 white bone nails. As soon as the bone nails were removed, the blood-red ghost pattern suddenly let out an excited roar, as if a terrible demon had finally broken free from its shackles. Extremely dazzling blood light erupted from Child Man A's chest, enveloping his body, forming a dozen extremely thick blood-colored beams of light, and a terrifying force rippled from it, causing the nearby void to stir for a while. In the bloodlight, Child Man A looked painful and groaned. The sound of cracking suddenly came from his body, and with the wriggling of muscles like living creatures, his body swelled rapidly. In a blink of an eye, his whole person turned into a huge ghost with a height of hundreds of feet and blue face and fangs. This ghost is somewhat similar to the Scarlet Blood heavenly ghost summoned by Duan Renli, and it is another heavenly ghost, but it is even more terrifying. The surface of its body is covered with dense mysterious patterns in black and red, and what is even more bizarre is that on the chest, abdomen, arms, and even legs and insteps, there are actually eyes all over, as many as hundreds, constantly blinking, emitting a faint black light. which makes people feel horrified when they look at it. Especially the vertical eye in the center of its eyebrows is especially huge, squeezing the eyebrows and eyes below to the side, making it look even more ferocious. However, this eye is tightly closed. As soon as the hundred-eyed heavenly ghost appeared, a huge aura far surpassing the previous one emanated from his body, causing the surrounding void to fluctuate for a while. At this moment, a flash of silver lightning. A silver thunderbird with a size of more than 10 feet appeared in front of the two of them. And a hint of surprise seemed to flash in its eyes when it saw the hundred-eyed heavenly ghost transformed by Child Man-A. Immediately, the thunder pong spread its wings, and the sound of thunder sounded on its body, and countless silver thunder and lightning surged on the surface of its body, and a pong claw suddenly grabbed forward. With a whoosh, a terrifying lightning giant claw with an area of 1 mu appeared out of thin air, grabbing towards the hundred-eyed heavenly ghost. Before the giant claw fell, a terrifying giant force had already arrived, and the nearby void suddenly tightened. Faced with such an attack, there was no trace of fear on the face of the hundred-eyed heavenly ghost. With both hands forming a seal, nearly half of the eyes on his body lit up at the same time, shooting out black lights. Dozens of rays of light intertwined to form a black light net, colliding with the thunder giant claw. At the moment of the collision between the two, a weak wave of law emerged from the black light net. The thunder giant claw shook and disappeared from the spot, and then appeared hundreds of feet away as if teleporting. With a loud, muffled sound of bang, the thunder giant claw bombarded the void, and countless silver thunder and lightning exploded, causing the nearby space to roll and agitate. Huh. A look of surprise flashed in Lei Peng's eyes, and then his wings trembled again. 2 fan-shaped silver lightning bolts shot out from the wings, and appeared on both sides of the heavenly ghost in a flash, flanking down from left and right. The eyes on the hundred-eyed heavenly ghost lit up again, shooting out black lights, facing the 2 fan-shaped lightning bolts on the left and right. The faint wave of law rose again, and the 2 fan-shaped lightning bolts also disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared hundreds of feet away, colliding with each other and shattering. Not far away, Heshin Taoist was overjoyed to see this scene. At this time, only 2 or 3 breaths had passed since before, and under his full spell casting, the silvery pattern in the air gradually became solid. Han Li's thunder pung stopped attacking with its wings retracted, turning a blind eye to the actions of Hesh and Taoist, and said to the hundred-eyed heavenly ghost in front of him, "I didn't expect to see someone who can use the power of space in this spirit world. It can be regarded as the name of the #1 Mahayana in this world. Fellow Taoist Han, in fact, you and I have no grievances or enmities, so there is no need to fight so hard. This matter originated in the upper realm, and we are also acting under orders. Now that Duan Renli is dead, you should also vent your anger. Even if you have great powers, if you really mess up the spirit world, the upper realm will never condone it." The hundred-eyed heavenly ghost looked vigilant and said in a tone that was half threatening and half pleading for peace, "Hee. It seems that this matter is indeed related to the ancestors of your 2 sections, but they are far away in the fairy world, and now they are beyond their reach for what is happening here." Lei Peng smiled coldly. "You dare?" The hundred-eyed heavenly ghost was startled. Before it could finish speaking, Lei Peng suddenly raised its head and let out a high-pitched and sharp cry. The silver arcs around it lit up again, converging towards the claws, emitting amazing silver thunder light, forming a huge circular electric net. At the same time, strange runes flashing with silver light flew out from the claws and submerged into the electric net. The electric arcs on the silver electric net suddenly shattered silently like bubbles, and a dazzling silver light burst out from it, and then suddenly condensed, turning into 2 silver thunderballs. The surface of the thunderball is covered with a layer of silver runes, surrounded by wisps of silver electric filaments splashing and entwining, and a low rumbling sound is heard from it, emitting a terrifying aura that destroys everything. It is the art of offering thunder. The thunder and lightning used in this bead is the silver thunder and lightning power of the thunder pong. So it is not exactly the same as the thunder beads he used to condense with the evil-dispelling divine thunder. The hundred-eyed heavenly ghost roared in a low voice, and all the red and black patterns on its body bloomed, and then more than 100 eyes on its body lit up at the same time. Lei Peng raised its claws, and the 2 silver thunderballs flew out immediately, flying towards the heavenly ghost with extreme speed, and exploded immediately. With a bang. Fellow Taoist Han, there is no need for us to engage in such a fierce conflict. This matter originated in the celestial realm, and we are merely acting under orders. Now that Duan NL is deceased, your wrath should be assuaged. Even with your formidable abilities, if you were to devastate the spirit world, the celestial realm would not tolerate it. The hundred-eyed demon spoke warily, employing a blend of threat and conciliation. So, this matter is indeed connected to the progenitors of your two sections. However, they are distant in the immortal realm, and their influence here is limited. The Thunder Rock responded with a chilling smile. How dare you? The hundred-eyed demon faltered. Before it could complete its sentence, the Thunder Rock emitted a piercing shriek. The silver arcs surrounding it intensified, converging towards its talons, emanating an awe-inspiring silver radiance and materializing a vast, circular net of electricity. Simultaneously, peculiar runes of silver light emerged from its talons, merging into the electric web. The arcs of the silver net shattered soundlessly, like fragile bubbles, unleashing a dazzling silver brilliance that solidified into two resplendent spheres of lightning. These spheres were adorned with silver runes, encircled by tendrils of silver electricity, and emitted a deep, resonant rumble, radiating an aura of annihilation. This was the art of sacrificial lightning. The lightning harnessed in these spheres was derived from the Thunder Rock's own silver power, distinguishing it from the thunder beats formed with the evil-dispelling divine lightning. The hundred-eyed demon growled, its crimson and sable markings fully illuminated. Subsequently, all its numerous eyes blazed with light. The Thunder Rock unleashed the two silver orbs, which hurtled towards the demon with blinding speed, detonating upon impact. In the midst of the void, two radiant silver suns abruptly emerged, their brilliance surging and expanding rapidly, casting tendrils of light in all directions. Countless silver runes materialized upon the suns, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction, pressing down with a thunderous weight. Although the young boy had anticipated the magnitude of Han Li's strike, witnessing it firsthand rendered him visibly aghast. The demon he had transformed into let out a ferocious roar, its myriad eyes suddenly widening, with fissures appearing at the corners and blood vessels surfacing in its pupils. With a swift motion, beams of black light, nearly double the thickness of before, shot forth, intertwining to form a colossal black net. Simultaneously, a vertical eye on its forehead snapped open, revealing a massive eye as dark as ink. A powerful beam of black light surged forth, merging into the black net. The net glimmered intensely, morphing into a shroud of darkness that enveloped its form completely. The two silver suns descended violently, crashing against the black veil. Instantly, the veil radiated a blinding light, emanating potent waves of energy. Nearly half of the sun's luminosity seemed to freeze, as if caught in time, yet the remaining brilliance remained unaffected, continuing its thunderous assault below. The black veil quivered ominously, its surface flickering with light, yet it did not dissipate. A stalemate ensued. At that moment, a resounding roar erupted from within the veil, which suddenly expanded, revealing countless black runes upon its surface. The two silver suns flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear in the distant void. With a resounding explosion, the suns detonated entirely, transforming into twin pillars of thunder that shot skyward, effortlessly piercing through the ashen clouds above and embedding themselves deep into the ground, creating two massive craters. A tremendous surge of power radiated from the colossal pillars, stirring violent winds that spiraled upwards for miles around. Just then, the black veil collapsed in a flash, revealing the figure of the hundred-eyed demon. However, it appeared severely weakened, gasping for breath. Its multitude of eyes half closed and the dark glow emanating from them dimmed, reflecting a state of grievous exhaustion. Witnessing this scene, Hishan Dao Ren's expression turned pale with horror, yet his spellcasting clearly reached its final stages. As he unleashed a series of incantations, the silver misty pattern in the void erupted into a brilliant radiance, coalescing into a distinctly tangible form that revealed itself as a silver moonlit projection. Chapter 68. Pursuit. The Daoist of He Mountain was filled with elation as he altered his incantation, simultaneously expelling a mouthful of essence blood, which swiftly merged into the silver moon diagram. Within the ethereal patterns of the diagram, a silver moon veiled in mist suddenly unleashed waves of silver radiance, swirling into a brilliant vortex. Pulses of spatial energy emanated from within, accompanied by a thunderous roar, revealing a glimmer of white light at the vortex's core. At the moment the spatial passage opened, both the hundred-eyed heavenly ghost and the lightning rock, transformed from Han Li, turned their gazes towards it. The former's expression brightened, while the latter's eyes glimmered with a flicker of blue. However, the Daoist of He Mountain merely glanced past the hundred-eyed ghost, his attention swiftly shifting to the lightning rock. A shiver coursed through his heart, prompting him to pivot like a startled rabbit and plunge into the silver vortex. Shortly thereafter, the vortex quivered, shattering like fragile foam into countless specks of silver light, vanishing without a trace. In the void, only faint ripples of spatial energy remained. The interval from the passage's opening to its closure was hardly a breath's time. The Taoist of He Mountain. The hundred-eyed heavenly ghost seethed with rage upon witnessing the Taoist escape alone, sealing the spatial passage behind him. Meanwhile, the blue light in the eyes of the lightning rock dimmed, revealing a contemplative expression. In that fleeting moment, he had captured every change associated with the opening and closing of the spatial vortex. Friend Tong, it seems we are left with just the two of us. This is fortuitous. Let us settle our grievances with your sect, the lightning rock stated coldly after retracting his gaze. As his voice fell, the silver arcs surrounding him blazed forth, accompanied by a thunderous crack, as his colossal form vanished from sight. The hundred-eyed ghost, startled, momentarily set aside his fury towards the Taoist, narrowing his eyes. With a sudden motion, he formed seals with both hands, summoning thick tendrils of black mist that twisted and writhed around him. Behind him, a rumble echoed as the lightning rock reappeared in a flash of silver light, his claws blurring into two indistinct afterimages as they lunged towards the ghost's back. In response, the black tendrils swiftly coiled, ensnaring the lightning rock. Surprise flickered in the rock's eyes, quickly replaced by an overwhelming surge of silver arcs, as numerous silver runes materialized around him. With a series of explosive sounds, the runes detonated, sending countless silver lightning threads piercing through the black tendrils, which disintegrated into a myriad of black mist, vanishing amidst the lightning. The hundred-eyed ghost was also caught in the backlash of the silver lightning, a thick arc striking his lower back, shattering several of the eyes adorning his body, causing dark blood to flow freely. He let out a suppressed grunt and hastily shot forward. A resounding boom erupted behind him. The lightning rock grasped at the void, gathering arcs of silver electricity, which swiftly coalesced into two formidable silver spheres. He launched them skyward, where they merged into the billowing gray clouds. The clouds reverberated with cataclysmic roars as blinding silver lightning tore through, casting dazzling rays of light below. Two massive silver lightning pillars shot down from the clouds, entwined with countless silver runes, hurtling towards the fleeing hundred-eyed ghost. Terrified, the ghost's black aura flared, his surrounding eyes barely managing to widen as he prepared to invoke spatial loss. At that moment, a chilling scoff pierced his ears. Then, a thunderous explosion resonated in his mind, as if a sharp spike had been driven in, unleashing agonizing pain that rent his soul. The ghost clutched his head, emitting a harrowing scream as black blood seeped from his orifices. The black light in the nearly 100 eyes around him flickered chaotically and dissipated. Amidst the deafening thunderclaps, the two silver pillars crashed down, striking the hundred-eyed ghost with monumental force. A cataclysmic roar echoed as his body was pierced by two massive holes, one glaringly in his chest. His form was nearly split in two, torrents of black-red blood gushing forth as he plummeted heavily to the ground. With a series of dull thuds, the hundred-eyed ghost rapidly shrank, transforming into a small, bald old man, grievously wounded with gaping holes in his abdomen and chest. Blood poured from his mouth, his expression one of terror, his gaze dimmed. Yet, in the next moment, a fierce glint flashed across his face as he swiftly formed a seal with his hands. His frail body erupted with swirling black crystalline light, expanding rapidly. Self-detonation, the lightning rock murmured as he waved a claw beneath him, summoning brilliant arcs of silver electricity that swiftly coalesced into a silver sphere, plummeting downward. Boom. The old man detonated before he could be overtaken, generating violent shockwaves that tore through the surrounding void, releasing a tide of dark light that momentarily disrupted the descent of the silver sphere. With a whoosh, a tiny yuaning emerged from the dark light, teleporting several dozen feet away, enveloped in protective spiritual light, preparing to flee once more. In an instant, the silver sphere erupted, transforming into a colossal silver sun that rapidly expanded in all directions, engulfing the yuaning entirely. As the silver radiance faded, a vast, dark crater was revealed. The old man had vanished without a trace. With a flash of silver lightning, the lightning rock transformed back into Hanli, who clutched a red pouch emanating a faint crimson glow. The continuous transformations and fierce battles had left his face pale, his internal energy nearly depleted. He stowed the red pouch and consumed a millennium-old cloud crane grass, then gazed upward as he murmured incantations. With a flick of his sleeve, 7 beams of black light shot forth, pausing in midair. They were the 7 star moon mirrors he had forged from the ancient stone, vaguely arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper. Hanli formed seals with his hands, directing beams of light onto the 7 mirrors. The mirrors spun rapidly, radiating brilliant starlight as numerous black runes shot forth, dancing amidst the stellar glow. His hand gestures shifted, and the mirrors emitted a low, resonant hum, their light intensifying yet trembling with instability. Explode! Hanli called softly, urging the seals in his hands. With a series of explosive sounds, the 7 mirrors flared brilliantly, shattering into 7 colossal spheres of light. Hanli's expression tightened as he spun his hands in a wheel-like motion. Under his command, the 7 luminous spheres rapidly coalesced, forming 7 immense, starry silhouettes resembling the Big Dipper. Observing this, Hanli's gestures shifted abruptly as the light of the starry silhouettes interconnected, subtly forming a grand star formation. With an incantation, the star formation blazed, then, as if pulled by unseen hands, it tore apart, revealing a pitch-black rift that emanated a profound darkness. Yet, within the deepest shadows, a flicker of light could be discerned. In the celestial realm of the Jingyuan Observatory, a colossal silvery moon oscillated violently, and suddenly a fissure in space split open at its center. From this rift emerged a figure cloaked in azure. Suspended in midair, it was Hanli. At this moment, the intricate array surrounding the star-gathering platform, spanning 100 miles, remained intact. The brilliant silver light cascading from the massive moon intertwined with the surrounding iridescent barrier, illuminating the space within as a fantastical world. However, the previously escaped Yishan Taoist had vanished without a trace. Hanli's form flickered before a radiant barrier as he unleashed a series of 3 powerful punches, breaching the shield to create an opening. He then leaped through, emerging outside the barrier. The surroundings of the Jingyuan Observatory lay still, shrouded in the night, devoid of any anomalies. Hanli furrowed his brow, releasing his spiritual sense to scan the area. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the distant Qingtian peak. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of azure light, darting toward it with the swiftness of lightning. Just then, an unexpected disturbance occurred. The ground around Qingtian peak trembled violently, and dozens of massive yellow light pillars erupted from the earth, each several yards in diameter, soaring into the clouds. These pillars were adorned with earthy yellow spiritual patterns, radiating immense waves of spiritual energy. In a simultaneous flash, the pillars illuminated, emanating a dense yellow brilliance that intertwined, forming a thick ochre curtain of light that enveloped the entire Qingtian peak, resembling an enormous, heavy yellow cloud. Within the Grand Hall of Qingtian Peak stood a 3-tiered jade platform, crafted entirely from a crystalline yellow stone. The base was significantly larger, spanning over 10 yards, while the top tier measured only 2 or 3 yards, intricately etched with yellow symbols. Surrounding the jade platform were numerous towering yellow pillars, each densely inscribed with countless runes. Yishan Taoist sat cross-legged atop the 3rd tier of the jade platform, his expression calm, yet the flicker of alarm in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. He murmured incantations, his fingers moving rapidly in intricate patterns as he executed a series of spells. The 3-tiered jade platform and the surrounding pillars began to shimmer with bright ochre light, resonating with the external array. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 combined cultivators from the Jingyuan Observatory were seated on the 2nd tier of the jade platform, chanting in unison, channeling their internal power into the platform. Outside Qingtian Peak, a streak of azure light pierced the sky, halting abruptly outside the grand array to reveal Hanli's figure. He gazed at the encompassing yellow light enveloping the entire mountain, narrowing his eyes slightly. Taking a deep breath, a series of crackling sounds emanated from within him as his form rapidly expanded, golden fur erupting across his body, transforming him into a colossal mountain ape towering over 10 yards in height. Chapter 69. The transformation of the silver moon. The golden-haired giant ape struck its chest with tremendous force, unleashing an aura of unparalleled ferocity that caused the nearby yellow cloud formation to convulse violently. Within the grand hall of the shocking sky peak, the members of the Jingyuan sect, including the He Mountain Taoist, were taken aback as they witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the giant ape through the shimmering yellow veil. Sweat beads appeared on the He Mountain Taoist's forehead as he pointed towards the surrounding jade pillars in quick succession, the incantations escaping his lips in a hurried whisper. The surface of the jade pillars glowed with brilliant yellow light, and the yellow veil outside the peak thickened considerably, becoming increasingly solid. With a mighty roar, the golden-haired giant ape lifted its head and brought down a furry fist, striking forward with immense force. A blinding golden light erupted from its colossal fist, which swept through the air like a tempest, crashing violently against the yellow veil. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The golden and yellow lights clashed violently, resembling 2 radiant suns in a fierce collision, emitting a brilliance too intense to behold. The surface of the veil trembled violently, the point of impact caving inward with a series of crackling ripples, and spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread outward. Inside the hall, the three-tiered jade platform and the surrounding jade pillars quaked violently, the platform's light flickering erratically, showing signs of cracking at the steps. All the cultivators present felt their dantian shake violently in synchrony with the jade platform, spitting out blood and shock, their composure shattered. The formidable heavenly qua-earth formation surrounding the shocking sky peak had been laid down by several masters of formations over a century, guided by the teachings of the venerable Jingming ancestor, and it had nearly been obliterated in a single strike. The mountain Taoist trembled, his expression contorted. "Steady yourselves." A fleeting look of panic crossed his eyes, but he clenched his teeth, spitting a mouthful of essence blood that transformed into a swirling cloud of crimson, merging into the nearby jade pillars. Meanwhile, he hastily formed seals with his hands, channeling his internal energy into the jade platform. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators quickly followed suit with their own spells. Dozens of massive light pillars in the formation blazed brightly, revealing layers of scaly yellow clouds as the cracks created by the golden-haired giant ape began to mend. The giant ape emitted a cold grunt, raising its other arm, which glowed with golden light, before delivering another powerful strike downward. Boom! The enormous golden fist landed in the same spot as before, sending waves of golden energy surging forth, swirling violently around in a manner that seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. The formation shook violently, the yellow clouds roiling, and yellow columns of energy shot chaotically outward. The indentation on the formation's surface deepened, and the cracks spread further, growing ever more profound. Finally, with a resounding crash, the entire formation shattered and collapsed. The grand hall of the shocking sky peak swayed violently, and a massive fissure appeared in the three-tiered jade platform, splitting it in two. The ground of the hall also cracked open, revealing several large crevices. The cultivators present trembled like leaves in a storm, falling from the jade platform, spewing blood as their life force rapidly waned. The mountain Taoist complexion turned pale as he stood up abruptly, just as he was about to act. A tremendous noise signaled that the reinforced ceiling of the hall was fracturing, leading to its imminent collapse. A golden fist, the size of a room, descended from above, aimed directly at the mountain Taoist. A buzzing sound filled the air. The mountain Taoist produced a silver whisk, and with a swift motion, countless silver threads shot forth. His single-handed spell coalesced the silver threads into the form of a silver qilin, which collided with the golden fist. A tremendous explosion ensued, intertwining golden and silver light into a tempest that surged toward all directions. The grand hall was utterly destroyed, and the cultivators were swept away by the fierce winds. Fortunately, their reflexes were sharp, and they quickly summoned various magical artifacts to shield themselves, sustaining minimal injuries. A stout figure stumbled out from the storm, revealing the mountain Taoist, clutching a fragment of his whisk, his eyes betraying a flicker of dread as he shouted, "Friend Han, wait." However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of gold appeared, and the massive form of the golden-haired giant ape materialized before him, its enormous golden palm descending with a crushing force. The giant hand seemed to move both slowly and swiftly, bringing with it an overwhelming power that threatened to shatter the very fabric of space itself, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. In shock, the mountain Taoist opened his mouth, releasing a burst of white light that transformed into a black ancient inkstone. The surface of the inkstone shimmered faintly, indicating its formidable nature and high grade. The inkstone spun and expanded in response to the wind, revealing countless runes, while a thick black beam erupted from its core, managing to hold back the golden palm. Seizing the moment, the mountain Taoist propelled himself backward, fleeing into the distance. With a flash of white light, a white jade rui appeared in his hand. The golden-haired giant ape growled lowly, its palm, which had been held back by the black beam, opened its fingers, revealing intricate golden spiritual patterns. In an instant, a force 2 or 3 times stronger than before erupted from the giant palm, effortlessly shattering the black beam, capturing the ancient inkstone, and crushing it with a single squeeze. With a blur, the giant ape reappeared a short distance behind the mountain Taoist, its golden hand darting forward, its surface illuminated by bright golden spiritual patterns, unleashing a wave of golden energy toward him. The mountain Taoist spun around abruptly, swinging his arm fiercely. With a flash of white light, he tossed the white jade rui into the air, which radiated red, yellow, and blue hues in succession, coalescing into a massive 3-colored phoenix that charged toward the giant ape's fist. Brilliant 3-colored light pulsed from the fiery phoenix, illuminating a vast portion of the sky, causing everything around to fade into insignificance. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, resonating throughout the entire Jingyuan sect, startling every disciple clad in Taoist robes to rush out from their respective buildings, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe as they gazed toward shocking sky peak. At that moment, the sky split in two, one side basked in golden light, while the other was awash with the hues of red, yellow, and blue, clashing violently and resonating with thunderous roars. The ground around shocking sky peak trembled violently, and fierce whirlwinds erupted, spreading outward. Trees were uprooted, and massive boulders were swept away, while the ground itself seemed to be stripped away, reduced to rubble. The fierce clash of these two formidable forces lasted only a few breaths. But the golden light quickly overwhelmed the three-colored spiritual light, obliterating it without mercy. The three-colored phoenix emitted a mournful cry as it was crushed beneath the golden radiance, disintegrating completely. The He Mountain Taoist was sent flying by the overwhelming force, the green rui in his hand exploding with a resounding crash. He was propelled several miles away, crashing into a mountain peak, and as debris fell from above, he plummeted to the ground. Boom! The massive form of the golden-haired giant ape descended, landing not far from the He Mountain Taoist, causing the ground to tremble violently, rocks scattering as its colossal feet created two deep impressions. The ape lowered its head, its cold golden eyes fixated on the fallen figure sprawled on the ground. Dear Han, no. Senior Han, please allow me to explain. The matter is not as you perceive. The Hishan Taoist, terrified to the core, hastily spoke as he saw the colossal ape refrain from immediately delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, regret flooded his heart. Had he known this would transpire, he should have fled the Jingyuan Guan the instant he escaped from the cave realm. For perhaps then he might have had a sliver of hope. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A series of thunderous booms resonated from the distant sky, unmistakably emanating from the direction of the star-gathering platform. The golden-haired giant ape raised an eyebrow and turned to gaze at it. Hishan Taoist, feeling a jolt of alarm, also looked towards the star-gathering platform. Before their eyes, the 8 peaks surrounding the platform trembled violently, their summits erupting and collapsing, while 8 beams of light surged upward, only to vanish in an instant. The massive array that enveloped the star-gathering platform flickered momentarily before shattering spectacularly. However, the colossal silver moon hovering above the platform did not dissipate. Instead, it radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the sun and began to pulsate ominously. Invisible waves of energy cascaded in all directions, causing the void within a radius of several hundred miles to stir violently, shattering trees and toppling mountains. Subsequently, the light emanating from the surface of the silver moon coalesced into a gigantic vortex, its surrounding area alternating between fiery red and deep blue, with various hues flashing in succession, intertwining and flickering, creating a tumultuous disturbance in the air. The disciples of Jingyuan Guan stood agape, rendered speechless as they beheld the celestial phenomenon. The golden-haired giant ape fixated on the immense vortex above, his eyes shimmering with a blue glint. Suddenly, he raised his hand, unleashing an enormous pulling force. Spare me! Hishan Taoist cried out, attempting to struggle, yet he was effortlessly drawn into the grasp of the giant ape, who seized him firmly. The ape exhaled forcefully, releasing a silver firebird that shot forth, transforming into a silvery flame rope that wrapped around Hishan Taoist's body in an instant. With a casual flick of his wrist, the giant ape hurled Hishan Taoist away and turned once more to regard the swirling vortex in the sky, his expression now grave. Hishan Taoist crashed heavily to the ground, his vision momentarily clouded with stars. Feeling the terrifying power of the flames entwined in the silvery rope, he shuddered internally, yet was compelled to lie still, not daring to provoke the giant ape further. In the firmament, the vortex on the silvery colossal moon had expanded to twice its former size. At the vortex's deepest point, a translucent crystalline barrier shimmered, beyond which lay a boundless expanse of white, suggestive of an uncharted realm. Suddenly, this crystalline barrier flashed, as if struck by something from the other side. Boom! The silvery colossal moon shuddered slightly, and a fissure rent the surface of the crystalline barrier within the vortex. Swish! A beam of dazzling yellow light shot forth, plummeting with incredible velocity. The crystalline barrier instantly sealed itself, vanishing from sight as the vortex abruptly began to contract. That is, the golden-haired giant ape, incarnate of Han Li, focused his azure gaze, discerning the object within the yellow radiance. It was a lustrous yellow bean, akin to those previously released by Duan Renli from his gourd, yet significantly larger and inscribed with myriad arcane runes. The massive bean paused in midair, spinning rapidly as countless golden runes erupted from its surface, swirling around it. Waves of hazy yellow light emanated outward, transforming the surrounding area within a dozen yards into a shimmering, golden expanse akin to a celestial pond suspended in the air. Then, with a sharp crack, the bean swelled at an astonishing rate, as if sprouting roots, and sprouted a head and limbs. 1 yard, 10 yards, 50 yards, 100 yards. In the span of a breath, the once walnut-sized yellow bean metamorphosed into a towering, yellow-scarved giant over 200 yards tall, radiating an aura of tangible golden light several yards high. This giant resembled the previous yellow-scarved strongmen, bare-chested and girded with yellow scarves, wielding no weapons. Its arms and thighs bulged with muscles and sinews, as if forged from steel, exuding immense power. In the next instant, the surface of the silver moon trembled once more, and a myriad of yellow dots began to spew forth, like a torrential downpour of the yellow beans previously abandoned in the grotto heaven magic treasure. An uncanny phenomenon occurred. As each yellow bean touched the golden light emanating from the yellow-scarved giant, it was drawn towards him by an unseen force, silently merging into his body, causing him to grow taller. As tens of thousands of yellow beans were absorbed, the giant's body swelled to a height of approximately 1,000 yards, standing tall amidst the heavens and earth, dwarfing the nearby majestic mountains. An indescribable aura of immense power emanated from him, sweeping across the surroundings. What? What is that thing? It's too enormous. This is ominous. I think I just saw the Grand Elder lose to that golden-haired giant ape, and now this thing suddenly appears. What's the use of saying that now? We must flee. The disciples of the Boundary Essence sect, scattered thousands of miles away, were terrified at the sight. Many, disregarding all else, fled in all directions. However, some, emboldened by their courage and believing that observing from afar posed no danger, remained behind. Primarily consisting of higher-level cultivators in the refinement and fusion stages, their faces betraying a mix of emotions. At this moment, the colossal silver moon in the sky flickered, rapidly shrinking until it became a dim silver disk a dozen yards in size. Then, like a silver-white scroll peeling off the starry sky, it drifted down, bursting into flames as it fell. The once obscured stars reappeared, twinkling in the sky. The golden-haired giant ape ignored the changes in the silver moon, his gaze fixed on the yellow-scarved giant standing in the sky, his eyes gleaming. If he was correct, the yellow bean that had transformed into the yellow-scarved giant likely originated from the immortal world. Perhaps it was connected to the 3 true immortal patriarchs of the heavenly ghost sect. This was intriguing. Han Li's mind raced, thoughts churning like a stormy sea. Just then, the yellow-scarved giant's face rippled, revealing a gaunt, sallow visage, his eyes coldly fixed on the golden-haired giant ape. His colossal form hurtled forward like a meteor, appearing before the ape in an instant. His right arm shot up, a massive golden fist hurtling towards the ape. A wave of yellow energy rippled outwards, shattering the surrounding mountains and trees as if they were mere bubbles. The golden-haired giant ape roared, his body swelling to 100 yards, his arms gleaming with silver light. Countless silver spiritual patterns emerged, coalescing into layers of silver arrays, covering his entire arm. An awe-inspiring force emanated from him. With another roar, he unleashed a punch of his own. A silver hurricane erupted from his arm. The 2 fists, one silver and one gold, and vastly different in size, collided with a deafening roar. Golden and silver light erupted, causing the nearby void to twist and tremble. The golden-haired giant ape's body shook violently. The silver light on his arm shattered, and his 100-yard form was sent flying backwards, smashing through 3 or 4 small mountain peaks before colliding with the mountainside of a 1,000-yard peak, embedding himself in the rock face. The peak trembled violently, and countless rocks rained down, nearly collapsing the mountain. The pavilions, towers, and even the cave dwellings and medicine gardens on the mountainside were reduced to rubble. The golden-haired giant ape emerged from the mountain wall, shaking off the dust. He was unscathed, but a hint of dread flickered in his eyes. Although his shallow mana prevented him from fully unleashing the mountain giant ape's power, the yellow-scarved giant's power was terrifying, leaving him feeling unmatched. With a resounding boom, the yellow-scarved giant halted his charge a dozen miles away, his feet landing heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Then, he crouched slightly, his body coiling. With a resounding boom, the void cracked, and ripples spread outwards. The yellow-scarved giant shot towards the golden-haired giant ape like a meteor, reaching him in an instant. His golden hands reached down. The giant ape, incarnate of Han Li, was surprised by the opponent's speed, but he did not panic. A surge of azure light erupted from his body, and he rolled on the ground, transforming into a majestic azure bird 40 or 50 yards in size. A coronet adorned its head, and long azure tail feathers streamed behind it. It was the Azure One transformation. The Azure One spread its wings, vanishing from thin air, leaving the yellow-scarved giant grasping at empty air. A series of deafening roars echoed. The giant, unable to halt his momentum, grabbed the 1,000-yard peak behind the ape's original position, severing the upper part of the mountain. The severed section of rock crashed down, collapsing 2 more mountains and causing an earthquake for hundreds of miles. With a swoosh, the Azure One reappeared behind the giant, its talons wreathed in azure light, slashing at his back. Several long gashes appeared on the yellow-scarved giant's back, but they were shallow and insignificant for a body of such immense size. The giant swung his hand back. A tremendous force surged forth like an unstoppable tide, causing the void to echo with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The azure phoenix flapped its wings, transforming into a fleeting azure shadow that vanished in an instant, only to reappear directly in front of its colossal adversary. With a powerful flap of its wings, hundreds of feathers shot forth, spinning rapidly to form massive azure blades of wind, each shimmering with a keen edge, striking the giant with unparalleled speed. With a sharp hiss, the yellow-turbaned giant sustained deep gashes across its chest and abdomen, inciting its wrath. It swiftly turned its head, arms flailing wildly in an attempt to strike, yet only managing to hit the phoenix's afterimage, creating waves of invisible force. With a glimmer of determination in its eyes, the phoenix manifested numerous indistinct afterimages, encircling the giant while seeking another opportunity to strike. The sheer might of the yellow-turbaned giant was nearly unfathomable. Fortunately, its defenses were not particularly formidable, allowing the phoenix's attacks to inflict damage. Though the wounds seemed trivial, they accumulated, posing a persistent threat. At that moment, a flicker of yellow light emanated from the giant's chest, quickly spreading across its body. The yellow glow enveloped its back and front, rapidly healing the injuries within mere breaths. Observing this, the azure phoenix paused momentarily, eyes narrowing as it emitted a sharp cry, accelerating to its utmost speed. It danced around the yellow-turbaned giant, unleashing a barrage of piercing wind-based attacks. Though the giant possessed immense strength, its speed paled in comparison to the phoenix, renowned for its swiftness. The giant swung its arms frantically, unable to touch even a shadow of its foe, yet causing devastation to the surrounding mountains. Hills crumbled beneath its footfalls, and taller peaks collapsed under its might. An azure shadow spiraled rapidly around the yellow-turbaned giant, inflicting numerous wounds across its form. Yet, the yellow light continued to emerge from its chest, healing all manner of injuries within moments. Moreover, the giant's movements became increasingly agile, as it seemed to grasp the trajectory of the phoenix's rapid maneuvers, gradually closing the gap on the phoenix's elusive speed. The battlefield shifted continuously, with mountains within the domain of the Jingyuan temple collapsing and structures crumbling under the chaos. The air was filled with a cacophony of destruction, sending shockwaves of fear through the ranks of high-level cultivators who had retreated far from the fray, causing many to flee in terror. Daoist Hishan lay on the ground, witnessing the once mighty sect reduced to a scene of devastation in an instant, his heart heavy with despair. If this continued, the legacy of 1,000,000 years would surely be annihilated. Yet, when he lifted his gaze to behold the 2 colossal beings before him, he could only offer a bitter smile and resignation. A deafening reverberation echoed. Enshrouded in golden radiance, a colossal ochre palm, spanning several acres, descended from the firmament, resolutely striking towards an indistinct azure silhouette. However, the silhouette, possessing unparalleled alacrity and uncanny agility, executed an extraordinary pirouette, narrowly evading the gargantuan palm. Boom! The palm, akin to a mountain bearing down, crashed upon a mountain peak. Following an earth-shattering cataclysm, the entire peak was utterly pulverized and collapsed. The azure silhouette darted, instantaneously circumventing behind the right arm of the ochre-robed colossus, whose existence was intrinsically linked to the palm. The avian crest atop the silhouette blazed with azure effulgence, its surroundings radiating an unparalleled cerulean aura, instantaneously converging upon a pair of formidable talons, which viciously slashed downwards. The air reverberated with the sound of rending as dozens of azure claw streaks coalesced into a cerulean net, tearing through the firmament towards the giant's right arm. The void was effortlessly cleaved, revealing a tapestry of intersecting, inky fissures. The ochre-robed colossus raised its head, but its right arm was still in the process of retracting, seemingly too late to evade. A cacophony of metallic impacts resounded as cerulean and golden radiances erupted between the claw net and the giantess arm. However, it was fleeting. The claw streaks, with a slight hesitation, shredded the golden radiance as if it were mere paper. With a whoosh, the giant's right arm, as if it were mere tofu before the onslaught of the cerulean net, was effortlessly severed. The Azure Avian, an incarnation of Han Li, rejoiced, but at that precise moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The severed limb suddenly pulsed with golden spiritual glyphs on its surface, detonating instantaneously. A vast expanse of Xianwang mist billowed forth, morphing into a colossal Xianwang cloud, encompassing dozens of acres. Although the Azure Avian, detecting the impending doom, immediately flapped its wings in retreat. The sheer magnitude of the cloud was insurmountable, engulfing it in an instant. It felt the surrounding air constrict, its movements becoming sluggish. Within the Xianwang mist, countless strands of ochre thread bound its limbs. The Azure Avian emitted a clear cry, poised to struggle free, but the ochre threads merely quivered, unleashing a torrent of ochre runes. It felt the surrounding void solidify once more, its entire being seemingly crushed by a titanic mountain, making even the slightest movement arduous. However, in the ensuing moment, argent flames erupted around it, enveloping its entire form. With a sizzling sound, the ochre threads were incessantly melted and dissipated. Yet an inexhaustible stream of ochre threads surged forth from all directions, relentlessly binding it once more. Nonetheless, with the unceasing disintegration and convergence of these threads, the Azure Avian managed to secure a sliver of maneuverability. Just as its azure eyes flickered, seeking a path to escape, the surrounding void abruptly dimmed, and an intangible force descended. "Not good," Hanli mentally exclaimed. Subsequently, an immeasurably vast palm materialized around it, so near that the coarse lines on the palm were visible. And without hesitation, the 5 fingers clenched inwards. In desperation, Han Li's entire being shimmered with golden radiance, instantaneously transforming into a mountainous ape with golden fur. With a resounding boom, the giant hand clenched shut, ensnaring it within its grasp. The golden-haired ape bared its fangs, feeling an overwhelming force compressing upon it, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. Fortunately, its physical form was robust enough to withstand the pressure, at least for the time being. To its dismay, the essence of silver flames had no effect on the giant palm. At that juncture, the Xianwang mist, which permeated the surroundings, surged back, revealing the immense form of the ochre-robed colossus not far away. A sinister smile contorted its waxen face as its left hand firmly clutched the ape's body. A dazzling ochre light flickered within the giant's chest, and then a startling scene unfolded. The Xianwang mist converged towards the severed wound on its right arm. After a period of intertwining and churning, a new arm was restored in an instant. Without pause, it raised the arm, clenching its fist as if it were a small mountain, and viciously smashed it towards the ape's head. Even before the fist landed, the terrifying force it contained caused the void within 100 feet to groan and warp. Hanli, in the form of the giant ape, inwardly lamented. Even with his robust physique, being struck directly on the head by such a giant fist would result in severe injuries, if not death. "It has come to this," Hanli muttered, activating a secret art. His body erupted with violet light. With a thunderous bang, the ochre-robed colossus's left fist descended, but in the next moment, a hint of astonishment flickered across its face. Its left fist did not crush the ape's head as anticipated. Instead, a violet beam pierced through the back of its hand with a resounding bang. Its right hand also recoiled, as if it had been snapped. The violet light somersaulted not far away, revealing a golden ape, 200 to 300 feet tall. Unlike before, this ape was covered in countless violet golden scales, with a cyan horn atop its head, and 2 additional ape heads and 4 furry violet golden arms sprouting from its shoulders and ribs. Hanli had unleashed his ultimate trump card, the Nirvana Holy Body. The ochre-robed colossus gazed at the 6-armed ape before it, its expression turning grave. The injuries on its hands healed instantly, and a buzzing sound resonated. A layer of ochre radiance enveloped its fists, from which several enormous golden runes emerged. With a spin, they merged into the fists, causing them to swell instantly. A volcanic force brewed within, and although it had not yet erupted, the aftershocks caused the nearby void to tremble. The transformed 6-armed ape witnessed the scene, emitting a deafening roar. With a stride, it traversed hundreds of feet to arrive before the ochre-robed colossus, unleashing 2 punches. The fists blazed with violet golden radiance. The ochre-robed colossus met the attack without hesitation. Boom! The 4 fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic sound. The nearby void reverberated, and a vast force rippled outwards. This time, the 6-armed ape remained steadfast, while the ochre-robed colossus was sent hurtling backwards. Moreover, the surface of its fists was a bloody mess, and its arms were bent at an unnatural angle, completely shattered. The giant's eyes were filled with disbelief as its massive body flew back hundreds of feet, crashing into a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak crumbled like paper. The ochre-robed colossus continued its backwards trajectory, toppling several more peaks before barely managing to regain its balance. However, in that instant, violet golden light flashed, and the six-armed ape pursued like a shadow. The ochre-robed colossus was startled, but not panicked. A torrent of ochre radiance surged from its chest, swiftly spreading to its severed arms, rapidly repairing the damage. At the same time, its right leg swept outwards, like a colossal blade, aiming for the ape's waist. The surging force erupted with unparalleled ferocity, creating a thick white wake in the air. The six-armed ape suddenly lowered its body, executing an awkward roll to evade the giant's kick. It then sprang up, colliding violently with the giant's body. The two lower violet golden arms wrapped around the giant, hugging it tightly, sending it flying once more. The ochre-robed colossus's countenance changed drastically as it unleashed ochre radiance from every pore, attempting to struggle free. However, the middle two arms of the ape reached out, grasping the giant's arms like steel hoops, snapping them once more with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, the upper two arms flashed with violet golden light, revealing a metallic sheen as they viciously hammered towards the giant's chest. Poochie! Two arms abruptly pierced through the body of the giant, stirring violently. The movements of the yellow turban giant came to an immediate halt, the brilliance in its eyes fading with alarming rapidity, and the restoration of its arms ceased accordingly. The waxen visage of the humanoid face upon his own revealed a fury that swiftly shattered with a resounding crack, dissipating into nothingness. Hanli shook his arms, extracting them from the yellow turban giant's form, and in one hand, he held a yellow orb that radiated a dazzling light. The giant's body trembled as all the golden luminescence surrounding it vanished upon Han Li's withdrawal. Instinctively, it took several steps back, and the towering figure, standing 1,000 zhang high, became riddled with countless fissures, which rapidly fragmented into a vast cloud of yellow mist, scattering with the wind. Almost simultaneously, the six-armed giant ape's aura plummeted, its purple-golden brilliance flickering as it reverted to human form, its complexion pale to the extreme. In haste, it retrieved a cloud crane herb and swallowed it, its pallor improving slightly thereafter. Observing the dissipating yellow mist before him, Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of fortune flashing through his eyes. Despite the yellow turban giant's lack of magical prowess, its physical strength was formidable, likely rivaling that of the so-called Xianxian. Had it not been for his transformation into Nirvana, he would have stood no chance. This divine ability demanded not only a robust physique, but also an immense expenditure of spiritual energy, which his current reserves could scarcely support. Fortunately, the successful mastery of the sixth layer of the Little Big Dipper star essence allowed for the restoration of some potency in the five organs refinement technique, enabling him to store a portion of spiritual energy within his internal organs, though this endeavor required the consumption of several times the innate purple qi. Rendering it less than economical, he had unhesitatingly ingested nearly all his cloud crane herbs upon noticing the abnormal behavior of the realm's source. Even so, it was barely sufficient to sustain him for a few breaths, and his power still fell short of its zenith. Luckily, the yellow turban giant had not reacted in time. Had it seen him transform and fled at once, allowing even a moment's reprieve, it would have been he who fell. As the medicinal properties of the cloud crane herb continually transformed into spiritual energy, Han Li's complexion rapidly returned to normal. Casting a glance at the yellow orb in his hand, he raised an eyebrow slightly before stowing it away. Chapter 72. Subjugation of the Great Ascension in the inner city of Blackwater City. Upon a spacious terrace, Bone Flame Scatterer and Pure Brightness Master stood side by side. Voiceless, the former's already gaunt, sallow visage was now contorted into a frown, exuding an aura of malevolence, as if he yearned to devour someone whole. The latter's expression was no better. After a prolonged silence, he slowly remarked, "I cannot discern the true identity of this individual. Not only has my spirit infant talisman sword failed against him, but even you, Brother Yin." He sighed heavily, leaving his words unuttered. Who would have thought that I, a Huangjin Taoist of strength akin to the celestial immortal level, would be vanquished by a mere fallen immortal? Bone Flame Scatterer's face twisted in anguish, soon replaced by a grimace of rage. In a desperate bid, he had torn open the fabric of space to forcefully create a passage and send down a seed, only to lose contact with it shortly thereafter, nearly bringing him to the brink of bloodshed from regret. It seems, unless the news from Shifang Tower is erroneous, this Han Li must have obtained some extraordinary opportunity to restore his power. This spells trouble for our two sects in the lower realm, We must devise a plan swiftly. Pure Brightness Master pondered, his gaze flickering. Humph, this matter shall not be so easily resolved. Bone Flame Scatterer's eyes darkened further. In the Linghuan realm. Within the Jingyuan Temple, Yishan Daoist observed Han Li advancing toward him with an impassive expression, causing his body to tense involuntarily, his flesh quivering slightly. Were it not for the restraints binding him, he would have fled like the other elder disciples, perhaps even faster. Han Li halted before him, fixing an emotionless gaze upon him for a moment before abruptly raising his arm, pointing his finger directly at Yishan's brow. Senior Han, spare my life. I assure you. All my actions are merely in obedience to orders. I had no choice. Yishan Daoist's back was drenched in cold sweat as he spoke rapidly. Oh? Whose orders are you following? Han Li raised an eyebrow, pausing his action, and inquired with a faint smile. All that transpires here is at the behest of the master from the upper realm. Otherwise, I would not dare to commit such an act of treachery. Yishan Daoist replied without hesitation. Why would your Jingyuan Temple's ancestor issue such an order? Does he know me? Han Li continued his questioning. According to our master, there exists a secretive and formidable organization within the celestial realm that has issued a bounty on your head, the reward of which is beyond the imagination of a mere cultivator from the lower realm. Upon receiving the bounty, Bone Flame Ancestor approached our master with inducements. Resulting in this disrespectful act, Yishan Daoist responded, his eyes darting as he spoke. Disrespectful act? You speak so lightly of it. Did Pure Brightness Master not receive the bounty as well? Han Li scoffed coldly. Yishan Daoist's expression froze, yet he cautiously replied, perhaps the two ancestors conspired together. As a mere junior disciple, I am unaware of the finer details. However, given the Master's command, even if I am unwilling to oppose you, I must comply. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell silent, contemplating deeply as faint suspicions began to form in his mind. Yishan Daoist, interpreting Han Li's silence as hesitation over his fate, felt an even greater dread and gritted his teeth, saying, Senior, your prowess is unparalleled. From this day forth I, Yishan, pledge my loyalty to you. All materials and elixirs shall be at your disposal, and the entirety of Jingyuan Temple will honor you as our lord. Ready to obey your commands. To pledge yourself as my subject. You certainly know how to read the situation, Han Li remarked, momentarily taken aback. And then he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Given his character, he had not intended to spare the man's life at this juncture. Yet before he even initiated a soul-searching, the man had willingly divulged everything and now offered his allegiance, which would indeed save him considerable trouble. After all, his intent was never to create a significant disturbance within this small Linghuan realm. However, reflecting upon it, he recalled having encountered numerous great ascension cultivators in the spirit realm. Yet none quite like this Yishan Daoist, which reminded him of an old acquaintance, Sun Ergo. Thank you for your great kindness, Senior. Yishan Daoist exclaimed upon perceiving Han Li's acceptance, bowing deeply. I harbor no interest in your Jingyuan Temple and have no desire to usurp your domain. In the future, you merely need to follow my instructions and assist me with certain tasks. However, prior to that, I must impose some restrictions upon you. Han Li waved his hand dismissively. With that, he raised a hand, silently reciting a few incantations. His 5 fingers began to glow with brilliance, and slender crystalline threads extended from their tips, drifting gracefully in the air. As Han Li slightly bent his fingers, those crystalline strands promptly straightened. Seeing this, Yishan Daoist shuddered, his complexion paling, yet he maintained a posture of submission. Han Li's eyes flickered with satisfaction as he thrust forth his hand, and 5 crystalline strands shot out, piercing toward Yishan Daoist's head. In that moment of contact, Yishan Daoist felt a sharp, piercing pain in his sea of consciousness. Unable to suppress a low, muffled groan, his face turning ashen. Yet, throughout, he exhibited no resistance or struggle. These crystalline strands are a manifestation of my consciousness, now deeply rooted within your soul. Should you harbor any treacherous thoughts in the future, I can, with a mere thought, obliterate your soul. Do you understand? Han Li gestured, dissipating the silver flame previously imposed upon him, and spoke slowly. I understand, and I shall wholeheartedly serve you henceforth, without any treachery. Yishan Daoist rose from the ground, bowing his head in acquiescence. There's no need for further declarations of loyalty. Simply tell me where the formation for communicating with the celestial realm is located. Han Li asked straightforwardly. There are locations behind the respecting Heaven Peak and on the Way Mountain Peak. I shall take you there at once. Yishan Daoist replied without hesitation. In the high skies, 2 streaks of rainbow light soared away, one leading and the other following. Before long, 2 booming sounds erupted within the Jingyuan Temple's jurisdiction, barely a stick of incense apart. This commotion unsettled many elders and disciples who had just returned to the sect. But upon discovering that no other anomalies had occurred, they felt a semblance of relief. After all, so much had transpired that night. With nearly a third of the area transformed, the whereabouts of the Grand Elder unknown, it was impossible for further oddities not to arise. Approximately half an hour later, on a peak deep within Jingyuan Temple, two figures, one stout and one thin, soared in from the distance, directly entering a grand hall. In the center of the hall stood a white jade platform, inscribed with intricate runes, clearly a teleportation array. Is this the teleportation array leading to the Tiangui sect? Hanli asked without turning back, gazing at the formation before him. Indeed, this connects to the Heiming Peak of the Tiangui sect. While it does not grant direct access to their core area, it is already within their mountain gate, Yishan Daoist replied promptly. Perfect. You shall accompany me on this journey, Hanli responded with a smile. Yes. With that, the two stepped into the formation, and a radiant white light erupted from the ground, instantly enveloping them both. At the Tiangui sect, on the sacrificial ghost peak, within a shadowy grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in a red brocade robe sat upon the main seat. His peach blossom eyes, soft facial contours, and somewhat sickly pallor exuded an alluring yet ethereal beauty. However, the expression on his face was exceedingly grim at that moment. One hand gripping the armrest of the chair beneath him tightly, his voice hoarse as he spoke, half a day ago. The soul tablets of the two revered elders enshrined in the Hall of Spirit shattered one after another, and there has been no response through secret arts. What are your thoughts on this matter? In the Grand Hall, although a dozen individuals, all at the stage of integration, sat on either side, their expressions were solemn. And not a word was uttered. The chamber was enveloped in a profound silence, steeped in an atmosphere of dread. After a long pause, a burly man with a flowing beard finally could not contain himself and rose to speak. Master, it must be an issue with the soul tablets. Elder Tong is the foremost cultivator in the spirit realm. Who in this realm could possibly bring about his downfall? Indeed, there must be some misunderstanding. Others in the hall quickly echoed in agreement. Elder Fu, the soul tablets are crafted using a sliver of the cultivator's soul and a drop of their blood, refined through secret techniques. Has there ever been a mistake in these past tens of thousands of years? A stunning woman clad in a red silk gown rose. Her brow furrowed as she countered. The burly man faltered at her words, opening his mouth to retort but finding no words to offer. The soul tablets cannot err. Yet it is also inconceivable that Elder Tong and the others could perish so easily. Could it be that they are ensnared by some special formation, severing their connection to the soul tablets? An elderly hunchbacked man among the elders suggested. Master, regardless of the circumstances, the two revered elders have ventured to the realm of origin, and now we have lost all contact. To be prudent, we should activate all defensive barriers within the sect and urgently reach out to our ancestors from the upper realm. A middle-aged man with a square face and a circle of purple stubble asserted as he stood, addressing the man in red robes at the head of the assembly. The man released his grip on his brow and responded, I share your sentiment. Elder Lu, I entrust you with the task of activating the barriers. As for contacting the ancestors, I will. Before he could complete his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted, and the entire hall trembled violently. What is happening? Everyone was startled, and a dozen beams of light shot forth simultaneously, heading straight for the plaza outside the Grand Hall. At that moment, a dark curtain of light, spanning hundreds of miles, materialized in the sky above, a protective formation of the heavenly ghost sect. Below the curtain, dozens of peaks were enveloped, representing the core area of the sect, where nearly all critical points lay. The black curtain flickered with ghostly light, its runes trembling erratically, appearing exceedingly unstable. Outside the curtain, a colossal golden-haired ape, towering several dozen feet, raised its arm high, poised to strike down upon the already precariously swaying black barrier. Chapter 73, Annihilation with two earth-shattering roars. The golden giant ape slammed its massive fists down. The black light curtain rippled violently, with two deep indentations appearing at the points of impact, accompanied by an ear-splitting screech. Where did this monstrous beast come from? Such terrifying strength. This fiend seems remarkably similar to the legendary true spirit mountain giant ape. Could it be? Regardless, this audacious demon dares to run amok in my esteemed heavenly ghost sect. We must capture it and make an example of it. Led by the brawny Elder Fu, a group of 7 or 8 composite body cultivators observed the golden giant ape outside the grand formation. After a moment of stunned silence, they exchanged various speculative glances before summoning their magical treasures and soaring toward the ape. Elder Lu was about to advance when a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes, causing him to halt. Like him, the Heavenly Ghost Sect Master, a hunchbacked old man, a bewitching woman, and a one-eyed giant remained stationary. These four individuals, who had joined forces to unleash the Nine Heavens' demonic flames against Hanli and Demon Flame Valley, exchanged a look of profound shock. Simultaneously, numerous streaks of light erupted from the various peaks of the Heavenly Ghost Sect. Almost all elders and disciples emerged from their residences, gathering on nearby peaks or in the plaza, their faces etched with confusion as they watched the unfolding events. The golden giant ape seemed oblivious to the approaching figures. Without pausing, it roared ferociously, its fists blazing with golden light as it unleashed a barrage of blows upon the black light curtain. A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the air. The black light curtain trembled violently, contorting and deforming before finally succumbing to the relentless assault. Shattering into countless fragments with a tearing sound, the giant ape's immense form crashed through the shattered formation, plummeting toward a mountaintop. The composite body elders who had rushed from Sacrifice Ghost Peak now confronted it head-on. Elder Fu, leading the charge, roared in fury. A torrent of crimson mist erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely and rapidly coalescing into a 60-foot-tall blood-armored giant, wielding a blood-soaked mountain-cleaving axe in both hands. He brought it down upon the giant ape's head. As the axe's blade descended, crimson vortexes materialized on either side, emitting a powerful force that seemed capable of drawing all surrounding matter beneath its edge. Following closely behind the blood-colored giant, several ghostly magical treasures of varying colors and shapes, some accompanied by billowing black mist, others by surging rivers of blood, blotted out a large portion of the sky as they menacingly descended upon the giant ape. Instantly, the air was filled with howling winds, heavy with the stench of blood. The cries of countless ghosts and the wails of vengeful spirits echoed through the air, causing the temperature in the surrounding hundreds of feet to plummet drastically. The golden giant ape snorted dismissively, without slowing its descent. It raised an arm and swatted at the approaching river of blood and ghostly fog. With a resounding whoosh, an indescribably powerful wave of air, like a 100-foot-high wall, surged downwards with unstoppable force. Elder Fu's blood-armored giant bore the brunt of the impact. The blood-colored axe shattered upon contact with the air wave without the slightest resistance. Then, as if struck by a colossal boulder, half of the giant's body caved in before the entire figure dissolved into a cloud of blood, exploding into nothingness. The dark clouds and blood mist behind it were scattered by the invisible force, revealing bone swords, skulls, blood rings, and other magical treasures that detonated like firecrackers. Reduced to dust, a series of mournful cries echoed through the air as several figures, their vital magical treasures destroyed, plummeted from the sky, spitting blood. The others, aghast, retreated in disarray. In the next moment, the golden giant ape's immense form crashed down like a meteor, slamming into a mountain peak. The ground trembled violently as clouds of dust billowed into the air, and half the mountain collapsed. Cries of alarm echoed from nearby as hundreds of streaks of light erupted, fleeing in all directions. Amidst the chaotic blood mist in the air, a tiny nascent soul figure, bearing a striking resemblance to Elder Fu, shot out. His face was filled with terror as he prepared to flee. However, just as a glimmer of light appeared around him, a corpulent figure materialized silently beside him, he Mountain Taoist. With an impassive expression, he struck down with his palm. The nascent soul figure felt the surrounding air tighten, and, before he could utter a cry, dissolved into a burst of red light. On Sacrifice Ghost Peak, the Heavenly Ghost Sect Master, already shaken by the destruction of his composite body elder's combined attack, paled at the sudden appearance of Mountain Taoist. "Senior He, what are you doing?" he demanded, forcing himself to remain calm. Mountain Taoist glanced at the golden giant ape before turning back, shaking his head. "Sect Master, sure, to be frank. Your sect's 2 Mahayana elders have already fallen at the hands of Senior Han. The Heavenly Ghost Sect is finished." His words, though spoken softly, struck the Heavenly Ghost Sect Master and the surrounding composite body cultivators like a bolt from the blue. Elder Lu and the other 3 wore expressions of despair. Having sensed a familiar aura emanating from the giant ape, they now knew that the ferocious golden giant ape was indeed Han Li. Confirming the truth of Mountain Taoist words, Elder Lu took a deep breath, his lips moving slightly as he transmitted a secret message to Sect Master Shur. A look of internal conflict crossed Sect Master Shur's face before he gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully to Mountain Taoist in the air. "Senior He, since the Heavenly Ghost Sect is doomed, rather than face certain death, We are willing to surrender and serve Senior Han. Heh. My boundary essence temple is more than capable of serving. As for Senior Han's wrath, your heavenly ghost sect will bear the brunt of it. He Mountain Daoist chuckled, a strange glint in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, an ancient peach-wood sword flew out, transforming into a massive, over 10-foot-long sword of light. Innumerable arcane runes swirled across its surface as it emitted a blinding golden light. The giant sword then transformed into a golden rainbow, slashing towards Sect Master Shur and the others. The surrounding space trembled as a long, dark fissure was cleaved open. Sect Master Shur and the others were aghast. As they retreated in different directions, their bodies glowed with various lights as they hastily summoned defensive measures. As they spoke, the golden giant ape leaped before a massive peak, roaring as it raised its fists and slammed them against the mountainside like a drum. A deafening crash echoed as the surface of the mountain cracked, spreading like a spider web. The entire peak shuddered before collapsing, sending plumes of yellow dust billowing into the air. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the dust, hovering in the air, Hanli. Having returned to his human form, he quickly scanned his surroundings, noting the streaks of light as nearly all the Heavenly Ghost Sect elders and disciples fled. On Sacrifice Ghost Peak, flashes of light and explosions indicated that He Mountain Daoist was engaged in a fierce but effortless battle with the Heavenly Ghost Sect Master and several other composite body cultivators. Hanli narrowed his eyes and muttered a few words before opening his mouth and spitting out a ball of silver fire. With a soft pop, it transformed into a silver firebird. At this moment, Hanli swiftly gestured with his hand, directing a spell towards the silver firebird. The majestic silver firebird suddenly raised its head, emitting a melodious cry, and in an astounding display of speed, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal form akin to a small mountain. With a powerful flap of its wings, it dove toward a dense cluster of buildings below. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the enormous firebird crashed into the heart of the architectural complex, erupting into a conflagration that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Observing this, Hanli swiftly turned and soared toward another mountain peak several hundred miles away. He had previously learned from the He Mountain Daoist that this peak, known as Songyo Peak, was one of the most significant summits of the Heavenly Ghost Sect, housing the Scripture Pavilion and the Alchemy Hall. A few days later, within the courtyard of the purple bamboo forest behind the sacred fire peak of the Cold Flame Sect, Sima Jingming held a communication talisman, pacing back and forth in the room with an expression brimming with joy. Given his extensive years of cultivation, such exuberance was uncharacteristic. Yet he found himself unable to contain his excitement. At that moment, a radiant light illuminated the scroll hanging on the wall before him, and the figure of the Cold Flame Ancestor materialized. "Welcome, Ancestor," Sima Jingming exclaimed, immediately halting his steps and bowing deeply. "What news? Has there been a resolution to the matter?" The Cold Flame Ancestor inquired calmly. "Reporting to the Ancestor, there is indeed momentous news," Sima Jingming replied, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Upon hearing this, the Cold Flame Ancestor's brows furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. Sima Jingming quickly realized his exuberance was somewhat unseemly and promptly apologized, stating, "Forgive me, Ancestor. Today, Senior Han sent a sudden message, informing us that the Heavenly Ghost Sect has been expelled from the Linghuan realm, allowing our sect to take over the territories and sect influence previously controlled by them, as compensation for the destruction of our sect scriptures. Partially, what of the Jingyuan view?" The Cold Flame Ancestor asked, his expression devoid of overt joy, instead maintaining a composed demeanor. Senior Han did not mention it, but from the reports received, it appears that while the Jingyuan view has suffered significant losses, it has not faced annihilation like the Heavenly Ghost Sect, Sima Jingming responded after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, the Cold Flame Ancestor's brow furrowed slightly, and after a long pause, he murmured, "I had anticipated that he would fight to the death, inflicting great losses on the two major sections. I did not expect him to single-handedly not only devastate the Jingyuan view, but also obliterate the Heavenly Ghost Sect. It seems I had underestimated him. Ancestor, after this event, our Cold Flame Sect will surely rise to prominence, becoming the foremost sect in the Linghuan realm." Sima Jingming could not help but exclaim, "Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Jingyuan view. Additionally, I recall that this individual has a sister within our sect. She must be treated with utmost care and respect. Furthermore, all individuals associated with him in the sect should receive preferential resources and support to foster goodwill." The Cold Flame Ancestor advised sagely. In a grotto nestled on the slopes of Mount Izumo, the moon's ethereal glow filtered through the window lattice, casting its light upon a maiden adorned in palace attire, her skin as radiant as snow. She reclined against the edge of a couch, a gentle smile gracing her exquisite features, while crystalline tears streamed silently down her cheeks. "Father, brother," she murmured, her voice soft with emotion, "Han. Brother Han has vanquished the Skyfiend sect. The Foam Kingdom has been restored to the Cold Flame sect's dominion. Our Yu family's vendetta is finally avenged. Our kin shall soon return to our ancestral lands. May your spirits find eternal peace." She brushed away the tears, her heart swelling with a mixture of joy and longing as the image of the tall, heroic figure of Han resurfaced in her mind. Brother Han. A fortnight later, on the Nine-Palace peak of the Mirror Origin Temple, Han, clad in azure robes, meticulously set the final star-cleansing stone into the ground. With a soft click, the entire star-gathering platform blazed with light, a hazy silver radiance descending from the heavens, enveloping the platform in a mystical aura. Every constellation illuminated in unison. Han gazed up at the star-studded firmament, his expression serene, and ascended the steps towards the platform. In the celestial realm, upon the precipice of an unfathomable ocean, a colossal cliff, soaring thousands of feet high, jutted out like the beak of a raptor. Perched atop this precipice stood a majestic city, its expanse vast and imposing. The city's outer walls, crafted from sturdy granite, rose hundreds of feet, their dark hue blending seamlessly with the cliff face. The side facing the ocean bore the marks of countless tempests, where towering waves had crashed against the walls over eons. Within the city, four grand avenues intersected, while a network of narrow lanes meandered through the urban landscape. Shops and marketplaces of varying sizes were interspersed throughout. The city teemed with inhabitants, the main thoroughfares bustling with carriages, and the alleys alive with a lively throng. In the city's southwestern quadrant, a narrow flagstone street bustled with activity. Taverns, shops, and theaters lined the street, their banners and pennants fluttering in the breeze. Amidst the clamor, a modest three-story building stood near an old green poplar tree. Its walls were made of gray bricks, its pillars of redwood, and its roof adorned with upturned eaves and gray tiles. A simple blue banner, emblazoned with the character from medicine, hung outside. Inside, attendants bustled about, attending to merchants seeking spiritual herbs. Some patrons were led by the proprietor to the second floor. A blue wooden door sealed off the stairway leading to the third floor. In a guest room on the third floor, a soft couch occupied the space, a violet tea table placed before it. Fragrant sandalwood smoke curled upwards, filling the room with its aroma. Two figures sat on either side of the table, each holding a cup of tea. One was a young man in black attire, his features sharp and handsome. It was Fong Pan. The other, a man of about 40 or 50, with a slightly stout build, wore a silk robe with coin patterns. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and his face bore a gentle smile, resembling a wealthy merchant. Fong Pan surveyed the room, noting the shimmering golden barrier enveloping the space. The adage "the greatest concealment lies in plain sight" rings true here, he remarked. Your establishment's placement in this bustling city of common folk is quite ingenious. Ha ha, the middle-aged man chuckled. The 10 Directions Pavilion is unlike those grand sections. We deal in confidential matters, so we cannot reside in remote, blessed lands. You contacted me, claiming to have information about that person. Is this true? Fong Pan inquired, his tone shifting. Indeed, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. We summoned you here to complete this transaction. Without a word, Fong Pan produced a bulging azure storage pouch and placed it on the table. The middle-aged man picked it up, his smile widening as he scanned its contents with his divine sense. He nodded and said, "The person you seek is currently in the spirit world." With a wave of his hand, a violet gold bowl filled with clear water appeared on the table. The middle-aged man tapped the rim of the bowl with a finger. Dong. Ripples spread across the water's surface, and a beam of azure light revealed a scene of a giant ape locked in fierce combat with a yellow turban giant. Fong Pan's gaze locked onto the mountain-sized golden ape, his eyes narrowing with palpable killing intent. The merchant-like man remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. After a moment, he gently stroked the bowl, and the light dimmed, the image fading away. This individual resides in the Mirror Origin Temple in the spirit world. He is unlikely to depart anytime soon, the middle-aged man stated. I am grateful to your establishment, Fong Pan said, already contemplating his journey to the spirit world. It is our pleasure. We provide convenience in exchange for compensation. Do not hesitate to return should you require our services in the future, the middle-aged man replied, his smile widening as he cupped his fist in a gesture of farewell. As Fong Pan prepared to speak, a golden light emanated from his waist, flashing intermittently. The middle-aged man stood up and said respectfully, The isolation barrier here is flawless. Please feel free to rest. I shall take my leave. He bowed slightly and exited the room without looking back. Once he was gone, Fang Pan waved his hand, revealing an ornate golden token in his palm. After a moment of hesitation, he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the token. In an instant, he found himself in a resplendent hall, devoid of furnishings save for intricate carvings of flowers and birds on the walls. Standing before him was a woman in palace attire, her face veiled in white gauze. Fang Pan, she began, a millennium-level beast tide has erupted in the Cloudfloat realm, resulting in the massacre of hundreds of cities and the annihilation of dozens of sections. You are hereby ordered to address this crisis. Fang Pan's expression stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Immortal Envoy, suppressing the beast tide will require several years. I have urgent matters that demand my immediate attention. May I request that another be assigned to this task? The others are occupied with their own duties. You are the only one available since your last assignment, the veiled woman replied. Immortal Envoy, but, Fang Pan, have you forgotten your duties and the Celestial Palace's rules? The woman interrupted. I dare not. Fang Pan accepts the order, he replied reluctantly, withdrawing his consciousness from the token. Fang Pan's face darkened. Consider yourself fortunate, boy, he muttered. I'll let you live a few more years. 3 years later, at the Mirror Origin Temple. The Nine-Palace Peak was bathed in silver light, as bright as day. The entire star-gathering platform was enveloped in 7 remarkably thick and vast silvery light pillars, surrounded by a colossal vortex formed from the power of the stars, resembling an insurmountable wall. At this moment, atop the elevated platform, Han Li sat cross-legged at the center, his body seemingly filled with starlight, radiating a translucent glow that approached transparency. 6 blue light points, reminiscent of spoons, were distributed across his chest and abdomen, shimmering with brilliant brilliance, while the 7th blue light point at the tail end remained somewhat indistinct, yet was on the verge of manifesting. At this juncture, Han Li's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his eyes suddenly opened. With a swift motion of his hand, the 7 light pillars surrounding the star-gathering platform immediately dimmed and gradually vanished. 7 strands of black light spiraled towards him, transforming into 7 Star Moon treasure mirrors that fell into Han Li's hands, which he casually stowed away. Previously, in the realm of Jingyuan, he had detonated the original treasure mirrors to escape from a secret domain. Later, after seizing a considerable quantity of ancient stones within the Heavenly Ghost sect, he had successfully reforged the 7 mirrors. A hint of a smile graced his face as he murmured to himself, I am finally on the cusp of condensing the 7th profound orifice. For Han Li, the concept of a profound immortal had not been particularly tangible until 3 years ago when he battled the Yellow Turban Giant. Coupled with his current understanding gained from cultivating the Lesser Big Dipper star origin technique, he had developed a more precise comprehension of this level. He believed that when he achieved the true extreme body, should he encounter an opponent like the Yellow Turban Giant again, he might not even need to employ the Brahma Saint True Demon technique, as his physical prowess alone would suffice to overpower his adversary. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled something. With a flick of his wrist, a yellow bean, the size of a walnut, appeared in his palm. This was indeed the very bean he had extracted from the chest of the Yellow Turban Giant. Ever since he learned of a secret organization in the celestial realm offering a bounty on him, Han Li had been engrossed in his cultivation to enhance his strength. And this was the first occasion he scrutinized the bean closely. He cradled it in his hand and observed it intently for a moment, noting that aside from its size being several times larger than an ordinary soybean, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. However, when he probed his consciousness into the yellow bean, he was taken aback. Inside the bean surged a rich azure light. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes and instead relied on his senses, Han Li might have believed he was standing before an expansive forest brimming with vibrant life. Such an extraordinary vitality emanated from this object. It was indeed remarkable. Han Li opened his eyes, unable to suppress his admiration. He had only seen this yellow bean used to condense into the Yellow Turban Giant, but was uncertain how to utilize it. Yet, given the vitality it contained, it might prove invaluable in the future. After pondering for a moment, he waved his wrist to stow the mother bean away, then rose to his feet and descended the stone steps along the edge of the star-gathering platform. At that moment, a brilliant light streaked across the night sky, swiftly approaching and landing before him. The anxious face of Taoist Hashan emerged from the light, and he hurriedly bowed to Han Li, exclaiming, Senior Han, something has happened.